Chapter 1. The Enchanting Beauty. You are my eyes. Guiding me through the changes of the seasons, you are my eyes. Leading me through the bustling crowds, you are my eyes. Allowing me to delve into the vast ocean of books. Because you are my eyes, I see that the world lies before me. This dream, this peculiar scene, seems to hold me captive. This song, he sang it to me, and at that moment, my heart felt a serenity it had never known before. Since my master brought me to Mount Shu, he has been endlessly repeating that song. Who is that unseen man wielding a shimmering sword? What ties me to the woman in his embrace? Why can I not see their faces? She seems to be his eyes, and he holds her with such joy. Who is he? Who is she? Why do I keep having this dream, this incessantly recurring dream? What is it about that place that captivates me so? He sings, while she weeps for him, laughs for him. The heavenly eyes' 9 paths. Returning to the singularity is the pinnacle, little do they know. Perfection lies in the completeness. An ancient voice shatters the silence of the dream, as the girl gently opens her eyes, awakening from her slumber. It's Master. As she opens the door, a girl in a blue garment, transcendent in her beauty, stands before her. Master, why have you come? Pink butterfly, have you had that strange dream again? The voice, while aged, carries a hint of surprise. Everyone possesses their own karma, especially on the path of cultivation. Master, Pink Butterfly will remember. The girl's voice is clear and melodious, akin to the sound of celestial music. There is but one path of rectification, the legend of the heavenly eye. 5 eyes, 3 eyes, 1 demon eye. Yet there exists another heavenly eye that is not recorded. It is a peculiar gaze, passed down solely through women. The girl, Pink Butterfly, dances like a delicate pink butterfly, her flowing skirt swaying gently in the breeze, spinning like a phoenix in the wind. Her flawless skin glows under the moonlight, captivating to the soul. She quietly leans against a grand tree, her cool gaze fixed upon the night sky, her eyes reflecting a hint of reminiscence. It seems she is still recalling that bizarre dream, that blind man behind the door. With an elegant and ethereal demeanor, his brows slightly furrowed, he appears as a celestial being. Such a handsome face, tinged with a hint of bewilderment. Exquisite features, transcending earthly beauty. Such an enchanting beauty, a rarity in this world. Indeed, beauty relies on adornment. Shu Mountain Sword Technique, Flying Blossom Slash. Fleeting blossoms dance amidst falling leaves. Pink Butterfly's pure form reveals a trace of tenderness. Haha, I have mastered this sword technique, Master. The sword technique is initially perfected. It is time to descend the mountain. To unravel your dream, you must seek the answers in the mortal realm. Once more, the ancient voice speaks, the beloved teacher of Pink Butterfly. A girl cannot linger, that which must depart cannot be held back. You do not belong to Shu Mountain. Tomorrow, take this letter and begin a new chapter at BD University. There lies your dream. Everything you desire, go forth. Pink Butterfly gazes up at the starry sky, a hint of longing in her warm eyes. Yet she says nothing, choosing silence in the end. The dream within her heart needs unraveling. The person she seeks must be found. And what is that song again? Atop Shu Mountain, the elder with an ethereal presence sighs softly. Pink Butterfly, your eyes are the legendary phoenix eyes. As for the path ahead, let fate decide. Phoenix eyes, sword eyes, the entanglements of past lives. 1,000 miles away, another elder with an ethereal demeanor inquires. Knight Xian, has your sword eye ever been clouded? Knight Xian, clad in a blue long robe, handsome and graceful, replies, my sword eye has never been clouded. Master, your words seem to suggest something more I do not understand. Possessing the sword eye among the heavenly eyes, you are destined for slaughter. You revere the path of extermination, yet your sword eye is even more brutal and terrifying than that of the Azura. The sword of extermination, the extermination sword technicato, not forget your original intent. This is my parting gift to you. A thought to ponder. My sword eye truly possesses such power? Why have I never experienced it? Knight Xian expresses his confusion. Despite 18 years of sword training, his forehead sword eye seems to hold no power. Second Brother's Buddha eye radiates compassion and rescues all beings. Third brother's Azura, I captivate souls, rendering them hopeless. Fourth brother's demon, I intimidates all spirits and monsters, a paragon among demons. My sword, why have I not perceived its power? Master, you did not see how I suffered 10 days ago. I encountered a haunting specter, and despite years of arduous sword training, I could not defeat it, and my sword I failed to open. Master, you say my sword is formidable. What is it formidable against? The elder, stroking his beard, smiles teasingly. Your sword ranks among the three great heavenly eyes of heaven, earth, and humanity. Of course it is formidable. You are training in the extermination sword technique, the unparalleled sword technique of the heavens. Remember, your sword harbors a past love, a woman with phoenix eyes. Phoenix eyes? Knight Xian chuckles awkwardly, not taking it to heart. Yet he wonders about the extermination sword technique. I have only mastered 6 stances of the 9 sword techniques of extermination. As for their power, you have witnessed it. The extermination sword technique, I feel, is not superior to the flying sword technique. The unparalleled sword technique will reveal itself. Once you awaken your sword, then you will understand. The elder gently pats Knight Xian's head and fades away with a faint smile. A purple light ascends to the heavens. The purple star descends, and 7 colored rays of light merge into Knight Xian's eyes. Chapter 2. A Ghost in the Girls' Dormitory. The stargazing platform is located within the North Zhougong Temple in Gaocheng Town, 15 kilometers southeast of Dengfeng County. Gaocheng, historically known as the summer capital of Yang City, is the site where the first dynasty built its capital after entering a class-based society, and it is also the birthplace of Chen Sheng, the first leader of a peasant uprising in Chinese history, surrounded by mountains and rivers with picturesque scenery. Through the passage of time, it has now transformed into a deep mountain forest. The county no longer exists. The starry war god gazes at the information summary, sighing softly. That beam of light from yesterday, the purple star appearing once in 10,000 years, is undoubtedly here. But what could be the connection between that predominantly purple beam and the stargazing platform? Knight Xian lies quietly on the stargazing platform, an unusual tranquility enveloping him at this moment. His master has transcended, shattering the void to become a celestial star. Like a fleeting light, his senior brother has also vanished silently. His second brother has gone to the 10,000 Buddha cave. His third brother's spirit has entered the underworld to fulfill his role as a soul collector, and his fourth brother is in the 10,000 great mountains, unraveling the entanglements of past lives. And what about him? His master's intention was clear: to learn, to attend school, to experience university life. What would that feel like? Leaning silently against the stone surface, Knight Xian gazes into the distance, the winds gentle and the clouds sparse, white clouds drifting, carrying the bittersweet essence of humanity, particularly captivating. University life, so it shall be. A faint smile graces his lips, a glimmer of joy in his eyes. It is a day perfect for travel. Everyone has left with my master's departure. It is time for me to leave as well. With a leap, a wave of sword energy rises, and he strides forth, holding a letter in hand. The clear words read, BD University Admission Notice. This is a taste of solitude, savored alone. Meanwhile, within a special national organization, a slender figure, Lin Air, adorned in bright, branded attire, a mini-skirt, and flowing hair, with a dazzling hairpin on her forehead. Starry boss. There's merely a ghost in the girls' dormitory of BD University. There's no need to reiterate these trivial matters. I will ensure my safety and complete the task effortlessly. I won't spread the word. Okay? There are 3 days left until the new students start at BD. Everything regarding your identity is arranged. Stay safe, and off you go. The starry war god chuckles wryly, waving goodbye to the charming young lady before muttering to himself, am I really so nagging? That tragic story unfolded on a day in July. And now, in this autumnal season, within the girls' dormitory of BD University, the first day of school seems to carry an eerie atmosphere, or perhaps it is shrouded in an indistinct air of solemnity. It is merely September, yet a strange chill seems to pervade the air. Walking a few hundred steps towards the girls' dormitory, the campus paths are strewn with fallen flowers and leaves. The pale yellow leaves flutter like butterflies, and no matter how the staff cleans, They cannot rid the paths of the lingering leaves. The more he thinks about walking towards the girl's dormitory, the more he senses the chilling presence, desolate and cold. A faint scent of decay lingers in the air, yet it seems elusive, impossible to pinpoint. Students glance at the bare trunks of the trees, a feeling of autumnal desolation sending shivers down their spines. Why do I feel so fearful every time I pass by here? Two female students walk side by side. One, a sophomore, expresses her confusion, mumbling, "I didn't feel this way before the break, how strange." "Hurry up." The other student responds with a shiver. "I heard a girl died here during the break, and she was the school's belle apparently. It was a suicide." The sight was terrifying. The school belle, who committed suicide in our dormitory. The school belle is from our cohort. The suicide happened in her dormitory. The gentle one from the art department. I won't say more, it's too creepy. Let's go. Gentle one. Gentle one. How could it be her? Room 604? Isn't that just above us? Since the suicide of Gentle one, have strange happenings begun? A perplexing and inexplicable power outage engulfed the dormitory, followed by the abrupt rupture of a newly installed water pipe, and subsequently, an alarming blaze erupted within the office of the dean. Fortunately, there were no casualties, however. The institution suffered significant financial losses, with irreplaceable documents rendered beyond repair. On the very first day of the semester, a newly arrived female student inexplicably leapt from the building, the site of which was the balcony of room 604. Furthermore, rumors circulated that the dormitory was occasionally filled with haunting cries of anguish, accompanied by a hauntingly beautiful melody. The institution vehemently prohibited such rumors, for it is a prestigious school that dismisses these scientifically implausible occurrences. The girl who fell was officially attributed to a sudden cardiac arrest, a tragic accident resulting from her misstep off the balcony. The female dormitory's layout is predominantly uniform, with each room accommodating 4 bunk beds, spanning approximately 20 square meters. It seems today marks the final day for enrollment, thus the administration is particularly busy. Reception procedures, fee collections, and a series of enrollment processes are all underway. Among them, a stunning young woman, specifically the enchanting Liner who has come to handle the enrollment process, is indeed a new student. Generally, obtaining an acceptance letter from BD is a feat reserved for the fortunate few, yet for those affiliated with special governmental security organizations, it is a mere formality. Upon taking her first step into BD University, Liner sensed an eerie presence, a faint specter lurking just out of sight. However, upon closer inspection, it vanished. A subtle smile graced her lips as she softly mused, "The ephemeral essence of the ghost is rather intriguing. Tonight, I shall uncover what mischief is afoot." In a flash of crimson light, a singular eye opened upon her forehead, only to close instantaneously. In this bizarre turn of events, Yi Xian, traversing with his sword, suddenly detected a familiar scent. To be precise, it was the distinctive aura emanating from his 4th senior brother. There is demonic energy, sword energy, and signs of a struggle. Chapter 3. The girl's sharp-tongued Yi Xian was momentarily taken aback, halting his movement as he slowly descended, the vibrant hues of the sunset gradually fading away in the distance. 2 figures intertwined in combat. To be precise, one was a charming maiden, while the other was a phantom-like creature resembling a rabbit. Today, if I encounter a rabbit demon, it shall be your last day. Monsters and fiends are to be exterminated. With a fierce shout, a surge of sword energy hung in the air as the maiden pointed her sword, a flurry of blossoms erupting from its tip, preparing for battle against the beast. The blade's brilliance swiftly locked onto the demon rabbit, as the swirling petals pierced through its chest, resulting in a sudden explosion of crimson. With a mournful cry, the rabbit demon implored, "Wait, I am of a benevolent heart and have never harmed a soul, nor committed any wicked deeds. Why must you seek my demise?" As it spoke, the rabbit demon transformed entirely into its rabbit form, its blood-red eyes glistening with tears as they gazed up at the sword-wielding girl. "My master has declared that all monsters must be slain, and as you are a monster, you are deemed unworthy. Off with you." The maiden retorted, her voice laced with disdain as she murmured, "Shu Mountain's demon-slaying sword technique." Fragmented sword style, with a huff, she observed the immense white rabbit, the size of a full-grown tiger, blood gushing forth from its chest. Despite the beast's attempts to staunch the bleeding with its demonic powers, it proved futile. Not all demons are evil. Some possess goodness within that I have cultivated for over 600 years without causing harm. Why can I not be spared? Good demons, you say? The maiden paid no heed to the rabbit's pleas. In an instant, her sword gleamed, unleashing a torrent of sword energy into the sky. The Shu Mountain fragmented sword style. The tremendous sword energy sliced down towards the ground, inexorably targeting the rabbit demon, rendering its attempts to evade utterly futile. With a final, anguished cry, the rabbit demon resigned itself, closing its eyes in despair. Can a demon not aspire to be human? There was no bloodshed, only the essence of demonic energy, signifying that it had never taken a life. Yi Xian murmured softly, his brow furrowing slightly, as he swiftly unleashed a beam of sword energy from his right arm. Clang! The violet sword light shattered the gathered energy of the Shu Mountain fragmented sword style. Before a flash of azure enveloped the rabbit demon, rendering it invisible. In a teasing tone, he mused, I have saved this demon. Not all monsters are wicked. Who goes there? The maiden revealed her true form, her beautiful eyes widening in surprise as she coldly exclaimed, What? Sneaking about, seeking to rescue a demon? Umph! How foolish for one who claims to be a practitioner. After a brief tirade, the enchanting girl, seemingly exhausted from her outburst, furrowed her brows and declared, Sword technique of the wind. In an instant, a sword energy coalesced beneath her feet, darting through the air like lightning. That if you possess the ability, let us see it. Should I encounter you again, I shall right phone in reverse. Phew, that girl certainly has a sharp tongue. Having scolded for over half an hour, Yi Xian sighed in relief, realizing that he had already taken the rabbit demon far away. Rabbit demon, reveal your true form. The moment he uttered those words, a pang of regret washed over him. The beauty before him was far too enticing. The rabbit demon let out a soft sound, and with a flash of white light, transformed into an alluring figure, shedding its previous rabbit form for that of a human, boasting a captivating physique. My heavens! Yi Xian's heart surged with tumult as he struggled to believe his eyes. He quickly closed them, inhaling deeply to calm his racing thoughts. The rabbit demon's flawless appearance, with curves that could tempt even the devil, and her delicate legs, graceful shoulders, and porcelain arms, left him momentarily speechless. The rabbit demon tilted her head, a look of confusion gracing her face as she gazed at her savior. Her body, swaying gently with the breeze, inadvertently showcasing her enviable form. Her laughter was like the blossoming of peach flowers, radiating an enchanting allure. Clad in scanty attire, reminiscent of a fairy, she revealed her mesmerizing figure in its entirety. Yi Xian merely cast a cursory glance, yet was struck by her visually arresting beauty. Even his forehead's sword eye vibrating slightly. The only flaw in her exquisite visage was the trickle of blood staining her chest, a stark reminder of the fierce sword energy that had wounded her. This injury rendered her complexion pale, for typical demons lack the ability to heal themselves. In such circumstances, even if one miraculously survived the initial attack, the relentless bleeding from a sword wound often proved fatal. Take care of yourself, and remember to be cautious next time, Yi Xian advised, his composure regained. With a wave of his hand, a spectrum of colors enveloped the rabbit demon, drawing the sword energy from her body before he swiftly took to the skies. Be mindful, for even demons may cultivate to become immortal. As she stirred slightly, a hint of shyness lingered on the rabbit demon's face as she watched the young man soar away, her heart fluttering with an unusual sensation. Her gaze sparkled with anticipation, reflecting a glimmer of white light, reminiscent of the young boy she had saved 15 years ago, now transformed into such a formidable figure. Today, he had come to her rescue in her moment of peril. This was the cyclical nature of karma, and could it truly be that even demons could attain enlightenment? A melodious tune began to rise, the intention unclear. Was it in gratitude or for some other purpose? Chapter 4. Such a beautiful ghost. While instances of demons transforming into immortals are rare, they are not entirely absent. However, creatures like Yi Xian's master, Zhi Yuan, who could shatter the void and become celestial bodies, are indeed few and far between. Finding a secluded spot, Yi Xian leaped down, determined to heed his master's wishes. Time for school, I suppose? University life, here I come. He sighed. BD University, I have arrived. With a shrug, he couldn't help but gaze up at the grand sign above. The captivating letters of BD Academy shimmering enticingly, though he felt it might not be all that it seemed. Being inexperienced in the ways of the world, he was unaware of the implications this university carried. Otherwise, he would not have found himself embroiled in a murder case on the very day he arrived, leading to the dispatch of supernatural agents to capture ghosts. Stepping through the entrance, he officially became a student of BD Academy. The future yet to unfold. However, he sensed an unusual atmosphere, tinged with the essence of ghosts and the restless spirits of the wronged, that Yi Xian chuckled wryly to himself. I suppose I should just go in. Overthinking won't help. Hello, fellow student. Here's my admission letter to— Oh, by the way, I am a special student, enrolled in the history department. He flashed a charming smile. While he might not be exceptionally handsome, his grin was undeniably captivating. One of the student council members, taken aback for a moment, then exclaimed, Wow, you are the remarkable special student everyone talks about. What a pleasure to meet you. My name is Li Hao, by the way. It's said that you can recite China's 5,000-year history backward, and you know every historical event from ancient times to the modern era like the back of your hand. According to the school, you, Yi Xian, are a living chronicle. Sweat trickled down Yi Xian's brow as he offered an awkward smile. It was overwhelming to receive such praise, especially since Li Hao was animatedly gesturing with his hands as he spoke. Master, you've really set me up this time. Yi Xian thought to himself that in that moment, he inadvertently turned his gaze to a slender figure he recognized. The beautiful Shu Mountain swordswoman, the one who had scolded him at length previously, causing him to shudder despite her not having revealed herself. Her figure was indeed strikingly perfect, embodying the very definition of beauty. Living history, your eyes are quite discerning, Li Hao remarked with a grin. Continuing, if you see someone exceptional, pursue them. Such rare beauty is hard to come by. This year, I have only encountered two like her. Speaking of which, she rivals the campus belle, Wenro, from the previous year. However, upon mentioning a renowned topic, Li Hao abruptly ceased speaking, pausing for what seemed like half a minute before completing the enrollment process for Yi Xian. Your dormitory is in Building 6, on the 6th floor. Room 666. How auspicious. It's a single room, specifically prepared for special students. Sweat beaded on Yi Xian's forehead as he chuckled lightly. This dormitory truly is quite fortuitous. Please just call me Yi Xian or Xiao Xian. I am not accustomed to that nickname, he replied with a smile. Li Hao laughed. You'll get used to it. In this university, having a nickname means you are someone of significance. So just get accustomed to it. With a wry smile, Yi Xian thought, while that may be true, this nickname feels a bit ODD to a T that moment. His gaze inadvertently drifted back to the Shu Mountain swordswoman and the elder accompanying her. Who is that old man? Oh, that old pervert. Li Hao chuckled, whispering. He's the head of the academy's administration and the top authority in the student council. That he has a notorious reputation for being lecherous, always behaving inappropriately around beautiful women. All right, off to 666 you go. Thanks. Yi Xian offered the customary politeness as he bid farewell to Li Hao, leisurely making his way in the direction indicated. The ethereal presence of ghostly energy enveloped the air as she passed by the female dormitory, only to dissipate in an instant. That very moment, the sword maiden of Shushan strolled towards the girls' dormitory, her assigned room being 604-S. It was the last day of admissions, with only a few minutes remaining. Nearly all the rooms were occupied, a situation further exacerbated by her own request at a dormitory rumored to be haunted. How intriguing, she mused, eager to assess the strength of this supposed specter, as she stepped into room 666. Her large eyes blinked curiously. Nothing seemed amiss. The fatigue from a day of intensive study washed over her, perhaps due to her audacity or simply a carefree disposition, and soon she succumbed to slumber. However, as evening fell, a woman suddenly manifested within room 666, jolting her awake. They locked eyes, both displaying a cautious demeanor. The woman radiated ghostly energy. Though faint, it was undeniably present. This strikingly beautiful specter did not appear to be a mere ghost. With a flick of her wrist, a beam of sword light soared into the sky, casting a reflection of blossoms against the heavens. The apparition gasped, intently observing the sleeping student on the bed. Momentarily indecisive, but soon, the sword energy surged towards her. Prepare yourself. A crimson glow spiraled forth, and in an instant, the clash of blood-red light and sword energy ensued. Both were taken aback, exclaiming, "Who are you?" in unison. They responded, "You are not a ghost. Neither am I." After waiting for what felt like an eternity, they had assumed a ghost had finally arrived, only to discover it was one another. "Who are you?" The once combative girl, now donned in ethereal nightwear, reached out to the quietly appearing beauty, bewildered by her presence. "And you, that mark on your forehead, it's a ghostly eye." Chapter 5. "Have you perhaps taken a liking to me?" "Oh," the girl replied lightly, her enchanting gaze fixated on the one wielding the sword technique, clad in casual yet stunning attire. Under the moonlight, she exuded an enchanting allure. "Truly beautiful, I am Lina, due to unforeseen circumstances 2 days hence. I awakened my ghostly eye, and you seem to be." What had begun as a fierce confrontation now felt akin to the camaraderie of sisters. She smiled gently, casually taking a seat on the bed. "Since you possess a ghostly eye, it signifies you are an extraordinary being. As for me, I am the butterfly of Shushan. I initially mistook the ghostly aura you emanated for that of a specter. I almost mistook you for a ghost as well. By the way, it appears there truly is a ghost here. One of formidable prowess." That Lina blinked her large eyes, and the ghostly eye on her forehead promptly closed. "As if it had never existed, that I came here tonight specifically to capture ghosts." "Indeed," the butterfly chuckled. "I heard rumors of hauntings here, which prompted my visit and the selection of this very room." In a corner of the campus, Yi Xian surveyed his surroundings, instinctively raising his right arm to weave a sword technique, sending forth a flicker of green light that an oddly shaped female spirit suddenly manifested before him. Yi Xian cast a glance her way, whispering, "This ghost, having only recently formed her ethereal body through spiritual energy, is limited to illusions and cannot enact physical attacks. Why do you linger in the mortal realm, unable to enter the cycle of reincarnation?" The female spirit trembled in fear, her eyes reflecting a plea. "Please, do not come any closer." Yi Xian paused, realizing that his formidable sword energy would instill fear not only in a newly formed ghost, but also in one that had existed for centuries. With a sigh, he withdrew his aura, appearing as an ordinary human. "Answer my query. Why do you wander without reincarnation?" "I fell to my death unexpectedly, harboring grievances," the female ghost replied, her expression one of pitiful longing. Yi Xian was momentarily taken aback, then extended his hand, allowing a sliver of golden light to envelop her. Indeed, she was an unjustly wronged spirit, devoid of malice. Thus, he unleashed a stream of golden sword energy, emanating an aura of authority. "You are free to reincarnate." Overjoyed, the female ghost's face lit up with gratitude, her panic giving way to a radiant smile. "Thank you." Still possessing the innocence of youth, Yi Xian maintained a pure heart. And with a flourish, he summoned a cascade of colorful light, reminiscent of a rainbow, to guide the soul. "Grim Reaper, if not now." Then when with a swift motion, he directed his sword skyward, moments later eliciting a wail from the ghost. As a swirl of dark energy materialized around her, enveloping her in shadows. This was a unique black energy, unlike any he had seen before. What a remarkable sight. "Who, might I ask, is your master?" The dark light transformed into a corporeal form, revealing a face devoid of features, save for a pair of blood-red eyes that glimmered ominously. A harbinger of death. He understood that only someone of great power could wield such ghostly arts. Yi Xian nodded, gesturing towards the female ghost, and softly said, "It is no trivial matter. This spirit has been wronged, preventing her from reincarnating. That a strand of Buddhist light has dispelled her resentment. You may escort her back to the underworld for rebirth." "Understood." The Grim Reaper, momentarily taken aback, thought to himself that such benevolence still existed in the world. With a swift gesture from Yi Xian, the dark light enveloped the ghost, whisking her away into the depths below. "Ah, I forgot to inquire about her name." Yi Xian mused as the ghostly energy around him remained unchanged. Furrowing his brow, he concentrated, channeling his energy into a swift stream in the face of chaos. "All shall align before my sword. By the laws of fate, I command you." In the night sky, a glimmer of cold light appeared, and a spectrum of colors danced across the scene. Yi Xian had yet to leave the school grounds. Lingering in the northeastern corner of the campus, this terrain, nestled between mountains and waters, is abundant in the five elements. Why does it harbor ghostly energy? Such emanations should not exist here. Could it be the fabled burial grounds, perhaps a former mausoleum? A gentle breeze stirred, and the girls, Linner and the butterfly, found themselves in the same spot where Yi Xian had lingered just a week prior that Linner began to chant softly. Her expression serious. Observing her left arm moving slightly, a green glow appeared at her fingertips as she pressed against her forehead, revealing her ghostly Yi Xian, appearing ethereal above the clouds, gazed down, recognizing the growing darkness beneath the moonlight. He contemplated 5 eyes and 3 pupils. This girl possesses a ghostly eye. I truly underestimated her. But what does she intend to do? Suddenly, a ghostly whisper echoed, intermingled with a fierce, ominous aura, as an invisible spirit swiftly congregated. It coalesced into a green eye that materialized upon Linner's forehead, its emerald light flickering to why Yi Xian furrowed his brow, not waiting for him to speak a word of warning. Upon encountering Linner, who possessed the ghostly eye, it opened wide, emitting 3 beams of ghost-restraining ethereal light. The speed was so astonishing that even Yi Xian was momentarily taken aback, as the beams struck the shadowy stone coffin in the depths of the Yin Spring. The sudden surge of ghostly energy shot skyward, the overwhelming presence of a vengeful spirit causing both Fendai and Linner to tremble. The ghostly energy gathered with the swiftness of thunder, the chilling malice solidifying into tangible specter energy, rapidly directing towards Linner, who had awakened the ghostly Yi Xian. Intrigued, observed as Linner retreated swiftly, avoiding the oncoming ghostly force. Simultaneously, a ghostly figure began to take shape, claws bared and rushing towards Fendai, forcing her to step back in alarm. The pressure caused Fendai's blood to surge, her forehead spinning with dizziness, her complexion paling significantly to Linner. This ghostly energy is extraordinarily potent, seemingly cultivated for a century or more. This is trouble indeed. Linner's face turned ashen, as she had initially believed she had discovered the whereabouts of the gentle ghost, when Ro, on the night of the full moon, only to inadvertently breach a Yin Spring tomb. The Yin Spring tomb, what does it signify? Fendai, gripping a sword technique with determination, inquired, her curiosity piqued at Linner gazed at the corporeal ghostly essence, her ghostly eye widening as it unleashed another series of green, ethereal lights. Temporarily, it managed to obstruct the ghostly essence, but the situation was dire. They had truly stirred up a mess. The ghost cultivation level appeared to be at least a century, and moreover, it had undergone a ritualistic burial. My ghostly, I can only suppress it for a brief moment. Perhaps within the next instant, the ghostly essence will break free. Fendai, having never encountered such a scenario, expressed her anxiety. What shall we do? We cannot let her out, otherwise, it would lead to untold calamity. And the ritualistic burial. What does that imply? Linner explained, her complexion growing increasingly pale. A ritualistic burial involves interring the deceased vertically. The ancestors must be buried in a location rich in spiritual energy, a practice that is generally beyond the capacity of ordinary individuals. Only those with certain blessings or possessing specific treasures of the earth can undergo such a burial. Once a person buried thus becomes a ghost, they possess formidable supernatural powers. Fendai, still clutching the sword technique, was flustered as this was her first encounter with such matters. Her face as pale as death. She murmured, I am familiar with the hierarchy of ghostly entities. My master once spoke of it atop Mount Shu. When a person dies, they transform into a soul. Some souls, under certain circumstances, may cleanse themselves in the essence of the sun and moon, subsequently becoming ghosts. After achieving ghosthood, they are categorized into good and evil, broadly classified as wandering souls, corporeal spirits, ghostly entities, vengeful spirits, specters, ghostly marauders, ghost kings, and ghost immortals. Among these, the soul collectors typically wield the power of ghostly entities, while the legendary figures known as the Black and White Impermanences belong to the Ghost King category. Linner paused briefly before murmuring, the ghost we encounter today seems to belong to the Ghost King level. We have indeed encountered a formidable opponent. What shall we do? Fendai, having never faced such a predicament, felt utterly helpless. The power of a Ghost King. Even if I unleash my full strength with the sword technique, I cannot withstand it. Linner, You possess the ghostly eye, the bane of all ghostly beings. How could you fear her? Linner grimaced. What a jest. That is a ghost king-level entity, that my ghostly I has only recently awakened. Thus my power cannot possibly match hers, that it appears we are in for a fierce struggle. Fundai, take action quickly while she is not fully coalesced, that I cannot hold on for much longer. Chapter 7. An unparalleled beauty. Fundai suddenly felt a wave of unsettling dread wash over her, as the terrifying malice coalesced in the AI or Dawai Xian, watching with interest from above. Noted that such dense, ghostly energy indicated a ghost king level of cultivation, and judging by appearances, she seemed to be a stunningly beautiful ghost at that moment. The ghostly eye on Linner's forehead spun, her hands transforming into radiant streaks of light that surged into the air, her ethereal form captivating. Dressed in denim, her long hair tied up, beads of sweat adorned her delicate forehead, presenting a rather disheveled appearance. Meanwhile, Fundai extracted a sword gleam from her sleeve with her right hand, while her left hand formed a sword technique, releasing a stream of sword light. With a fierce shout, she declared, "Ascend. Sword of the heavens, sever the evil spirits. Let the winds and clouds dance in your wake." The flying sword shot skyward, accompanied by a burst of blue radiance, propelled by her commanding voice. Yet, the sword light abruptly halted a mere meter from its target. Just as the alluring ghost transformed into a corporeal form, that a figure gradually came into focus, draped in a veil, revealing a perfectly sculpted silhouette, an exquisite beauty that could bewitch anyone. She gazed dreamily at the moonlit sky, slightly parting her lips to inhale the essence of the moon, as if awakening from a long slumber. With a delicate motion of her hand, a dazzling light erupted, manifesting as a chilling, ghostly energy that shattered the sword light. Simultaneously, the ghostly eye emitted ghostly radiance, producing a cacophony of sounds. Suddenly, a chilling and spine-tingling female cackle echoed. A dream of 100 years. How delightful it feels to awaken. Aha! The haunting laughter reverberated through the air, accompanied by a chilling wind. The stunning ghost radiated both sensuality and an icy malevolence, revealing pearly white teeth as she smiled, her expression tender, yet laced with danger, with two adorable dimples gracing her enchanting visage. This beauty was so captivating that even Linner and Fundai were momentarily mesmerized by the ghost's allure, the sensation of her enchanting presence overwhelming Linner. But why does she gaze upon us with such intent? Fundai hesitated, feeling an inexplicable confusion. The ghost, draped in a flowing white gown, exuded a breathtaking beauty, yet her face bore an alluring yet menacing countenance, her cold gaze filled with fury and resentment. Linner and Fundai, both beauties in their own right, felt like mere Cinderellas in the presence of this ghostly enchantress. This ethereal beauty possessed an unparalleled aura, having endured the vicissitudes of life, yet remaining gracefully poised. Linner's ghostly eye unleashed a beam of ghost-restraining light as she shouted. We have intruded upon her tranquility. My earlier ghostly radiance pierced her coffin, and it is no wonder she is enraged. The power of a ghost king. Fundai's hands moved deftly as she formed a sword technique, her expression grave. Humans and ghosts walk different paths. While we may have disturbed your meditation, you have become a ghost and ought to reincarnate in the underworld. Lingering among the living is not the rightful path. I implore you to reconsider. Reconsider? Umph. The ghost's ruby lips parted, her melodious voice ringing clear. Humans and ghosts are destined to part ways, so why must I be so constrained? You have forcibly detained me, preventing my reincarnation. Now, I have come to a realization. Since I am free of earthly ties, why should I be bound by the world? As the words left her lips, the ghost's expression twisted into a snarl, her lifeless eyes gleaming with murderous intent, an icy aura radiating from her, causing the surrounding air to chill. You have disturbed my meditation, awakening me from my slumber. Depart at once, or face the consequences. With her ominous warning, a wave of frigid energy surged forth, enveloping Linner and Fundai in a chilling embrace. Leave, or perish. We cannot leave. Linner forced a bitter smile, realizing that this extraordinary ghost king, having cultivated for merely a century, wielded such terrifying power. If she were to be set free, chaos would undoubtedly ensue. Linner, what shall we do? Fundai understood the gravity of the situation. stepping forward without hesitation, her hands simultaneously forming two sword techniques, a blue sword flower encircling her for protection. Ha! The ghost cackled menacingly. I have wronged no one, yet the world has wronged me. Now, I have come to terms with it. I would rather betray the world than be betrayed by it. Linner furrowed her brow, speaking sternly. Her malice has permeated her ghostly form, and the malevolent energy has coalesced if we do not subdue her. Our school will face dire consequences. And what of her malice? If you wish to die, then so be it. Heaven has its pathways, yet you refuse to tread them. Hell has no gates, and yet you come to me. The ghost's exquisite visage twisted into a ghastly grin, her laughter echoing as her long hair danced in the wind. Linner's heart sank as the ghostly eye ignited in flames, signaling the onset of battle. Fundai, I have dragged you into this. Be extremely cautious. With that, Fundai's sword pointed, spinning and slicing through the air, determined to vanquish the evil. The blue sword flower whirled into a cascade of lotus petals, instinctively locking onto its target. The ghost, momentarily taken aback, halted her spectral form, then broke into laughter. A swordsman from Mount Shu? In life, I too was a practitioner of the path. Even in death, I faced disciples of Mount Shu. Upon hearing this, Linner was stunned, while Fundai felt bewildered, uncertain of the identity and background of this ghostly figure. In a span of less than a few hundred years, achieving such formidable power was indeed a rarity. Chapter 8. Such beauty, such grace, a ghost king's realm. If only a few more years pass, perhaps she could even attain the status of a ghost immortal. Wai Xian, observing from the clouds, suddenly furrowed his brow as a ray of light subtly enveloped the ghost. After a moment of contemplation, he exclaimed in surprise, a fierce ghost possessing a ghostly form. No wonder she is so formidable. The resolute powdered butterfly, with a sword-like demeanor, unleashed a brilliant flash of sword energy. In the realm where humans and spirits diverge, your presence among mortals is a misstep. Taste my Shushan sword technique, the flying immortal style. 3 beams of azure light soared into the sky, creating a considerable spectacle. Though their offensive power appeared somewhat lacking, the female spirit leaped forward to intercept, conjuring a wall of dark, ghostly energy that effortlessly blocked the attack. The Shushan female swordswoman seems rather unimpressive. Receive my strike. The howling ghost moon. Your arrogance is palpable, and the ghostly eyes refine the soul. Away. Linner stepped forward to shield the powdered butterfly from the incoming ghostly energy. With a fierce glare, she declared, You dare to be so brazen? Instantly, a surge of green flames erupted, ensnaring the female spirit, whose temperature rose, indicating she had sustained some injury, rendering her ghostly energy even colder and more sinister. The howling specter, the moonlight's mystery, the enchanting lunar illusion. Night Xian extended a hand to support the powdered butterfly, channeling pure sword energy into her body, dissipating the chilling ghostly aura. The cycle of reincarnation dictates that upon death, souls enter a cycle. Some are lost to ashes, while others, by chance, cultivate a spirit form. Ghosts are manifold, and among them, those born of resentment and malice are most formidable. Your considerable cultivation, aside from mere fortune, likely stems from calamity. It seems you have chosen to preserve your existence through unorthodox means, and then you must have encountered some opportunity, infiltrating the female form of a spirit. Indeed, your deductions are not without merit, though even so, you remain unaware of my true identity. While you possess some insight, how could you possibly discern who I am? So hidden yet potent. A single strike could shatter her ghostly grasp that moment. Linner wiped the blood from her lips, her brow arching, gazing at the powdered butterfly as if observing a panda. Have you not savored enough? Is this merely an advantage? The powdered butterfly, still cradled in Night Xian's embrace, shyly pushed him away, whispering, This female spirit is quite formidable, possessing both fierce energy and profound cultivation. She is not easily dealt with. The powdered butterfly's demeanor turned grave as she scrutinized the female spirit. Linner tilted her head slightly, her ghostly eyes shimmering with green light, casting a glance at Night Xian, and exclaimed, Hey, living history, shouldn't you make your presence known, esteemed master? Night Xian's brow twitched, his eyes radiating an overwhelming aura. causing the female spirit to retreat 3 paces, her blood-red gaze fixed upon him with evident trepidation. Observing such a reaction from the spirit, Linner was taken aback. To instill such fear in a ghostly sovereign indicates this seemingly inconspicuous youth harbors profound depths. Be cautious. She is not easy to contend with, such beauty. It is no wonder that a century ago, many were captivated by you, more enchanting than the most renowned beauties. Night Xian sighed softly, casting his gaze over Linner and the powdered butterfly, stating, "Let us first discuss the true nature of this girl. The law of burial dictates that only those with an abundance of spiritual energy are worthy of its benefits, and throughout history, only one woman has possessed such remarkable essence that, I am most curious to hear." The female spirit remained motionless, her delicate brows perfectly arched, her luminous eyes akin to a full moon in the night sky. A vision of exquisite beauty and grace that stirs the heart. As Night Xian spoke, Linner and the powdered butterfly exchanged astonished glances, for the one dubbed living history could deduce her origins from mere traces of history. Night Xian glanced at the powdered butterfly, his sword pointing as he spun, unleashing a cascade of light that eradicated the ghostly energy entwining Linner. He then smiled at the 2 women, proclaiming, "She is a master of the arts. Her talents in music, chess, calligraphy, and painting are unparalleled. She is strikingly beautiful, graceful in her movements. Gifted from a young age, she painted at 3, composed poetry at 4, played the zither at 5, and by 9, she had mastered all forms of cultural expression. By the age of 10, she could depict dragons and embroider phoenixes, her beauty akin to that of a celestial maiden. The neighbors spoke of her talents and beauty in reverent whispers, transforming her into a legend." As Night Xian paused, he chuckled. "What do you think? Am I not correct? From your expressions, it is evident that my words resonate with truth." "Indeed. How do you know this? You shouldn't possibly be aware of such things." The female spirit's heart raced with unease. Logically, this youth, barely 20, could not possibly possess such knowledge. Chapter 9. The handsome leader Linner narrowed her ghostly eyes slightly, conjuring a flicker of ghostly flame, which seemed to wane. "I understand you are a living history, but could you expedite matters? The energy of my ghostly eyes is rapidly depleting." "Very well, close your ghostly eyes. Prolonged use will greatly harm your body." Night Xian shrugged. Appearing relaxed, "You've only just activated your ghostly eyes. Their wonders are boundless, and you will come to understand this in time. As for this female spirit, leave her to me. If I can discern her identity, I shall subdue her." The female spirit scoffed, suddenly absorbing the moon's essence, her voice dripping with disdain. "Such grandiose claims, Humphy!" In an instant, waves of chilling, ghostly energy plummeted the surrounding temperature. Night Xian made no attempt to hinder the spirit's actions. Instead, he smiled calmly. "The essence of the moon's energy, during the full moon, indeed offers you great benefits. However, it is a pity you are obstinate. You are fated not to survive this night. Withdraw from the female spirit, and perhaps I might spare you." Such arrogance. As if you could. The female spirit, infused with a hint of a man's shriek, transformed into 6 ghostly figures, encircling Linner, the powdered butterfly. And Night Xian, "I am eager to hear whether the female spirit you speak of is indeed her." Ha. A furious rage ignited for the sake of beauty, contending for the favor of the enchanting Chun Yuan. Night Xian sighed. "It has long been said that beauty brings disaster. This saying pertains to her. The ghostly form you have usurped belongs to Chun Yuan." And with that revelation, the female spirit's expression shifted to one of profound anger and torment. Her handsome visage contorted into a fearsome visage of green face and sharp fangs. A surge of moon essence flowed within her, merging with the chilling ghostly energy, striking with ferocity beneath the moonlight. The howling ghost blood moon, the remnants of the night sky. Such a fierce attack rushed forth, yet with a mere flick of Night Xian's sword, it was effortlessly deflected. Night Xian reminisced. "I recall studying the history of the Qing dynasty, where 2 extraordinary women stand out vividly in the records. One was the noble empress, the Empress Dowager Xiaozhuang, who aided 3 emperors, renowned as the greatest empress of the Qing dynasty. The other, of course, is Chun Yuan. Historical accounts and related information detail the tumultuous transitions between the Ming and Qing dynasties, where many cunning figures and heroes emerged amidst the stormy chaos. The obstinate Chongzhen, a monarch marked by failure. The sycophantic Tian Hongyu, a quintessential villain, the fickle Wu Sangye, the lecherous warlord, the arrogant Li Zicheng, a temporary tyrant, the brash Lu Zhongmin, a notorious villain, and the treacherous Niu Jingxing, largely forgotten by modernity, and the power-hungry Dorgan, a figure of immense influence. Yet these momentary powers were destined to be inscribed in the annals of history, forming three major factions, vying for supremacy and ultimately weaving a complex tapestry of Qingming history. Suddenly, the powdered butterfly remarked, "History is eternally buried in the past, like flowers that fall in dreams. How many should be let go? Whether a beauty or a source of calamity, it is not merely the man's infatuation. The fate of women would not be so frail." With that, she cast a sidelong glance at Knight Xian, huffing softly. "Whom have I wronged?" Knight Xian rubbed his nose and continued, "In times of turmoil, the struggle for dominance is often spurred by the presence of a beautiful woman, an exquisite lady appearing upon the stage. The moment Qin Yunyun graced us with her presence, she became the focal point in the world of men, altering the course of history itself. This was the moment when balance began to shift, causing these potential emperors to miss their opportunities, their fates irrevocably altered by a mere smile from a beauty, leading them to their demise. That Liner too felt a stirring in her heart, exclaiming, "Qin Yunyun, the unparalleled beauty, who captivated the world. Her presence transformed the landscape of power, leading to the fall of the Chongzhen Emperor. The rise of the warlord Li Zicheng, and the rise of Wu Sangui, who fought for their lives. The world was thrown into chaos, all for a singular beauty." Yuan nodded, recalling that she had mentioned previously that she once practiced Buddhism. "Wait, if the spirit possessing the body is Qin Yuan, then who controls the body?" The powdered butterfly questioned, perplexed. Upon hearing this, the female spirit halted her assault, sneering, "Knowing she is Qin Yuan is quite an achievement. Can you deduce who I am?" Knight Xian sighed inwardly, contemplating the difficulty of the task. "Once I uncover your identity, your fate is sealed, as if it were ordained by heaven. Before your identity is revealed, you still have a chance to choose. Will you cherish it?" Still with your grandiloquence. The female spirit, infused with a man's voice, retorted, "If you have the ability, reveal my identity without stuttering to T.O. Fairy the Destined. I am here. Whether you heed my words is your choice." Knight Xian gently shook his head, sighing, "Forget it. I shall not persist that I am pondering this matter. I reflect upon the heavens. You were once a formidable figure, as described in the records of the Three Kingdoms, known for your wit, resourcefulness, and a penchant for chivalry, unrestrained and free-spirited. Perhaps your lack of discipline and indifference towards your studies have led many to regard you unfavorably. However, there exists an individual, Qiao Xian from Lianghua, who believes you to be extraordinary. According to historical records, Qiao Xian once remarked to you, in times of chaos, only the talents destined to save the world can restore peace. Is it not you who can achieve this? Additionally, it is chronicled that Yi Yong from Nanyang expressed, the Han dynasty is doomed. The one who can bring tranquility to the world must be you. As for the records of the Three Kingdoms, I am not well versed in history, so you may as well take the lead." Liner furrowed her delicate brows, gazing intently at the increasingly ominous female ghost, alongside the equally baffled Fan Dai, and remarked, "Goodness that Yi Xian, feeling a sense of helplessness, said, I trust you have heard this saying. You are regarded as both a capable minister in prosperous times and a cunning hero in chaotic times. Being born in an era of turmoil inevitably marks you as extraordinary." Liner was taken aback, pointing at the female ghost and exclaiming, "She, he, is Chow Chow, possessing the spirit of Chun Yuan. What a jest!" Fan Dai, having grasped the situation, exclaimed, "Chow Chow, posthumously honored as Wu Wang, was buried in jailing. Shortly after his son Chow Pai ascended the throne, he posthumously honored Chow Chow as Wu Huangdi, with the temple name Taizu, known historically as Wei Wu Di. Considering the passage of time since Wei Wu Di's reign over the Han, it is only fitting that his cultivation reaches the pinnacle of ghost kings. Do not be deceived by appearances. Having taken possession of her being, he has concealed her cultivation, achieving a battle prowess that has indeed reached the peak of ghost kings. This does not even account for the residual 3/10 of Chun Yuan's powers. To think that a ghost embodying such formidable imperial might exists, your own cultivation is far too shallow to contend with it. Hidden battle strength." Fan Dai was startled yet again, realizing the formidable nature of the female ghost's power. The ghost lamented, clearly like the moon, when can it be grasped? Yi Xian frowned slightly and addressed the two women beside him. In this coming battle, you cannot assist. Please step aside, turning his focus back. Yi Xian solemnly stated, there are paths for both humans and ghosts. Once, you were indeed a notable figure, a ruthless slayer of millions without a flicker of hesitation. Now that you have attained the cultivation of a ghost king, why do you still choose to slaughter innocent beings? The ghost retorted fiercely. In the end, it is a matter of victory or defeat. As she spoke, her voice transformed into that of a man, and her blood-red tongue lashed out like a serpent, infused with a chilling, malevolent aura. Chen Yuanyuan's tragic fate of hanging herself naturally explains this. Liner and Fendai moved aside, suddenly alerting each other. Be cautious. That ghost king is formidable. The spectral eyes of the world belong to the supreme righteous path, each possessing unique attributes. The ghostly eyes, a peculiar form of vision, can reveal and combat malevolent spirits. With a swift motion, Yi Xian declared, sword art of ascendance, ride the sword to immortality. In an instant, a flash of purple radiance severed the air as Yi Xian's fingers grasped an enigmatic sword light, neutralizing the ghost's assault. With a swift movement, he stood upon his sword, executing the technique of sword slashing ghosts and immortals, soaring to the heavens. His cold voice echoed, now, let us see how you will defend against this. Such fierce sword energy and formidable attack power. The ghost screamed, hastily retracting her tongue, her form flickering into 6 shadowy figures. Barely evading the strike, the Yi Xian furrowed his brow and remarked, the peak of a ghost king is on the verge of entering the realm of ghostly immortals. Your concealed prowess is indeed impressive. However, encountering me today, your fate is sealed. Formation, battle, array, align before me. Sword eye, open. A spectrum of colorful radiance surged forth as Yi Xian coldly commanded, summoning a 3-foot ancient sword into his grasp. In an instant, a colorful barrier enveloped both him and the female ghost. And Yi Xian intoned, ancient sword of extermination, receive my third style of the extermination sword art. Sword that cleaves the lingering soul. Yi Xian shouted, his eyes revealing a flicker of sword shadow as the vibrant light surged into the ghostly figure, eliciting a series of anguished cries. The ascending malevolent aura attempted to breach the colorful barrier. As the female ghost bizarrely split in two, the other half transforming into a blood-red male specter. Chow Chow, you cannot escape my blade. Can you evade the extermination sword? Yi Xian exclaimed coldly, his sword manifesting a shadow that penetrated Chow Chow's form. Though your cultivation has left you a life, you are nonetheless a renowned elder. Yi Xian sighed softly, sealing the extermination sword and forming a peculiar hand gesture. Formation, battle, array, align before me. Summon the third master. The soul-collecting chief. Upon his words, a spectral figure emerged, devoid of any chilling aura, proclaiming, Yama calls for death at the third watch. Who dares to keep the living until the fifth? A poetic figure appeared. Little junior brother, it has not been long since we parted. What brings you here? Shura, the possessor is Shura. Yama calls for death at the third watch. Who dares to keep the living until the fifth? The chief of soul collection, master of the art of binding souls and capturing ghosts. Yi Xian shrugged, glancing at the ghost king. Chow Chow sprawled on the ground, and the hanging ghost woman Chen Yuanyuan beside him. I leave them to you. Third master, a powerful ghost king has been rendered powerless, and a vengeful spirit awaits your handling. You have my thanks. Shura closed Shura eye, patting the shoulder of Yuan. The ghost king shall descend to the 18th layer of hell. As for her, we shall seek an opportunity for reincarnation. Little junior brother, I must take my leave for official duties. I will come to chat with you when time permits. As the chilling winds swept through, Shura's eyes opened, collecting the ghost king Chow Chow and the ghost woman Chen Yuan before vanishing into the void. Take care, little junior brother, as the barrier dissipated. Liner and Fundai gazed in astonishment at their surroundings. Liner inquired, what happened to the ghost? Dead, off to sleep. Yi Xian replied tersely, then added, do not speak of my affairs. It would not bode well. Liner huffed, sighing after a long night. The ghostly energy on campus remains unaddressed at its source. I suppose I will seek him out tomorrow. He seems to be a reliable ally. Leading Fundai, Liner turned to depart. Fundai cast a lingering glance at Yi Xian's retreating figure, then sighed, He is incredibly strong and seems rather aloof as well. Young lady, your heart flutters. Linner's words floated in the wind, yet it seems he harbors secrets from us. I wish to know more. Humph. Given the chance, two stunning beauties like us surely can extract the truth from him. Now, off to sleep. Fundai playfully sheathed her sword, wearing a bright smile tinged with a hint of softness. As the morning classes came to a close, the university's academic building grew increasingly boisterous, with throngs of students chattering as they made their way to the cafeteria and dormitories. That it is said that romantic relationships among university students are quite common. Some even claim that those who do not engage in romance during their college years will be looked down upon. While this may be somewhat exaggerated, the prevalence of relationships in university life is undeniable, with couples seen everywhere, becoming a vibrant aspect of campus life. Beautiful female students attract attention, and when one stunning beauty pairs with another, they are even more captivating, with their radiant smiles and stylish attire. Especially their enchanting eyes glimmering with mysterious hues, they are indeed a sight to behold. To the left, one exquisite and pure female student dons a dark green dress paired with light boots, her oval face appearing both quirky and enchanting. The other, with rosy lips and bright teeth, exudes a lively spirit, her flowing hair dancing in the breeze, with eyes as sparkling as crystal gems. The two beauties, akin to sisters, stroll hand in hand towards the cafeteria, the gentle breeze accentuating their captivating smiles. Their stunning appearances and poise are truly remarkable. These two girls are rare beauties, intimately linking arms and sharing laughter, effortlessly drawing the attention of countless infatuated young men along the way. After several days of interaction, it became evident that these two beauties were the leading figures of the new art department. The one on the left is Linner, while the one on the right is Fundai. Linner, graceful and ethereal, resembles a celestial being. Fundai, akin to a fairy, radiates charm. Finding a secluded corner, they ordered an array of delicacies, chatting merrily as if awaiting someone. Fundai, do you think he will come? Fundai glanced at Linner, grinning. He is likely to. Two stunning beauties like us have invited him. He wouldn't dare to ignore us, lest he be cornered by the boys' dormitory. Is it not a bit excessive to corner him at the boys' dormitory? Fundai gasped, momentarily taken aback, then sighed. To be honest, Yi Xian is remarkably powerful. His aura is something I could never rival even after years of cultivation. The ease with which he subdued a ghost king of peak prowess speaks volumes about his strength. That Linner smiled playfully, pouting slightly. I concur. Yi Xian's cultivation must at least rival that of our dragon team leader. His abilities are indeed unfathomable. Thus my interest in him continues to grow. What secrets does he conceal? Fundai paused, her thoughts momentarily tangled, before she exhaled and inquired, Linner, what is the dragon team like? By the way, how did you awaken your ghostly eyes? Changing the subject, Linner hesitated before slowly responding. The ghostly eyes within the heavenly eye possess the power to restrain malevolent spirits and demons. They are quite an impressive form of vision. However, the terror I experienced at that time was overwhelming. Such strange abilities brought me much fear and took away much happiness. Well, the ghostly eyes allow one to perceive numerous wandering souls. You must be terrified, right? The delicate butterfly seemed to resonate with this sentiment and murmured a question. Well, of course, Linner sighed. This year, I am 22.2 years ago, I awakened my ghostly eyes due to an unfortunate accident when a taxi struck my head. Ultimately, this led to a transformation of my skull. Although I narrowly escaped the clutches of death, from that moment on, I have been intermittently plagued by visions of peculiar entities. The terror of witnessing what ordinary people cannot see is beyond description. Later, the captain of the dragon team, known as the Starlight War God, chanced upon me, and with his assistance, I overcame my fears. As the saying goes, a blessing in disguise. Thus I unlocked my ghostly eyes, learned ghost-chasing spells, and joined the dragon team. The delicate butterfly suddenly blinked, playfully inquiring, Sister Linner, now that I know you are a member of the dragon team, why not share a bit about the other members? Linner paused for a moment, her eyes swirling thoughtfully, and sighed, all right. Since you are a disciple of the sword technique and the contemporary heir of Mount Shu, you are not considered an outsider. I shall share this with you. And it won't be seen as a transgression on my part. You never know when you might need their assistance in the future. To my knowledge, One of them seems to harbor special feelings for you. Before the delicate butterfly could retort, Linner laughed. Having cultivated my ghostly eyes for over a year, I have not been in the dragon team for long, and few are aware of my presence. The dragon team is directly appointed by the Prime Minister, with the leader codenamed in team, a singular individual, .as for the captain, the Starlight War God. He possesses a body of starlight, drawing upon the powers of the sun, moon, and stars, wielding boundless strength. Among the oldest members of the dragon team is Buhan, whose divinations are unfailingly accurate, said to be a descendant of the Zhou family from the I Ching. Then there is Lai Feng, who can transform his body into wind, manipulating its force to defeat foes. His nature is somewhat impure, and he often acts clumsily, yet he has an affection for me. Lastly, there is me, Linner, who has recently awakened her ghostly eyes and is the bane of all ghostly beings. Though it has not been long. I have only encountered those three, right? The members of the dragon team possess extraordinary abilities. They are quite fascinating, Linner whispered suddenly. Delicate butterfly, would you be interested in joining the dragon team with me to vanquish demons and maintain the peace of our homeland? That requires some time for consideration. The delicate butterfly shook her head slightly. Appearing hesitant, Linner, I will give you my answer in due time. A teasing tone laced with a hint of languor murmured, what else is there to discuss? Where to next? Xinghua, you have arrived. Linner chuckled, casting a glance at the food on the table, expressing her dissatisfaction. Two beauties are here with you, and yet you keep me waiting for half an hour. What do you think we wish to do? Xinghua scrutinized Linner, shrugged, and quietly remarked, you possess ghostly eyes, but have only recently awakened them, and your magical prowess is not particularly solid. Therefore, it would be wise to spend time meditating. After a moment of contemplation, he inquired, by the way, do you have a boyfriend? Mind your own business. Even if you fancied me, I would not reciprocate your feelings, Linner huffed, displaying a demeanor that disregarded Xinghua, leaving the delicate butterfly feeling quite awkward. Greetings, esteemed beauties. Junior history student. How do you do? Li Hao approached, carrying a plate of food, casually taking a seat beside Xinghua while his gaze lingered on Linner, seemingly harboring ulterior motives. Who are you, staring so rudely? It's quite impolite, Linner, feeling somewhat uncomfortable, furrowed her brows and glared at him with annoyance. My apologies. I am Li Hao, your senior Li Hao, having met Xinghua a few times. Was quite familiar, don't stand on ceremony, just call me Li Hao Li Hao. Who's that? Linner tilted her forehead to the left, and after a moment of realization exclaimed in disbelief, you are that Li Hao. The bookworm, the vice president of the student council. Linner's stark shift in demeanor left Xing was slightly taken aback, while the delicate butterfly shrugged in confusion, unable to comprehend, did Li Hao really that famous? Of course, he is the designated successor for the next student council president. Do not underestimate him, Linner spoke with a hint of gossip, her tone charming and playful. Li Hao was momentarily stunned, not expecting this captivating beauty to recognize him, and felt an overwhelming sense of happiness. Yet he awkwardly chuckled, oh, just some light banter. Let's get acquainted, ladies. The delicate butterfly scrutinized Li Hao for a moment before shifting her attention back to Xinghua, the one who had saved her life last night. He seemed rather unoffensive and even somewhat handsome. Oh dear, am I also infatuated? Hey, what are you dazed about? Linner exchanged pleasantries with Li Hao and then turned to the delicate butterfly, playfully asking, so are you smitten with him? Really smitten? Huh. But you needn't stare at him so intently. Xinghua, seemingly unfazed by the attention, continued enjoying his meal, while the delicate butterfly, blushing in embarrassment, attracted the attention of many young men in the cafeteria with her flustered demeanor. Linner Jr., feel free to speak your mind, Li Hao remarked, clearly not an ordinary individual, as he had the potential to become the next student council president. Observing Linner's expression, he knew she had something to ask. If you have a request, just let me know. We are familiar enough now, and as long as it's not too difficult, I will surely assist you. Is it that some boys are bothering you? No worries, leave it to me. It's a trivial matter. Linner suddenly leaned closer to Li Hao, whispering something quite intimate in his ear, then said, I want you to help me with this matter. It shouldn't be too challenging, right? Previously, Li Hao had relished the moment, but after a brief pause, the mood shifted, and he quickly shook his head, appearing quite unwilling. No, that is not something I can do. Xinghua glanced at Li Hao, then at the delicate butterfly, continuing his meal, savoring each bite. The delicate butterfly, unable to suppress her curiosity, asked Linner, "What did you discuss with him?" "Junior, perhaps you should request something else. This one is rather challenging." I how hesitated, frowning slightly, clearly troubled by the decision. "The matter concerning her has been sealed, and I don't know much about it. Investigative archives are not easy to deal with. Please don't put me in a difficult position." Linner had become quite familiar in mere minutes, addressing Linner casually, and his tone was rather flirtatious. The delicate butterfly, astute as she was, connected Li Hao's academic status with Linner's objectives, deducing the nature of their conversation. The warmth of their exchange hinted that winning the heart of a beauty was no simple task. Although opportunities for heroically rescuing maidens abound, it seemed he had little chance of success. Therefore, the prospect of a senior pursuing her was indeed quite enticing. Linner Jr., the matter you mentioned is truly difficult. I how furrowed his brow, alternating between excitement and hesitation, clearly caught in a dilemma. His expression turned grim as he hesitated for a quarter of an hour, during which time most of the food had already vanished in his Xinghua's stomach. With a sigh, he whispered, "You mustn't be so curious. Sometimes curiosity can lead to disastrous outcomes, and the issue you mentioned is not trivial. You see, there is a large organization that has emerged in society recently, and I suspect a member of that organization is connected to what you mentioned, Linner. Therefore, it would be best to suppress your curiosity for now. Otherwise, unforeseen troubles may arise at a large organization related to gentle death. I was unaware of such a group." Linner was momentarily taken aback, sensing the complexity of the situation. It seemed this matter was indeed significant, that I should inquire with the team leader about this. "But how do you know?" Xinghua and the delicate butterfly murmured almost in unison. "A large organization?" Their rare synchronization prompted laughter from both. "Shoo, keep it down. The situation is intricate, so refrain from further inquiries." I how lowered his head, gesturing for silence. Eat. Leave some food for me," seeing that he had fallen silent. Linner no longer pressed the issue and instead focused her gaze on Xinghua, observing him for a moment before saying, "Xinghua, if you want tea help, what about you?" "What about me? I'm just eating. I'm starving." Xinghua feigned ignorance, glancing at Linner and the taciturn Li Hao, his brow furrowing as if lost in thought. "Fine, if you want tea assist, I still believe I can unearth the scoundrel behind this," Linner declared fiercely, visibly displeased. That moment, an exceedingly discordant voice boomed. "Hello, beautiful ladies. May I have the honor of dining here? You too, Scram, or I want tea hesitate to toss you out of the cafeteria." Li Hao felt a surge of anger, craving a fitting opportunity for venting. Xinghua glanced up unimpressed, casting a disdainful look at the so-called young master. "Who are you?" The chance for a heroic rescue had arrived. A smile crept across Xinghua's lips as he glanced at Li Hao, and then resumed his meal with renewed interest. Savoring each morsel is indeed beneficial, a habit cultivated over 2 decades that appears quite challenging to alter. 6 individuals approach. At the forefront stands a man clad in an entire ensemble of Jordan sportswear, adorned with designer labels from head to toe, a clear indication of his affluent status. With a charming smile and a visage radiating a harmonious expression. His short hair possesses an almost buoyant quality that in essence, he embodies the beauty of a handsome man reminiscent of the ancient Panin, and while he exudes an air of grace, his words take on a different tone. The 5 companions trailing behind him share the same haughty demeanor, all dressed in black suits complemented by dark sunglasses, resembling typical muscular bodyguards that Yi Xian pauses momentarily, maintaining an expressionless facade as he resumes his actions, eating. Fundai has witnessed numerous spectacles, briefly glancing at the striking figure leading the group before lowering her head in silence. Lin Er furrows her brow, adopting a spectator's demeanor. This trivial scene pales in comparison to the previous training involving the awakening of ghostly eyes and the menacing spirits, rendering it hardly significant. I how frowned slightly, noting that opportunities for heroically rescuing a damsel in distress are scarce, yet finds himself confronting such a moment, albeit with an opponent boasting superior numbers. However, he, Li Hao, is no ordinary individual. The 4 remain motionless and silent, while the leading man smiles gently, addressing the 2 beautiful classmates. "The food here is rather unremarkable. Why not allow me, the 3rd young master, to treat you at the Golden Dragon Hotel?" A gesture of hospitality from the 3rd young master. Upon hearing the name Golden Dragon Hotel, Li Hao feels a surge of anger and surprise. The establishment's costs are not something an average person can afford. Moreover, while it may appear to be a venue for wholesome dates, it harbors its share of sordid affairs beneath the surface. Not interested, Fundai retorts, picking up her utensils and taking a bite of rice. Chewing it slowly, the unconscious grace of her movements captures the attention of the young men nearby. Today, Fundai's hair flows elegantly, her form accentuated by snug pink jeans, creating a perfect blend of Eastern and Western beauty. Give him a good beating. Lin Air suddenly chuckles playfully, her delicate finger pointing at Li Hao while her gaze remains fixed on the newcomer. Han Xiaojie, who appears as pristine as snow, exuding a soft elegance akin to a blossoming snow lotus. The opportune moment. Fundai softly murmurs, her voice reaching Li Hao's ears, playfully exclaiming, the chance for a hero to save the beauty has arrived. Let us see what you'll do to Li Hao is taken aback, then glances at Lin Air before turning away, somewhat displeased. This classmate, please leave. You are not welcome here. Not welcome. Today I hold the reins here. These two beautiful classmates shall dine with me. Han Xiaojie replies, a hint of annoyance flickering across his face as he turns back, his voice sharpening slightly. You two should leave, or I'll have my subordinates escort you out. The two individuals, including Yi Xian, prompt a frown from him. Li Hao, displaying his righteousness, rolls up his sleeves and asserts, I've stated that you are unwelcome here. Begone quickly, and do not presume that a bit of money makes you remarkable. Han Xiaojie arrogantly sizes up Li Hao, responding with a suave smile. Ladies, allow me to introduce myself. I am Han Xiaojie, commonly referred to as the third young master. May I be so bold as to inquire about your names? Esteemed ladies, third young master, surname Han Xiaojie. Lin Air's brow arches slightly, seeming to deduce his identity. She merely smirks, gesturing for the two seated young men to leave. Otherwise, you may as well depart. Fundai blushes, playfully laughing, continuing to savor her meal, her demeanor undeniably captivating. Yi Xian remarks indifferently, I've finished. You may continue. Such matters feel utterly mundane to him, a novice in the ways of the world. Han Xiaojie. The third young master, just a bunch of prancing monkeys. Since the beautiful lady has spoken, I shall not impose further. Do you not wish to leave yet? Han Xiaojie adopts a pose of a strong man, his tone threatening. Kid, leave while you can, or you'll have no one to blame but yourself. Lin Air observes the ongoing spectacle, subtly shaking her head at Fundai, adding fuel to the fire. Hurry up, he. All right, I'll comply with you, Lin Li Hao appears bemused, rising to crack his knuckles. Leave, or I'll give you a sound thrashing. The do not jest. I'm the vice president of the student council. Setting aside any background, when have I ever endured such humiliation, especially in a place that is my domain? Seeking death, kid, Han Xiaojie scowls, seemingly taken aback that Li Hao has not heard of his reputation. Deeming it an appropriate lesson to teach, he raises his hand, and the 5 bodyguards behind him spring into action, preparing to discipline Li Hao, while Lin Air clenches her fist in anticipation. However, Li Hao's next move astonishes both Fundai and Lin Air, leading them to think. It seems he possesses some skills, and formidable ones at that. The 5 figures strike, but Li Hao steps protectively in front of the 2 girls, suddenly unleashing a swift and precise punch, sending the foremost assailant crashing backward. In a mere 5 moves, it becomes apparent that Han Xiaojie's bodyguards are merely putting on a show. They are likely fresh recruits, his newly acquired subordinates, lacking any real skill. After the brief confrontation, Li Hao resumes his seat, declaring, leave, and do not disturb them again or else. Suddenly smiling, Han Xiaojie's eyes glint ominously, casting a glance at Li Hao. Kid, remember, the mountains remain unchanged, and the rivers flow on. You'll regret this. Farewell, pink-clad girl. With that, Han Xiaojie departs with a flourish, his gaze lingering on Lin Air and Fundai, a smirk tugging at the corners of his mouth as he and his 5 subordinates exit swiftly. Kid, you've crossed me. Your days are numbered. Li Hao chuckles ruefully, realizing the trouble has only begun. Han Xiaojie, a second-generation heir, you all should be cautious now that he has set his sights on you. Lin Air, why do you concern yourself so much with the fate of Wenro? Why should I need a reason to care? Lin Air's eyes flash with determination. Truth be told, she too is a member of the dragon group, capable of slaying demons with her awakened, ghostly eyes. Why would she fear Han Xiaojie? Fundai, unfazed, smiles nonchalantly. As a disciple of Shushan, I am shielded by my sword techniques. The Peak Ghost King may not be able to contend with me. But a second-generation heir seeking trouble is simply courting death. Once he sets his sights on you, what will he do to both me and Lin Air? Li Hao scrutinizes Fendai, smirking, if he seizes the chance. He might take advantage of you, so do be cautious. That be by the way. Yi Xian seems rather intriguing. He appears to be quite skilled. Ignoring Han Xiaojie and his entourage, there are two possibilities. Either he completely disregards them, or he fears confrontation with them. Clearly, Li Hao senses that Yi Xian is not one to shy away from conflict. Exiting the cafeteria, Han Xiaojie reveals a glimmer of admiration. What stunning girls, and such unique personalities. It seems a new chapter has begun. Point 2. Exquisite beauties. This shall be entertaining. Find out the names of these two young ladies. And who were those two young men earlier? As he speaks, a trace of murderous intent flickers in his sinister gaze. With Wen Rou gone, the arrival of two even more beautiful maidens ensures that his days will not be lonely. The girl in pink attire. She must be his. Lin Air. Why does Yi Xian always wear such a stern expression? On their way back to the dormitory, Fendai inquires playfully. Infatuated? Are we? It seems you have indeed developed feelings. Lin Air's expression shifts to one of amusement, as she understands that the circumstances surrounding Wen Rou's demise are far from simple. What secrets lie behind her death? The weeping female ghost and the girl who jumped from the building on the first day of school have yet to reveal themselves. Moreover, now that Han Xiaojie has taken an interest, things are truly complicated. Why the long face? What's wrong? Fendai chirps, her demeanor lighthearted, oblivious to the gravity of the situation. You should just tell Yi Xian how you feel, Lin Air suggests, setting aside her worries with a teasing smile. Li Hao seems to have developed an infatuation with you too. After being playfully chastised by Lin Air, Fendai pouts in indignation, playfully retorting. Why must you insist on bringing me and Yi Xian along for your date? A date? What are you saying? This is merely an investigation into the mystery surrounding Wen Rou's death. How could you misconstrue it as a date? Lin Air protests, a hint of exasperation coloring her voice. All right, an investigation, not a date. Fendai's playful demeanor breaks into laughter. That a date, an investigation. The night's moon hangs incomplete, veiled by clouds drifting along the Milky Way. Beneath the moonlit sky, for shadowy figures stealthily approach the administrative building. Lin Air beams with excitement at the prospect of uncovering leads in the archives, her eagerness palpable. Fendai remains indifferent. She has only one friend in school, and when Lin Air invited her along, she readily agreed. Li Hao, who had previously promised Lin Air, now wears a pained expression, yet still joins the endeavor. Yi Xian, shaking his head, also decides to come, initially reluctant but swayed by Lin Air's earnestness. Who had pulled Fendai along too. To top it off, if he refused, Lin Air threatened to move in with Fendai to dorm 666. Yi Xian's dorm, a 6-story apartment, both single rooms specifically for special recruits. Rivaling that of a 6-star hotel. Having 2 more occupants shouldn't feel cramped. However, with Lin Air and Fendai now intending to stay, Yi Xian finds it increasingly unbearable. The administrative building houses the archives on the 12th floor. Li Hao let out a resigned sigh, adopting a demeanor of reluctant acceptance. It's hard to believe you, he said. Open the door. Lin Air whispered, tugging at Li Hao's sleeve. Hurry. Let's check the door. The administrative building had 3 keys. One held by the vice president of the student council, another by the president, and the last by the supervisor. Therefore, going to the archives, we cannot pick the lock. You are just the right person to lead the way. Lin Air, you truly have a knack for overthinking. Li Hao replied with a wry smile as he retrieved the key to open the building's door, that he then sighed to Yi Xian. The key to the administrative building is with the student council president, who is currently interning and has been away from school for quite some time. As for the college supervisor, he has his own matters to attend to, which is why I've been called upon. That if I'm not mistaken, you must be the special personnel sent by the police. Dear Lin Air, you know my background? Well, that's acceptable, she said, her lovely eyes narrowing at Li Hao. Remember, don't let this slip. I'm the vice captain of the Flying Tigers. With a click, the door swung open. And Li Hao chuckled. I'm impressed by you, Lin Air. The 12th floor archives, follow me this way. Yi Xian frowned slightly, while Fendai smiled faintly. The two shared a silent understanding. The elevator isn't operational. Let's take the stairs. Li Hao sighed, murmuring, 11th floor, 12th floor, archives this way. Left turn, we arrived. Upon opening the door to the archives, he presented a file to Lin Air. Here's a file for you. Lin Air read aloud when Ro Air. Date of birth. Year, month, day. Born in the urban area of Beijing. Department of Performing Arts, that's it. How could that be? Lin Air exclaimed in disappointment. When Ro Air, she indeed has issues. Her file has been completely cleared. Someone close the door and follow me, she commanded suddenly. Fendai, taken aback, inquired with a hint of confusion. There is an old man on the 13th floor. The same lecherous old man who greeted me upon enrollment. That lecherous old man is none other than Zhang Yong, the influential college supervisor at our school and my direct superior in the student council. Li Hao was momentarily stunned, glancing at Lin Air before quickly locking the archives door. How strange. What could he possibly be doing on the 13th floor? That floor has been abandoned for quite some time. Let us follow him, and we'll find out, Fendai suggested, her cultivation of sword techniques granting her extraordinary perception, enabling her to sense everything within a radius of several meters. Thus, the supervisor's lecherous presence on the 13th floor could not escape her notice. After a while, under Fendai's lead, the four of them arrived at a particular room. Inside, a series of moans echoed, accompanied by soft feminine gasps, as waves of sounds emerged from the room, utterly disregarding the presence of others that on this dark and windy night, within a soundproof room, had it not been for the slightly ajar door, they would hardly have heard a thing. MMHM, that feels good. Don't stop. Through the crack in the door, they could clearly see two naked bodies engaged in a fervent struggle illuminated by the silver glow of a computer screen. The room contained an elderly man, a computer, and an oversized bed. All four were momentarily taken aback, their faces flushing red. Just as they were about to retreat, a voice rang out, Dean, please, no more. Ro Air can't take it anymore. Stopping in his tracks, Li Hao hesitated. Wait, if you can't take it, just bring your good friend to accompany me, sweetheart. The elder on the screen chuckled, his brow furrowing in disbelief. Sweetheart, your good friend has arrived. That little beauty is here. You won't have to tire yourself out now. The elderly man continued with an ominous tone. If you can't, well, you know the consequences. The seemingly agitated beauty, with no clothes on, reluctantly agreed to his demands. This summer after graduation, I'll ask her to come to university. Let us go. Li Hao gestured, and the four slowly retreated. The lecherous old man, seemingly sensing something, did not detect their presence. That Yi Xian sighed, retracting his sword energy. If Fendai could perceive it, how could he not? Afterward, as Fendai tracked the old man, Yi Xian employed his consciousness to conceal their presence. Otherwise, they would undoubtedly be discovered. Yi Xian concluded that the old man was exceptionally adept at hiding. Li Hao, feeling skeptical, found himself enveloped in a hazy, dreamlike state. The girl he recognized as when Ro Air was indeed the same person. In his recollection, when Ro Air resembled a perfect goddess, exuding endless grace and gentility, her demeanor always modest. How could Wen Ro Air be like this? The girl, is she really Wen Ro Air? Fendai shyly glanced at Yi Xian and then timidly asked. Lin Air seemed to sense something, quietly inquiring, Wen Ro Air, she is truly beautiful. Why Yi Xian remained silent. Yet he regarded the old man with newfound respect, as if he belonged to the world of dark sorcery. A university so rife with hidden talents, the depths of which were unfathomable. Li Hao sighed and bitterly smiled. I have had some contact with Wen Ro Air, but can I still have the heart to pursue her? Sigh, let us not speak of this. To the world, she always acts in accordance with propriety. Not only is she beautiful, but she also excels academically. Last year, she secured the top scholarship. She embodies both modern beauty and classical elegance. Yet why has she changed so drastically? He sighed again, muttering, I can hardly believe she has become this way. Had I not seen it with my own eyes, I would never have believed it. Usually she speaks shyly, a talented girl, a beauty. Her aura is entirely different. Well, Wen Ro Air is indeed as beautiful as you say. Humph. Fendai seemed unbothered, while Lin Air appeared displeased, as if she thought Li Hao was exaggerating. Perhaps out of jealousy. Chapter 10. How did you get into the girls' dormitory? Yu Hen smiled faintly. Everyone wears many masks. Different emotions and environments compel one to don various facades to conceal their true selves. From a historical perspective, Knight Xian murmured, adding, all right, I'm off to bed. With that, Night Xian turned and swiftly disappeared from sight. I shall take my leave as well. Li Hao sighed once more, appearing unable to accept the situation. Was the girl who once stirred his heart truly the same as the one on the screen just now? The shy, elegant, and noble persona he had come to know was merely a facade. Fendai, what are your thoughts? Lin Er, visibly displeased, seemed uncomfortable with Li Hao's admiration for Wenro Er, her eyes glimmering with an embarrassed light as she fixed her gaze on Fendai. Seemingly overwhelmed by Lin Er's scrutiny, Fendai shyly replied, "All right, I'll accompany you on this trip. Actually, I have done some research in this area. Don't underestimate the descendants from Mount Shu." Pausing for a moment, she continued with a smile, "Previously, I studied psychological philosophy. Noble girls like Wenro Er, once ensnared in the mundane world, exhibit some unusual behaviors that it's a case of broken pot breaking further, or what is known as Stockholm Syndrome. Do you understand?" Lin Er and Fendai walked side by side, returning to the 13th floor of the administrative building, eager to clarify the situation. Stockholm Syndrome? Not quite sure I understand. Simply put, it's a psychological change in girls who have been victimized. After a series of events, the victim often unwittingly aligns with the perpetrator and gradually begins to accept their circumstances over time. Following a struggle within their subconscious, they emerge from feelings of pain and anger, ultimately succumbing to despair. Fendai glanced at Lin Er, observing her confusion as they reached the 12th floor. With a gentle smile, she explained, "For example, let us assume—" "Ah, I see. I understand now," Lin Er exclaimed in surprise. Looking at Fendai and playfully saying, "I never expected you, an art student, to be well-versed in criminal psychology. That am why Master said that one must read widely to make more informed choices." All right then." Fendai giggled, but her expression quickly turned serious. "Evil energy detected. Don't hide. What a stunning beauty, and two at once. How rare." A shadow flickered, revealing Zhang Yong, the college supervisor, and Li Hao's direct superior in the student council. Feeling slightly uneasy, he realized someone was indeed tracking him, and he couldn't let an opportunity like this slip away. That a practitioner of dark sorcery. Lin Er gasped, activating her ghostly eyes with caution. "Zhang Yong, you were the one who harmed Wenro Er. Has her soul been ensnared by you as well? You should be more concerned about yourself. Such a beautiful girl has awakened her ghostly eyes. This is a gift I cannot refuse." Zhang Yong grinned sinisterly, his gaze fixated on Fendai with intrigue. "Your aura is quite peculiar. Aside from the sword technique, there is another familiar presence. Familiar, yet I can't quite place it. How strange. In this mundane world, a practitioner of dark sorcery exists. When encountering evil, the Xuanjin sword Dao shall strike true." Fendai furrowed her brow, her eyes glinting with a mix of surprise and sword energy, swirling with a strange blue light as she executed a peculiar sword technique. Zhang Yong laughed, his voice laced with a chilling, raspy quality akin to a ghostly wail. "Little girl, do not presume that having practiced for a few days makes you invincible. You cannot withstand my dark arts Ditto, the Shu Mountain sword technique." The dark, malevolent aura intertwined with a hint of bloodlust, a chilling essence reminiscent of ghostly energy, also mingled within. Zhang Yong waved his sleeves, enveloped in boundless demonic energy, creating a barrier that enveloped the entire 13th floor of the administrative building. The sword energy of Mount Shu, and the audacious beauty with the awakened ghostly eyes. Two enchanting maidens. You have yet to reach the pinnacle of your cultivation. How fortunate for this old man. To speak frankly, Wenro is indeed my magnum opus, yet I never anticipated she would choose to take her own life. However, fret not. I have claimed her soul, and the experience shall be far more exhilarating. That Dio not be angered, my two lovely ladies, for your fate shall soon mirror hers. You cannot be Zhang Yong, can you? Clutching the sword technique, the pink butterfly struck several times, yet could not touch Zhang Yong's form, as he was shrouded in a veil of blood-colored darkness, revealing only his eyes. "That I am not Zhang Yong. Do enlighten me. That it seems you have just awakened. If I am not mistaken, you have recently broken through a certain seal and forcibly seized Zhang Yong's body, subsequently adopting his identity to commit your deeds at Star Peak. To be candid, it is quite remarkable that you, Pink Butterfly, could deduce so much from the slightest clues." Indeed, Linner smiled faintly, her green, ghostly eyes alight. "Pink Butterfly is correct. I too sense that the integration of your soul with this body is insufficient. As though you have only recently refined the spirit of this flesh, as she spoke. The green light emitted from her ghostly eyes, and the sword light shot forth from Pink Butterfly was entirely obstructed by the dark mist, accompanied by a faint, ethereal chuckle. Not bad. Your guess is accurate. Hence you should not be allowed to remain. Cultivator of demonic arts, having broken the seal, you are not an unknown entity. Who are you? Pink Butterfly held her sword technique, the pink sword light shielding her from the demonic energy, while above her head hovered a resplendent sword light, ready to strike at any moment. What of it? Old Man has not changed his name or surname. I am the Tianshan Old Demon. Pausing briefly, the cultivator continued. The name Tianshan Old Demon once reverberated throughout the realm of cultivation, but as the years have passed, it has become but a whispered. 1,000 years ago, I fought alone against 6 formidable masters, among them a swordsman from Mount Shu. Alas, I vanquished 3, left 1 crippled, while the other 2 sealed me within a jade. A millennium has passed, and so it is. The seal has gradually weakened over time, and my powers have waned as well. Yet fate has not forsaken me. Suddenly, the Tianshan Old Demon let out a lascivious roar. In a year's time, I shall be but a wisp of soul. Yet just as that moment arrives, the seal's power dissipated. Thus I have broken free. The jade bead, the one you wear around your neck, is it not? Lin and Pink Butterfly exchanged glances, and Lin ghostly eyes unleashed several beams of soul-transforming green light. Meanwhile, Pink Butterfly exclaimed, "It is precisely because Director Zhang Yong dons the jade bead that you have taken over his body and subsequently devoured his soul. How unfortunate, for he has fallen victim to your inexplicable malice. Indeed, clever little girl, yet this will not spare your life." The Tianshan Old Demoness voice, laced with a sinister, rasping laughter, filled the entire barrier. "Old demon, do not be so arrogant. My ghostly eyes will subdue you." Lin bellowed fiercely, her long hair billowing without wind, as a green shimmer flickered upon her forehead, forming a horizontal eye, ghostly eyes. Seize the soul, disperse the spirit, extinguish. A blue radiance flooded the barrier, yet it did not harm the Tianshan Old Demon in the slightest, and the barrier remained unchanged. Clearly, her attack had not fully unleashed the might of her ghostly eyes. With a flash of brilliance, Pink Butterfly's sword flower twirled, a bloom that was neither flower nor sword, cutting through the ages with the Shu Mountain flying sword technique. Observe as 6 blue waves of light coalesce in her hand, forming a dazzling blue sword, locking onto the old demon and launching forth. With nearly all her strength, Pink Butterfly's face turned pale, seemingly on the verge of collapse, beads of fragrant sweat adorning her brow, indicating the strain of wielding such a formidable sword technique. Whoosh, 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 clang, clang, clang. The 6 flying swords converged, transforming into one, and then in a brilliant burst of blue light, they struck the Tianshan Old Demon, who was engulfed in demonic energy. As if he had encountered his nemesis, the swirling black mist evaporated like smoke before a flame. It hurts, the taste of blood. You wretched girl, I underestimated you. Behold the dance of bloodthirsty ghostly demons. With a piercing scream, akin to the wails of 1,000 tormented souls, a wave of inexplicable sound energy surged forth, followed by the bloodthirsty, demonic energy twisting into 2 black chains, ensnaring Lin and Pink Butterfly. Ghostly eyes transformed the soul, shattered the spirit. The green light enveloped Lin as her third eye on her forehead blinked, scattering ethereal light to intercept the incoming chains. Observe as the pitch-black chains gradually thickened, imbued with a corrosive force, eroding Lin's protective barrier formed by her ghostly eyes. That is, oh potent are those chains. Be cautious, Pink Butterfly, Lin suddenly warned, and her ghostly eyes opened once more, the brilliant green light swirling, sending the chains flying away. Pink Butterfly fixed her gaze upon the incoming black chains, her hands moving in unison to form 2 sword techniques, her figure resembling a butterfly dancing gracefully, the sword dance conjuring winds that swirled around her. The yin-yang sword energy sliced through the moonlight as the butterfly danced with the sword. 2 streams of sword energy shielded Pink Butterfly before and behind her, then transformed into a sword net that collided with the incoming chains, producing a sound akin to a mountain torrent, shaking the very air as it reverberated. With a sharp, shattering sound, Pink Butterfly was taken aback. A spray of blood erupting as she was flung backward. The Tianshan Old Demon too sustained injuries, the swirling chains of condensed demonic energy severed, along with a portion of his strength. Lin. What shall we do? Pink Butterfly struggled to rise, blood spilling forth once again as she clasped her hands in a sword technique, azure light rippling around her. The Tianshan Old Demon's combat prowess is terrifying. This barrier cannot be breached. Lin, are you all right? I am well. And you? Linner's face was ashen, beads of sweat trickling down as she gritted her teeth and said, "We must find a way to break this barrier, or we shall meet a grim fate." Pink Butterfly gasped in shock, her hands laboriously forming a sword technique, managing to deflect the attack before her. "Linner, be careful." At this moment, Linner appeared dazed, teetering on the brink of unconsciousness. Pink Butterfly paused, then realized Lin had kept her ghostly eyes open for too long. The battle had persisted for 10 minutes, and no wonder Yi Xian warned against maintaining the ghostly eyes for extended periods, as it could lead to fatigue in a state of semi-consciousness. There is no other option. It must be done. Pink Butterfly sighed, her hands clasped before her chest, murmuring proudly, "The maiden of the Ma family. The divine dragon manifests. Align, warriors. Form ranks before me. Vanquish the wicked." As the words "vanquish the wicked" fell from her lips, an otherworldly resonance accompanied a cry of a phoenix, followed by the roar of a dragon that echoed instantaneously. With her right hand forming the incantation, she summoned the divine dragon, golden light soaring to envelop the Tianshan Old Demon. "Divine dragon, hasten! I cannot hold on much longer." Blood spewed from Pink Butterfly's mouth, her pink complexion turning ashen as she strained to summon the dragon's might. The divine dragon, fierce and mighty, unleashed its turbulent power, its claws crashing down upon the Tianshan Old Demon in the blink of an eye. The attack struck, the dragon's tail sweeping away the demonic energy. Crackle. The demonic energy surrounding the Tianshan Old Demon dissipated as the dragon's tail swept through, leaving only a faint remnant of its former strength. The demonic energy, shaken by the dragon's might, coalesced into a vortex, rapidly being refined into nothingness. With a splatter of blood, Pink Butterfly's right arm trembled slightly, her eyelids growing heavy as she collapsed to the ground. In an instant, the divine dragon transformed into gentle light, darting into Pink Butterfly's body. "Cursed wretched woman, nearly meeting my end, the Ma family's prowess is indeed formidable." The Tianshan Old Demon, now with the majority of his demonic energy rendered insubstantial, slowly exhaled, gathering a blood-red cold light within him, and with a claw, seized Lin and Pink Butterfly, vanishing without a trace. Fortunately, her magical arts were not overly formidable. Otherwise, the divine dragon's power might have been fully unleashed. Remembering the Ma family's divine dragon, the Tianshan Old Demon felt a shudder pass through him. Had it not been for the Ma family's dragon summoning art from years past, he would not have found himself in such a predicament. Today is the day for revenge. Huh. Something feels amiss, Yi Xian murmured, furrowing his brow as a horizontal eye opened upon his forehead, his consciousness instantly enveloping 100-mile radius. Pink Butterfly, the demonic energy, this is dire. Yi Xian's heart sank. He hadn't anticipated that the two audacious maidens truly ventured forth, for their adversary was no mere old man, but a deeply accomplished demon. While he might not find it daunting, it would be an insurmountable challenge for Pink Butterfly. That demon had cultivated for nearly a millennium. Though severely injured, he still possessed nearly a century of strength and was exceedingly malevolent. The two maidens had invited trouble. He had planned to deal with that demon tomorrow. Sigh. Yi Xian soared into the air on his flying sword, hastening to the 13th floor of the administrative building, only to find it deserted. The essence of Lin's ghostly eyes, the sword energy of Pink Butterfly, and the lingering demonic energy. Where could that demon have taken them? Upon arriving at the scene of Pink Butterfly's predicament, Yi Xian found Lin and Pink Butterfly had mysteriously vanished, seemingly taken by that demon. Raising his gaze to the night sky, he felt a sense of loss for the target now gone. Helplessly extending his consciousness to search for any trace. Alas, there were none to be found. "Pink Butterfly, you reckless girl!" Yi Xian muttered, a surge of anger rising within him. an emotion he had never before experienced. What on earth is happening today? Gathering his thoughts, Yi Xian resolved there must be a way, a clue, a thread of evidence. His room must hold clues, without a doubt. With this conviction, he leaped into a kaleidoscope of shimmering light. Arriving at the entrance previously visited by the four individuals, extending his right arm, he unleashed a blade of light that shattered the lock, pushing the door open. His expression had never been so grave. 2 girls had perished. One was named Wenro, undoubtedly connected to the old demon, and the other was likely the wrong girl I had once rescued. The aura surrounding that girl seemed eerily similar to that of the old demon, suggesting she had also come into contact with him. Yi Xian furrowed his brow, and the sword eye on his forehead opened, radiating a piercing aura of lethal intent. He casually seized a piece of paper from the table, which contained a brief profile of Wenro. She had committed suicide by hanging at the age of 21. A university student at BD, characterized as a shy and demure classical beauty, and a key member of the school's Young Women S Society. Attached to the profile was a photograph. Wenro indeed appeared pure and charming, with flowing black hair, a bashful dimple, and a radiant smile that was utterly captivating. Alas, such beauty is often envied by fate. Yi Xian sighed, a flicker of sadness surfacing in his heart. That moment, he found himself inadvertently concerned about Fendai, feeling a type of care for Lin that stemmed from friendship. Yet for Fendai, it was an inexplicable sentiment. Why had he never heard Li Hao mention Wenro, a key member of the Young Women S Society? Yi Xian's brow knitted in puzzlement. Fendai was enveloped in sword energy, and judging by her aura, it seemed she had once unleashed a sacred flying dragon, indicating that for a fleeting moment, her dragon might could shield her from evil forces. Lin possessed the Ghost Eye. Although it could not be activated for extended periods, in life-threatening situations, the Ghost Eye would enter a dormant protective state. Yi Xian calculated that at the very least, they would be safe for a day. A day was sufficient. The Young Women S Society, with his sword energy swirling around him, he sought to lock onto Li Hao's presence and silently entered his room in under a minute. Hey, wake up and I need to ask you something. Huh. What is it? Don't mess with me. What time is it? Upon hearing this, the slumbering Li Hao suddenly awoke, flipping over and leaping into the air, delivering a powerful kick. Who are you? How did you get so close without me noticing? Yi Xian couldn't be bothered to engage in a struggle with him. He pointed his sword, unleashing a dull blade that collided with Li Hao's flying leg, causing him to land gracefully right at the light switch. Click. The light turned on. Li Hao, in his own dormitory, enjoyed the privilege of having a private room due to his status at school. However, after turning on the light, he was momentarily stunned, quickly shifting from surprise to a frown. What do you want? Scaring me for no reason. My dear history student that I just returned to the dorm a little while ago and had just fallen asleep. What's up? I need to ask you about something. Yi Xian replied, his tone serious, a mysterious pressure weighing on Li Hao. What's wrong? Is something the matter? Li Hao noticed the gravity of Yi Xian's demeanor. It seemed there was indeed trouble. Did I ask it about Lin? Yes, Lin and Fendai have both gone missing, and it's related to your superior. Yi Xian paused, speaking in a low voice. I am certain that your superior is not who he once was. He is now possessed by a demon after being unsealed. The current version of that old man is a devil cultivating demonic energy. Though Li Hao was well connected and understood Lin Er's identity, he was still taken aback by Yi Xian's words. That you're saying. How is that possible? It's 3:30 in the morning, which means if we don't find Fendai and Lin Er by this time tomorrow, their lives will be in jeopardy, though we have one day to locate them. Otherwise, the consequences will be dire. Yi Xian's serious tone was laced with concern as he quietly asked, you should be aware of the Young Women S Society. Right. Wenro is one of its core members. Why didn't you mention that to me before? Wenro, a core member of the Young Women S Society. What are you joking about? Who told you that? As the vice president of the student council, I had no idea that Yi Xian was taken aback, frowning in contemplation. What kind of organization is the Young Women S Society? Do you know? Yes, I do. There are 5 beautiful girls who promote vibrant themes related to youth, and each issue revolves around university students. By the way, they will meet tomorrow to discuss the next theme. I can take you there. That's about all I know, but it seems Wenro isn't involved. Yi Xian's response was succinct. When and where? Tomorrow, Sunday, around 8 in the morning, on the 6th floor of the girls' dormitory. Li Hao chuckled awkwardly. It seems you might not be allowed in that I dare to venture into the underworld. What I say girls' dormitory to me? Fine, you can take me tomorrow. Yi Xian sighed, embodying the notion that concern often leads to chaos. It is simply human nature to why Yi Xian rubbed his temples. Having opened his sword eye for an extended period, he felt somewhat fatigued. It's 4 o'clock. Let us get some rest. Tomorrow will be busy and chaotic. Sleep? How can I sleep? Come on. Li Hao wore a distressed expression, his brows furrowed in confusion. The image of when Ro Air as his goddess had shattered in an instant. Then there was Lin Air, who had become a member of the legendary dragon team, a reality he struggled to accept. And now, she was investigating when Ro Air's cause of death, only to vanish as well. Both she and Fundai had gone missing after he parted ways with them at midnight. Lastly, there was you, my dear history student. I had thought you possessed some skills, but I never expected you to be this formidable. It's rare to find someone who can approach me undetected and easily evade my attacks. Your identity, would you care to reveal it? Consider me an individual with special abilities. Yi Xian replied vaguely, Did I have a query for you? I'm somewhat perplexed. Perplexed? What is your question? Li Hao turned to inquire. Speak freely, I'm all ears. Every time I see Fundai, I feel a strange sensation. My heart races, excitement bubbles within me, and I constantly want to gaze at her to feel at ease. Around 8 in the morning, in the office of the Young Women's Society on the 6th floor of the girls' dormitory, 5 radiant university beauties were gathered, discussing something amongst themselves. Yi Xian and Li Hao made their way through the girls' dormitory. Eventually arriving at this secluded location, is this the place? Shall we go in now? Let us enter. Yi Xian glanced at his watch, slightly furrowing his brow. It's been nearly 5 hours. I wonder where Fundai and Lin Air are. All right, let us go, girls' dormitory. Li Hao shrugged, feeling the privilege of his title as vice president of the student council, which allowed him relatively easy access to the entrance. They heard the chattering discussions, reflecting on the success of the current event and pondering the theme for the next. So, do you have any good ideas? However, they were promptly met with a chorus of dissent. That theme isn't fresh and is no longer mainstream. What about Sunshine Girls? It's non-mainstream. The topic has already been covered once. Let us think of something else. How about the recent incident involving a female university student who jumped off a building? We could process that. That is a good theme, but it's not allowed. A girl chimed in. Sister Shuang, why can't we? The previous voice quickly retorted, no, just no. It's best to bury the term jumping off a building in our hearts. Otherwise, I think it's a great idea. The theme of female university students jumping off buildings is quite fitting. A sudden voice interjected as Yi Xian pushed the door open, strolling in nonchalantly. Who are you? The 5 beauties stood up simultaneously, adopting a cautious stance as they eyed the intruder. How did you get into the girls' dormitory? I walked in openly, of course. Another voice followed as Li Hao entered slowly. Apologies for interrupting your meeting. Li Hao, vice president of the student council. Do you have business here? Sister Shuang, the previously mentioned beauty, asked with a frown why Yi Xian assessed Sister Shuang, and after a moment, a look of astonishment crossed his face as he whispered, I have a matter to discuss with you. It was one issue before, but now it's two. Why Yi Xian fixed his gaze on Sister Shuang, unwavering. Li Hao intentionally nudged him, sensing that such behavior was impolite. It was inappropriate to stare at a girl upon first meeting. Was he truly love-struck? Hey, that is quite rude of you. Sister Shuang refrained from speaking, but a fiery girl beside her chimed in. First time meeting, and you're staring at him like a bee to a flower. It's obvious you're a lecher. A lecher? Him. Li Hao struggled to suppress his laughter, while Yi Xian remained expressionless, stating, I need to ask about when Ro Air. Could you ask them to step outside? I have questions for you. Upon Yi Xian's request, the surrounding chatter fell silent momentarily. The 5 beauties exchanged glances. Finding this handsome, yet unpleasant individual rather off, putting is there a problem? Li Hao broke the tension, awkwardly nudging Yi Xian. Let me introduce you. This student is a special recruit this year, known as the Living History Encyclopedia. Knowledgeable about 5,000 years of history. Today, he has some questions regarding when Ro Air. When Ro Air, we're not very familiar. She is already deceased, and I'm not clear on the details. Sister Shuang momentarily froze, her delicate brows furrowing slightly as she subtly shook her head in refusal, that if you wish to avoid death, speak your mind. Otherwise, do not blame anyone for an untimely demise. Night Xian's lips moved slightly, a glimmer of violet light flickering in his eyes. Sister Shuang felt as if her very soul was laid bare before him, an overwhelming sensation of being seen through. After a brief hesitation, she spoke, "Today, for Vice President Li's sake, let us disperse, my sisters, that we have time. We can discuss this further tomorrow." The other four beauties hesitated momentarily, each offering a cautionary word, casting fierce glares at Night Xian before departing one by one. At that moment, only three remained in the room: Li Hao, Night Xian, and Sister Shuang. Night Xian gently invoked his spiritual awareness to isolate the entire room, then pulled out a chair and scrutinized Sister Shuang for a brief moment before sighing. "Of late, have you not felt perpetually fatigued, reluctant to rise, often plagued by nightmares?" Li Hao was momentarily taken aback by Night Xian's utterance, while Sister Shuang's eyes narrowed with a hint of concern. "How do you know this?" she queried. Li Hao, equally puzzled, thought to himself that had he not known her purpose, he might have assumed Night Xian was merely attempting to charm Sister Shuang. Night Xian did not respond. Instead, he continued, "In the annals of Chinese history, Taoism once flourished, and it posits that the human soul can be categorized as follows. The spirit, often referred to as Ge, or soul. There are three souls: the Tian'an, heavenly soul, the Daihan, earthly soul, and the Minghan, life soul. That in addition, there are 7 corporeal aspects: the Tiangong, heavenly vitality, Linghui, spiritual wisdom, Qi, vital energy, Li, strength, Zhongshu, central essence, Jing, refinement, and Ying, heroism." Sister Shuang initially appeared bewildered, displaying a displeased expression as she retorted, "Junior, what nonsensical ramblings are you spouting? What is your point?" Night Xian sighed. "There is nothing trivial about this. The 3 souls and 7 corporeal aspects may detach from the body, but they can only separate as one soul and one aspect at a time. Your Jing and Tianhan have already departed from your body, which accounts for your feelings of insufficient rest and persistent irritability." "What do you mean by that? What are you trying to convey?" Sister Shuang's expression shifted, her gaze fixed intently upon Night Xian, eager to extract some insight. "You carry the aura of malevolence, heavily tainted by dark energy, indicating that you have had numerous encounters with that entity. Subsequently, it has stealthily siphoned your essence and retained one of your souls and one of your corporeal aspects, thus resulting in your current state and your deep-seated obsession with it." At last, Sister Shuang's demeanor shifted dramatically, her eyes revealing a flicker of darkness. "What do you mean? What are you saying?" Night Xian furrowed his brow, his cold gaze flashing with the semblance of a phantom blade. "When a person approaches death, the 7 corporeal aspects scatter first, followed by the 3 souls. Thus, your corporeal aspects were extracted prior to your souls, leading to your drastic change in temperament." With a swift motion, Night Xian unleashed 4 radiant blades of 7 colors, which darted into Sister Shuang's Baihui point. In the blink of an eye, the sword light returned to Night Xian's form. "Atio, reclaim your soul and corporeal aspect. You must confront that demon. I have questions for you. 1, at the demise of Wenroa. 2, at your knowledge of this matter and your relationship with that demon. I have little time. You have 1 minute to ponder." As the sword energy dissipated from Sister Shuang's Baihui point, the darkness in her eyes gradually receded, restoring a clarity that had been absent. "Very well. I shall comply." Sister Shuang began, "It is a nightmare, a terrifying one that haunts me daily. His presence is truly dreadful." Li Hao, bewildered by the series of events, was oblivious to the 4 radiant blades. "What is happening?" "I feel increasingly confused." The 3 took their seats in the office of the Youth Association. As Sister Shuang recounted a tale of reality, "The dragon-taming maiden of the Ma family, little did I know that your ancestor once subdued me, and now you find yourself under my sway." The Tianshan old demon wore a lewd grin, as if saliva might drip from his mouth at any moment. The setting was an ancient abode, shrouded in mist, rendering visibility beyond a meter nearly impossible. With a faint stench of decay permeating the air, towering mulberry trees surrounded the dwelling, devoid of any signs of life or sunlight that as the wind swept through, tinged with the scent of decay. Both Fendai and Lin Air shivered involuntarily. Although Fendai understood it was daytime, the eerie atmosphere instilled a sense of dread, even with the protection of the divine dragon and the sword energy. Her heart quaked with trepidation. Fendai was ensnared by chains of dark energy, yet a divine dragon shielded her from harm, while a flickering sword energy intermittently appeared. Beside her was Lin Air, similarly bound by chains of dark energy, her skin protected by a shimmering green ghostly eye. However, it seemed that their resistance against the chains of dark energy would not last for long. As the energies of the divine dragon, sword, and ghostly eye appeared to be waning, Fendai trembled as she mustered her courage, her heart wavering. Tianshan, old demon, what do you truly desire? The aura of the divine dragon grew weaker, and the sword energy was nearing depletion. What else can be done? Compared to that little girl with the ghostly eye, I find you far more intriguing. The taste of the divine dragon must be exquisite. The Tianshan, old demon, chuckled sinisterly, seemingly not in jest. Fendai gasped, realizing the dire consequences if the old demon were to devour the divine dragon. Are you truly jesting? To consume the divine dragon and merge its sacred essence with dark energy is tantamount to courting death. The Tianshan, old demon, paused, his laughter resonating with malice. Court death? Huh. Do you wish to know why I was pursued and sealed by 6 formidable masters? It was because I sought to merge God and demon, to devour the current head of the Ma family. Alas, time was not on my side. However, a millennium later, it seems that the opportunity has finally arrived. Little girl, to merge God and demon is to transcend the 3 realms, yet belong to the 6 paths. Fendai stammered in fear that if that were to happen, you would become a monster, endangering the 3 realms and revealing your true ambitions. The Tianshan, old demon, laughed heartily, his sinister voice resonating. Indeed, I would become the supreme demon among demons, the ultimate dragon, free to roam the world. You are concerned about Wenroa, are you not? She is right here. How absurd! Did you think that death would free you from me? How pitiful, how tragically naive, a delicate and ethereal visage, almost translucent, materialized before Fendai's eyes, as though she might disintegrate into ashes at any moment. The Tio escape is impossible. Fendai thought to protest, but the Tianshan, old demon, cut her off. Mocking, do not doubt me. This is no realm for the living. Have you grasped that? Even if someone were to attempt to rescue you, they would never find this place. It is my carefully crafted masterpiece. Fendai had anticipated that Night Xian would sense her plight and pursue her. Sighing softly, the air is thick with the scent of death, mingled with the heavy stench of decay, and the formation devised from the celestial bodies obscures the sun with towering mulberry trees. How malicious of you! Ignoring her astonishment, the Tianshan, old demon, exclaimed, the women of the Ma family are extraordinary. You discern the truth so swiftly. This formation is indeed remarkable. Is it not, such a vile formation? And you managed to create it, harnessing the power of the stars to craft such a nefarious trap. The corpses within this formation shall never know rebirth. Fendai's face flushed with anger, her disdain evident as she glared at the Tianshan, old demon. She had never felt such fury before. The Tianshan, old demon, taunted, I am a demon. What of it? This is the true nature of a demon. The reason we are called demons is precisely this, is it not? Fendai retorted angrily. Even demons have their principles, and you shall meet an untimely demise. The Tianshan, old demon, smirked, his sinister countenance revealing a hint of surprise. I am curious to see if you can guess the name of my formation and its true power. To enlighten me. You intend to wait until my protective dragon energy, sword energy, and Lin Air's ghostly eye energy are depleted, and then seize the opportunity to strike. Fendai's anger flared as she summoned her inner power to recover from her injuries. The air here is dry, yet fragrant with flowers. However, it will soon be cloaked in dense, eerie fog. The atmosphere is laced with dark energy, malice, and the stench of decay, an odor that no mortal could withstand. The illusion blurs the line with reality. It is a paradox of truth and falsehood, a manifestation of the uncanny. The chilling winds howl, while the mulberry trees obscure the sky, reflecting your malevolent intentions. The Tianshan, old demon, his eyes gleamed with a cold light. You are quite astute. The more you speak, the closer you draw to the truth. Continue. The energy from that little girl's ghostly eye is dwindling. Your protective sword energy has dissipated, and the divine dragon's energy is nearly spent. Ha, ha! Ignoring him, Fendai subtly gestured behind her, forming a sword seal. If I am not mistaken, this formation must be the 10 absolute 8 demon corpse slaughter array. There are a total of 4,096 mulberry trees in this grove. arranged according to the 5 elements and the 8 trigrams, each tree concealing a living corpse beneath it. This array, activated by the serpent array, ensnares anyone who enters, leading to their ruin and slaughter. Those with steadfast minds suffer the torment of despair before being slaughtered, while the faint-hearted are instantly killed by the living corpses. This formation has been established for centuries, and you are the first to fall into its trap. Very well. The ancient demon of Tianshan clapped his hands, a glimmer of appreciation flickering in his sinister eyes. The girl from the Ma family, who commands dragons and subdues demons, should not be underestimated. In light of this, I shall keep your 3 souls and 7 spirits to transform into magic, and then I will toy with you at will. As his words fell, a surge of dark energy surged into Enroer's body, instantly unleashing a cacophony of wailing and lamentation that a wisp of ash, when Enroer vanished before the eyes of the delicate butterfly, disintegrating into nothingness. Dust was stirred up silently, as the maple leaves danced gently in the breeze. And the young girl was left bewildered, uncertain of her path. The Ma family, known for their extraordinary lineage, specializes in the arts of Taoism. 1,000 years ago, by a twist of fate, the current matriarch of the family subdued a divine dragon. Henceforth, any female descendant of the Ma family who studies the Tao shall have the power to summon the dragon for assistance. Since then, the family gained the unique title, the Ma family that commands dragons and subdues demons. The delicate butterfly, the sole survivor of the Ma family, has wandered through society, facing relentless adversities that in this harsh reality. She learned to conceal her true self, but also to forget, growing ever stronger than a decade ago. While still adrift, she was fortunate enough to be rescued by an elder from Shushan, who then brought her to the mountain to practice sword techniques. Today marks her descent from the mountain. A song, a dream, and the figure within that dream. Who is he? Who is she? Those eyes so clear, he's so blissful. What is the name of that song? Dream and reality intertwined. I cannot perish that I in a moment of confusion. The delicate butterfly opened her beautiful eyes, glimmering with a hint of enchanting sword light. It is decided. The soul of Enroer is of no use now. Ha ha! The ancient demon of Tianshan chuckled softly, his aged voice laced with unrestrained delight that he let out a long howl to the sky. At this moment, the protective dragon energy surrounding the delicate butterfly had been depleted, and the ethereal dragon shadows gradually faded from her surroundings. With a mocking laugh, the ancient demon prepared to strike. However, the chains formed from the dark energy ensnared the butterfly, yet she managed to break free. The Ma family that commands dragons and subdues demons shall never permit your heinous existence. Even demons have their paths. You, a being of utmost wickedness, shall meet your demise at the hands of the ancient demon of Tianshan. Form, battle, clash, the Shushan sword technique. Remainder blossom sword. The delicate butterfly waved her slender hands, conjuring 4 streams of azure light that coalesced into countless peach blossom petals, which then transformed into 4 flying swords aimed at the ancient demon of Tianshan. Suddenly, the black demonic energy erupted around him, enveloping him in a shroud of darkness, while the myriad of dark energy wrapped around him like fierce, unyielding chains, ensnaring the 4 remainder blossom swords. With a thunderous crash, the flying flowers and broken leaves clashed. The chains were thwarted, yet 3 of the 4 swords were shattered, leaving only one that twisted and spun above the delicate butterfly. Form, battle, clash, remainder blossom sword. The delicate butterfly fixated on the azure sword above her, her voice filled with playful defiance, as radiant light burst forth, spreading in all directions to form the 4-spirit flying flower formation. With a cold glance, she swept her gaze over the 4 swords surrounding her. And the ancient demon of Tianshan snorted in anger, strange door evasion. How can you contend with me? The dark energy materialized into black chain locks, now tinged with a hint of blood, swirling with boundless malevolence. As the ruthless dark energy surged, the 4-spirit flying flower formation, relying on the 4 sword bases infused with magical power, offered no resistance whatsoever. 1 minute later, the 4 sword bases of the 4-spirit flying flower formation spun and scattered like petals in the air. The delicate butterfly cried out in despair, a mouthful of reverse blood surging forth, nearly causing her to collapse. Blood dripped from her fragrant lips, plop, plop, as she slowly regained her footing, staggering as if she had lost her soul. Suddenly, a shout rang out, "Linner, are you okay?" The delicate butterfly opened her eyes in confusion, forming a sword gesture, as profound blue light surged around her, enveloping her in protection, just as the ancient demon's sinister claws lunged toward her. The protective light transformed into blue sword energy that fortuitously blocked the attack. The demonic energy seeps into my body. My head aches terribly. This feeling is unbearable. The delicate butterfly shook her head. Fragrant sweat mingling with blood trickling from her crimson lips, her once elegant figure now appearing utterly disheveled. "Delicate butterfly, are you all right?" Linner called out anxiously, warning her. "That fiend is coming again. Be careful." Linner was ensnared by the chains of dark energy. Completely unable to break free, and any attempt to assist was futile. Moreover, her forehead's ghostly eye could not be activated, the stored energy completely depleted. After all, her time using the ghostly eye had been brief, and she lacked the remarkable experiences of Yi Xian, who could effortlessly wield his sword eye at will. At this moment, Linner could not activate her ghostly eye. Thus, she was rendered powerless in this battle of such magnitude. "Delicate butterfly, I can do nothing more, that it's all up to you now." With her ghostly eye dormant and unable to escape her restraints, Linner could only call out helplessly. The delicate butterfly responded with a sound, spinning with azure light, forming a sword gesture and shouting. A surge of sword energy, infused with azure light, rises in the air. The charming figure points her sword as the flowers swirl and dance. Form, battle, clash, slay the monster. In a moment of clarity, despite her limited sword techniques, she exhibited remarkable adaptability. The women of the Ma family are indeed extraordinary. The ancient demon of Tianshan huffed in anger, his visage contorting grotesquely. The azure figure, intertwined with flying swords, faced the ancient demon's insidious assault, and for a time, the delicate butterfly found herself at a disadvantage. Although immediate failure was not imminent, it was merely a matter of time. 1,000 miles away, Yi Xian sensed a flicker of demonic energy from Sister Shuang, then pursued it through the sword energy, soaring through the skies atop his sword, his forehead adorned with a spectrum of sword light spiraling upward. As if he were enveloped in a rainbow of ethereal flames, sword mastery, traversing 1,000 miles with my blade. In a moment of tranquility, he fell into reminiscence, recalling a fleeting moment. "You can vanquish it. I wish for you to sacrifice everything." Sister Shuang sighed softly that I must find him quickly, or the delicate butterfly will surely perish. I must locate that demon without delay. Yi Xian declared that it was evident that he held deep affection for her. And Sister Shuang nodded, a faint smile gracing her lips that Yi Xian took a deep breath, unwilling to hesitate even for a moment, and leaped forth, soaring on his sword that I don't know, perhaps I had developed feelings for her. A thread of demonic energy guided him, and he found his direction. "Thank you," he muttered as he flew 1,000 miles away, sword eye wide open, a hint of urgency etched upon his face. It seemed that in the past 2 decades, he had never felt such trepidation, never worried for anyone as he did now. For Linner, his concern was that of a friend, but for the delicate butterfly, it was something more profound. Where is this place, and how can one escape? With his foot upon the sword energy, Yi Xian found himself ensnared within the deadly array of 10 extremes and 8 demons. He had never learned the art of strange door evasion and was oblivious to the power of this formation, but he sensed that at the heart of the mulberry grove lay the delicate butterfly, Linner and the demon. Yet the eerie mulberry trees and the undead corpses trapped him, preventing him from advancing further. Calculating the time, Yi Xian had been trapped there for half a day, employing various techniques to no avail in penetrating the grove. As time slipped away, he found himself gripped by anger for the first time. Do not blame me for what is to come. The extermination sword technique will sweep through all directions. Chapter 11. An impulse to curse, casting forth a massive wave of sword energy to contend with the celestial power of the mulberry tree. He found himself in a stalemate. Dark energy rained down, the enchanting figure shimmering with sword light, as the delicate butterfly cried out in fury. The divine dragon emerges. Form, battle, clash. Evil shall be vanquished. Now is not the time. I must hold on a little longer. Timing is crucial. The ancient demon of Tianshan casually disrupted the sword technique that the delicate butterfly had summoned. Timing, location, Ha ha ha. Once, I forgot myself for someone. I sought no outcome, no companionship, not even to possess your love. Merely to encounter you in my most beautiful years that I house words echoed in Yi Xian's ears. Falling in love at first sight, or perhaps something else. Delicate butterfly, wait for me. You must wait for me. Yi Xian urged the extermination sword, and in an instant, the seven-colored sword light whirled, clashing against the formation that drew power from the stars. Hidden within the fog, the undead and the phantasmal poisons infused with killing intent surrounded him. Although Yi Xian was unafraid, being trapped within made it difficult for him to escape. The ancient demon of Tianshan let out a shrill laugh, tinged with mockery, stating, "Is that your friend outside? Or perhaps your beloved?" Heh. Peering in, although strong, he remains unaffected by external forces. Yet, to think he can single-handedly contend against the unparalleled killing formation formed from the celestial powers of the stars, he is simply courting death. Ha ha ha. Utterly deluded. To challenge the grand formation with one's own strength. Could it be him? It must be him. The delicate butterfly's heart sank. The grand formation was not something that could be breached forcefully. Upon hearing these words, the delicate butterfly twirled her right hand, deflecting the incoming dark energy, while her left hand formed a seal, a golden divine dragon gradually taking shape. The dragon of the Ma family finally appeared. To the ancient demon of Tianshan, this was no cause for anger but rather delight, as a hint of uncontainable glee spread across his sinister face, that he simultaneously unleashed dark claws, striking toward the delicate butterfly. Ma family girl, no matter how strong you are still just a woman. Before me, the ancient demon. How can you act with impunity? He continued to laugh menacingly, his voice dripping with madness. Do you remember when Roa? That little girl who was violated for the first time? After that, those pictures made her strangely submissive. The sword light spiraled gracefully as the demonic claws lunged forth. In the midst of the Tianshan old demoness assault. She incessantly narrated her tale. Upon the moment when Wenrauer laid her eyes upon the thick stack of photographs, a wave of dizziness nearly overwhelmed her. Each image portrayed her in disheveled attire, capturing the poignant moment when she had closed her eyes, surrendering to her first experience. The scenes were vividly immortalized, each photograph radiating the essence of her pure beauty. Even if she wished to deny these occurrences, anyone who glimpsed the photographs would be enlightened. Denial was futile. It was impossible. The Tianshan old demon, with his hands weaving black chains infused with a peculiar malevolence, reveled in the sight of her helpless expression. Brimming with pity that he felt a surge of exhilaration, eager to utter something. The azure sword radiance coalesced into brilliant beams, shooting forth like a cascade of meteor showers to obstruct the black chains. You scoundrel, you wretched scoundrel. Fondai had never cursed before, yet in this moment, she uttered what she believed to be the most venomous words, cursing the Tianshan old demon. What good is it? As your noble master, you shall soon pay a heavy price for your insolence. The Tianshan old demon laughed maniacally, relishing the scene of Wenrauer weeping pitifully, collapsing to the ground like a despairing girl, her sobs echoing in the air. You are truly damned, demon. Fondai had never cursed anyone, nor had she ever learned to do so, yet an impulse to curse surged within her. With her eyes shimmering like cerulean gems, she completed her incantation. Arise, divine dragon, manifest. Warriors, array yourselves, and eradicate the evil. Today, you shall perish, you devil. Naishian bellowed, followed by a thunderous command. Divine dragon, eradicate the evil. Fondai's delicate fists clenched around the sword technique, and in an instant, she unleashed a flurry of movements like the wind that a golden flying dragon sliced through the heavens, swirling around her before unleashing two fiery bursts of golden flames from its maw. This could also be referred to as dragon's breath. The golden flames, infused with a searing heat, homed in on the Tianshan old demon. Boom, bang, bang, two torrents of dragon's breath struck the Tianshan old demon, rapidly dissipating into the thick demonic aura surrounding him. A chilling scream erupted from the Tianshan old demon, as the demonic energy coalesced into a shroud of black mist enveloping his form. Successively, two more dragon-esque breaths erupted, imbued with a destructive divine aura. Fondai clasped her hands around the dragon summoning incantation, casting one spell after another. The divine aura radiating from the dragon intensified, and an unending stream of dragon's breath surged forth, fully locking onto the Tianshan old demon. With each dragon-esque breath incinerating through the air, it left marks as though eyes imprinted upon his protective demonic barrier, scorching away the entirety of his protective energy. The demonic energy swirled, mingled with ominousness, and blood gushed forth as the Tianshan old demon emitted a series of odd, ghastly sounds. The divine dragon eradicates the evil, indeed worthy of the Ma family lineage. Ah, you detestable scoundrel. Cursed wretch, today I shall annihilate you. The Tianshan old demon writhed in agony amidst the dragon-esque purging breath, his protective demonic aura leaking incessantly, yet he could not evade the dragon's relentless pursuit. Just as victory seemed within reach, a flicker of unease crept into Fengdai's heart in that very moment. The divine dragon suddenly whirled, executing a fierce tail swipe that struck the Tianshan old demon's head, leaving him momentarily stunned. Fengdai let out a fierce howl, declaring, "The Tianshan old demon, a millennium-old fiend, is truly remarkable, managing to detach his essence to evade the divine dragon-esque grasp." Boom, boom, boom. A series of explosive sounds erupted, with demonic energy intertwined with ghostly essence soaring into the sky, ultimately forming four shadowy apparitions. These coalesced into the figure of the Tianshan old demon, yet he was engulfed in a tempest of blood mist, continuously manifesting dark demonic energy. Blood shield demon shadow, you dare wield such an evil technique? Fengdai exclaimed, her brow furrowing, inhaling sharply as beads of fragrant sweat dripped from her. Divine dragon, eradicate the evil. Suddenly, the four demonic shadows united, forming a formidable array of sinister spirits. The malevolent energy broke free from the fog, coalescing into a massive black skeletal figure. As it inhaled, it resembled a black hole, nearly consuming Fengdai. Just then, the divine dragon soared, shielding her from the impending doom. Once again, the dragon-esque breath erupted, a resounding golden lightning striking the skeletal figure above. The skeleton recoiled momentarily, retreating into the dreadful array. An unending stream of demonic energy flooded into the skeletal form, and a chilling laughter echoed from its maw. Fengdai, taken aback, recognized that the formation before her was not merely the four malevolent spirits array, but rather the pinnacle of the Qi Min Dunjia, the blood evil demon spirit array. This array could siphon the lingering spirits from the underworld, and in a state of urgency, Fengdai activated her Azure Dragon Shadow incantation. Yet at that moment, she heard the Tianshan old demon sneer, recognizing this array. The Ma family's enchanted dragon summoning technique truly lives up to its reputation. You have drained my strength by 50%. No matter what, I shall slay you. No, my dear wife, I shall extract your soul, torturing you in the most vicious manner until your spirit is shattered. The four demons ascended, the malevolent spirits materializing before her. A chorus of terrifying roars erupted as demonic energy, laced with ghostly essence, surged into the black skeleton. In an instant, dark light enveloped the sky, locking onto Fengdai and casting her into darkness. Amidst the shock, the divine dragon was obliterated, its golden brilliance fading before vanishing within Fengdai. The Shu Mountain Sword Technique, Flying Flower Slash. 8 strands of azure sword light soared skyward, coalescing into a net of light, blocking the black skeleton transformed from the Tianshan old demon. The black skeleton collided with the sword light, rapidly condensing and emitting cries of anguish. Demonic energy surges forth, devour. The black skeleton opened its maw again, resembling a black hole as it sought to consume Fengdai, declaring, "You are mine. Thus, you can never escape." Ha ha ha. As the skeleton gradually morphed into the Tianshan old demon-esque likeness, he proclaimed, with the Ma family's enchanted dragon summoning technique, "This clan shall cease to exist today." Ha! Ha! Do you wish to know why your entire family perished? It was I who orchestrated it all. Though I am sealed, I can still employ certain methods to reach out to specific individuals, unleashing a devastating revenge upon your Ma family. In the end, I spared you, little girl. Did you not expect this? All my efforts culminate in this day, to devour the divine dragon within you, making you the stepping stone for my ascendance. Detestable scoundrel, you vile wretch. Fengye's anger flared as memories flooded back to a blood-soaked night over a decade ago. I will kill you, die. With a swift motion, she invoked her incantations, conjuring two strands of azure sword energy that spiraled into a flurry of 36 flying blossoms, swirling around her before shooting towards the Tianshan old demon. Demonic spirits devour. The Tianshan old demon furrowed his brows, sensing danger, and unleashed a low growl, enveloping himself in a shield of murderous demonic energy to consume the incoming sword blossoms. Today I will slay you, merging of divine and demonic. Ha ha, ha, and let me share a secret, little girl, that I am also from the Ma family of demon-slaying dragon summoners. Did you not see this coming? Suddenly, the Tianshan old demon erupted in maniacal laughter. First, I shall cultivate the demonic energy, then devour the divine dragon. This way, I shall reach an unparalleled existence. You scoundrel. Fengdai spat blood, her body weakening, nearly succumbing to unconsciousness. You are truly a vile scoundrel. The sword of extermination whirled, sweeping in all directions. Miles away, a trickle of blood flowed from Yi Xian's forehead as he raised the extermination sword high, its massive aura enveloping a 1,000-foot radius. In that moment, he successfully severed the energies of the mulberry tree and the celestial stars, shattering the entire formation. Fengdai, I am coming. Do not succumb. Just as Fengdai was on the verge of being devoured, Yi Xian shattered the entire grand array. Not good. A spurt of blood erupted as the black shadow coalesced into the Tianshan old demon-esque form. My unparalleled grand array has been breached. How can this be? As Fengdai collapsed, a divine dragon manifested from her dantian, unleashing a roar that shattered the heavens. Sensing its master in peril, the divine dragon, driven by instinct, formed a spiraling sword energy, its piercing shriek soaring into the sky, ultimately coalescing into a sharp azure glow aimed directly at the Tianshan old demon. The black demonic energy surged forth, momentarily obstructing the Tianshan old demon-esque devouring attempt. Yet the insatiable pull of the black hole still hindered the divine dragon-esque movements. In the next moment, as the energy waned, the dragon flickered and vanished, leaving behind a soaring golden dragon light. For Yi Xian, who approached on his sword, this guiding light was more than sufficient. In a flash, at the critical juncture, a cascade of multicolored light intertwined with a soaring sword aura surged forth. In that fleeting moment, Yi Xian's toes touched the ground, unleashing a radiant flash of sword energy. His body spun gracefully, executing a full 360-degree turn, and from the eyes of his sword, a kaleidoscope of colors erupted. The legendary Zhuxian sword, in a mere instant, cleaved through the air with a staggering 1,368 beams of sword light, coalescing into a singular, formidable blade that enveloped the Tianshan old demon. Zhuxian's sword vanquished the demons, he bellowed, his voice cold and commanding. With a single thrust towards the heavens, the fierce sword aura ruthlessly shattered the Tianshan old demon into fragments. One could only imagine the terrifying destructive power unleashed by the Zhuxian sword energy, fueled by the might of the Ziwei. Hey, wake up! Butterfly, don't die! Yi Xian furrowed his brow, feeling the weight of exhaustion bearing down on him as if he might faint at any moment. With a flick of his sword, he severed the black iron chains of demonic energy that bound Lina, awakening her from her stupor. Disoriented, she rose as if a delicate Jiao Chan, paying homage to the moon. Glancing around quickly, she saw Yi Xian dash towards her, and her heart skipped a beat. Why, Yi Xian? You're here. What about Butterfly? Is it you? Yi Xian scanned Butterfly's form with his sword's gaze before exhaling slowly. Fortunately, she is fine. Just drained of energy. She's not dead. The Tianshan old demon is vanquished. Take care of Butterfly. I must leave. And Liner, do not disclose my abilities to anyone. With those words, a flash of light marked Yi Xian's departure, as he vanished in an instant, leaving Liner in a state of bewilderment. Hey, what about my report? Liner exclaimed playfully, releasing a sigh of frustration as she pressed the necklace at her neck, a miniature communicator. Captain Xingguang, you rascal. Pick up the phone. You big fool, hurry. Liner felt a wave of dizziness wash over her, a consequence of her overexerted ghost eye abilities, mingled with lingering traces of demonic energy in her moment of distress. The connection flickered with radiant white light, broadcasting her plea for help. Xinguang, you big idiot. Respond quickly. A series of signals shot into the sky, reaching the Long Group headquarters in an instant. Liner, what's the situation? This is an extra holiday for you, but your vacation has concluded. Return quickly. There's a mission. You scoundrel, I'm on the verge of collapse. Hurry, save me. Liner, feeling lightheaded, exerted the last of her strength, her voice barely a whisper before she collapsed into the earth. Unconscious, that isn't it merely a simple little ghost? Xinguang, the war god, was interrupted mid-sentence as he noticed Liner's voice growing weaker until it faded entirely. Startled, he activated the satellite positioning system, urgently searching for Liner's whereabouts. In the meantime, Butterfly stirred awake, understanding that Yi Xian had saved her and that his sword had defeated the Tianshan old demon, Liner. She began to speak but succumbed to unconsciousness once more. Yi Xian, meanwhile, was not faring well. He soared through the sky, swiftly reaching Dormitory 6, Room 666, that upon closing the door to this specially prepared single room for exceptional students, he entered a deep slumber, his sword gaze slowly closing. In this era of electronic and information technology, everything moved swiftly. A military helicopter soon arrived at Liner and Butterfly's location with a thunderous roar. Inside a spacious bedroom, Butterfly groggily awoke, her sleepy eyes fluttering open like a sleeping beauty. At that moment, the door swung open, and 4 figures stepped inside. Liner among them. As the door opened, Butterfly jolted awake, adopting a cautious demeanor until she recognized Liner, allowing herself to relax. Among the newcomers was a middle-aged man in his 30s, tall and slender, clad in a deep black leather coat. The other 2 were an elderly gentleman, around 50, with a lively spirit, and a nurse in her 20s. Who are you? Liner, members of the Long Group? Butterfly inquired softly after a brief emotional surge. Haha, fear not. Liner chuckled. This is the Chinese Long Group. This old gentleman is Captain, and the one in the leather coat is our team leader. Codenamed Xinguang. And this nurse is Dr. Zhao from the Special Operations Group. We are at the headquarters of the Long Group, the safest place in China. Butterfly nodded thoughtfully. Oh, the Long Group headquarters. Do you need something? We're fine, but you have a small matter to attend to. Nothing serious. Nurse Zhao replied cheerfully, glancing at Butterfly with a gentle smile, that you've overexerted your magical abilities and are nearly exhausted. However, don't worry. A few days of rest will suffice. You may appear delicate, but you were truly formidable in battle. Indeed, I had no idea the incident at BD school would be so complex. Thank goodness for your assistance, Liner. Otherwise, the consequences would have been dire. The dragon subduing Ma clan. Miss Ma Butterfly, what a pleasure to meet you. The man in the trench coat, the so-called team leader Xinguang, spoke. Miss Ma, we have some matters to discuss. Let's head to the conference hall. Liner, you may stay here. Captain smiled slightly before stepping out, followed by Xinguang and Nurse Zhao. Liner giggled. Everything's all right. Yi Xian mentioned not to let anyone know about his abilities, so we must attribute his achievements to you. Oh, and by the way, I suspect Captain and the team leader will want you to join the Long Group. Yes, your good sister. I wanted to give you a heads up. The decision is yours. Butterfly nodded slightly, contemplating Liner. Are you all right? Not much of a problem. Haha. Liner replied with a gentle shake of her head that it's just that the ghost eyes cultivation was overextended, causing some after effects. But don't worry. I am fine. 10 minutes later, Liner and Butterfly arrived at the conference room, where Captain and team leader Xinguang were already waiting. Liner nodded to them, and Butterfly offered a pure smile, acknowledging their presence. Please have a seat, Captain said warmly. Do not be formal. Just call me Captain, and this is the team leader of the Long Group, also known as the war god Xinguang. Liner, it's a pleasure to meet you. And first, I want to thank you for assisting Liner in eliminating a demon and protecting the property of the people of Beijing. Liner smiled softly. Thank you for your help. Without you, I would have been doomed. Butterfly offered a faint smile, nodding. I merely did my best. There's no need for such formality. The Ma clan, known for subduing dragons and vanquishing demons, is not to be underestimated, especially with their sword arts learned in the mystical mountains. Xinguang remarked nonchalantly. Butterfly appeared taken aback, realizing they had uncovered her background in such detail. You wish for me to join the Long Group, to become one of its members? However, I'm not interested. I dislike constraints. Her words. Xinguang smiled lightly, while Captain expressed surprise, glancing at Liner, and said, becoming a member of the Long Group is a prestigious honor, and with great power comes great responsibility. Xinguang chuckled. Let's not jump to conclusions. The Chinese Long Group directly answers to the nation's top leaders, and no one else can command me. Moreover, joining the Long Group can lead to a thrilling life. Along with certain privileges, power and duty go hand in hand. Haha, Lina laughed playfully. Butterfly, joining is also the responsibility of the Ma clan to eliminate demons and uphold justice. Wouldn't you agree? The notion of upholding justice resonated deeply with Butterfly, and she relented. Well, then I suppose that's acceptable. Liner giggled while Captain and nodded slightly. Butterfly, here are your credentials and some essential items, all embedded with tracking systems. Butterfly furrowed her brows as she accepted the items Liner handed over. An adorable, compact phone, a special business card, a wristwatch, and pink sunglasses. Liner will explain the specifics. Xinguang smiled. And Liner, don't forget your report. Make sure to detail it thoroughly, and I must take my leave. Xinguang, wait for me. Captain turned to Butterfly, reassuring her. Rest assured, the Long Group's usual affairs are not overly burdensome, so you can pursue your own interests in the meantime. For instance, Liner can attend university, and you can do what you wish. However, whenever the Long Group has tasks, you must report to the designated location promptly. Understood? Butterfly nodded, still in a daze, needing time to process the events of the past day and night. Liner, shall we return to school tomorrow? Hee, are you missing Yi Xian? Liner teased, her eyes sparkling with mischief. Your heart is fluttered, hasn't it? Whatever do you mean? I'm referring to you, that tall figure who has repeatedly come to your rescue, especially at those critical moments of life and death. It would be strange if he had no feelings for you, and I suspect you feel the same. The next day, within the inner courtyard of BD school, luxury cars and beautiful women created a stir, their presence undeniable and captivating. Among them, the notorious second-generation heir, Han Xiaojie, made an unexpected appearance at this moment. He appeared as if he had encountered a cat captivated by fish, his heart racing with fervor. Such a beauty, adorned as she was, seemed to overshadow even the gentleness of the deceased. Students passed by, each with golden-tinted hair, adorned with sparkling earrings, clad in suits, and smoking cigarettes. Their eyes fixated on the alluring Liner and the enchanting pink Butterfly. These two exquisite beauties must be won over. I wonder what has been troubling my master lately, as he has not reached out to me. Nevertheless, I shall endeavor to capture their hearts and present them to him with reverence. One among them, with a faint smile, remarked, I never anticipated such beauty this year. Last year's gentleness was so pure. Yet in the end, she was still won over. Just a stack of photographs, nothing more, for women are often like this, the alluring Liner and her companion. Who are they? The second-generation heir, Han Sanxiao, also known as Han Xiaojie, accompanied by a minion wearing dark sunglasses and clutching a pile of documents, chimed in, Pink Butterfly, 20 years old, a graduate from Northern Shu, now enrolled in BD Academy, comes from an ordinary family. With no siblings, Zhao Liner, hailing from a family of educators, possesses both elegance and beauty, perhaps having a rich extracurricular life, and is a part-time model. Importantly, she has no boyfriend. Both Pink Butterfly and Liner are without suitors. What do you say, Sanxiao? Han Xiaojie smirked, his lips curling dismissively. No background. Then let us find a suitable time and place to secure them. By the way, what about that guy from the other day? Found him at Dark Knight Pavilion. He should be arriving shortly. Han Xiaojie chuckled. You handle your tasks swiftly and neatly, I must say. Leave it to me. In a matter of moments, Night Xian approached, rubbing his forehead. This was the obligatory path through the Academy's cafeteria, and he had expended a considerable amount of energy, rendering his sword temporarily dormant and his body feeling weak and limp. He's here. No need for idle chatter. Just give him a good beating, but don't kill him. Han Sanxiao ordered, his expression grave and his right fist tightly clenched. Understood. Suddenly, the 9 figures sprang into action, swiftly locking on a Night Xian like a storm. Their hands launched a frenzied assault. Despite his fatigue, Night Xian managed to strike out, sending one assailant flying. Yet another quickly followed, landing a solid punch to his chest that sent him reeling. Night Xian grimaced, trying to rise but lacking the strength. It was no surprise, as he had forcibly unleashed the exquisite sword technique and the exquisite sword, channeling the entire malevolent energy of the celestial array. Another assailant charged at him, roaring as he pinned Night Xian to the ground. Clearly, these 9 were formidable fighters, all skilled in Chinese martial arts. Knight Xian lay on the ground, weak and unable to mount a defense. A dragon in shallow waters is bullied by shrimp, and a tiger in the plains is mocked by dogs. He attempted to stand and fight back, but as he rose, another expert swiftly knocked him down again with a fierce punch, sending him sprawling 3 paces away. In an instant, another person rushed in, blocking Knight Xian's flight and delivering a brutal blow to his abdomen, sending him flying once more. With a grunt, Knight Xian coughed up blood, his body battered and bruised, as he faced a barrage of punches and kicks that sent him tumbling. In the midst of the pain and confusion, Knight Xian's gaze fixated on Han Xiao Jie with the intensity of a venomous snake stalking its prey. Han San Xiao departed with his 9 subordinates, leaving Knight Xian in a daze as he turned back to his dormitory. The pink butterfly, having not seen Knight Xian for several days, found herself increasingly pursued by Han Xiao Jie, who had seemingly become a friend. Meanwhile, Han Xiao Jie harbored resentment towards Li Hao, redirecting his anger onto Knight Xian. After a few days of recuperation, Knight Xian had regained some strength, but his sword eye remained closed, allowing only for basic sword techniques. Today, as he ventured out, he spotted Han Xiao Jie and Pink Butterfly engaged in light-hearted conversation. The innocent Pink Butterfly, oblivious to Han Xiao Jie's intentions, found herself charmed by his handsome appearance and affluence. A pang of pain struck Knight Xian's heart as he turned to leave. Li Hao had once told him that loving someone meant embracing all of them, not merely desiring to be together, but wishing for their happiness. In a state of unease, Knight Xian departed. But there's a dance tonight. Will you accompany me? Han Xiao Jie gazed at Pink Butterfly, a hint of a smile gracing his lips. I wonder if I have the honor of your company? I'm sorry. Pink Butterfly hesitated, shaking her head, then murmured, I have other commitments tonight. Her graceful demeanor and poised movements rendered even her refusal strikingly beautiful. Han Xiao Jie, momentarily taken aback, nodded. Very well, perhaps next time. You must promise to accept then. Pink Butterfly left with a pensive air, contemplating Knight Xian's situation. I wonder why he won't see me. Has something happened to him? She pondered before deciding to consult Liner about it. Stunning, poised, and perfect, Han Xiao Jie's previous charm replaced by a cold demeanor, remarked with a hint of anger, I'll give you one more chance. Refuse me again, and I want to hold back. Humph. Do you think you're someone special, Liner? Why haven't you seen Knight Xian? I'm worried about him, Pink Butterfly implored, concern etched on her face, relying on his formidable prowess. Knight Xian had shattered the massive array formed by the celestial energies, showcasing his impressive abilities. However, the backlash from such power seemed beyond his capacity to withstand. You say your heart remains unmoved. Let us go visit him. Liner beckoned playfully. Follow me. I know where he lives. Liner's charming smile illuminated the air as Pink Butterfly playfully blushed. I knew it. Your shy cheeks are flushed. It's clear you've taken a liking to Knight Xian. No need to be shy. If you like him, pursue him. The dynamics of courtship differ for men and women. As Liner drew closer, the distance between them dwindled. All right, I won't tease you anymore. By the way, you and Han Xiao Jie seem to be growing quite close lately. Pink Butterfly froze, taken aback. We're not anything special. Ha ha. Liner chuckled nonchalantly. I know there's nothing between you and Han Xiao Jie. But if Knight Xian were to find out, that might complicate things. Let us go. Knight Xian's dormitory is in Building 6 on the 6th floor, room 666, a lucky number, and it's a single room. Specially prepared for exceptional students. Wait, he is really injured. Why didn't you mention it earlier? Pink Butterfly gasped, her anxiety palpable. It was rare for Liner to see her in such a state. Liner smirked. You never asked. I assumed you were aware, so I didn't bring it up. Besides, you seem quite happy with Han Xiao Jie lately. Really? Pink Butterfly frowned. Han Xiao Jie is always clinging to me. I can't seem to shake him off. Yet, he does seem rather charming. Liner paused, her earlier bravado dampening as she responded. Charming. Humph. Let me tell you, every second-generation heir is trouble. They only hurt girls. Once they won you over, they discard you without a second thought. They toy with feelings, men. Second-generation heirs. Humph. Liner, you seem a bit too extreme. Pink Butterfly cautiously interjected, sensing Liner's resolute stance. Have you perhaps been hurt before? As she tilted her head, gazing intently into Liner's eyes, she sought answers but found only ambiguity. Is it true that Liner has been emotionally hurt by someone, a second-generation wealthy heir? Speaking of which, that young Master Han appeared rather arrogant at their first encounter. Yet he seems quite amiable during subsequent meetings. All right, enough of this. It appears that Linner has grown somewhat annoyed by the attention from Fendai, and she likely turned around to change the subject, saying, "What are you dawdling for? Let's go to Night Xian, 6th floor, room 6. It's easy to remember that there's an elevator, so let's move." Linner, the second-generation heir, I feel. Fendai followed Linner into the elevator, pressed the button for the 6th floor, and inquired with concern, "Linner, I still feel that you are somewhat extreme, that I know more of that. Let's not dwell on it. Once you encounter more men, second-generation heirs, you'll understand," Linner huffed playfully, adopting a teasing expression, adding with a smile, "Actually, Knight Xian seems quite remarkable, that he is quite capable, having rescued us on 2 occasions. If he weren't interested in you, I would certainly pursue him myself." Fendai was momentarily taken aback. And before she could respond, the elevator arrived at the 6th floor. Linner led Fendai, turning left and right for 30 steps, until they stood before Knight Xian's door, numbered 666. Truly, I must ring the doorbell. Linner pouted and playfully glared at Fendai before pressing the doorbell. "Just wait. Soon you'll meet your dreamy Prince Charming. And remember to act a bit magnanimously, or he might think you dislike him. If that happens, you'll be the one in tears, my dear sister. Ding dong. Knock knock." Ding dong. Yes, Fendai seemed to grasp Linner's implication, nodding slightly and saying, "I'll do my best. Who is it?" Knight Xian was taken aback. His face and body were bruised and swollen from a beating. His head particularly battered this moment. He seemed somewhat disoriented. Was it Li Hao who came by the other day? Who else could it be? Due to forcibly breaking through a formation, his internal balance of yin and yang was disrupted, leaving his meridians nearly paralyzed. That would likely be 10 days to half a month before he could recover fully. However, amidst this misfortune, he could still wield some basic sword techniques, so the situation hadn't reached its nadir yet. Knight Xian shook his head, holding a hot egg wrapped in gauze against his bruises with one hand while opening the door with the other. It was impossible for him to use his divine sense to probe the external world, and he felt something was amiss. Is it really this difficult just to open a door? Linner found it hard to believe. She recalled that Knight Xian appeared to be relatively unscathed. Could it be that he was truly gravely injured? As these thoughts raced through her mind, Linner was about to press the doorbell again when Knight Xian opened the security door. The 3 of them stood there, each with a different expression, creating a rather comical scene. "What happened to you?" Fendai was the first to speak, her tone a mixture of surprise and concern. Knight Xian avoided Fendai's gaze slightly. At that moment, or rather in that fleeting second, he felt an unfamiliar sense of fear. Indeed, this feeling had never occurred to him before. The word fear had never been in his vocabulary. Why was he afraid of her? Knight Xian took a deep breath, suddenly aware of her enchanting fragrance, reminiscent of the beauty of April blooms and the blossoming peach flowers in the mountain temple. Such an ethereal and indescribable sensation was simply exquisite, captivated for a mere moment. Knight Xian regained his composure, standing at the door while evading Fendai's gaze. "What brings you here? This is a male dormitory, and you 2 girls coming here seems rather inappropriate." Looking at Knight Xian, Linner found his demeanor somewhat peculiar, yet she promptly asked, "Hey, living dictionary benefactor, while you did save our lives, you ought to let us in since we came to see you, right? Standing at the door like this seems a bit odd. Don't you think?" Gazing at Knight Xian, Fendai's eyes held a hint of confusion and shyness. She remained silent, and Linner chuckled, saying, "Haven't you ever seen a beautiful girl enter a male dormitory?" Knight Xian appeared somewhat perplexed, nodding slightly dumb. "Please come in. Take a seat on the sofa." Knight Xian's expression was one of bewilderment and uncertainty. When he first met Fendai, she was a charming and mischievous girl. But after falling for her, she seemed to have transformed. Her previous playful, carefree laughter had shifted to a more bashful demeanor. "Indeed, no need for formalities," Fendai said as she sat down, surveying Knight Xian's room. Linna nodded and remarked, "This place seems quite nice." "I used to have such treatment too, but I turned it down. How I regret it now. This sofa is so comfortable. Come on, Fendai, make yourself at home." Upon hearing this, Knight Xian's expression changed, and he felt an urge to bang his head against the wall. This was his dormitory. It seemed that Linner was more at ease, as if it were her own space. To be as gentle as water, allowing for all shapes and forms. Women, as they say, are even more capricious, Knight Xian thought to himself, realizing the truth in that saying today. The Linner he had first met seemed like a delicate beauty. Yet now she resembled a commanding figure from the military, that in contrast. The once spirited Fundai now appeared demure and shy. What was happening today? Hey, living history benefactor, what do you say? Linner pouted, pulling Fundai onto the sofa. Her expression one of puzzlement as she remarked. You looked fine the other day. It seems your injuries are quite recent. What happened? As she spoke, Fundai shyly lowered her head, and Linner shot a surprised glance at Night Xian, exclaiming, Where's your power? How has it all vanished? That can't be possible. Upon hearing this, Fundai nearly burst into tears, her expression one of delicate sorrow, concern mixed with guilt. I'm sorry, it's all because of me. Night Xian, I'm so sorry. Night Xian shook his head slightly. My injuries are of my own making. They have nothing to do with you. My power will return in a few days. It's not a significant issue. You've joined the Dragon team, right? Yes, Fundai responded. Though the Dragon team had strict regulations forbidding members from disclosing its existence or their own membership, Fundai knew that with Night Xian's power, it was only a matter of time before he discovered the truth. Night Xian furrowed his brow and asked, Did you recommend her? Yes, that is permissible. Isn't it? Linner pouted, seemingly enjoying the playful banter with Night Xian. Don't worry. With me protecting your beloved, everything will be just fine. You can protect yourself. We'll see, Night Xian retorted, a hint of dissatisfaction in his tone, not paying attention to Linner referring to Fundai as your beloved. Linner chuckled, while Fundai shyly lowered her head, clearly pleased by Night Xian's concern for her. Linner glanced at the sky and then softly said, It's getting late. Fundai and I are hungry. And you must be too, living history benefactor. Let us find somewhere to eat and then discuss your matters, shall we? What do you think of this idea? Without waiting for a response, she pulled Fundai and headed for the door. Night Xian hesitated for a moment, but eventually followed them out. Although he had been unjustly beaten by that scoundrel Han Xiaojie, it seemed that Fundai had no connection to that incident. Fundai's cheeks flushed, and she pouted, asking with anticipation laced with a hint of shyness. What are you thinking about, perhaps? Night Xian muttered distractedly, still pondering the situation with Han Xiaojie. When he heard Fundai's question, he merely responded nonchalantly, Romeo and Juliet, my dear. Linner glanced at Night Xian and Fundai, teasingly adding, It seems I'm out of luck today. I have matters to attend to. You two should go in. This is a wonderful place. Romeo and Juliet. Night Xian thought little of the name, having only just encountered it. Fundai, meanwhile, had recently developed an interest in romantic novels and recognized the names, albeit superficially. In truth, this was a rather lovely restaurant, a couple's dining establishment. The two felt somewhat awkward but still entered and quietly took a seat. May I take your order? A stunningly beautiful waitress approached Night Xian, her face radiant with a sweet smile. Night Xian felt slightly uncomfortable and replied softly, What do the regulars usually order? Just prepare a portion for us both, please. Thank you. Understood. I'll be right back. The beautiful waitress responded gently, her voice sweet. She glanced at the somewhat bashful Fundai and remarked, Is this your first date? Then you should definitely try the love meal combo. It's perfect for couples. Just a moment. I'll be right back. Chapter 12. The first love. Fundai was taken aback, her cheeks flushing even more, and she lowered her head in silence. Who would have thought that the proud female swordsman of Shushan would possess such a shy side? Truly, love is a double-edged sword, and no beauty can escape its grasp. Night Xian, feeling somewhat pressured, nodded, We are not, in a romantic relationship. The waitress chuckled as she walked away. There's no need to feel embarrassed. Everyone feels this way on their first date. It'll get better. The interior of the private room was elegantly decorated, with dim yet dignified lighting that enhanced the sweet and romantic atmosphere. Moments later, a song filled the air. The first love. Such an occasion is indeed quite suitable, considering that both individuals harbor affection for one another. It is merely that the thin veil separating them has yet to be pierced. Furthermore, both are experiencing their first love. The song First Love aptly encapsulates this moment. That Yi Xian belongs to the type who has recently entered the world. He can manage certain aspects of daily life independently. Yet his understanding of emotions remains as blank and fragile as a sheet of paper. With university already keeping him occupied, he is diligently studying an array of peculiar knowledge, but mastering it swiftly will still require time. Therefore, he finds himself devoid of opportunity to learn about matters of the heart. That, on the other hand, Fundai, the head disciple of the Shu Mountain sect, has also recently entered the world for cultivation. Her views are rather traditional, yet she has been slightly swayed by Lin Eyre's Western influences. The amalgamation of Eastern and Western philosophies renders Fundai shy at times, while at others, she is bold. It is significant that both are practitioners of magical arts. Their first meeting felt as though they were separated by lifetimes. Perhaps it is a case of love at first sight, which may seem far-fetched. But the sensation is undeniably exquisite, the reasons for which remain a mystery to both. At that moment, a young waitress entered, carrying a couple's meal along with several simplistic books. Please take your time. And feel free to select a book about love. These are all based on romantic tales, many of which are derived from myth. She added with a chuckle, our establishment offers this unique service. It is quite delightful. Almost simultaneously, both of them gravitated towards a particular red book and, as if in agreement, exclaimed, let us take this one. Even the waitress was momentarily taken aback. You two truly share a remarkable connection. As they enjoyed their candlelit dinner, a myriad of stories unfolded, and it seemed as though the barrier of their budding romance had finally been breached. Xian picked up the book and began to read its title aloud. The Eternal Love Tribulation. The Love in One's Eyes. With a frown, he scanned the summary of the tales within. Fundai, equally surprised, listened intently as Xian recounted the stories concerning the eternal love tribulation and the love reflected in one's eyes. It is said that all beings possess a celestial eye. The 5 eyes, the 3 eyes, the demonic eye, the heavenly mechanism eye, the 1,000-mile eye, the ghost eye, the sword eye, the blood will eye, the azure eye, the Buddha eye, the mortal eye, and the demon eye. However, there exists a unique eye that does not belong to these 9 celestial eyes, yet possesses power rivaling even the pinnacle of the sword eye. This eye, known as the phoenix eye, is the 10th celestial eye and can only be possessed by women, for the sword eye is exclusive to men. The lore suggests that the inheritors of these 2 celestial eyes, the phoenix eye and the sword eye, are destined to love each other for a lifetime, yet are cursed to remain apart. The tale of the phoenix eye and the sword eye unfolds with a tragic ending, often resulting in separation, whether through life or death. The legend of the eternal love tribulation suggests that one day, a descendant of these 2 fated beings will break the shackles of destiny, allowing lovers to unite. However, throughout the ages, encounters between the sword eye and the phoenix eye have been marked by sorrowful love. Over time, the phoenix eye gradually faded from the celestial eye lineage, seldom appearing. Now only the 5 eyes, the 3 eyes, and the demonic eye remain. The heavenly mechanism eye, the 1,000-mile eye, the ghost eye, the sword eye, the blood will eye, the azure eye, the Buddha eye, the mortal eye, and the demon eye. Xian paused, feeling relieved that Fundai did not possess the phoenix eye. In that fleeting moment of realization, he furrowed his brow, pondering why such a thought crossed his mind. This story seemed rather authentic. To others, it might merely appear as a fanciful tale, yet Xian understood that at least 60% of it held truth. This understanding stemmed from his own possession of the sword eye, which he awakened using the power of the Z-Wei star. Xian's master, the esteemed inheritor of the heavenly mechanism eye, was none other than Jiyuan, the 8th-generation leader of the heavenly mechanism sect. The heavenly mechanism eye grants insight into the mysteries of the universe and unveils the secrets of the heavens. His master has 5 remarkable disciples, each having awakened their own celestial eyes. My senior brother possesses the blood wheel eye. Shuamo, born with extraordinary talent, he wields a left eye of the mortal eye and a right eye of the blood wheel, with the mortal eye half closed and the blood wheel open. He commands the forces of nature. He embodies both righteousness and wickedness, unparalleled in combat. I would rather betray the world than allow the world to betray me. He vanishes without a trace, practicing the reversal blood technique. My second brother possesses the Buddha eye. Xiao Hong Chun. Wine and meat pass through the belly, yet the Buddha resides in the heart. Killing is to protect the Buddha, severing the ties of cause and effect. His mastery of Buddhist teachings is profound. Specializing in the Great Sun Tathagata mantra at the ancient Buddha cave of Su-I Mountain. My third brother possesses the Azure eye. Xioluo. Yama calls for your demise at the 3rd watch. Who dares to let you linger until the 5th? He commands the art of soul calling and the technique of subduing spirits. My fourth brother possesses the demon eye. Yao Qing Song. A demon is still a demon. A path is not a path. Demons cultivate the righteous path of humanity. He specializes in the indestructible technique of Tai I in the vast mountains of the south. And then there is me, the holder of the sword eye. Yi Xian explained nonchalantly. By the way, I feel like I've heard of the phoenix eye somewhere before. For a moment, he couldn't recall where. Suddenly, Fendai expressed a hint of melancholy. Softly inquiring, Yi Xian, what if I were to possess the phoenix eye? What would happen then? That would be yours. Yi Xian chuckled, bemused. Those of the Ma family believe in the divine dragon, that if you were to awaken the phoenix eye, I would traverse any distance, whether to the ends of the earth or the depths of hell, to bring you back. You whimsical girl, are you pleased now? Yes, indeed. Yi Xian felt an impulse to embrace her. But the coy Fendai shyly turned away, retreating to the side. With a gentle smile, Fendai playfully chided, even though we are outside the couple's store, you shouldn't let your desires run rampant. Come on, we should hurry. We have classes tomorrow. Yi Xian sighed, taken aback by Lin Air's alluring influence. He realized it might be time to reconsider his friendship with that girl. Lin Air, she's quite delightful. Fendai responded, blushing as she gazed with large, innocent eyes that a mere smile from her can rival the beauty of the world. What a fortunate boyfriend you must be. Hey Fendai, are you there? Yi Xian's thoughts were interrupted by Lin Air's urgent call for help. Help! I'm in trouble again. Lin Air's voice echoed through, filled with urgency. Careful of the fierce wind. Get out of the way. Fendai, come quickly. I can't handle this thing. Lin Air, be cautious. I'm on my way. Fendai replied. Lin Air hung up abruptly, indicating a hasty escape. This is going to be a challenge. Having a drink is no substitute for punishment. You just received a beating, and yet you return for more trouble. This time, outside the school, you'll meet your doom. Fendai frowned, preparing to unleash a sword technique, but Yi Xian blocked her. It's too dangerous for you. Leave this to me. Let me handle this scumbag. It's time to settle some scores. Li Feng, who is he? Yi Xian discerned Lin Air's anxiety. It seemed Li Feng was also a member of the dragon team. What is his ability? Wait. Lin Air's call dropped. Fendai whispered, her expression turning serious. Li Feng is also a member. He can transform his body into wind, controlling the power of the wind to subdue enemies. After a moment, Fendai added, Lin Air mentioned that Li Feng is usually clumsy and overly flamboyant. He seems particularly interested in her dada. Yi Xian nodded, realizing that he could not assist Fendai at this moment. You go ahead. I'll take care of things here. That scoundrel Han is going to pay. A murderous aura began to coalesce at the corners of Yi Xian's mouth. In an instant, it vanished. Yet the intensity of it instilled a sense of foreboding within Fendai. Yi Xian, your sword I cannot be activated. Don't act impulsively, be careful. Fendai cautioned, sensing that the faint demonic energy emanating from Han Xiaojie was indeed real. Understood. Don't worry. Leave this to me. Dealing with the Ma family's heir is your forte. Just be cautious. It's not easy to handle. Lin Air is in danger. You must go. With a nod, Yi Xian urged Fendai, who softly replied and quickly dashed away, her swift pace rendering her invisible in the darkness. In the blink of an eye, Fendai had vanished. Han Xiaojie paused, momentarily stunned, as Yi Xian's murderous aura had intimidated him, instilling a fleeting sense of dread. Damn, that girl runs incredibly fast, as he turned to face Yi Xian. His face twisted in a menacing scowl, imbued with demonic energy, that he snarled, How dare you interfere with my plans? Today, I will annihilate you. Kill him. Han Xiaojie furrowed his brow, and as he waved his hand, 3 figures swiftly encircled Yi Xian, launching a relentless assault. These individuals were masters of extraordinary martial prowess, empowered by a sinister aura that enhanced their attacks, rendering them impervious to pain, akin to reanimated corpses. Yi Xian felt a surge of indignation, cursing under his breath. What a predicament! Previously, he had been gravely injured, his body weak and feeble, and now, despite still being wounded, his strength had somewhat returned. His cold, piercing gaze resembled blades glinting in the light, instilling a renewed sense of dread in Han Xiaojie. Come at me. Strike with all your might. First, break an arm, then a leg, and finally turn him into a mere plaything. Lin Air and Li Feng pursued relentlessly. And just as they were about to close in, A tempest enveloped live foam, forcefully pushing the others away. Then, with Linner, he fled in a frenzied escape, as if awakening from a deep slumber, still lacking much of his former consciousness. At the moment of fusion between the spirit and the corpse, Linner caught a glimpse of its eyes, which sparkled with an eerie green light, sending a shiver down her spine. Green eyes. This cannot be good. Linner and live foam dashed forward, initially believing that confronting a mere spirit would be a straightforward task, to their astonishment. This spirit hailed from the Qing dynasty. Linner activated her ghostly eyes, with live foam trailing behind. As they pursued the Qing spirit, soon, the spirit fled to a graveyard, entering a recently deceased body, just as moonlight bathed it in ethereal glow. Sometimes, serendipity can yield extraordinary results, especially when one is prepared. Third sword of severing the remnant soul, flying petals and fallen leaves sword. Linner, standing firm, found her radar on her mobile device, quickly locating the spirit. The cerulean sword light spiraled in her palm as she moved with the swiftness of lightning, her body tracing an arc in the AI in an instant. She unleashed the sword energy, simultaneously pulling the near-death Linner back to safety. Linner formed a sword seal, and in a flurry, executed 2 more sword seals for protection. Anxiously inquiring, Linner, "Are you all right?" "I'm fine, but wait." Live foam seems to have been clawed and possibly poisoned. Linner paused, shaking her head before adding, "The scratch doesn't seem severe, it's manageable." Linner glanced at the unconscious live foam, his pale face betraying a sinister aura. "Take this pill, an enhanced version of the sticky rice essence that if he consumes it, he should be fine." A milky white bead trembled in Linner's hand before she promptly passed it to live foam. Linner nodded and dashed towards the 30 paces distant live foam, turning back to warn, "Be careful. That one is formidable. My ghostly eyes could initially harm it, but after it absorbed the moonlight essence, their effectiveness dwindled, leaving only live foam to bear the brunt of the fight." A strange notion lingered in her mind. This freshly awakened Qing spirit possessed remarkable combat capabilities. Its eyes, glowing green, could only signify one thing. The Ma family's research is detailed to the pinnacle, she mused, recalling accounts of similar phenomena, where only one explanation sufficed. Green eyes, fortunately, this time it's different. Had it been another spirit, we might have struggled. Linner declared, "You and live foam retreat to safety. I will handle this. Your ghostly eyes are ineffective against such green eyes, especially one that has absorbed the moon's shadowy essence." Linner and live foam fell back. The figure of Linner stood resolute before the green-eyed entity, her hands forming intricate sword seals as she commanded, "Stand firm." Her swift gesture solidified into a sacred sword aura, a radiant blue light forming a sword that hovered above her head, merging into her being with a surge of spiritual energy. With a resolute mind, she stabilized her body and spirit, enhancing her resolve and fortitude. A darting green shadow, its fangs bared, emitted a sound akin to a wolf's howl as it elongated. Hardened claws lunged toward her. The initial sword seal completed, a blue light coalesced into a shimmering phantom sword, rising to meet the incoming claws. Simultaneously, Linner took a step back and swiftly formed the second sword seal. The movement of her fingers transformed the previous stance, channeling a surge of energy that propelled her into a whirlwind of speed, enhancing her vitality and recharging her strength. The sensation of soaring filled her as she moved with the swiftness of the wind. Even able to hover momentarily in the air, she formed the third sword seal, channeling her determination. In a flash, another sword energy shot forth, intertwining with the impending attack. With a playful huff, she exclaimed, "Take that." As the previous sword energy seemed on the verge of shattering, Linner quickly formed yet another sword seal, encasing her hands in a protective formation. In that instant, a sword energy flickered with blue light, as if she could command its power. Alas, Linner's cultivation remained insufficient to fully harness her own abilities or those of others, let alone contend with the formidable green-eyed spirit. In the moment the sword energy shattered, Linner felt a surge of blood rise in her throat, which she forcefully swallowed. Simultaneously, the sword light whirled as her hands formed the seals once more, retracting her fingers and enclosing them in her palms. Her left hand leading the way. As the green-eyed foe drew near, Linner accelerated her hand movements, chanting, "Form ranks, exorcise evil." In an instant, 4 sword energies whirled around her, creating a barrier that isolated her from the threat. The continuous barrage of sword seals inflicted some damage, enraging the spirit as it disregarded her seals and lunged at her with its claws. Fortunately, Linnare's protective seals shimmered with blue light, allowing her to evade to a safe distance. With a fierce expression, she declared, "Dragon's wrath, stand firm. Exorcise evil." Surrounded by flickering blue light, Linnar locked her fingers in a tight grip, her right hand poised forward. As the golden, cerulean dragon materialized before her, spiraling towards the green-eyed spirit, an ordinary person, this would be terrifying. However, Linnar, belonging to the opposing Ma family, felt no fear. Her fingers danced, guiding the soaring golden dragon. The green-eyed spirit proved to be formidable, a second-tier entity. Linnare's face was etched with seriousness, beads of sweat forming as this was her first encounter in battle, and simply remaining unafraid was a victory in itself. With the dragon at her side, she dared not act recklessly, yet the spirit seemed increasingly agitated. Suddenly, Linnar recalled the need for copious blood to awaken, which might explain the spirit's ferocity in the shadows. Beneath the moonlight, a low, menacing growl resonated, enveloping the air in an eerie chill. "Dragon, vanquish evil." Linnare's finger danced, summoning a radiant light that whirled, the dragon's form shielding her as its tail struck the spirit's chest, sending it reeling. Taking advantage of the moonlight, Linnar scrutinized the sinister being before her. The green-eyed spirit appeared as a normal human, yet its eyes bulged grotesquely like dead fish, its skin a bronze hue, as if forged from steel, and its elongated fingers were as hard as iron, capable of cleaving through gold and stone. The green eyes glimmered with an uncanny light, and as the dragon tore into its right arm, a chilling wail escaped its lips that in a flash, it retaliated, landing a powerful blow on the dragon's head, causing it to roar in fury. That moment, Linnar realized that despite a slight enhancement in her combat power, she had yet to reach a sufficient level to fully harness the dragon's potential. The green-eyed spirit momentarily pushed the dragon back. Linnar was taken aback, just as a sudden figure rushed to shield her. Green eyes, so audacious, seeking death. "Are we?" The figure that stood before Linnar was strikingly handsome, almost ethereal. He furrowed his brow, casting a surprised glance at Linnar just as the spirit lunged, its claws poised to pierce his skull. Linnar cried out, "Hey, get back! It's dangerous." "Humph." The shadow gradually revealed itself before the eyes of the butterfly, adorned in an opulent crimson robe, that a look of astonishment flickered across its face, and as it became aware of the approaching threat, a fleeting glimmer of anger crossed its gaze in an instant. The right eye, which had remained closed, snapped open, emanating a chilling aura as it intoned, "With half-closed eyes, the blood wheel awakens. The winds and clouds shift. The cosmos in black and white turns." Upon the utterance of these words, the previously menacing green eye shattered as effortlessly as tofu, its former steel-like resilience now reduced to mere fragility. The stark contrast left the butterfly in a state of bewilderment. Not far away, Linnar gasped in astonishment. The crimson hue slowly aligned with the right eye, while the left eye scrutinized the butterfly for a moment before casting a glance at Linnar in a swirl of bloodlight. Its presence vanished that moment. Another apparition materialized. It was none other than the leader of the dragon clan, the starry war god. Radiating a silvery glow, the butterfly recognized him, marveling inwardly, the body of starlight, absorbing the powers of the sun, moon, and stars, an inexhaustible source of strength. Truly formidable, forever drawing from the celestial energies. "Butterfly, Linnar, are you both unharmed?" The starry war god surveyed the surroundings, noting the remnants of the battle strewn about and the blood-soaked ground. Realizing that the conflict had come to an end, when he noticed the fallen life foam, concern etched on his face as he inquired, "Linnar, is life foam all right?" The butterfly exhaled in relief, sinking to the ground. Having encountered the green-eyed menace on her first attempt, she felt fortunate for the timely intervention of a master. Who could that man be? The one in the blood-stained attire with his right eye closed? Linnar, with a wry smile, remarked, "I almost met my end. That was quite the perverse individual, the green-eyed one. How could life foam and I ever hope to contend with him?" Thankfully, Butterfly arrived just in time. "By the way, who was that person?" The butterfly wore a look of confusion, pondering for a moment before responding, I do not know him. It seems he recognized me. Did I see merely a ghost from the Qing dynasty with some magical abilities? How could he have transformed into this? The starry war god, surveying the debris and the stench of blood, inquired with a furrowed brow. Linner shook her head, gesturing her ignorance, before the starry war god could speak. The butterfly calmly stated, I understand this. Linner, the ghost you captured is no ordinary specter, to be precise. He practiced arcane arts in his past life. Oh. What do you mean? Linner asked, taken aback. The green-eyed one possesses joints that can bend and move with remarkable agility. And he can see without the need to breathe. After confirming that Lai Feng was not gravely injured, the starry war god remained silent, his gaze fixed on the butterfly, eager to hear more about this peculiar situation. The butterfly let out a sigh of relief and began to explain. He could be described as a remnant of an ancient race, belonging to a realm beyond the 3 realms and 6 paths. Their hierarchy is as follows. 1st rank red, 2nd rank green, 3rd rank yellow, 4th rank blue, 5th rank white, and 6th rank black. Linner frowned slightly, murmuring, the stench is overwhelming, quite foul indeed. He willingly became so, based on the ghost's attire. He likely hails from the Qing dynasty, and given his demeanor, he must have been a government official. After enjoying wealth and privilege, he must have sought immortality in his later years, yet how could one escape the cycle of life and death? Given his capabilities, I suspect he learned certain arcane arts, gaining insights through some spiritual treasures. Although he eventually perished, he did not wish to be condemned to oblivion. Thus he followed a ley line, harnessing its spiritual energy to cling to existence outside the cycle of reincarnation. After a long period, perhaps inadvertently, he was awakened by someone, likely having made arrangements for his descendants in his former life. Therefore, upon the revival of his spirit, he immediately sought out his own progeny, only to slay them, leaving behind a trace of malevolent energy to transform the corpse into a vessel of that very energy, ultimately seizing the body and evolving into the green-eyed form through the absorption of lunar radiance and the cultivation of that dark energy. Such profound knowledge indeed. The history of Huaxia is truly vast and intricate. The starry war god smiled faintly, expressing his admiration. Now let us return to by the way, Linner, please prepare a report. Butterfly, you should also draft one. I will take Lai Feng and depart first. There are matters that require my attention. The starry war god nodded, issuing a few commands before vanishing into the moonlight, carrying Lai Feng with him. Oh no, I wonder how Yi Xian is faring. Just as the starry war god departed, a sudden thought struck the butterfly, recalling Yi Xian, whose magical energy was nearly depleted at that moment. He faced a multitude of formidable opponents, including the vaguely menacing Han Xiaojie. Linner, we must hurry. Yi Xian appears to be in danger. Yi Xian? In danger? Linner was taken aback as the butterfly grasped her arm, propelling them forward with a burst of sword-like energy. With his magical power exhausted, it was no wonder he found himself in such dire straits, as a few insignificant beings had left him in a pitiful state. Amidst the flickering bloodlight, a strikingly handsome, yet otherworldly figure materialized before Yi Xian, gazing at him with a mix of concern and reproach. Junior brother, what have you gotten yourself into? In an instant, a surge of bloodthirst erupted, and flames resembling blood surged forth, transforming the entire space in an instant. A colossal hand, intertwined with crimson flames, slowly spread open, swiftly morphing into a blood-colored figure. However, this apparition radiated a strong scent of blood, casting an enormous shadow over Yi Xian in a moment of alertness. Yi Xian sensed an overwhelming pressure of energy descending from above, akin to the presence of a deity. A howl echoed, reminiscent of a wolf's lament, as the blood-colored figure gradually shrank to a more human-like size. Beside this blood figure loomed an even larger entity, resembling a bear with its shaggy red fur standing on end, exuding an aura of ferocity. Despite its grotesque appearance, both beings emanated an intense and potent malevolence, as if confronting the very heavens themselves. Indeed, it was that kind of sensation that a barrier soon materialized, encasing the area within a blood-red dome, effectively isolating the outside world in a realm reminiscent of blood. As the two figures became increasingly discernible, Yi Xian's heart stirred with a realization. To utter such words and possess such formidable energy, could it be him? But why does he have a blood-colored war bear by his side? Illuminated by the sanguine glow, Yi Xian finally discerned the features of his visitor, his previously furrowed brow gradually relaxing. Yet moments later, his expression tightened once more. The blood-colored figure was clad in an extravagant crimson ensemble. Reminiscent of European nobility, that Yi Xian confirmed his suspicions. Indeed, it was his elder brother who had arrived. But who was the creature accompanying him? Shifting his focus to the bear-like figure, adorned in blood-red fur. Exuding an aura of power. Its massive fists clenched tightly, radiating a deep crimson light, as if on the verge of eruption. With a casual motion, it swung its massive right arm, and a single punch unleashed a shockwave that reverberated throughout the barrier. Shaking it to its core, did I in that moment. The ground seemed to tremble, echoing with the cries of spirits. Such a creature, and you cannot contend with it. A voice, calm yet laced with mockery, drifted through the air, concealing something deeper within. Then, the blood-colored figure, whom Yi Xian referred to as his elder brother, nonchalantly spoke, and the sound waves rippled outward like water, seemingly purifying the entire barrier. Dozens of suppressed gasps filled the air, as the punch from the war bear and the words of the figure carried such overwhelming power. Those present, led by Han Xiaojie, felt a chill run down their spines, realizing they had encountered a true master, or perhaps a legendary being. Han Xiaojie, reflecting on his experiences, remembered his master, the old demon of Tianshan, who had imparted to him the secrets of yin and yang cultivation that he had believed then, and with time, he had developed certain extraordinary abilities. I'm but an ordinary mortal. Should I have offended any esteemed seniors, please forgive this ignorant child. Smack! The crisp sound of a slap echoed as Han Xiaojie was sent flying, followed by a growl that reverberated through the air. You little brat practicing the dark arts, though tainted by some demonic energy, you are but an ant. The blood-colored figure sighed softly, its eerie gaze fixing intently on Yi Xian, while it directed a sigh toward Han Xiaojie. Your magical energy is sparse. Where did you learn this, esteemed senior? Han Xiaojie stammered. I merely stumbled upon an opportunity, encountering a dark practitioner who saw my potential and took an interest in me. Thus I acquired a manual. Yin and yang dual cultivation, among other techniques, I presume? The blood-colored figure nodded slightly, responding, such techniques are considered low-grade among dark practitioners, yet your affinity for blood is indeed rare. However, you have harmed my brother, and for that, you shall pay the price. Brother, what do you mean? Han Xiaojie was momentarily taken aback, his thoughts racing, only to find himself reduced to a mere puddle of blood. Esteemed senior, my brother, Han Xiaojie reluctantly cast a sidelong glance at Yeshuan, his figure engulfed by a tumult of anger, fear, resentment, and hesitation, all dissipating in an instant in that fleeting moment. The four individuals accompanying Han Xiaojie, along with the scores lurking in the shadows, were all reduced to nothing but pools of blood. Yeshuan furrowed his brow slightly, and in a low voice, somewhat unaccustomed, he inquired, Elder Brother Suimuo, Yui, the dual cultivation technique, within the realm of demonic practices, is often regarded as a dubious path, one that many practitioners disdain. The blood-colored figure smiled faintly, explaining that while cultivating demonic energy is less laborious, it necessitates the absorption of a young girl's pure yin energy, which is a transgression against the natural order. Little junior brother, this is my servant, who now can be considered my disciple. You may call him Zhanxiong. Zhanxiong greets you, little master uncle, towering at a height of 3 meters. Zhanxiong beamed with a simple smile, his voice booming like thunder. Greetings. Yeshuan covered his ears and nodded, saying, just lower your voice a bit. Zhanxiong, you may leave for now. There are matters I still need to attend to. Return home for the time being. Suimuo stated calmly, and under Yeshuan's gaze, the immense figure of Zhanxiong vanished in an instant. Yeshuan nodded slightly, then, with a hint of curiosity, asked, Elder brother, what brings you here? Is there something you wish to discuss with me? Little junior brother, I believe this is our second meeting, Suimuo replied with a slight nod, diverting the subject before sighing. A few days ago, when Master shattered the void, we met for the first time. I didn't expect to see you again so soon. Suimuo scrutinized Yeshuan, the aura of bloodlust entirely retracted, then glanced at the sword mark on Yeshuan's forehead, murmuring, you are just like I was in those days, willing to disregard everything for a girl. But in the end, what did you gain and what did you lose? Who knows? What? Yeshuan was momentarily taken aback and curiously probed. Elder brother, your beloved, does she sleep? What about your sister-in-law? Why have you never mentioned her? Well, my meaning is that Master and the elder brothers have never spoken of you or your sister-in-law, he added. Nothing much, just a touch of nostalgia. Suimuo smiled faintly. Then sighed. You and I should have been of the same ilk. Yet Master made different choices for us. Perhaps Master once guided you down this path for my sake, but I have disappointed his expectations. Yet was I wrong? Suimuo murmured to himself, waving his hand to dispel the blood-red barrier. Sighing, is the path Master spoke of truly the right one? To this day, I still do not understand that I have sacrificed and I have gained. In the end, what did I achieve, and what did I lose? Why do I even exist? At that moment, Yeshuan perceived a profound sense of confusion, loneliness, and pity emanating from his elder brother. Such strength, yet such vulnerability. What a mysterious existence Suimuo led. Yeshuan was at a loss for words, unsure how to respond. Elder brother, do you have something you wish to share? Oh, haha. Suimuo shook his head slightly, indicating he was fine, that I recently composed a favorite song titled The Remaining Fruits. I dislike songs about disconnection. My beloved's favorite is called The Breaking Point. What about you? What is your favorite song? I like songs, but I am not sure, Yeshuan replied, furrowing his brow that he had never really pondered that question, seemingly listening to music infrequently. If I discover a song I like, I will certainly let you know, elder brother. Master once made a pact with me. Do you wish to know? Suimuo said with a gentle smile, his crimson eyes locking onto Yeshuan's. He slightly parted his lips. You have the right to know this promise, but the path ahead is yours to choose. That I. Elder brother, what pact? How come I am unaware? Yeshuan stammered. What is Master's intention behind this? Heaven knows, earth knows, I know, but you do not. Suimuo replied nonchalantly. Ah, it seems someone who is eager for you has arrived. Some matters require your own understanding. Lives differ. So take care of yourself, as the blood-red figure vanished. A streak of blue light flickered across the sky. Yeshuan caught sight of his elder brother's departing silhouette, along with the graceful figures of Fendai and Linner arriving, in a concerned tone. They asked Yeshuan, Are you all right? What happened? Yeshuan shook his head slightly, carefully examining Linner and Fendai before affirming, I'm fine that I encountered my elder brother. Had it not been for him, I would have perished here today. This Han Xiaojie is none other than a disciple of the Tianshan old demon, practicing dubious arts that are detrimental to the heavens, that my elder brother, in a fit of rage, annihilated them, Yeshuan remarked. Casting a glance at Linner, Fendai suddenly furrowed her brow, asking, Is he the blood-clad youth, dazzling and enchanting, with unfathomable power? He is your elder brother? I think I understand my elder brother's meaning now. Life is like a game of chess, yet the pieces know not the essence of existence. Regrettably, I have yet to experience, and I remain oblivious to what profound meaning life holds for me. Yeshuan mused, staring blankly at the sky. Are you all right? Linner touched Yeshuan's arm, then suddenly remarked, Not to mention, your elder brother is quite handsome, and his abilities are astonishingly strong. With just a casual move, he dispatched that green-eyed foe of the second rank. Even the captain, the Starlight War God, likely lacks such prowess. Yeshuan, what has transpired? Fendai inquired with a worried expression, sensing something significant was amiss. That if something is troubling you, don't hold it in. Perhaps Linner and I can assist you. Help me. That would be quite difficult. Yeshuan replied with a bitter smile before sighing. Do you recall the Ghost King, the one who possessed Qin Yuanyuan's body, namely Cao Cao? At that time, I had sought my elder brother's assistance. Linner and Fendai were taken aback by this revelation. The ruler of the Phantom Underworld was no trivial title. Was he not second only to the King of Hell and a master of the Azura's gaze? Indeed, while I may not be able to offer much help, listening to the story could be beneficial. Yeshuan sighed, then took a deep breath, saying, This tale begins with my sect, and of course, it also relates to Fendai. Specifically to the Fengmo that Linner, appearing somewhat daft, admitted she had never heard of Fengmo, while Fendai's expression turned grave, an ominous feeling rising within her. Fengmo? Yeshuan, do you mean that legend is true? Do I possess such a thing? Yeshuan did not respond, instead becoming lost in memories, intertwining them with past recollections, gradually comprehending many matters. The sword mark, the Fengmo, and the intertwining fates. This gamble of destiny was sealed the moment I awakened the sword mark. While your Fengmo has existed from the beginning, requiring no awakening. For the Fengmo is innate, not needing to be opened like an ordinary heavenly eye. Fendai's face turned pale, while Liner murmured in confusion. What are you two talking about? Yeshuan, lost in thought, finally spoke. This is a long story, or perhaps a dream. Thousands of years of civilization, with roots that run deep. China is one of the cradles of world civilization, boasting a history of 4,080 years. Alongside ancient Egypt, Babylon, and India, it is hailed as one of the four great ancient civilizations. The Battle of Mai, the reign of the three sovereigns and five emperors. During the Shang and Zhou dynasties, scattered immortals achieved sanctity, leading to the investiture of the gods. Laozi, known as Taishang Laojun, the founder of Taoism, authored the renowned Tao Te Ching, expounding on the dialectical thought of the Tao, where calamity and fortune are interdependent. Fortune lies in calamity's shadow. Wu Wei, the heart devoid of desires, leads to unity with nature. Following the spring and autumn, the Warring States period saw a plethora of philosophical schools contend. Strange and bizarre occurrences abound, far too numerous to recount. The tyrant Qin Shi Huang imposed his will, establishing a celestial empire through bloodshed. Later, Liu Bang dreamed of slaying the White Serpent, rallying an army to unify the realm, leading countless souls to their demise. Sorrowfully reflecting on history under the stars and moon, an elderly figure could not help but sigh. This elder, with hair as white as snow yet a youthful visage, bore a most peculiar feature. A faintly glowing vertical eye on his forehead, he slightly raised his head, seemingly observing the celestial bodies, as the eras of Tang, Song, Yuan, Ming, and Qing shifted incessantly, with only the passage of time remaining unchanged. Yeshuan sighed, recalling not long ago when Master, clad in white, sat cross-legged with four young disciples, including myself and my three elder brothers, seated beside him. Though my elder brother was absent, we were dressed in various attires, focused intently, listening to Master's teachings, each displaying expressions of confusion and perplexity. That Liner remained silent, while Fendai listened intently, realizing Yeshuan's formidable abilities, that if his elder brother was as strong as Master, then he must be terrifyingly powerful. In a fleeting moment, Fendai seemed to connect dots, remembering her own song and peculiar dream, or perhaps the figure within that dream. Was it him, Yeshuan? It couldn't be, could it? Noticing Fendai's fluctuating expression, Yeshuan sighed. My master is no ordinary person. He possesses the ability to see through the secrets of the heavens that to the common eye. He is akin to a celestial being. In other words, he is acquainted with the leader of Shushan, who is also your master, Fendai. Fendai was once again astonished, realizing that their masters knew each other. And then, Yixian nodded faintly, then fell silent, gazing at the stars in the sky, lost in memories. He recalled that time when his master did not sigh, nor did he gaze at the stars, but instead looked towards the young man seated cross-legged to his left, adorned in Buddhist robes. The master spoke. Hong Chun, what do you think? Do you have a different understanding of the Buddha's smile while holding a flower today? Time and space, some things change. In other words, nothing changes. Only the heart does. When the heart changes, everything changes. In the West, there is the Tathagata, and Amitabha Buddha is the father of all Buddhas. Once he smiled while holding a flower, signaling to his disciples. What I comprehend today is that the Buddha does not save the Buddha, but transmits heart to heart. The Buddha holding the flower and Kasyapa smiling is precisely a transmission of heart to heart. Reflecting upon a thought can lead to enlightenment, or it can lead to demonic paths. Chapter 13. Yi Xian's beloved. Yi Xian smiled wryly and said, Second senior brother, he specializes in Buddhist teachings, and his cultivation has reached a transcendent realm. I understood almost none of his words. Liner nodded coldly, confirming that his words were indeed difficult to comprehend. Fendai, with a peculiar expression, interjected, I feel that your second senior brother and your master seem to be hinting at something for you. Especially that phrase about the smile while holding a flower, it seems to suggest that one should not cling too tightly. That phrase about transmitting heart to heart, reflecting on a thought. One thought can lead to enlightenment, and another can lead to demonic paths. Further emphasizes that you should act with caution and reflection. Upon hearing Fendai's words, Yi Xian fell into contemplation and then recounted. At that time, my master smiled without speaking. glanced at me, and seemed to embody the essence of the Buddha's smile while holding a flower. He then turned his gaze towards the young man in black sitting beside second senior brother. I remember he asked the Azura, "Do you think that beneath the realm of Yama, there exist wronged souls?" Sitting cross-legged, the young man in black, who was my third senior brother, felt a slight tremor in his shoulders, revealing a dark eye at his brow. Humanity is the pinnacle of all beings, and beneath the 9 underworlds lies the realm of Yama, which houses wandering spirits, governing the order of life and death in the world. If the souls in each prison are aggrieved, they are bound to have connections with the souls outside the hall. Thus, the reasons must be investigated to resolve their grievances. The Yama King should not harbor wronged souls. Yi Xian reflected on that scene, sensing that his master and senior brothers were intentionally or unintentionally conveying something to him, yet he still could not grasp the profundity of it. Fendai, seemingly enlightened, whispered, "When your master spoke of the 9 underworlds, questioning the existence of wronged souls, it seems he was hinting that you must not let go. Only by releasing what should be released can one grasp what should be grasped. In this vast world, amidst the cycles of life and death, could there not be some lingering souls of the deceased? Your master's implication should be that balance is relative. One must repay what is owed. For in the cycle of cause and effect, there are conclusions. Today's wronged souls may perhaps find fortune in the future." She added, "Fortune stems from misfortune, and misfortune is reliant on fortune." Yi Xian cast a knowing glance at Fendai, then sighed. At that time, my master smiled without speaking, then turned to the green figure seated nearby. "Who is my 4th senior brother?" My master gently inquired. "Qing Song, in your past life, as the king of all demons. You held power above all. Did I in your previous life? Having died for your beloved, do you harbor any resentment? Love between demons is but a fleeting moment. The past life's myriad experiences, yesterday's death, and today's rebirth. The love of the past has yet to arrive, and the world is suddenly transformed. Even with my friendships, I am merely a demon. As the king of all demons, I cannot protect my love. Love may return. Life and death dictate that love may be rekindled in the next life, that if I encounter her again in this life, I will still love her, chasing the true love of my previous existence. Despite all the deaths, the love in my heart has never been forgotten that I in this life. My master imparted to me the art of demons, a great kindness I shall never forget." That Yi Xian fell silent. And Fendai spoke up, recounting, "This passage seems unclear to me. Yet, I sense that your path ahead appears perilous, but love will sustain you as you journey forth. Do you not forget your beloved in your heart." At this point, Fendai blushed, realizing much that Yi Xian's beloved was none other than her, implying that this path of love would not be easy, inadvertently causing their gazes to meet. That Yi Xian exhaled deeply and continued. My master's vertical eye at his brow twitched, and a strange smile appeared on his face. His inscrutable smile left 4th senior brother Qing Tsong perplexed. Then my master sighed. The love of the demon king. Entwined in love and hatred through lifetimes, the unwavering belief in one's heart exists solely because of you. With love unrecognized, embracing leads to the loss of the greatest love, perhaps in this life. There will be a turning point. The road is long. You must press on with determination. That a single blessing. My words to you are but this much." At that moment, 4th senior brother Qing Tsong trembled, a mysterious feeling arising within him. My master's words remain unfathomable. Yet, this green figure solidified, a strange light flickering in his brow. "Master, what do your words mean?" My master waved his hand, softly sighing. "Qing Tsong, there is no need for further words." After speaking, my master looked at me. Each time there was a question or when my senior brothers answered, he would smile at me. This time, he revealed a faint smile, and with a strange sigh, "Yi Xian, take care of yourself. Your willing grievances reside within the phoenix eye. Your path, both righteous and wicked, ultimately depends on you." Yi Xian frowned, still unable to comprehend my master's intentions. What does take care of yourself even mean? What does both righteous and wicked imply? I do not understand. Fendai suddenly smiled faintly, as if gaining insight, and softly said, "Yi Xian, don't overthink it. When the cart reaches the mountain, there will be a road. When the time comes for understanding, you will understand." As they spoke, Yi Xian's expression turned serious, Adopting a solemn demeanor, he sighed, between heaven and earth, the 6 paths and 3 realms. In the 21st century, all remain hidden in the shadows as for those special mysterious events occurring in various countries. They are generally quelled by organized supernatural beings. My eldest senior brother is the origin of a calamity. Within 3 months, unless my swordsmanship reaches its pinnacle, my eldest senior brother will bring bloodshed upon the world. At this moment, Fundai suddenly seemed to speak. Among the 6 paths, the heavenly eye is the most profound. The ultimate awakening of the heavenly eye unleashes supernatural abilities. This is the ultimate realm of the supernatural. Humans, ghosts, immortals, demons, and Buddhas, the highest realm awakens the heavenly eye, yet it cannot be unlocked by ordinary beings. Fundai interjected, and Yi Xian merely smiled. Then Fundai continued. However, the heavenly eye is ranked by levels. Those who awaken their heavenly eye each possess their own legend. It is not difficult to observe this among humans. Between the brows, at the location known as the Yintong, there lies a concealed eye, either long or round. That is what everyone refers to as the heavenly eye. Lin Er gasped, Yi Xian, why will your eldest senior brother bring bloodshed upon the world? Yi Xian waved his hand, refraining from answering, then sighed. In legends, the heavenly eye not only perceives what ordinary eyes cannot, but also allows for internal sight, X-ray vision, remote viewing, and the ability to see what ordinary eyes cannot perceive. The third eye of all things, for instance in humans, when the embryo develops into the crystalline stage, the photoreceptors and the neural region of the midbrain begin to form. It will suddenly stop and begin to degenerate. Fundai nodded, recalling regarding this, my master, the head of Shushan, has asked me to read relevant texts. According to the records in some sect scriptures, humans, in the brief period of their embryonic development, experience the entire evolutionary history of their species. Thus, it is said that at a certain time, human ancestors indeed possessed a third eye, but it was later degenerated due to the needs of evolution. Although the third eye has long been regressed in evolution, these dormant traces can awaken or manifest under suitable environmental conditions. This moment, Fundai suddenly felt a stir in her heart, and in shock, her delicate hand touched her forehead. In her astonishment, a flickering golden-red light appeared on her forehead, which was the phoenix eye. My heavenly eye. The phoenix eye was inherently possessed. It is indeed true. Yi Xian, momentarily surprised, sighed. The existence of the phoenix eye is something you simply never realized. Fundai. After that, he fell into contemplation, reflecting on his master's eye. Yi Xian, your sword eye is merely a flicker, and it is your senior brothers who awaken it. Thus, your sword technique lacks any real power. Even a mere ghost cannot be vanquished by you. Fundai closed her phoenix eye, then looked at Lin Er, explaining, moreover, once the heavenly eye is opened, there is great instability. It is influenced by time and environment, as well as fatigue, hunger, illness, and emotions that, of course, your senior brothers would not be affected by such factors. However, you might not be so fortunate. By the way, Fundai suddenly tapped her forehead, playfully saying, once the heavenly eye is opened. For those who have awakened it, it is usually said that it should be used sparingly, that if one uses it frequently or without reason, it will not only diminish its function, but also consume high-energy substances within the body, potentially shortening one's lifespan. Yi Xian chuckled, adopting a tone reminiscent of his master. It seems your master has imparted much knowledge to you on this subject. My master specifically advised me that these precautions apply to you. As for your senior brothers, they are no longer human. In other words, they have transcended the limits of humanity. I remember at that moment, I was suddenly taken aback, feeling somewhat awkward as I looked at my 3 senior brothers, and reluctantly asked, why is that? Among my master's 5 disciples, well, I have yet to meet my eldest senior brother, so let us not speak of him. The second senior brother, third senior brother, and fourth senior brother are all top-tier experts. Why am I so lacking? As these words left her lips, Lin Er coldly nodded, her confusion evident. Beside her, Fundai also appeared perplexed. Her 3 senior brothers were indeed extraordinary, but it seemed excessive for them to casually wield their celestial eyes. The conversation shifted as Yuhan reminisced about the moment, sighing. Master ultimately lamented, stating that some say being able to be master and disciple in this life is a blessing earned in a past life. Though we can share joys and sorrows, a day of parting will inevitably come. After tonight, you shall each depart to the east and west. Following this, my master activated his celestial eye, gazing at the stars above, and spoke softly to me. My celestial eye will open tonight, as a star rises in the sky. That is my destined star. In other words, Fendai's heart trembled. Your brothers correspond to the heavenly constellations and have already received the power of inheritance. Yet you, Yi Xian, have no such legacy, and thus at that time, you could not maintain the opening of the celestial sword eye for long. Fendai murmured softly, then gazed at the night sky, pondering the constellations. Which star, amongst the twinkling multitude, had just ascended into the heavens? Suddenly, Yi Xian chuckled, remarking, at that time, my master wore this expression, one of disappointment, sighing. You, who possess knowledge of the world's wonders, geography of past and present, and the I Ching's hexagrams, why do you lack interest in astronomy and the 5 elements of the universe? The Big Dipper shines at midnight, while the heavenly stars welcome the purple tenuity. That azure star, glowing violet, is indeed your destined star. Alas, you shall eventually falter in the art of evasion. After which, Yi Xian fell silent, closing his eyes, and a stream of rainbow light surged into Fendai's mind. She trembled, and a multitude of strange scenes began to unfold before her. It was as if she were seated before a television, witnessing the imagery with remarkable clarity, the figures appearing so vividly real. The second senior brother, Xiao Hong Chun, laughed heartily, and upon hearing the master's tone, opened his eyes wide in astonishment and exclaimed, "The violet hue is none other than the long-missing Ziwei star." The third senior brother chimed in, laughing, "The fate of the purple tenuity, the celestial eye soaring. Our little junior brother is indeed fortunate that if he can refine the exterminate immortal sword technique into the exterminate immortal sword, his future achievements will rival those of our eldest brother." Upon hearing this, Yi Xian's fourth senior brother immediately fell silent. Yi Xian found the discourse amusing, his gaze drifting from the third brother to finally rest upon his master, sighing, "Eldest brother, master, why do you never mention him? Is he renowned?" Xiao Hongchen chuckled softly, then sighed, "Little junior brother, why not inquire further?" "Why? Why does master never speak of the eldest brother? And what of your backgrounds?" "I am simply curious," Yi Xian replied, pouting as he glanced at his master. In a fleeting thought, Fendai turned her gaze to Yi Xian, pondering the method of celestial eye and mental energy. "Indeed, but alas, my sword eye cannot open once more." Yi Xian sighed deeply. Liner, puzzled, observed the two before discreetly departing. Fendai closed her eyes, continuing to absorb the information flooding her mind. "It is time you learned some truths, for tomorrow you will part ways. And if not now, perhaps there will be no opportunity later. Humanity is the apex of all beings, and the Buddha, demons, and immortals are but reflections of humanity, with the exception of the monsters, of course, including half-demons. The celestial eye is a colloquial term, divided into 5 eyes, 3 visions, and 1 demon pupil. Among these, the 3 types of celestial eyes are the most enigmatic. Your master possess one of them, the celestial mechanism eye. The one who holds the celestial mechanism eye is the leader of the celestial mechanism sect, and I am the 8th generation head, capable of glimpsing the profound truths of the universe and discerning the mysteries of the heavens. After a moment's contemplation, the master of the Force spoke. "Xiao Hong Chun, you may leave for now. There are matters I must discuss with Xiao Xian." "Yes," disciple takes his leave. Yi Xian watched as his 4 brothers departed, and only then did his master begin to speak. "Your second brother, Xiao Hong Chun, possesses a natural Buddha eye. I have imparted the great sun Tathagata mantra to him, and with a heart of compassion to guide all beings. He is close to attaining Buddhahood. Your third brother, Xiao Luo, possesses the Xiao Luo eye, a master of the underworld's soul reaping, trained in the art of soul binding and ghost capturing, that he is a ghostly being, his essence speaking, and that Xiao Luo eye holds the key to the 6 realms of reincarnation. Your fourth brother, Qing Song, wields the demon eye, a remnant of his past life's demonic power, and the Taiji indestructible technique I taught him is perfectly suited for that transformed demon eye. You, belonging to the realm of mortals, are the host of the Z-Way, destined for greatness. Your sword eye shall awaken tonight. The sword eye, in conjunction with the exterminate immortal sword technique, will elevate your achievements far beyond those of your brothers. You alone may rival your eldest brother. Who exactly is this eldest brother, and why do you never mention him? Your Dharma name is Ji Yuan, possessing the celestial mechanism eye. Is there truly a mystery you do not comprehend? Yi Xian queried, utterly baffled, sensing that this eldest brother must be of considerable renown. Moreover, the second brother always shook his head and sighed. Ji Yuan, Yi Xian's master replied, the 5 eyes, 3 visions, and 1 demon pupil. The celestial mechanism eye glimpses the mysteries of the heavens. The 1,000-mile eye perceives far-off places. The ghost eye calms souls and binds spirits. The sword eye cleaves through the firmament, wielding astonishing power. The blood wheel eye commands the 3 realms, unrivaled in the world. The Xiao Luo eye reaps souls and seals demons, reigning supreme in the underworld. The Buddha eye shines with compassion, illuminating all. The demon eye terrifies demons and monsters. Unmatched by any emperor, the mortal eye opens the martial artist's heart, enhancing their prowess. Among them, the celestial mechanism eye is the most profound. The blood wheel eye is the most fearsome. The sword eye is the most defiant. A series of vivid scenes unfolded before Fendai's eyes, and she gasped in astonishment, gradually understanding the identities of Yi Xian's for senior brothers. The scene shifted. Fendai felt as though she had entered a peculiar space, witnessing events as they transpired. Your eldest brother possesses the blood wheel eye and a pair of mortal eyes. Unmatched in this world, he lost his way, succumbing to the demonic path, unable to find his way home. Once, he was Shui Mo, a cheerful youth, his crimson eyes exuding a lazy charm. Yet now he had transformed into something so wicked. Born with extraordinary talent, he mastered the reverse blood reincarnation technique, rivaling your own. A tale of love and vengeance ultimately led him down the demonic path that I in the realm of the supernatural. His name strikes fear into the hearts of all who hear it, causing them to flee in terror. Mortal eyes half closed, the blood wheel opened. The winds and clouds of fate turned black and white. What a powerful catchphrase. Yi Xian stared, then suddenly exclaimed, eldest brother is so formidable. I must seek him out if given the chance. Ji Yuan sighed once more and spoke, as the moon wanes and dawn approaches, the Z-Wei star shall soon vanish. It is also the time for you to awaken your sword eye. Xiao Xian, close your eyes and concentrate, allowing your energy to settle into your dantian. The Z-Wei essence. Awaken your sword eye. With a voice both ancient and commanding, Ji Yuan raised his hand, a beam of white light illuminating the sky as the Z-Wei star shone brightly. In the next moment, the heavenly stars shifted, and the Z-Wei star transformed into a purple light that descended upon Yi Xian's brow. The scene changed once more. This time, Fendai beheld a crimson figure, the one who had previously saved her life. Yi Xian's eldest brother. From afar, the crimson figure lifted his head, then bowed and vanished. His voice lingered, murmuring, the Z-Wei governs. Awaken the sword eye, and behold who possesses such fortune. The defiant sword eye may well return home, that I in an instant. The scene returned to Yi Xian, who stood in close proximity to AT that moment. Yi Xian sensed the transformation within himself, surprised but unable to articulate a single word. As he found himself rendered speechless, akin to being ensnared by a binding spell. His eyes fixated on his master, who smiled warmly and said, your destined fate must be experienced by you alone. The Z-Wei star has chosen you. This is your fate, as well as that of the Z-Wei. From this moment forth, your sword eye shall awaken, and the exterminate immortal sword shall emerge. Is it destiny or tribulation? A fleeting thought as the words fell, the wind stirred, and a brilliant beam of light shot from Yi Xian's forehead straight into the heavens. Those with keen eyesight, perhaps using a telescope, could see that the light's origin was a planet radiating violet brilliance, the Z-Wei star. Ethereal violet energy flowed through the light beam, merging into Yi Xian's head. The visible purple gradually transformed into a heart-shaped eye, appearing on his forehead. Soon, sword energy began to manifest around him. One stream of sword energy spiraled, 2 streams intertwined, 3 streams whirled, 4 streams floated ethereally, and 5 streams converged into the 5 elements, while 6 streams presented the number of the 6 realms. In the briefest moment, Yi Xian sighed, beads of cold sweat forming on his brow. The sensation of enlightenment was undeniably exhilarating, yet it was also terrifying. The violet sword energy gradually merged into his forehead. Its pace slow, but Yi Xian began to tremble, his expression contorting in agony, as if bearing the weight of a falling mountain. Simultaneously, Fendai felt as though she were ensnared in this moment, sharing in that overwhelming pressure, akin to a mountain pressing down upon her, causing her breath to become erratic. In the sky, the beam of light gradually faded into nothingness, and a violet eye appeared upon Yi Xian's forehead. Blinking with incredible vitality, slowly emitting a beam of violet sword energy, even manifesting a 3-inch small sword. As if released from a binding spell, Yi Xian regained his freedom, instinctively extending his right hand. Where the violet small sword materialized before his chest, and a flash of violet light revealed a series of inscriptions. Exterminate immortal sword, slay gods, and exterminate immortals. With a sword in hand, relish in vengeance. Fendai abruptly froze, her forehead's phoenix eye opening, seemingly sensing the existence of the sword eye. The figure of Yi Xian, bewildered, suddenly cried out, "Exterminate immortal sword technique! Exterminate immortal sword! Master, this is the Zhuxian sword. The sword technique I have cultivated. The Zhuxian sword forged from the essence of my sword eye." Knight Xian's master murmured with a sigh, "This sword, belonging to you, is the supreme sword amidst all swords in the universe. The Zhuxian sword. As the inscription states, the Zhuxian sword, slayer of gods. With this sword in hand, one can savor the swift resolution of grievances. Your path is one that none can obstruct. All I can do is guide you. Whether it be righteousness or wickedness, the future of your journey is yours to determine." It was as if, in that fleeting moment when the Ziwei star chose its master, Knight Xian's master aged considerably. Enveloped in a radiant white glow, his expression one of indifference. What was destined to come has indeed arrived. With a mere flicker of white light, he waved his hand slightly, and Knight Xian's form vanished instantaneously. Replaced by a blood-red phantom, that moment, a glint flashed in the eyes of Fendai, the white-clad, youthful-looking elder, Knight Xian's master. Just then, Knight Xian's master, Zhi Yuan, sighed softly, "Xiaomo, you have returned. I have awaited you for far too long." Simultaneously, a distant scene merged into Fendai's phoenix-like eyes, causing her to tremble. What is happening at the headquarters of the Chinese Dragon Group? Just as Fendai was lost in thought, a voice shattered the silence. "Wow, look, it's that purple celestial body, radiating with hues akin to a rainbow. That is the legendary Ziwei star, a rare sight in a millennium, within a mysterious organization in China affiliated with a special government department. There exist extraordinary individuals. Among them was one dressed in the attire of a diviner, appearing to be in his 50s, codenamed Buhan. His exclamation drew the curiosity of his colleagues that Buhan, as his name implies, possesses the ability to divine all that one wishes to know using his divination tools, copper coins and turtle shells. Thus, he is regarded as a polymath, and it is indeed rare for him to be astonished. Yet he sighed, picking up his tools to perform a divination. His expression was one of turmoil, first sighing, then shaking his head repeatedly, lost in thought. The Ziwei star, a rare harbinger of calamity, the ultimate sword of slaughter in the world. The singular lineage of sword EYE to IS, it a disaster, or the coldness of the heavenly path, grievance or sin. The celestial way is elusive. As Buhan's words fell, another resounding shout echoed, accompanied by a flash of azure light that transformed into a figure. "Hey, Captain, a mission has arrived." Captain, Old Hun. Why are you all staring at me?" Buhan, being older, was affectionately addressed as Old Hun, that it's nothing. "Having been in the organization for over 2 years, you still seem quite clumsy. When will you be able to shoulder greater responsibilities? Liu Feng?" As Buhan shook his head with a faint smile, he remarked to the middle-aged man beside him, the master of the Ziwei star. "The phenomena of the heavens have manifested, and that destined youth will eventually cross our paths. All right, Captain, you should head out on your mission. You know Liu Feng well. He won't bother you with trivial matters." The leader of this special organization, codenamed Star Warrior, possesses the ability to absorb the essence of the sun, moon, and stars. Thus his combat prowess is undoubtedly formidable. Upon hearing this, he nodded, his youthful visage appearing to be in his mid-20s. Gesturing lightly to the azure figure, saying, "Liu Feng, wait a moment. By the way, Old Hun, do you have any instructions?" Buhan smiled gently, his eyes reflecting the depths of time. "Be cautious of the youth radiating with 7 colors. Try to get along with him in the future. We may rely on him for many matters if he is needed. He will reveal himself in due course." "Your words, Old Hun, I shall remember, Star Warrior replied. Then turned his gaze to the incoming Liu Feng, asking, what has happened that you can't handle? Liu Feng's face turned bitter as he whispered, Captain, something strange has occurred at BD University. The girls' dormitory is haunted. While I can deal with supernatural occurrences, it would undoubtedly cause a stir. You know my personality, so I came to consult you. Who is free lately? Haunted. How could that be at BD University? Star Warrior pondered for a moment before quietly saying, such matters are best kept discreet. After all, it's still BD University. That IT wouldn't be appropriate for you to handle it directly. Send Lin Air to investigate, lying in wait for the opportunity to resolve the female ghost issue. Ah, understood. Liu Feng nodded and transformed into a gust of azure wind, exclaiming, Captain, I'm off to find her. You wouldn't believe it. Lin Air has become even more beautiful lately. Star Warrior scolded, you rascal. Always chasing after girls. The issue is that Liu Feng is fond of Lin Air, while she seems to be quite indifferent towards him. Speaking of which, Old Hun's words today carried deeper meaning. We are destined to encounter the youth of 7 colors. What could that imply? The mysteries abound, and Old Hun seems reluctant to elaborate. Perhaps I should investigate further. Finally, after the astonishment, Fendai recalled the day when the light ascended to the heavens. Along with the peculiar dream she had, almost on the same day her master chose to send her down from Mount Shu to attend BD University. Fendai gasped, feeling a chill run down her spine. It seemed that the life journey of Knight Xian's 3 senior brothers was but a reflection of Knight Xian himself. Could it be that her master had foreseen all of this? It seemed implausible. Fendai remained enraptured, her mind swirling with information as the scene shifted, revealing Knight Xian's eldest senior brother. Knight Xian's memories flickered like flowing light, and Fendai could vividly perceive everything happening around her. The stargazing platform. Surrounded by picturesque landscapes, a sight to behold. A blood shadow descended from the heavens, its handsome visage flawless, capable of captivating any woman that IT has been a long time. You still enjoy sitting here, gazing at the firmament. What has your heavenly eye seen this time? The white-haired, youthful elder, Ji Yuan, revealed a rare, gentle expression, his soft gaze sweeping over the blood shadow. You are my first disciple, and to this day, the one who has matured the most. How does it feel to return home, Xiao Mo? Home. Is this still my home? For the first time, the blood shadow, referred to as Xiao Mo, trembled slightly, a long-buried emotion surging forth. Everything is far too late. The concept of home feels so distant to me. Ji Yuan sighed with regret. Xiao Mo, why must you be this way? Your resentment towards the mundane has blinded you to its beauty, yet you cannot let go. You, who have fallen into the demonic path, have now vanished from sight, with the reincarnation blood technique as your main focus. Today, you have only just returned home. Your reputation has become formidable, indeed, with half-closed eyes. The blood wheel opens, stirring up the winds and clouds, distinguishing black from white. How domineering. And that last parting remark, better for you to betray the world than for the world to betray you. Have you truly changed, Xiao Mo? Blood Mo's unmatched combat prowess, even Ji Yuan, as his master, could not contend with him in a single strike. Yet, despite his hatred for the world, he dared not act recklessly towards his former master. For it was Ji Yuan who had nurtured him and imparted upon him transcendent abilities that he forced a bitter smile, lamenting, You jest, mastered, my second junior brother possesses the Buddha's vision. The third and fourth junior brothers are equally rare talents. Not to mention my junior brother, the master of the Ziwei Star, wielding the Zhuxian sword technique and the Zhuxian sword. His achievements will surpass mine, which only serves to indicate your own elevated cultivation. Gently shaking his head, a hint of sorrow flickered in Ji Yuan's eyes as he spoke. Xiao Mo, I wish to alter your fate, yet my efforts proved futile. Listen to me. The world is rife with unfairness. Yet there will still be countless beautiful things that do not be so extreme in your heart. Blood Mo's gaze turned cold, revealing a distinct charm that my heart has transformed. The once innocent heart has long been veiled in layers of dust. Cold-blooded and unfeeling. That is who I am now, The multifaceted self has lost all traces of its former self. Perhaps this is destiny. Each individual traverses this world, encountering trials and tribulations. Indeed, life resembles a struggle against the current. It requires a measure of chance, a series of choices, and a touch of luck The heavenly eye suddenly opened, a white light flashing across Yuan's forehead, followed by him closing his eyes tightly. Xiao Mo, you have encountered opportunities and fortuitous encounters, yet you have made erroneous choices, or perhaps you simply lack a bit of luck. Blood Mo's expression contorted slightly, revealing a rare ferocity. Or perhaps you should not have sent me into the mortal world to hone my skills before the reincarnation blood technique reached its zenith. However, without the worldly experience, I would not have met her, nor would I have changed. Now, I seek to bathe the world in blood and see if my junior brother can thwart me. Ji Yuan cast a glance at Blood Mo, yet smiled softly, saying, I shall take you back under my wing once more, Xiao Mo. Do you consent? Regardless of your actions, even if you descend into the demonic path, so be it.as for your conduct. I shall not impose restrictions. Do as you please. Looking at the elder before him, his former mentor, Blood Mo sighed softly, speaking in a low voice, to re-enter your tutelage. Do you not fear the infamy I might bring upon you? Will you not intervene in my slaughter of the world? With a flash of white light, the heavenly eye completely closed. Ji Yuan shook his head, upon contemplation. Ah, the Buddha smiles while holding a flower. Your combat strength has indeed increased, yet your state of mind has deteriorated significantly. If it were your second junior brother, or the third or fourth, they would not pose such questions that A.S. Blood Mo pondered. He knelt on the ground, bowing thrice, replying, Very well, master. I shall wager with you once more to be your disciple. I have wagered with you twice. This is the third time that I have lost twice, yet I believe this time you shall prevail. Hee. Ji Yuan chuckled softly. Do you still believe your choice was not flawed? Or perhaps you think that having made a wrong choice, there is no turning back? My choice, even if misguided, is without regret. Shui Mo, upon hearing these words, sighed softly and then gradually rose to his feet, declaring, a wager, a contest of right and wrong. I, the master of destruction and slaughter, shall see if my little junior brother can halt my advance. He is akin to the former me, possessing that innocent heart. Let him endure a trial amidst the worldly tribulations. The same scene, the same trial. Will his choices mirror mine? At this moment, the distant observing Fendai furrowed her brow, suddenly struck by a thought. From the very beginning, Shui Mo had positioned himself in opposition to Yi Xian, but he had never regarded him as a friend. Rather, he harbored a desire to slay Yi Xian. To affirm that his past misstep, a descent into the demonic path, had indeed been justified. Fendai's musings were interrupted. At this moment, the heavenly eye was activated. Before Ji Yuan could respond, 3 beams of light descended beside him. Oh, such formidable combat strength, seemingly restrained to the utmost, that as the 3 figures landed, a vibrant, 7-colored silhouette materialized next to the white light radiating from Ji Yuan. Master, this is the Jian Yin. Its power is astonishing. Who is this? This overwhelming bloodlust is so domineering. The 7-colored light flickered, and after Yi Xian settled beside his master, he felt the tender, doting gaze, momentarily taken aback as he looked up at him. He then excitedly leaped into his master's embrace, playfully clinging to him. Master, the Jian Yin has awakened. I adore you, so grown yet still so unserious, Ji Yuan said tenderly as he caressed him. Revealing affection, concealing the stakes of the wager within his eyes, he added, Do you not wish to see your elder brother? Go, meet your elder brother. Elder brother, Shui Mo, Yi Xian exclaimed, suddenly taken aback, as he scrutinized Shuang, rushing toward him. Elder brother, I admire you so much. Shuang frowned slightly, murmuring an acknowledgement, his eyes betraying a hint of sorrow as he reached out to press against Yi Xian's forehead. Assessing him. Not a bad appearance. Your mastery of the Zhu Xian sword technique is commendable. Yet you must practice diligently henceforth. As he spoke, a crimson glow emanated from Shui Mo's right arm, transforming into a primal 8-trigram symbol that grew increasingly vibrant, ultimately erupting into 2 streams of light that encircled him before rushing into Yi Xian's body. Having just awakened the Jian Yin, your strength is yet to solidify. This energy shall help balance and fortify your power. Consider it a gift for our first meeting, little junior brother. Red Dust Shura Xiaotian, it has been a long time. Shui Mo continued with a sigh. How have you fared? Xiao Hong Chen gasped in surprise. Elder brother, is it truly you? The departed have moved on. You still. Some choices once made must be followed through, regardless of right or wrong. Shuemo interrupted, silencing the voices of the third disciple Shura and the fourth disciple, Yao Qing Song, that a wager, master. You shall witness who emerges as the victor. Little junior brother, I hope you do not disappoint master. Alas, with a final lament, Shuemo transformed into a streak of crimson light and departed. Master, you ascend to ethereal realms, shattering the void to traverse the celestial universe. May your journey be smooth. Let go. And you will be able to, but alas, you cannot. Zhi Yuan spoke with melancholy. The feeling of release. At the last moment, the master let go, and thus shattered the void. The path of red dust, achieving enlightenment, is no concern. Shura, as a ghostly being, governs the underworld. Thus he is untroubled as for Shao Tian. Being a creature of the supernatural, maintaining one's original heart is the key to ascension. And for Shao Xian and Shao Mo, I hope you too shall one day ascend. Upon hearing this, Shao Hongchun Shura, Yao Qing Song, and Yi Xian were all taken aback, their expressions shifting, while elder brother Shuemo, shocked, tore through the skies, his crimson silhouette vanishing beneath the enchanting galaxy. You seek to ascend and transform? In a flash of light, Zhi Yuan's form silently materialized in radiant white, dissipating like a shooting star. That my disciples, heed my words. My exhortations to you are that to ascend is to become a celestial star. The final utterance was clearly a heartfelt sentiment. In other words, to ascend and explore the celestial universe signifies a profound truth. Shao Hongchun murmured, in other words, elder brother is the seven-killing star. And little junior brother is the Z-Way star, celestial bodies descending to the mortal realm. No wonder, beyond the three realms, outside the five elements, it is no surprise such cultivation exists, Shura sighed softly. This is, after all, the fate of those of the same kind, yet different destinies. Who shall triumph and master an elder brother's wager? Between righteousness and evil, who can discern right from wrong? Shao Hongchun shook his head gently. The celestial Tao is obscure. What master can elucidate has already transcended to become a celestial being. Were I able to articulate it clearly, I should have ventured westward to meet the Tathagata. With a shift in conversation, Shao Hongchun's fleeting sorrow dispersed as he said, Little junior brother, Master has instructed that it is time for you to engage with the world. Your path must be tread by yourself. The trials of red dust require your own refinement, that I hope you do not follow the path of elder brother. Let us hope. Yi Xian's expression dimmed at the thought of Master's ascension, and he hesitantly inquired, elder brother, what lies ahead? What is this wager? To ascend and shatter the universe. What does it mean? The four brothers fell silent for a long while. The second brother, Shao Hongchun, finally turned away from Yi Xian and said, The Buddha speaks of the unspeakable. All must be discovered by you. A wager, a lifetime of a person. Can a wager truly be clarified? Fundai sighed, her consciousness returning to reality as she spoke. So you came here and met me. Indeed. Yi Xian nodded. Only just now, when elder brother came, did I learn of that wager and of the impending bloodshed in 3 months. Elder brother seeks a battle, one or many who can stand against him. Neither I nor my second, third, or fourth brothers can imagine the consequences of failing to stop him. Elder brother's nature is such that he speaks and acts with conviction. Yi Xian sighed. Fundai, your first use of the foam miao means you cannot activate it again for at least 24 hours. Moreover, due to the toll on your energy, your sword techniques will also be rendered unusable. Fundai nodded, smiling playfully. That's all right. 24 hours is not long. She attempted to lighten Yi Xian's mood, but her feigned nonchalance had the opposite effect. That concludes the matter. At that moment, Lin Er approached with a serious demeanor. Regardless, upon hearing the phrase slaughter the world, as a member of the dragon team, I cannot remain indifferent. Fundai, you cannot use your strength. For now, you cannot assist at Yi Xian. Your Jian Yin cannot activate. You both should return to school. The impending slaughter will transform the world into a hellish landscape. We must endeavor to organize ourselves. Lin Er sighed, that I shall return to the dragon team to consult with the captain and devise a strategy. Understood. Yi Xian nodded, and Fundai echoed the sentiment, that I in the blink of an eye. Lin Er spun and swiftly departed, vanishing into the vast night. Fundai looked at Yi Xian and sighed, we must think of a way regarding the wager. Let us depart. Meanwhile, Lin Er returned to the dragon team and found the starry war god, recounting the events and their aftermath. At that time, divinations were made with bones, tortoise shells, and coins, yielding the conclusion. 3 words, unknown. However, the omens were dire, and during the divination, Buhan spat out a mouthful of blood, nearly costing him half his life. The starry war god realized the gravity of the situation. It was no wonder the purple light had surged into the sky, and Buhan's reaction had been so grave. By the way, the starry war god paused, then inquired, "What of the Jin Yan's inheritor, Yi Xian? We must find him quickly." The crux of this calamity does not lie with Yi Xian, but with Fendai. The Jin Yin fused with her Feng Miao is essential to avert the impending disaster. Buhan's aged voice echoed, and his once dark hair had turned gray, as if this divination had cost him nearly half his vitality. In the night sky, thunder rumbled ominously. Even the dawn sun appeared shrouded in gloom. In the capital, the Fengyun building's upper floors, the name is purely fictional. Any resemblance to actual entities is coincidental. Stood 68 stories tall. Among the finest in the high-rise realm, it is evident that the owner of this building is not an ordinary figure. This individual is the sovereign of both the black and white worlds in the entire region. A near-peak character of unparalleled influence. The family ties are intricate. In essence, the Han family rules the entire region, akin to an emperor. Thus, Han Xiaojie carries himself with such arrogance, as if murder and arson are mere trifles. Here, too, lies the headquarters of the Han family's underworld. Holding sway over 50% of the national underworld. 1 can only imagine the sheer power wielded by the Han family. Such might breeds an equally audacious demeanor among its members. The Han family, leveraging its dual dominion, disregards earthly moral boundaries, committing heinous acts without remorse, as long as profit can be gained in any venture. At this moment, at the pinnacle, Han Tianyu, the tyrannical master, exuded an aura of bloodlust, for he had just received news of his son's demise, that he had but one son, cherished like a precious gem, nurtured with boundless affection. Now, his son's sudden death foretold dire consequences. The enraged master of the Han family, Han Tianyu, wore a grim expression, a visage of bloodthirst. With a mixture of severity and disbelief, he mobilized all available forces, declaring, within 1 hour, "I must have the one who harmed my son brought before me. Otherwise, all shall perish." Move swiftly. In his fury, the master of the black and white worlds was indeed driven to madness. The situation indirectly reflects the extraordinary extent of his power, surpassing the imagination of ordinary individuals. He boldly claimed that he could apprehend someone within half an hour, a statement not typically uttered by the average person. After 40 minutes, a group of men clad in black jackets and sunglasses arrived, dragging 2 figures before Han Tianyu. "Boss, these are the ones who killed the young master." In the dimness of the night, Yi Xian and Fendai gradually regained consciousness that Yi Xian managed to maintain his composure, while Fendai felt a jolt of fear and thought to herself, "This is bad." One of the black-clad men recounted, "It's her. This wretched girl is the one the young master has been pursuing. Yet she has shown nothing but disdain for him." This led to today's events, and it seems this man possesses martial prowess. The last time, the young master gave him a beating. Alas, the young master showed mercy and spared his life. Who would have thought that today he would bring misfortune upon himself? Upon hearing this, Han Tianyu's face darkened with rage as he fixed his gaze upon Yi Xian, as if he could devour him whole in the next moment. Yi Xian suddenly felt a heavy blow to his chest, and blood erupted from his mouth. "You are the father of Han Xiaojie. No wonder he is so uncouth. An unworthy tree produces twisted branches." This remark was like adding fuel to the fire, igniting Han Tianyu's eyes with a chilling glare, his gaze radiating an icy, murderous intent. To Fendai's horror, Han Tianyu's bloodshot eyes fixed upon them. "Now that you've been captured here, what do you think I intend to do?" "What do you intend to do?" Han Tianyu laughed coldly in fury. "Let me tell you what I plan to do today. Is it you who killed my son?" "Han Xiaojie." Yi Xian sighed, offering a bitter smile as he shook his head, feeling a sense of helplessness and resignation. "Even if I deny it, haven't you already concluded that I am the murderer? Have you even bothered to investigate us?" A mocking, sinister whistle echoed in response. Fendai turned to look, and at that moment, Han Tianyu smashed the table before him into splinters with a single strike. "I would rather mistakenly kill 1,000 than let one go free." Since I've captured you, the truth is not for you to decide. I will give you a chance. You are skilled in martial arts. Are you not? Han Tianyu suddenly clenched his fists, his grotesque features twisting into a new level of menace. That if you can still stand after 30 seconds, I will spare your life, for now. However, if you cannot withstand me in that time, you shall die alone, and she will suffer a fate worse than death. Ah, fire. 30 seconds. The venomous expression on Han Tianyu's face revealed a flicker of rage that if he could endure for 30 seconds, his life would be spared, and he could negotiate for the woman's release. Han Tianyu launched an attack, which Yi Xian could have easily evaded under normal circumstances. Yet at that moment, he lacked the strength to dodge and took the kick head-on. Han Tianyu's full-powered strike sent Yi Xian staggering back 6 steps before he spewed blood and collapsed to the ground. You couldn't even block a single attack. What are you but a puddle of mud? Han Tianyu scoffed, retracting his leg in anger. Drag him out and dismember him to avenge the young master. And that woman, she is yours to enjoy, but ensure she suffers a fate worse than death. Do you dare? Fan Dai remained silent, while Yi Xian coughed up blood once more, slowly pushing himself up that I can still stand. Let us do this again. The sound of dripping blood echoed ominously in the eerie silence. Han Tianyu furrowed his brow. He was astonished that Yi Xian had not succumbed to his full-force kick. Yet, Han Tianyu merely sneered. 10 seconds have passed. There are still 20 seconds left. Let us see if your companion can remember my punch. Before Fan Dai could react, Han Tianyu bellowed and leaped forward with astonishing agility, his right fist crashing into Yi Xian's chest. 20 seconds. You have fallen. Han Tianyu remarked coldly. Ah, fire. Drag him out. What are you waiting for? Fan Dai, who had never cried before, was now sobbing like an ordinary girl, though Yi Xian managed to offer Fan Dai a reassuring smile before he violently coughed up blood again, struggling to rise. I am still alive, and I am still standing. It's been 20 seconds. This time, Han Tianyu hissed, clearly taken aback. You brat, you are dead for sure. Han Tianyu shouted, lunging at Yi Xian's heart. I end that moment. Yi Xian also retaliated, their fists colliding almost simultaneously, both experiencing a surge of overwhelming force. Yi Xian coughed up blood again, but he remained standing. I am still standing. Let her go. Yi Xian swayed, taking more than 10 steps before stabilizing himself. His cold gaze fixed on Han Tianyu. You promised to let her go. Han Tianyu felt another jolt of shock. Despite 3 consecutive full-force attacks, Yi Xian was still standing, not dead. How is that possible? How can he still be alive? The woman, Fan Dai, right? Han Tianyu glanced at Yi Xian, who appeared as fragile as tofu. I said I would let her go, but only if she suffers endlessly. Did I keep my word? Ha! Ah, fire, that woman is yours. Enjoy her tonight, but do not kill her. Leave her alive until tomorrow. Upon hearing this, Yi Xian felt a surge of rage. You bastard. Han Tianyu's implication was unmistakable, and Yi Xian roared in fury, attempting to charge forward but collapsing to the ground, spewing blood as he fought to rise. Han Tianyu, you scoundrel. Having used the Phoenix Eye for the first time, Fan Dai was now panicked and, overwhelmed with fear and exhaustion, fainted in a daze. She watched Yi Xian repeatedly cough up blood, tears streaming down her face. I end this realm. I am the law. I dictate everything. Neither the black nor the white can assist you. Crushing you is as easy as squashing an ANTAS for you. I shall tear you apart to relieve my pent-up anger. What of human life? What of the innocent? With power comes everything. Money, the root of all evil. With power and influence, I am the law. I, Han Tianyu, am the law. For reasons unknown, he was venting, unleashing all the suppressed thoughts in his heart, and directing them at Yi Xian, who lay on the ground, gasping for breath and bleeding profusely. Good, good. Yi Xian struggled to rise, finally standing for the 4th time. Han Tianyu's words reverberated in his mind, planting a seed of hatred within him. Perhaps it was for Fan Dai's sake that he could not bear to see her suffer such a fate. You speak well. Power, money, influence. Very well. At that moment, Yi Xian's being was enveloped in a surge of malevolence, radiating a kaleidoscope of colors that morphed into a pure blood-red hue. His visage transformed into something terrifying, his eyes flickering like dancing flames, filled with bloodlust and a fierce aura. Slowly opening his eyes, Yi Xian gazed malevolently at Han. As the colorful light turned into a shadow of blood. The wicked glow gradually receded, revealing a horizontal eye on his forehead, a blood-colored sword eye. With a thunderous roar, Yi Xian unleashed a heart-wrenching scream, as if his deepest love had vanished, taking all his beautiful memories with it. The agony he felt was the true essence of being unable to live or die. With a twisted face, the blood-colored sword eye on his forehead opened, glaring at the heavens, a single tear glimmering before his eyes turned cold and menacing. No, in the haze between illusion and reality, Fendai could not intervene. The kaleidoscopic hues surrounding Yi Xian had faded, replaced by a blood-red glow. Fendai understood that Yi Xian was showing signs of demonic transformation. This was not the cultivation of demons, but rather a metamorphosis into a demon. There are good and evil spirits. Demons can be either friendly or malevolent. Yi Xian, now consumed by rage, resentment, and malice, had become a bloodthirsty fiend. In this moment, he no longer discerned right from wrong. Nor did he wish to doubt why Yi Xian's crimson aura surged forth, enveloping Fendai and vanishing in an instant. Wait for me. I shall reclaim what is rightfully mine. The shadow of his sword flickered. Countless blood-red glimmers swirling around, forming a wave of light akin to a tide of blood, propelling Yi Xian and causing Fendai to vanish without a trace. Yi Xian's fearsome visage held Fendai, unconscious in his arms. Only in her presence did a hint of tenderness appear on his face. Gently, he entered Fendai's dormitory and laid her upon the bed, then vanished. Before departing, Yi Xian turned back for a farewell kiss and a lingering gaze before leaving. What if Fendai? Lin Er sighed, expressing concern. For some reason, she has fallen into a state of unconsciousness, and it seems her condition is dire. The star god nodded, furrowing his brow, a peculiar expression on his face as he regarded Lin Er. Yi Xian has seemingly vanished into thin air. Normally, with my stellar body, I should be able to easily locate his whereabouts. That he cannot activate the sword eye. Even if he could, I should be able to find him. Fendai, is that so? She murmured softly. Logically, since Fendai and Yi Xian have established a romantic relationship, he should not leave her side. Unless Fendai's brows knitted in contemplation, a hint of doubt crossing her face as she whispered. Unless something unexpected has occurred. Accident. The starry war god pondered and sighed. It is possible. Yi Xian activated the sword eye. Based on his abilities, it should be impossible to trace his whereabouts. Yet, one cannot dismiss the notion that the inability to activate the sword eye signifies a restriction on his powers. Could it be that he has truly encountered some trouble? Shaking her head calmly, Linner softly remarked, not necessarily. It's hard to say why Yi Xian's abilities are formidable. Truth be told, even with the grand formation of the celestial stars, he could forcibly break through to. Don't you agree that his strength is remarkable? In these tumultuous times, it is wise to remain cautious, the starry war god decisively stated, his gaze fixed on the pink butterfly. He sighed. Take her back to headquarters. The most advanced medical equipment will ensure her safety. At the same time, notify Buhan to divine Yi Xian's whereabouts. Linner appeared stunned, her expression turning serious as she supported the pink butterfly, disappearing into the vast moonlight alongside the starry war god. The following day brought forth shocking news. A nationwide manhunt was declared that a male and a female, both first-year students from BD Academy, were wanted, and Yi Xian and Fendai. The two had long conspired to murder Han Tianyou's son, Han Xiaojie, prompting a global manhunt. The evidence was irrefutable, and an arrest plan was to be executed. If necessary, lethal force could be employed. The starry war god furrowed his brows, wearing an expression of confusion and concern, that he gently inquired, Buhan, what do your divinations reveal? Can you ascertain Yi Xian's whereabouts? Cannot ascertain. Buhan murmured with a sigh, revealing a hint of bewilderment. The divination indicates that Yi Xian is already dead. Yet he remains alive in reality. This leaves me perplexed and unable to comprehend. That he then cast another divination, seeking omens for 3 months hence, but the results remained equally obscure and inconclusive. After all, this calamity was far beyond my imagination, and there lurked a potential for an apocalyptic disaster. Rare occurrences that manifest once in a millennium were surfacing, none of which were easy to contend with. Linner questioned in confusion. What does that mean? Buhan cast another divination, still sighing. The sword eye in the heavenly vision is 1 in 10,000, appearing only once in several millennia. The Phoenix Eye is even more rarely inquired about. It requires the convergence of the Sword Eye and Phoenix Eye to resolve this calamity. Tell me, can this calamity be trivial? As for the source of the disaster, based on Linu's mention of Shui Mo, I had also heard whispers of him. He possesses unparalleled Sharingan. Even if the three of you exert your utmost strength, it would be futile against him. Is he truly that powerful? The Starry War God appeared somewhat incredulous. Casting a doubtful gaze at it was understandable that he harbored skepticism. The Starry War God was a once-in-a-millennium being, absorbing the light of the sun, moon, and stars for his own use. His cultivation perpetually advancing. Over the years, the energy he had accumulated had reached a terrifying level that Liner was even more astonished. She had witnessed the Starry War God's prowess. It seemed she had also observed Shui Mo's offensive capabilities. In comparison, she leaned toward Shui Mo's side. Such is the intuition of a woman, that if you do not believe, to be honest, I too find it hard to believe, Buhan replied with a wry smile. I am aware of your capabilities, yet my divinations have never been inaccurate, and they indicate that you are not a match for Shui Mo. A sudden tremor coursed through the Starry War God's heart. A complex emotion surfacing within him, and he murmured Shui Mo Sharingan. Could it be him? Who? Liner was taken aback. Buhan thought to himself, you know him, or at least have heard of him. The Starry War God sighed, a bittersweet smile gracing his features. If it is he, I am truly no match, nor do I harbor the desire to confront him. One Eye Ordinary, One Eye Sharingan. The ordinary eye half closed, the Sharingan activated. Chaos reigns in the universe that he embodies both righteousness and wickedness, unparalleled in combat strength. His motto, better for him to betray the world than for the world to betray him. As for his movements, they are shrouded in mystery. His mastery of the reverse blood reincarnation technique wielding astonishing power. For many years, since I have governed the supernatural realm of China, I have often heard of his existence. Beasts and demons, upon hearing his name, would change countenance and flee. Those targeted by him are doomed without exception. Ah, the in-group has arrived. Liner glanced sideways, just in time to see the in-group approaching. In-group frowned slightly, his expression shifting between shadows and light. The information from last night has arrived, and I have gathered most of it. We must locate Yi Xian swiftly. This individual, based on the intel, is of utmost importance. By the way, the warrant for Fundai has been rescinded. However, the situation regarding Yi Xian is rather complicated. That it pertains to Han Tianyu, making it difficult to handle. We can only conduct protective measures in secrecy. On one hand, they demand he save society. On the other, they wish to eliminate him. Liner appeared somewhat dissatisfied, her expression one of defiance. The Starry War God murmured, "In group, do you have business here?" He understood that in group would not come to this place without reason. In other words, he would not come here unless there was a significant matter at hand. Indeed, there is something, and it is no small matter. And group nodded, forcing a smile. Fortune seldom comes alone, and misfortune does not come singly. In the waters of China, specifically beneath the sea, an ancient tomb has been excavated, unearthing some artifacts. Due to certain inexplicable reasons, it is inconvenient to disclose, leading to a collective decision by various countries to auction off the unearthed relics. Your task is to protect a piece of red jade. It is imperative that you locate it and escort it back intact. And Group said, his face etched with concern. What does red jade signify? Liner exclaimed, bewildered. It is said that jade possesses spiritual qualities, endowed with unfathomable powers. And indeed, it is just as such, and Group replied. The Starry War God, alone, ultimately traced the whereabouts of the red jade. The moment he grasped the jade pendant, he felt an unsettling sensation. This piece of jade bore exquisite phoenix patterns, its entire body of vivid blood red, yet at its center lay a bloodstain the size of a thumb. After a prolonged observation, he sensed that the aura of the jade bore a certain resemblance to the pink butterfly. Furthermore, this jade had absorbed the essence of the moonlight and had already developed consciousness, continually drawing in the essence from the sea. Upon the Starry War God's return, which coincided with 3 days later, she awakened, her eerie phoenix eyes opening just as she absorbed the red jade. Phoenix eye blood, Fundai sighed, then smiled. What a coincidence! Once the phoenix eye possesses blood essence, it can be activated without restriction. The Starry War God paused, then with a wry smile, could only declare, The mission has failed. Linner was taken aback, asking, "You were unconscious for 3 days. And upon the arrival of this jade pendant, you awakened. What do you mean by that?" Fundai seemed to comprehend much in an instant, smiling as she said, 5,000 years of Huaxia, with its majestic mountains and rivers. Unparalleled beauty. Countless poignant legends flow through here. The Battle of the Deer, the 3 sovereigns and 5 emperors like fleeting smoke. Go Jian endured hardship, observing the world's vicissitudes. The great Qin's land reached the heavens. Meng Jiangnu weeping at the Great Wall, narrating an unparalleled tragic love. The Chuhan contention, Han Ekton beheaded at the Weiyang Palace. When the cunning rabbit dies, the hunting dog is cooked. When the flying birds are gone, the good bough is concealed. The love between humans and demons faced divine retribution. The White Lady was suppressed by Leifeng Pagoda. As the gates of Fengdu Ghost City opened, spirits wreak havoc in the human realm. The 10,000 Great Mountains, the lair of spirits and monsters. The Western Heaven-esque Buddhism and Taoism emphasize the causes and effects of the mundane world. The supreme heavenly way is but a fleeting mist. Linner was taken aback, sighing. Is immortality truly that important? Then she paused, pondering. Does true love really exist? Fundai activated her phoenix eye, smiling. Why do those who cultivate seek the supreme path? Is it for the righteous path of humanity in their hearts? To safeguard the integrity of time? Or for personal desires, yearning to fulfill a lifelong heroic name, leaving a mark in history? Vengeful spirits and resentful souls were merely ordinary mortals in life, bound by grievances, unable to distinguish love from hate, confused by past events that on the night of Qixi, when the gates of the underworld open, they understand their past vows. Spirits and monsters, cultivating for hundreds or thousands of years, can embody a single flower or blade of grass, or take the form of birds and beasts. Celestial spirits and earthly monsters are merely distinctions of dynamics and statics, whether animal, plant, or even inorganic. Possessing thought, emotions, and supernatural abilities, humans stand as the pinnacle of creation in a myriad of worlds. Cultivating qi and truth, discerning the supreme heavenly way, comprehending heavenly intentions with clarity. Aspiring for immortality, seeking to evade decay and destruction. The desires and sorrows of humanity all seek life while fearing death, while demons and spirits traverse the 6 realms of reincarnation, entangled within the 5 elements that end their arduous search for immortality. What truly is the essence of longevity? In other words, among all beings, who does not yearn for eternal life? Suddenly, Fundai recalled something and anxiously asked, "What about Yi Xian?" Linner suddenly inquired in group, "Is there yet another matter?" "What now?" Fundai appeared indifferent, questioning what was amiss within group today. "Yes, and everything seems to have converged." And group sighed, then continued, "You know Han Tianyu, right? Recently, the state dispatched him to negotiate various territorial border agreements with high-ranking Japanese officials. It seems Han Tianyu possesses much information threatening to Japan, hence they are eager to assassinate him before the agreements are finalized. Is that scoundrel?" Linner was taken aback, then vehemently declared, "That scoundrel should die sooner rather than later. He occupies a high position, yet his actions are more beastly than human. Not killing him is already a kindness. How can we protect him?" "Umph. Han Tianyu, is it him?" The next moment, Fundai's face darkened with murderous intent. Her delicate fists clenched tightly. "Let us go kill him now." And group was startled, promptly signaling Linner and Lai Feng with a glance that Linner did not move, but Lai Feng intervened to restrain Fundai. Ultimately, it was the starry war god who arrived just in time to intercept the powder butterfly. In a hushed tone, he remarked, "The circumstances are rather extraordinary. Matters of personal interest shall be discussed at a later time." And Zhua, wearing a grave expression, sighed. Although Han Tianyu is not a commendable individual, the interests of the nation supersede all else that in the face of national interests. All personal grievances must be set aside. Clearly, Han Tianyu was currently entangled in discussions with high-ranking Japanese officials, who seemingly sought to assassinate him. It is imperative that we ensure his survival. The nation's interests take precedence above all. Linner pursed her lips, nodding in agreement, filled with righteous anger, understanding the need to protect him. The powder butterfly exhaled softly, also nodding slightly, recognizing that national interests held paramount importance. She recalled her master once uttering similar words and had silently accepted this notion. Enzwen nodded and declared, "Starting tonight, Live Phone, Powder Butterfly, and Lin Air, you three shall take charge. The others are currently preoccupied, and recently, there has been a surge in supernatural occurrences that it seems that demons and monsters are in a state of unrest, leaving Starry and some other members in utter disarray." "Leave it to me," Live Phone exclaimed confidently. "Those little devils are merely trifles. We have dealt with ninjas before." "Yes, that is understood. Follow them discreetly and ensure their protection. Do not reveal yourselves unless absolutely necessary," Nzwa commanded. Han Tianyu, recently plagued by a profound sense of discontent, had yet to dissipate the anger stemming from his son's untimely death. Individuals like him, who navigated both the underworld and legitimate circles, were not limited to just Han Xiaojie as a son, but Han Xiaojie was certainly the one prominently showcased at it had been over 3 days. Yet he had still not uncovered the identity of his son's murderer. It was evident that recent events were convoluted. That woman seemed inconsequential, but the man, Yi Xian, was likely no ordinary individual. The presence of a gaze emerging from his brow indicated he had heard of such matters before. Those who possess the heavenly eye are deemed favored by the heavens, and even after extensive research, he had found no conclusive evidence regarding that enigmatic eye. Reflecting on that day, it was surprising that a prominent figure straddling both the lawful and unlawful realms, would exhibit trepidation. The 9 known types of heavenly eyes were widely recognized, and Yi Xian's appeared akin to the Shiro eye. Or perhaps the ghost eye. One's safety must be prioritized. Consequently, Han Tianyu had expended a fortune to hire 6 elite guardians for his protection for the Dragon Group members. He dismissed the notion. Under heavy rewards, there would surely be courageous men, especially considering he had received uncertain information indicating that woman might indeed be a member of the Dragon Group. Thus, relying on the Dragon Group for his safety seemed impractical. Currently, he was engaged in a series of contractual negotiations with Japan, coinciding with the Japanese ninjas' assassination attempts. Han Tianyu smirked confidently, for the 6 elite guardians he had summoned were indeed superhuman in their abilities. Those possessing the heavenly eye were not easily intimidated, let alone by a mere band of ninjas. A convoy of opulent, specially modified vehicles approached, featuring 2 Hongqi, 2 Zhonghua, and 2 latest model Mercedes-Benz, cruising along a secluded highway. Beside Han Tianyu were 2 beautiful maidens, their youth at its zenith, necessitating an outlet for his pent-up desires. That moment, an ominous aura suddenly enveloped them. Han Tianyu's demeanor, once marked by fury, gradually softened. His hollow gaze igniting with a profound flame, followed by an icy intent to kill. "Boss, why are we taking this secluded path?" asked Ahua, sensing the foreboding atmosphere. "This place is sinister and the ideal locale for an assassination." Han Tianyu chuckled disdainfully. "Japanese devils." "Huh." "Ahua, stop the car. Our guests have arrived." As the 2 men in sunglasses flanked him, the moment Han Tianyu opened the car door, a peculiar blade whirled through the air with astonishing speed, accompanied by a trail of black flames. Simultaneously, Lin Air activated her ghost eye, while Live Phone transformed into a tempest, blocking the blade just in time, positioning himself before Han Tianyu. The Eastern ninjas dare to wreak havoc in China. They are simply courting death. Han Tianyu was taken aback, just as he heard a companion mention 3 concealed presences nearby, one of which exuded murderous intent. The other 2 appeared to be there for his protection. At that moment, Han Tianyu realized these 2 were indeed members of the Dragon Group, and the woman possessed an impressive physique. The shimmering light flickered. Han Tianyu's entourage swiftly formed a protective circle around him. With a series of swift sounds, the air crackled as the black, cold light locked on Han Tianyu. The next moment, a fierce gust of wind howled, intercepting the deadly attack. "Little devils, with me here. Your demise is assured." The 6 elite guardians exchanged glances, and then a tall elder chuckled. "It seems today we have little to worry about. The Dragon Group members have arrived. Han Boss's methods are indeed extraordinary. Ninjas, a unique product of Japan, have existed since the island's formative years. They undergo extraordinary training, primarily engaged in espionage activities. Through rigorous and often brutal training, sometimes bordering on abuse, they unlock unexpected powers that surpass ordinary human potential. Ninjas embody the essence of the samurai's code. Dressed in strict attire, the top-tier ninjas donned black garments to evade detection and approach their targets with stealth, confusing their adversaries. The apex of ninjas. Clad entirely in black, can scale walls and traverse rooftops like legendary deities, some purportedly capable of summoning winds and rain, or shifting stars and constellations. Though such claims may be exaggerated, in truth, ninjas excel in utilizing an array of peculiar hidden weapons to execute their lethal endeavors. 6 figures cloaked in black ninja garb emerged. Lin Air maintained her composure, yet a twinge of unease crept into her heart, for these ninjas were no ordinary adversaries. In other words, ninjas are categorized into 5 levels: novice, lower ninja, middle ninja, upper ninja, and heavenly blade. Evidently, these 6 belong to the heavenly tier. Lai Feng, exercise caution. Understood. Lai Feng transformed from a tempest into a human form, warily eyeing the 6 figures across from him. Then whispered, "Those 5 seem to be masters. I've slain many upper ninjas, but this is my first encounter with heavenly ninjas." As Lai Feng finished speaking, the 6 ninjas launched their assault, striking with lightning speed as dark blades whirled through the air. Lin Air, be careful. Those are shurikens. Powder Butterfly, concealed in the shadows, furrowed her brow, scrutinizing the flying projectiles, which resembled ancient throwing darts. However, they seemed to possess a targeting system. Powder Butterfly estimated that within 10 paces, they would hit their mark every time. The 6 heavenly ninjas, unable to land a hit, were thwarted by the tempest conjured by Lai Feng and the light from Lin Air's ghost eye. Internally, she too felt a jolt of alarm as the shurikens, shaped like the swastika, were deftly thrown in unison, maintaining a stable trajectory that ensured precision at close range. Among the 4 heavenly ninjas, 2 confronted Han Tianyu while the remaining 2 held off Lin Air and Lai Feng. Although these heavenly ninjas possessed abilities far beyond those of ordinary individuals, they paled in comparison to the elite guardians protecting Han Tianyu. 2 of these extraordinary guardians swiftly engaged the 2 heavenly ninjas, dispatching them with ease after a brief exchange. That moment, Lin Air unleashed her ghost eye light, encasing one of them in a green flame, instantly incinerating him. The other, pinned by the ghost eye, was captured without resistance. Lai Feng, transformed into a furious whirlwind, effortlessly obliterated the 2 heavenly ninjas, who did not even have time to scream as they fell. Lin Air coldly regarded the captured adversary, and then arrogantly declared, "Speak. I have questions for you." Unexpectedly, the heavenly ninja, the next instant, bled from the corner of his mouth and collapsed lifelessly to the ground. Lin Air was momentarily stunned, as Lai Feng whispered, "Lin Air, this is your first encounter with ninjas. You may not understand their protocols. In the world of ninjas, they adhere to 4 cardinal rules. First, do not misuse ninjutsu. Second, abandon all pride if it means preserving one's life. Third, certain matters must remain confidential, even at the cost of one's life. Fourth, under normal circumstances, one must never disclose their identity. Thus, if you capture him, he will inevitably choose to take his own life." "Oh, I see now. What a true heavenly ninja." Lin Air nodded slightly, suddenly sensing a shift. "Be cautious. There is an aura of killing intent. If one day I become cold-blooded and ruthless, please remember I once burned with passion. If one day I become a relentless killer, please remember I once cared for the world. If one day someone mocks my despair, please remember I have journeyed from innocence to this pretentious state, enduring endless fatigue. It is in this very moment that I have truly changed for the worse, that I have fallen. Please remember I was once kind." A sudden chill enveloped them. A wave of icy air akin to the Arctic surged forth, the terrifying aura of murder mingling with a bloody scent, coalescing into a glimmer reminiscent of blood. "I told you I would return for vengeance. Today, I have come." The sudden appearance of Yi Xian instilled a wave of unease within the previously relaxed 6 elite guardians. Han Tianyu's heart trembled violently, as an overwhelming sense of dread erupted within him. The 6 individuals exchanged glances. Almost in unison, they swiftly positioned themselves in front of Han Tianyu, gazing at the blood-red figure with confusion. After scrutinizing the figure for a considerable time, they still could not decipher his identity. Amidst the crimson light, 2 eyes of remarkable clarity emerged, reminiscent of a child's gaze. How could such innocent eyes appear on a boy exuding such malevolence? At that very moment, the hidden figure of the butterfly, known as Fendai, felt a violent tremor on her shoulder. It was he, transformed into this state. Fendai still recalled the moment when she endured Han Tianyou's persecution. Night Xian's agonizing choice led him to reluctantly embrace the path of darkness, awakening the malice within him, which ultimately saved her life by unleashing the Sword Eye. Yet now, Fendai's mission was to protect Han Tianyou's safety. In other words, she had to thwart Night Xian's revenge, stirring a complex emotion within her heart. In the midst of this pause, a swirl of black energy intermingled with purple blood light spiraled forth. And a flickering shadow materialized suddenly. A pair of crimson eyes fixed intently on Han Tianyou, clad in the attire of a celestial ninja, suggesting years of arduous training. The incantation flowed swiftly from his lips. In the mountains, one must know the secrets of the 6 deities. The combatants shall line up before me, and the sacred incantation shall surely bring forth the deadly seal of the ninja. Night Xian stood proudly to the side, disdain evident on his face as he regarded the prominent celestial ninja. This incantation, he believed, was derived from Chinese exorcism spells, or perhaps merely a form of plagiarism. However, the phrase "line up before me" had been mistakenly transcribed as "line split" before, evolving into a means of channeling internal energy. Fendai shared this sentiment, while others might not have the authority to speak. She was undoubtedly the authority. The Ma family, with their enchantments and dragon-slaying techniques, boasted a history spanning over 2 millennia, adept in the 9 Suns True Word spell since ancient times, 2,000 years ago. Did the land of the rising sun not have ninjas? Back then, it was merely a gathering of small islands. The celestial ninja's hoarse voice completed the incantation, then cried out fiercely, "Iga Kijin. Here I summon you by the order of the Iga clan's head. Divine demons, 8-headed serpent." In an instant, a blood-spouting, 8-headed serpent materialized behind the celestial ninja, its gaping maw howling towards Han Tianyou. A formidable force capable of slaughtering both the underworld and the overworld. Yet this was still within the realm of humanity. However, such a formation, with an 8-headed serpent, was truly unprecedented. The legendary Yamada no Orochi, Japan's mightiest serpent demon. In that moment, the 6 extraordinary individuals displayed expressions of astonishment, their eyes widening in terror. According to their knowledge, only the Iga clan could summon the ancient Yamada no Orochi. Under the command of Iga Kijin, instantly, all 6 began to prepare their defenses. One youth, resembling a monk, silently chanted a few verses from Buddhist scriptures, and a golden light surged skyward. The golden Buddhist swastika seemed to possess a restraining effect against the Yamada no Orochi. The other 5 sprang into action. One individual began to convulse and transformed into a half-beast, sporting a fearsome tiger-like head that on his forehead, a black royal symbol gleamed ominously. Another figure, adorned with blood-red markings, resembled a bat's wings, epitomizing a vampire. Beneath a noble exterior and handsome visage, a strange fury flickered in his eyes. An elder, clad in a tattered black suit, bore a string of skulls across his chest. In the next moment, the skulls spiraled outwards, providing him with protection while radiating a bizarre black glow that a delicate young girl emerged as the black suit tore away, revealing her stunning countenance, an enchanting allure interwoven with bloodlight, reminiscent of the spider demon from Journey to the West. Lastly, a figure appeared, boasting a pair of purple wings, akin to a Western angel or winged being, with those violet wings and a handsome face. She unleashed a beam of purple light directed at the 8-headed serpent. The 6 extraordinary beings, brimming with confidence. If the incantation had been interrupted before it could summon the Yamada no Orochi, any one of them could have easily vanquished it. Yet now, with the celestial ninja successfully summoning the serpent, they found themselves embroiled in a fierce battle. Ultimately, Fendai, her azure eyes shimmering with determination, could no longer bear to watch as she moved. A brilliant sword light spiraled around her. The incantation completed. "Arise, divine dragon, manifest, combatants, array before me. Eradicate the evil." The dragon and serpent clashed, golden dragon light entangled with black serpent essence. The divine dragon sparkled with golden radiance, its claws relentlessly tearing at the scales of the Yamada no Orochi, drawing forth torrents of blood and anguished cries. In a fit of rage, the Yamada no Orochi retaliated. Dark shadows infused with corrosive energy, its 8 heads snapping at the divine dragon. A fierce stalemate ensued. Finally, the divine dragon broke free from the serpent-esque grasp, twisting and soaring in the air, unleashing a torrent of golden flames mixed with fierce heat, inflicting unbearable suffering upon the Yamada no Orochi. Night Shien, seeking vengeance, cast a cold glare at Han Tianyu, even amidst the chaos of battle. The flying debris and the terrifying waves of energy that approached his form were inexplicably repelled by the crimson aura surrounding him, leaving him unscathed. The divine dragon soared above, while the Yamada no Orochi writhed below. Their gazes locked in a fierce standoff. Fundai, controlling the divine dragon, felt beads of cold sweat form on her brow, while Night Shien silently shook his head. Exterminate the immortal sword, annihilate. Night Shien stood proudly, his sword pointing skyward, as the blood-red light intertwined with a thunderous brilliance, sending the Yamada no Orochi reeling. Did I end that moment? The serpent shrieked in fury, its form rapidly shrinking, darting like a phantom towards Night Shien. A smirk crept onto Night Shien's lips as he spun his sword, the blood-red light swirling ominously. He locked onto one of the serpent's heads, shattering it in an instant. Swish, swish, Night Shien wielded the exterminate immortal sword. And after 6 swift strikes, only 2 heads of the Yamada no Orochi remained, its grotesque visage splattered with black blood, oozing a potent corrosive aura, leaving destruction in its wake. More disturbingly, the 2 remaining heads of the serpent suddenly split apart, forming 2 independent serpent bodies. The celestial ninja, now enveloped in black light, merged into the 2 serpents, engulfed in a haze of crimson mist. Night Shien swung the 6-inch exterminate immortal sword, its once ancient form now distorted, yet still retaining the clarity of its original design. Night Shien stood still, poised, as he unleashed the sword, obliterating a serpent-esque form. As the divine dragon spiraled down, it unleashed a breath of infernal flames, and with its 2 claws, it effortlessly annihilated the last serpent. Fundai exhaled in relief, retracting the divine dragon, then gazed quietly at Night Shien. At that moment, Lin Air and Lai Feng joined Fundai's side, their expressions complex as they regarded Night Shien. In this instant, the 6 extraordinary beings, having ceased their actions, cast cold stares at Night Shien. It was evident that their hearts were filled with intense resentment towards him. After all, the once mighty Yamada no Orochi, which they had regarded with such reverence, had fallen so easily beneath Night Shien's sword, the small blade exhibiting a power that left them astounded. Han Tianyu, will you be able to withstand me today? Night Shien sneered, then sighed. Money, power. Let us see if it can save your life today. With those words, Night Shien's cruel gaze fixed upon Han Tianyu. Han Tianyu took a step back, as if suddenly realizing something. The 6 extraordinary beings he had summoned, along with the 2 experts from the dragon group, were all protecting him. And that woman, Fundai, it seemed she was indeed safeguarding him, revealing her affiliation with the dragon group. The nation's interests take precedence. Very well. Splendidly. 6 of you. Today's battle is straightforward. If you kill him, everything else will be easy to discuss. Han Tianyu beamed brightly, casting a cold glare at Night Shien. Tonight, if you ensure my safety, I shall pay each of you $13 billion. What say you? Very well. It is a deal. $13 billion, splendid. The enigmatic celestial eye. Can you withstand me now, golden monk? The monk, bathed in golden light, recited swastika, radiate and illuminate. Boom. The blood-red, eerie glow emanated from the vampire-like figure, who smiled faintly as bat-like wings unfurled behind him. With money, matters are easily resolved. Although this enemy is troublesome, money makes everything easier. Overestimating oneself, courting death. Night Shien pivoted his sword, extending his right hand skyward, before the golden monk could react. The blood-red sword light surged forth from Night Shien's finger, effortlessly countering the golden Buddhist light. With ease, he repelled the golden monk with a single strike. Night Shien barked, money may be plentiful, but if you seek death, leave now. Otherwise, I shall kill, kill, kill. In that instant, the vampire with bat wings lunged forward, his speed terrifying. Night Shien, however, remained unfazed, retracting the exterminate immortal sword, and unleashed a blood-red sword light aimed directly at the intruder's heart. The blood-colored waves surrounding the vampire erupted violently, blocking what seemed to be a casual strike. Night Xian's icy gaze, as he released the sword light, sent tremors through the entire space. "Stop, Night Xian. Let him go this time," Fen Dai urged, her face pale but her voice steady. "Let it go this time. We'll deal with him later." "Impossible, why?" Night Xian halted, casting a strange look at Fen Dai. "Give me one reason. Han Tianyu deserves no mercy. Today, it is either his demise or my own, for the sake of the nation's interest. Let him go this time." The delicate butterfly sighed, while beside her, Linner and the fierce wind simultaneously urged, "It is impossible. He must die." Yi Xian bellowed, his sword aimed like a blood-red flash, directly targeting Han Tianyu's forehead. With a thunderous assault, 3 adept practitioners of extraordinary abilities struck simultaneously around him, shattering the glimmer of the sword light. It seemed, at that moment, those 3 too suffered some internal injuries, albeit not severe. Yi Xian was engulfed in a bloodthirsty aura, as the sword light surged forth, interlaced with crimson threads. The 6 extraordinary protectors of Han Tianyu were taken aback. Again, 6 spiraling beams of sword light emerged. As Yi Xian coldly gazed at Han Tianyu, who stood proud and defiant, suddenly, the bodies of the 6 extraordinary practitioners trembled violently, an ominous feeling enveloping them. The blood-colored light, the swirling crimson sword blossoms. As Yi Xian's sword glowed fiercely, the blood-red aura mingled with a hint of murderous intent, growing ever more potent that in that instant, waves of fear, bloodlust, and an icy chill reminiscent of the netherworld engulfed Han Tianyu, causing him to feel an unsettling dread, as if death loomed just a heartbeat away. The sensation of impending doom sent a shiver down Han Tianyu's spine, leaving him utterly discontent. Regardless, for one of his stature, a tycoon capable of traversing both the black and white realms, one who could kill without a flicker of an eye, it was an ironic twist of fate to have his own destiny held in the hands of another. As death's threat loomed ever closer, this feeling only festered the resentment in his heart. That at this moment, Yi Xian felt entirely different. He resembled a cat toying with a mouse. The cat plays with its prey before finally capturing it, relishing in the gradual destruction of its spirit, before ultimately devouring it. Thus, amidst the growing sadistic pleasure, intertwined with bloodthirsty malice, Yi Xian was no longer the benevolent and just figure he once was. It cannot be said that he indiscriminately slaughters the innocent, yet those who have harmed him will certainly not be spared. The street fell eerily silent as the 6 extraordinary practitioners exchanged glances. This was undoubtedly the first time encountering such a formidable opponent. They had witnessed adept practitioners capable of opening their celestial eyes, yet none had been as fearsome as this. Even the earlier girl, Linner of the Dragon Team, despite her formidable ghostly eyes, was merely on par with one among them. Each of the 6 extraordinary practitioners felt a wave of regret. Had they known a figure of such caliber was present, they would not have come. Each of them could be deemed masters, and among them, Zi, the Enchantress, was especially renowned as an extraordinary adept. They faced no fear against the likes of Tianrun. Yet before Yi Xian's icy visage, mere bravado could not suffice. Now, retreat was difficult. It was too late. Yi Xian spoke indifferently, devoid of any emotion, as if he were a cold-blooded weapon of murder. "Those who stand in my way shall meet their end. Today, I finally comprehend my master's words. I would rather bear the world's hatred than let the world bear mine." This phrase resonates deeply. Yi Xian fell into silence for a moment, the sword light around him shimmering with a crimson brilliance, as if he were bleeding from every pore, and his entire being radiated a chilling malice, reminiscent of a demon emerging from the depths of hell. The delicate butterfly stood transfixed, the essence of Yi Xian now entirely transformed. Lacking even a trace of his former self, she gazed at him, entranced, witnessing his once ordinary exterior, now flickering with an otherworldly allure, or perhaps it was his striking handsomeness that captivated her, that why Yi Xian stood still. Yet his eyes glinted with a bloody hue, as if 2 flames burned fiercely within them. Chapter 15. Even if I plead with you. That icy aura, mingled with an inexplicable ruthlessness, rendered him a veritable god of death. The delicate butterfly could hardly fathom that the righteous and kind Yi Xian would reveal such a brutal side to At that moment. Yi Xian turned to her, a flicker of a smile gracing his lips, tinged with an air of aloofness and a grievance against injustice. His eyes spoke of a lethal intent, as though proclaiming that today, haunting you must perish. Yi Xian, what are you attempting to do? I represent China in negotiations with Japan, and I am one of the principal representatives. Let me make this clear. If you kill me, the consequences are yours to bear. Han Tianyo's tone was filled with agitation, perhaps revealing his underlying fear. The 6 extraordinary practitioners displayed signs of retreat, and in that moment, he realized just how terrifying Yi Xian truly was, although there was little animosity between them. Yi Xian, how about this? Whatever you desire, I can provide. How does that sound? Han Tianyu finally relented, his mind racing with thoughts of the countless worldly pleasures he did not wish to forsake. The power, wealth, and status he possessed were far too precious to lose. I cannot die. Suddenly, he recalled something, whispering, "Let us put aside my son's vengeance. That wretched brat was blind to his own misdeeds and deserved his fate, that if you kill him, you would be enacting justice." Yi Xian's cold laughter echoed, his expression darkening further. He sneered, his eyes ablaze, and spoke in a low voice. "Very well, continue. Speak on." As he observed Yi Xian's increasingly unsettling demeanor, Han Tinyu gasped, his voice trembling, "The nationwide bounty. I shall cancel it immediately. Will that suffice? And as for money, it is easy to acquire. Just tell me how much you desire, and I shall provide it. How much for my life? Just name your price." Yi Xian retorted, "Do not attempt to deceive. Today, it is either your death or mine. There is no third option. Anyone who obstructs me shall be mercilessly slain. The sword of extermination, bloodthirsty, a single word, kill. If you can withstand the 6 strikes from me, you may continue to live. If you cannot, your demise is certain. Since you 6 have chosen to remain, you shall share the same fate." Yi Xian suddenly sighed. "Extraordinary practitioners, your skills are commendable. Who are you?" At that moment, Liner furrowed her brow and exclaimed, "It is you. So it is you." She smacked her forehead and, in a low but furious tone, added, "The strongest from various underground organizations. I never imagined they would converge in China. Yet you have underestimated Yi Xian's prowess. His sword sight is regarded as the pinnacle, and after succumbing to madness, he surpasses his former self." The delicate butterfly also spoke, adopting a softer tone, and sighed, "This matter is no longer paramount. Yi Xian, come with me. Do not tread down the wrong path. One misstep, and you shall find it impossible to turn back." Yi Xian scoffed. "What is right and what is wrong? Who can truly delineate the boundaries of right and wrong? The dark side of this world, the shadows and politics, everything is filled with insincerity. What is real? I do not know. Nor do I wish to know. Money, interests, power. This world has been tainted. Very well, if that is the case, I shall overturn the heavens." The delicate butterfly's expression fluctuated between uncertainty and resolve. At that moment, she was unsure how to persuade Yi Xian. Of course, she too had been affected by the injustices of the world. The fierce wind bore an unusual expression, seething with rage at Yi Xian's words, yet recognizing that national interests outweighed all else. He held back, exclaiming, "The nation grants everyone an opportunity. The nation upholds the law. All things shall pass. Trust in the nation, trust in the government. If I could trust, I would have done so long ago." Yi Xian's face twisted in fury as he shouted, "Han Tianyu, he controls everything. Why has no one intervened before? He murders and pillages, committing every atrocity. How do you explain that? He engages in every profitable venture. And such a scoundrel is unworthy of life. Countless souls have perished at his hands. A man like him deserves to die. Let the law punish him. There will be opportunities. There must be." The delicate butterfly followed Liner's lead, trying to reason with Yi Xian, her voice soft and soothing. Yet Yi Xian coldly replied, "There is nothing left to discuss. Those who stand in my way shall be mercilessly slain." Liner issued her final warning. "Step aside." The blood-red sword light surged forth, knocking Liner aside. Simultaneously, the delicate butterfly found herself ensnared by a beam of crimson light, as Yi Xian's icy voice echoed, "Do not force my hand. Those who obstruct me shall meet their end." With those words, The hurricane formed by the fierce wind was shattered by Yi Xian's sword, sending him flying who knows where. Fierce wind. Fierce wind. Liner spat blood, crying out, "What have you done to him?" The delicate butterfly was equally taken aback, incredulous as she exclaimed, "You killed him?" Yi Xian, illuminated by the moonlight, coldly declared, "Not this time. The next moment he shall surely die. Once more I say, those who obstruct me shall be mercilessly slain. Money, power, status. Let us see if they can save you today." Yi Xian's voice turned frigid, his blood-red eyes fixed on Han Tianyu, as he brandished a blood-soaked sword. The once innocent sword of extermination now bore a terrifying visage, reflecting the transformation of Yi Xian into a figure of ruthless vengeance. "You killed my son. How shall we account for this?" At the mention of his son, Yi Xian's fury ignited, and he roared. "How many lives has your son taken?" Ultimately, he set his sights on the delicate butterfly. Time and time again, he resorted to threats, declaring that those who defy him would meet their end. Those words. Do they not sound satisfying to you now? Your son, Han Xiaojie, treats human life as mere straw, oblivious to the countless souls he has extinguished. Such a wretch deserves no sympathy. And what of that? It is merely the way of survival. Han Tianyu retorted, while the delicate butterfly spoke sharply. Enough? Umph. Yi Xian suddenly smiled coldly, then murmured, "Thus, I have said, heaven and earth are heartless, treating all beings as mere fodder. Perhaps today I have come to understand his meaning. The slaughter of the world, the annihilation of existence, may not be an entirely bad thing." Yi Xian twirled the Su Xian sword in his hand, the menacing blade radiating an eerie light, the force and unparalleled sharpness of the sword's glow rendering the 6 adept warriors incapable of evasion. They could only unite, each showcasing their utmost power to block the incoming strike from Yi Xian. The attack of the sword, aimed to kill, was met by the combined efforts of the 6 adept warriors, resulting in a tremendous explosion that echoed through the air. The formidable sword energy surged forth, causing the faces of the 6 warriors to change drastically, for they sensed that their powers seemed utterly insufficient to withstand it. Yet at that moment, another strike from Yi Xian was already approaching. Soaring high, directly targeting the monk's head, for Yi Xian found the man's chanting exceedingly irksome. Although it posed no real threat, it was a mere annoyance, a distaste for the golden sigils. Swish! The golden monk cried out in pain, as the golden aura surrounding him shattered like a mirror. Then, Yi Xian's sword light pierced towards his head. He had no time to scream, let alone make any extraneous movements, as that lethal strike crushed the monk's skull. Following there was another strike, the fearsome Su Xian sword, renowned for its ability to slay deities, forged from the essence of the sword itself. Its attack power was, of course, beyond imagination. Yi Xian's right arm whirled, transforming into a beam of sword light, which struck the vampire's chest with the force of thunder, delivering yet another fatal blow. Simultaneously, Yi Xian, spinning with the Su Xian sword, locked his gaze on Han Tianyu and let out a roar akin to a raging lion. His bloodlust surging forth, mingled with an aura of death. "This strike. Let's see if you survive it. Watch out." Liner swiftly maneuvered, her hands racing to activate the ghostly eye on her forehead, bracing herself to block that lethal blow meant for Han Tianyu. Seeking death, Yi Xian barked coldly, a glimmer of malice flickering in his eyes, concealed beneath the surface that if you don't move, I want to hold back. Form, troops, battle, all arrayed before me, divine dragon. Exterminate evil. Liner waved her hand, forming the sword seal, and the divine dragon spiraled forth, standing in front of Yi Xian. Swish! Liner half kneeled on the ground, her strength waning as she spat out a mouthful of blood, softly sighing, "Spare him. Yi Xian, I beg you. Withdraw the divine dragon and step aside, or I may lose control and end up killing you." That a sharp pain pierced Yi Xian's heart, an unpleasant sensation gnawing at him, as if a terrifying beast within was struggling. A single thought echoed in his mind. Kill, kill, kill. The sword energy whirled, the Su Xian sword enveloped in a blood-colored chill, erupting into hundreds of feet of sword light. Had it not been for the divine dragon's obstruction, that strike would have been sufficient to slay Han Tianyu. Yi Xian's expression shifted again, as the once swirling Su Xian sword now shot towards the speeding car of Han Tianyu like a bolt of lightning. The accelerating sword light, combined with the hundreds of feet of swirling sword energy, was once again thwarted by the divine dragon. Oh! The divine dragon roared, its fierce dragon's cry resonating through the heavens. Accompanied by golden rays surging upward, momentarily dimming the world around. The very fabric of space trembled, a testament to the formidable power of the Ma family's divine dragon. Your divine dragon is powerful. But it pales in comparison to my abilities. I do not wish to engage, do you understand? Yi Xian's voice was stern. Get out of the way, or I will kill you, dodge. The Su Xian sword swung. A blade of sword energy spiraling to push the divine dragon back. Once more I say, leave swiftly. Liner resolutely shook her head, then softly sighed, no, this time let me handle it, please. Yi Xian stepped forward, his cold eyes fixated on the blood-colored light. You seek death. The Su Xian sword unleashed 6 blossoming sword flowers, violently sending the divine dragon reeling. Uncertain of where it would land, the Yi Xian stood upon his flying sword, the blood-colored glow streaking across the sky, catching up with Han Tianyo's speeding car in an instant. Though much had transpired, not even a minute had passed. Yi Xian's voice thundered. Han Tianyo, do you still wish to flee? Can you truly escape? Today, it is either your death or mine, that if I die, you shall live. Otherwise, today, I shall use my Su Xian sword to shatter your corpse into a myriad of pieces. The choice lies with you. Simultaneously, the golden monk, the half-beast, the vampire, the skeletal necromancer, the demoness, and the angel with purple wings. Among the 6 adept warriors, the golden monk and the vampire had already perished at this moment. The remaining 4 adept warriors exchanged determined glances, affirming, so be it, today he must die, even if it costs us our lives. The demoness, with a feigned pout, coldly remarked, if the fish dies, the net breaks. The outcome is uncertain. The angel in purple also hesitated for a moment before solemnly declaring, then let us unite our strengths to slay him. As the car halted, the half-beast, the skeletal necromancer, the demoness, and the angel with purple wings all disembarked. At Yi Xian's gaze locked on Han Tianyo in the vehicle, his blood-colored eyes shimmering with sword light, causing Han Tianyo's heart to tremble with an unsettling sense of foreboding. Under the bloodthirsty Su Xian sword, your doom is sealed. The half-beast, with a dark aura forming a kingly symbol on his forehead, next conjured a column of black wind, locking onto Yi Xian. Meanwhile, the demoness spinning form infused the half-beast with purple light, culminating in a brilliant beam of destructive power driven by the necromancer's full force. Yi Xian scoffed, his eyes flashing with 2 blood-red glimmers. The bloodthirsty Su Xian sword emitted a crimson sword light, effortlessly blocking and shattering the combined assault of the 4 warriors. Instantly, the 4 adept warriors staggered back, each spewing forth a mouthful of blood. The energies clashed, black light howling, various sparks intertwining and swirling, coalescing into the form of a tiger with wings, only to be cleaved asunder by a single stroke. The half-beast fell, lifeless. The divine dragon spiraled through the night sky, clouds swirling, golden rays shooting upward. Liner, her face pale, cried out, Yi Xian, don't! Yi Xian's sword eye opened, grasping the Su Xian sword, swirling with blood-red malevolence. Liner activated her phoenix eyes, wielding a cerulean sword glow, dancing as if the celestial goddess had descended to earth. The clash of their swords erupted in a fierce explosion, with the powers of righteousness and wickedness revealing their extraordinary destructive capabilities. Whether it was Yi Xian's sword eye or Liner's phoenix eyes, both were unrivaled celestial sights. Their gazes intertwined, bursting forth with resplendent radiance, coalescing into a vibrant ribbon of colors that Liner, in a swift motion, unleashed an attack imbued with devouring power, voraciously absorbing the surrounding spiritual energy and channeling it within herself, ultimately transforming it into her own strength through her phoenix eyes. Yi Xian was taken aback, not anticipating that Liner would grow so formidable in just a few days. She could not only activate her phoenix eyes at will, but also wield their power with such finesse. Who in the world could withstand a sword eye? Only those with phoenix eyes and bloodline eyes could hope to match him. Liner was equally astonished. Since activating her phoenix eyes, she realized her abilities had significantly heightened. She initially thought she could withstand Yi Xian, perhaps even surpass him, but the outcome had surprised her. The blood-colored aura enveloped her as the Su Xian sword-esque glow surged forth, mingling with boundless killing intent. Flooding the air with malice, that aura seemed potent enough to consume everything, even inflicting considerable harm upon the Phoenix eyes. Yet Linner did not relent. Instead, she harnessed her internal spiritual energy to launch a fierce counterattack. The overwhelming forces of the two clashed violently, creating an explosion that shattered the heavens, echoing throughout the town. The sheer magnitude of their struggle in the narrow streets was unimaginable, Dai Yixian sneered. While Linner refused to yield, despite being at a disadvantage, she had unexpectedly received the inheritance of the Phoenix blood essence. However, her time for refinement was limited, and Yixian possessed the innate power bestowed by the celestial star of the purple microcosm. Although Linner had significantly boosted her combat prowess, facing Yixian's onslaught, she found herself overwhelmed. The clash of blood-red and cerulean spiritual energies culminated in a point of dawn, ultimately resulting in a tumultuous whirlwind that threatened to tear apart the very fabric of their surroundings. Liner's face contorted in anguish as she spat out a mouthful of blood, her expression one of despair. This time was truly remarkable. First, an incessant barrage of explosions, followed by a series of earthquakes, and ultimately the emergence of a tempestuous storm. It was due to this cataclysmic onslaught that a brilliant, blinding light surged directly into the heavens. The dazzling crimson light, merging with a hue akin to the vast ocean, enveloped the surroundings, rendering all present unable to open their eyes. Even the three remaining practitioners of extraordinary abilities, including Han Tianyu, were not exempt. The might of Yixian's Zhejian sword, unleashed with fervor, was entirely countered by the formidable defense of Fundai. Truth be told, at that moment, a voice within Yixian's heart was fervently shouting, "Kill, slay, annihilate them all, exterminate." That overwhelming feeling seemed to have jolted Fundai, instilling a sense of trepidation and even terror within her. In a moment of distraction, she nearly became a soul lost beneath the Zhejian sword. Faced with the torrent of sword light, Fundai summoned her phoenix eyes to shield herself, expending nearly 80% of her spiritual power. In desperation, she could only invoke the protection of the divine dragon. In the next instant, a golden dragon shape melded into Fundai's being, the two nearly becoming one, radiating a mesmerizing blend of golden and azure light. Encased in golden scales, Fundai exuded a powerful, sacred aura. Dai Yixian and Fundai spiraled in midair. Yixian, brow furrowed, wielded the Zhejian sword as though he were exerting every ounce of strength to compel the divine dragon. Yixian's intent was straightforward, to extract the dragon from Fundai's essence. Yet, Fundai, empowered by her phoenix eyes, proved to be an exceedingly formidable opponent. With this thought, Yixian's bloodshot eyes widened, suddenly locking onto Fundai, as a sinister, blood-colored aura surged forth. The chilling light flickered ominously, as if it truly harbored a murderous intent towards her. Fundai, standing upon golden waves of light, floated elegantly amidst the sword radiance, her golden hair billowing as her phoenix eyes fixated on Yixian. At that moment, Yixian's gaze glimmered with bloodthirst, his figure emanating an eerie, sinister presence. Coldly locking on Fundai, I think that yes, she regarded him. Fundai released a peculiar dragon roar, causing Yixian to momentarily freeze as if recalling something, followed by a surge of crimson light erupting skyward. In an instant, the scarlet glow surrounding Yixian intensified, intertwining with a beam of sword light. Fundai hesitated for a moment, then her entire being erupted with a golden dragon's radiance. Emanating a resplendent glow, in the blink of an eye, she appeared directly above Yixian, her phoenix eyes projecting a golden flame that engulfed him entirely. This dragon light, infused with flames, soared skyward, ensnaring Yixian within its powerful, purifying sacred energy. Yet, even against the full might of Fundai, Yixian let out a pained scream as the bloodlight enveloped his body, swiftly surging into him. In that instant, the crimson radiance permeated his being, cascading upward to meet the moonlight. Yixian, with the Zhejian sword weeping blood, unleashed a strange arc of energy, which then transformed into a three-zhang radius of blood-red light centered on him. Subsequently, the three-zhang radius of light spiraled outward, rapidly expanding to form a 100-zhang blood-colored illumination. the destructive force of which left the ground beneath them deeply cratered. Did I in that moment? Fendai, surrounded by golden radiance, clashed with Yi Xian's bloodlight. The collision of these two immense forces triggered another violent explosion. Felt across a 3,000-mile radius, Fendai gazed into the dissipating smoke, the cerulean blood mist swirling around them, while Yi Xian cast a cold, unwavering gaze at her from midair, clutching the menacing Zhuzhen sword tightly. Yi Xian remained unscathed, while Fendai, on the other hand, was bleeding profusely. Her attire was in tatters, her face etched with unspoken weariness, and her body trembled slightly, the once sharp clarity of her phoenix eyes now dulled. In this moment of grievous injury, Fendai still possessed her own resilience and tenacity. She exuded no hint of panic, nor an ounce of helplessness, instead growing even more composed, affixed to the sword's decree. Those who come to battle shall line up before me, divine dragon. Exterminate the evildoers. Fendai spat forth a surge of reverse blood, her hands swirling in a sword technique, causing two streams of golden dragon energy to coalesce into a dragon silhouette that locked onto Yi Xian. Yi Xian exhaled sharply, adjusting the pulsating bloodlight around him, that in an instant, the weeping Zhuzhen sword soared 3,000 zhang into the air, its hilt swung to deliver a devastating blow, gazing coldly at the one he once cherished. Now a barrier to his vengeance, an inexplicable fury arose within him, morphing into a sinister resentment as he remarked, "The phoenix eyes are indeed formidable, yet they cannot obstruct my sword's gaze, nor can they withstand my weeping Zhuzhen sword. This blade has gained an edge of murderous intent. Perhaps it deserves a new name." As these words left his lips, an eerie laughter echoed, reminiscent of a ghostly wailed "at" that moment. A blood-colored figure materialized, wearing a placid smile as they observed the two. "What a splendid performance. This little couple's skirmish has truly exceeded my expectations." The figure chuckled. "You see, life unfolds in such a manner, do you not? After witnessing much, one learns to let go. Is it not so? My dear little junior disciple, what are your thoughts?" The overwhelming aura startled Yi Xian and Fendai, causing them to turn their attention toward him. Yi Xian, with a cold expression, swiftly averted his gaze, seemingly unwilling to acknowledge his presence. Fendai furrowed her brow, taking a sharp breath as she addressed the newcomer. "Shuemo, what brings you here? Are you merely spectating, or perhaps looking to add insult to injury? Or do you intend to eliminate both him and me in one fell swoop?" Ignoring Fendai's query, Yi Xian deliberately turned his head aside. Fendai, with a cold smirk, fixed her gaze upon him. "I never expected this. What do you wish to convey?" Fendai retorted sharply. "What precisely do you intend to accomplish by coming here?" With those words, Fendai activated her sword technique, instantly placing herself 10 zhang away from Shuemo, regarding him with a steely glare. What struck Fendai as peculiar was that at this moment, Yi Xian bore an aura reminiscent of a malevolent spirit from the netherworld, while Shuemo appeared as a righteous, noble hero of the mortal realm. He exuded an air of solemn sincerity, embodying the demeanor of an unparalleled master. Fendai was taken aback. She had encountered Shuemo twice before, initially indifferent, and during their second meeting. She had opened her phoenix eyes. After observing him closely, her eyes and cheeks flickered with astonishment, as if Shuemo's presence was far more impressive than she had anticipated. "Have you developed feelings for someone else?" Shuemo suddenly quipped with a smile. "Enough of your jesting. What is the purpose of your visit?" Fendai's heart stirred, and she swiftly cast aside her distractions, replying coldly, 3 months have passed, yet only 3 days remain. However, after these 3 months, I, Shuemo, shall undoubtedly bring ruin upon the world. Whoever dares to obstruct me may come forth. Those who cannot will meet their doom. Extermination of the world. That seems rather intriguing." Even more perplexingly, Yi Xian remarked with a dispassionate tone, "This world is shrouded in darkness. Perhaps it would be better to obliterate civilization and rebuild anew." "Very well. You two continue your little game." Shuemo smiled lightly before vanishing from sight. At this juncture, Yi Xian's cold gaze shifted towards Fendai. The Zhuzhen sword in his hand began to sway slowly, locking onto her as he unleashed the 6th form of Zhizian, AT this moment. Fendai too was forming her sword technique, her arms moving in rhythm with the Zhuzhen sword's arc. The instant she beheld the Zhuzhen sword, she propelled her arms forward, unleashing a golden stream of light that soared skyward, a colossal golden dragon. Towering 8 zhang high and 100 zhang long, spiraled forth, inducing a sense of a WTO slay Hanti on you. One must first eliminate me, for I prioritize the nation's interests above all. Fendai shot Yi Xian a fierce glare, and the golden radiance swirled, suddenly amplifying in intensity. That it was as if a dragon's might, intertwined with Phoenix's grace, surged forth. That Yi Xian chuckled coldly, responding, "In that case, let us see just how potent your dragon and phoenix eyes truly are. Can you withstand this strike?" With a sigh, Fendai channeled her inner spiritual energy, hands forming the sword technique. "Yi Xian, awaken! There is no need for us to meet in battle, is there not? Then depart, and allow me to slay him." Yi Xian retorted sharply, "Let me remind you, the mastermind behind the massacre of the Ma family was none other than Han Tianyo's faction stirring trouble. That I shan't elaborate further. I am one who avenges wrongs. And he must die." With his right hand gripping the weeping Zhejian's sword, Yi Xian made a subtle gesture, causing the shimmering sword light to flicker as he gazed upward, his aura surging dramatically. In an instant, he transformed into a wave of blood-red energy, effortlessly pushing Fendai back 3 zhang. Letting out a low growl, Yi Xian whirled with his ancient sword, the flowing sword light glimmering, the ethereal Zhejian sword techniques resembling a dance upon the waves, emitting beams of cerulean sword light that ultimately converged into a blood-red beam of light aimed at Fendai's chest. This moment, Fendai's gaze remained icy, her agile hands emanating cerulean swirling light. And in an instant, the speed of the sword light accelerated exponentially. Caught off guard, Yi Xian was astonished to discover Fendai possessed such a technique. "You have made considerable progress, yet you are still no match for me." Fendai stood her ground, her voice a low, cold command, affixed to the sword's decree. "Those who come to battle shall line up before me." First form of the 9-word true mantra. Ascending dragon from the abyss. Yi Xian donned a frigid expression, his voice booming with anger. "You seek death, Fendai. This is of your own choosing. Do not blame me." With a sweeping motion, the Zhejian sword shimmered, the blood-colored waves revealing hints of a rainbow hue. The atmosphere was suddenly filled with a chilling aura, causing the very heavens and earth to tremble. With a swift motion, the delicate figure of the pink butterfly spun around, coalescing a wave of azure, spiritual energy to shield herself. In an instant, she resembled an arrow released from a bow, her cerulean light darting fiercely towards Yi Xian. As she twirled, the pink butterfly waved her arms, her fingers gathering the azure light, illuminating her form, and her silhouette began to curve gracefully, reminiscent of a dragon poised for flight. Above her head, an ethereal dragon silhouette materialized, and in the next heartbeat, it lunged at Yi Xian. With that, she propelled herself forward, the dragon image darting straight at Yi Xian, her hands tracing blue sword marks that, like the breath of a divine dragon, relentlessly locked onto Yi Xian. The half-inch-long sword marks instantly spiraled away from the pink butterfly's body, merging with the dragon silhouette, generating an unstoppable force that Yi Xian's heart stirred. He was taken aback, astonished that the pink butterfly had reached such a level. Her attacks precise and well-coordinated, and she had even mastered the Ma family's true word sword incantation. In that fleeting moment, it seemed she could harness the surrounding natural spiritual energy, continuously replenishing her own power to unleash formidable attacks. What extraordinary encounter had she experienced, enabling her to wield such capabilities with such ease? The Ma family's forbidden sword incantation made Yi Xian wary. Although she had not yet reached his level, she still posed a potential threat that a vigilant Yi Xian would never allow anyone to harm him, not even the one he cherished most, the pink butterfly. It is well known that even the mightiest of heroes can fall into traps laid by fate. Any danger must be meticulously calculated in advance, and that was Yi Xian's resolve. Furrowing his brows, Yi Xian hesitated no longer. With a swift motion of his right arm, the blood-crying Excalibur spun, shimmering with a kaleidoscope of colors beneath the crimson glow. Red, orange, yellow, green, blue, indigo, violet. Each hue flickered upon the Excalibur, which then transformed into a radiant sword aura, soaring skyward to cleave through the approaching dragon silhouette. The blood-crying Excalibur moved effortlessly blocking the incoming cerulean sword marks. Eye of the Sword versus Phoenix Eyes. Both forces clashed, holding their ground for a moment. Yuan easily gained the upper hand, while the pink butterfly trembled in sorrow. That it was evident that even with the divine dragon's protection, she could not withstand his might. The pink butterfly's expression remained resolute as she clasped her hands to form the sword incantation. And in an instant, the sound of dragon roars erupted, dragon rising from the abyss. At that moment, she seemed to transform into a divine dragon, gracefully spiraling as she danced, her figure radiating a golden hue intermingled with azure brilliance. Absorbing the moonlight, she replenished the spiritual energy she had just expended. For the dragon was the sovereign of the supernatural, capable of drawing upon the energies of the universe through its dragon pearl. Among the supernatural dragon lineage, the greatest strength lay not in its physical form, nor in the breath it exhaled, nor in its claws, but rather in the dragon pearl within its maw. This pearl harnessed the very essence of the heavens and earth, an unparalleled treasure, for instance. A mere ant that absorbed the power of the dragon pearl could, in a short time, evolve into a formidable entity rivaling a local overlord. In other words, the various sects and practitioners of exorcism across the realm experience periods of decline. Yet the Ma family, with their dragon-wielding techniques, remains ever vibrant, all thanks to this dragon. Furthermore, the 9-character true word sword incantation that commands the divine dragon. Humph. Yi Xian sneered inwardly, furrowing his brow. This dragon was indeed insufferable. The divine dragon teetered between life and death, and should it truly unleash its wrath, even the most ethereal beasts of the realm could not withstand the Excalibur's might. Meanwhile, invigorated by the replenished spiritual energy, the pink butterfly began to spin rapidly in midair, transforming into an indomitable dragon-shaped sword. The warriors of the battlefield assemble before me. The second technique of the 9-character true words, dragon ascending illusory troops. The cerulean sword light enveloped the pink butterfly, and in the next moment, her arms unfurled, revealing golden blue dragon scales that as she twirled in the air, her delicate hands morphed into 2 dragon claws, wielding them as weapons. Radiating fierce sword light, that it was as if she had become a drawn blade herself. Twisting in midair, her form began to resemble a spinning top, executing a rapid and urgent rhythm, her speed akin to a fleeting ray of light. As swift as thunder, she moved with such velocity that it was almost unfathomable, akin to a blade descending from the heavens. The golden blue glow of her dragon claws shone brightly, accompanied by the echoes of dragon roars. Witness the cerulean light transform into 81 flickering sword marks, piercing through the air, erupting from her dragon claws, following an extraordinary trajectory, forming small whirlwinds that Yi Xian was finally taken aback. She had harnessed her spiritual energy to such an extent in such a short time. How was this possible? Despite his contemplation, he understood that his own Eye of the Sword had broken through conventional constraints due to inheriting the boundless spiritual energy of the Z-Way star. Such an opportunity was rare. Perhaps seen only once every few millennia, Yi Xian could only attribute it to fortune. The rapid escalation of her combat prowess astonished him. What have you experienced to elevate yourself to such a stage in such a brief time? Even with the divine dragon, you could not have achieved this so easily. Did you consume a dragon pearl? That is impossible. Yi Xian clearly recalled that when the divine dragon had first appeared, it had opened its maw, and that resplendent pearl had been nestled within. Yet, aside from the dragon pearl, he could not fathom what else could have facilitated such a transformation. The cerulean sword light, accompanied by a graceful whirlwind, locked onto Yi Xian, relentlessly charging towards him. Suppressing his murderous intent, Yi Xian scrutinized the pink butterfly while wielding the Excalibur, strenuously blocking the incoming sword light. The ethereal winds she conjured were even more daunting. During his observation, Yi Xian discerned some intricacies. The spiritual winds unleashed by the pink butterfly were crafted with exquisite precision that as he focused on her, he saw those winds transform as she manipulated the sword incantation, eventually morphing into dragon silhouettes that directly targeted Yi Xian. Accompanied by the sword's radiance, the pink butterfly, with a playful huff, clasped her hands for the 3rd time, invoking the 3rd technique of the 9-character true words, Dragon Slaying Duel. In that moment, the pink butterfly's hands hung suspended, her very being radiating a colossal dragon's might, as if she had momentarily transformed into a dragon. She slowly began to speak, wielding her sword incantation with a flourish. And in an instant, it seemed she commanded the dragon's head, which unleashed 81 blades of light, akin to the brilliance of a blue moon. In the next heartbeat, the pink butterfly's sword finger pointed directly at Yi Xian. The 81 beams of azure light, infused with a chilling aura, obliterated everything in their path, rendering all to nothingness, an utter annihilation of the tangible world. The term indestructible scarcely sufficed to describe such a force. Yi Xian's heart raced with trepidation. Clearly, the Ma family had not remained unyielding in the exorcism realm for 2 millennia by mere chance. Beyond the formidable divine dragon, the might of their sword incantation was equally extraordinary. This overwhelming righteous energy, if unleashed upon any ordinary demon or malevolent being, would be utterly insurmountable, especially the first of the 9 sword techniques. Witnessing this scene, the 3 extraordinary individuals alongside Han Tianyu were left speechless in astonishment. At that moment, the pink butterfly tightened her grip, spinning once more, compressing her spiritual energy with urgency. The white Yi Xian furrowed his brow, wielding the blood-crying Excalibur as he observed the overwhelming power of the pink butterfly's unleashed spiritual energy, which had multiplied her attack potency 6-fold. With a single strike of the blood-crying Excalibur, a crimson aura enveloped Yi Xian, reminiscent of a sacred beast reborn from the flames, yet the fire was but a guise for the cold blood coursing through him. The blood surged like flames towards the heavens, the tip of his sword infused with a sanguine aura, a sliver of crimson light cleaving through the soul, the force unleashed by the Excalibur barreling towards the incoming dragon silhouette. Unfazed, the pink butterfly seemed to understand that such an attack would scarcely deter Yi Xian. In an instant, she spun, her dragon might resounding, exclaiming, "The warriors of the battlefield assemble before me." The 4th technique of the 9-character true words, Dragon Sovereign descends, exorcising evil. In that moment, she transformed into a luminous dragon, radiating golden blue light, her delicate hands morphing once more into dragon claws. Moving with astonishing speed, it seemed she was invoking the sword incantation, preparing to strike. The massive blue-gold dragon swiftly shifted, her form instantaneously becoming a fleeting light, erupting forth with 4-fold the power of her attack. The divine dragon roared, and the pink butterfly resembled a soaring dragon beneath the moon, her entire being exploding with dazzling sword light, akin to a multitude of swords converging. After a breathtaking display, the pink butterfly, now transformed into a dragon, leaped into the sky, exuding an aura of a dragon leaping towards the clouds. Under the luminescence, a golden blue figure melded with the scene, appearing above the head of the soaring dragon, as if at that moment he were commanding the descending dragon. The dragon's roar echoed, instilling dread in the hearts of her adversaries, a sound that would terrify any foe. That a different individual could never hope to withstand such an onslaught. As the sword incantation spun, the descending dragon, the oncoming sword shadows, and the imminent clash loomed over Yi Xian, wrapped in a kaleidoscope of colors beneath the crimson glow. Under the powerful manipulation of Yu Huan, a protective barrier of energy materialized, intercepting the onslaught of the dragon, just as the Excalibur swept through to sever the attack. The warriors of the battlefield assemble before me. The 5th technique of the 9-character true words, 5 dragons obliterated fall. The protective aura of the dragon sphere enveloped her, yet the butterfly's assault appeared to inflict no substantial harm. Despite a mouthful of reverse blood spewing forth, the damage was negligible. The very moment she unleashed her 5th technique, an eerie golden blue radiance flickered ominously, the resonant roar of the dragon piercing the air with an intensity surpassing all before it. The moon aligned with her, and a copious flow of spiritual energy surged into the butterfly's being, transforming into 5 ethereal dragons that plummeted with extraordinary force, causing the very ground for thousands of miles to tremble. The destructive power escalated rapidly, as the 5 dragons arranged themselves in a formation of the 5 elements, encircling Yi Xian at the center. With a locking grip and a thunderous dragon's roar, the butterfly unleashed her full might, her form morphing into a soaring sword aura that merged with one of the approaching dragons. That a cerulean stream of energy spiraled in a graceful arc, amplifying her attack to 5 times its original potency. Has it been enhanced 5-fold? Yi Xian murmured, caressing the resplendent blood-red Excalibur, a chill seeping into his heart, as if the crimson malice within him was forcefully rising, striving to break through the confines of his heart and invade his mind. The legendary sword, known for its ability to slay immortals, erupted once more with overwhelming ferocity, executing a thunderous series of 5 strikes that coalesced into a dazzling, multicolored sword circled, in this clash of 5 dragons versus the resplendent sword circle, bolstered by the Excalibur. Yi Xian remained unscathed, even in the face of such unprecedented 5-fold strength. Yet the assault posed no threat to his defenses. After a brief moment, the vibrant sword circle continued to shimmer with rainbow hues, while the cerulean dragons gradually lost their luster. As the butterfly's input of spiritual energy dwindled, the 5 dragons began to weaken, their colors fading and their once formidable presence dissipating slowly. Under Yi Xian's cold gaze, the dragon's claws and tails lost their sheen, becoming increasingly indistinct, indicating the butterfly's energy reserves were severely depleted. This is your limit. Retreat now. Yi Xian frowned, inhaling deeply as he sighed, his gaze fixed upon the trembling Han Tianyu not far off. That moment, Han Tianyu was filled with regret, wishing he had never provoked such a powerful entity. Fate can be cruel. Now he faced dire consequences. The butterfly, however, remained defiant, teasing as she murmured, "The Bodhi tree is without form. Time and the mundane world are but filth. The heart remains constant, thoughts unshaken. One thought unarisen, myriad thoughts unrestricted. The path of Buddha and demon lies within a single thought. Lay down the slaughtering knife. Ma why na, ponder the right and wrong." Yi Xian paused momentarily, a hint of fatigue surfacing in his blood-red eyes, before shaking his head vehemently. "The Bodhi heart-purifying mantra is futile against me." As he spun, encased in a kaleidoscopic aura, he coldly declared, "Heart's demons, heart's Buddhas, heavenly laws, primordial chaos. Who can discern right from wrong? Life and death are impermanent, and forgiveness is unattainable." In that instant, Yi Xian recalled his second senior brother, who bore the Buddha's gaze and laughed at the mundane world. His moniker, "Meat and wine pass through the intestines." Yet the Buddha sits within the heart. Slaughtering life protects the Buddha, severing causality, that he advocated a singular heart, severing causality. Yet even his profound Buddha teachings, primarily focused on the great Sun Tathagata mantra, were unable to purify the malice within him. How much less so could a mere Bodhi heart-purifying mantra achieve such a feat, as Yi Xian concentrated his terrifying power at his fingertips. An eerie energy field coalesced within a 3-zhang radius around him. With the mantra's purification, he exhibited a multitude of emotions, his countenance shifting from bitter smiles to contemplation, sorrow, helplessness, and confusion, all overlapping in a vivid tapestry. Meanwhile, the energy field around him began to crystallize into sparks at an imperceptible speed, ultimately transforming the vibrant aura into various natural energies. A lightning bolt spiraled above his head, followed by 2 arcs of crimson flame. And in the next moment, a cascade of azure rain fell from the heavens. Strangely, as Yi Xian drew closer to the butterfly, the rain poured relentlessly upon him, yet its reach encompassed only his form. After reciting the Bodhi heart-purifying mantra once, when she began the second recitation, Yi Xian awoke from his reverie, his cold, blood-red gaze fixed upon her, as though she had incited his wrath. In that moment, the rhythmic recitation was drowned out, replaced by the overwhelming tide of Yi Xian's dark, blood-colored energy, surrounding him with an eerie mist that flickered with strange light. Most peculiarly, within that blood-black mist lay hints of vibrant, multicolored radiance. With an apparent intent, Yi Xian unleashed a furious roar that echoed like a lion's cry, overpowering the Bodhi heart-purifying mantra, causing the butterfly to instinctively stagger back 2 steps in surprise. At that moment, Yi Xian's ferocious gaze sent tremors through every heart present, and the butterfly felt the full weight of that shock. The instantaneous eruption of power left her utterly terrified, and as the sound wave detonated, she braced herself, forming a protective sword barrier to withstand the furious gale. Yet, Yi Xian's thunderous roar resembled the fabled lion's roar of Shaolin, generating a tempest of sound waves that shattered the butterfly's protective sword barrier. Fragments of sword energy swirled around her, but they appeared utterly fatigued. In the end, the butterfly let out a cry, blood erupting from her mouth as she stumbled back 2 paces, propelled by the force of the sound waves. Han Tianyu was already bleeding from all 7 orifices, his fate uncertain. Once accompanied by 6 powerful allies, only 2 remained, desperately clinging to life. The delicate maiden now bore a pallid visage, her once radiant beauty marred by blood. Resembling a frostbitten eggplant, her face, ghostly pale, evoked the image of a disheveled specter. This appearance bore no resemblance to the previous enchanting allure akin to the spider spirit from Journey to the West. As for the figure with the purple wings at her back, resembling a celestial being, those wings now shielded vital areas, and a deep weariness marred his handsome features, his eyes reflecting terror. Yet, in that fleeting exchange of glances, a profound understanding emerged between them, and they both turned their gazes toward Yi Xian at this moment. Yi Xian had cornered the butterfly, wielding the legendary Excalibur, capable of slaying divine beings, further empowered by the sword eye of the heavens, rendering him even more formidable than one could imagine. Observing the butterfly, the sole inheritor of the dragon horse family, capable of commanding divine dragons, and aided by her phoenix-like eyes, she was undoubtedly a rare expert in her own right. Regrettably, she had crossed paths with Yi Xian. However, as the 2 combatants clashed, the hidden Hantinuous 2 remaining allies began to stir ominously. Their eerie gazes and chilling smiles grew increasingly sinister. The 2 allies understood that as long as this knight Xian remained alive, their future days would be fraught with unease. Although the butterfly wielded her lethal strikes against Yi Xian, they also recognized the underlying reasons for her actions. Yi Xian's sword techniques were sharp, ruthless, each strike imbued with an insatiable thirst for blood. The Excalibur, its technique, and its brilliance combined, who could withstand the might of Yi Xian's blade? The relationship between the 2 had only recently solidified. Yi Xian had cornered the butterfly, yet hesitated to deliver a fatal blow, even as she brandished her sword toward his throat. Just as Yi Xian withdrew his sword technique, a delicate figure darted forward with lightning speed. Her jade-like arm transformed into a curved hook reminiscent of a mantis's foreleg, locking onto the butterfly as she lunged forward. The sound of a blade piercing flesh echoed, followed by the ghastly sound of blood spraying forth. The butterfly, facing away from the assailant, found herself defenseless as Yi Xian, directly confronting her, wielded the Excalibur to sever the incoming attack, cleaving the would-be assailant in 2. However, in that instant, the butterfly spun around, her sword mercilessly plunging into Yi Xian's chest. In that very moment, the figure with the purple wings, moving with astonishing speed, aimed a vicious strike at the butterfly. As the situation reached a critical juncture, Yue Hen could have retreated, but she was unable to assist the butterfly or make any superfluous movements. The time did not permit. Unable to evade, Yi Xian once again shielded himself with his body against the incoming strike. And in the blink of an eye, the Excalibur flashed, striking like a thunderbolt into the head of the winged assailant. The spider spirit-like maiden and the winged man both comprehended their precarious situation. Choosing to fight with all they had, they realized that in this clash, the butterfly was a master among masters, while Yi Xian surpassed all expectations of strength. To win, they had but one chance, to deliver a fatal blow to the butterfly. At that moment, they needed to strike with such swiftness that she could not react. Fast enough that Yi Xian would be compelled to use his body to block the incoming attack. The spider spirit-like maiden and the winged man had wagered correctly this time, for Yi Xian placed the butterfly's life above his own. Yet, they had underestimated his capabilities. After all, the sword in his hand was named Excalibur. With the legendary sword eye at his disposal, he could easily slay any foe he aimed to defeat. In the blink of an eye, events unfolded rapidly, yet time felt as though it had stretched into eternity. The butterfly stood frozen, her blade poised to intercept his. Yet simultaneously, her own blade pierced his chest, and in that moment of imminent peril, she sensed a killing intent looming just behind her. That it was Yi Xian once again, who interposed himself between her and the oncoming sword, sacrificing his own body to shield her. He fell, slain by a single strike from Yi Xian's sword. The spider spirit maiden was also shattered, reduced to fragments by his blade. Yi Xian lay down as well, blood trickling from the corners of his mouth, a gaping wound in his chest, or perhaps a gory abyss. With a bitter smile, Yi Xian pondered the world, Apart from his senior brother, he could not fathom being mortally wounded by a foreigner, a nameless individual, nor did he expect to meet his demise. Truth be told, the movements of the butterfly sword dance were exquisite. A tempestuous elegance intertwined with an ethereal delicacy, as if a celestial being had descended. Boom! The sword technique shattered, the butterfly's gathering technique fracturing as she swiftly maneuvered to shield Yi Xian's fallen body. Tears cascading down her cheeks. She had never contemplated killing him. Her worst fear was merely being slain by him. Knight Yi Xian, clang! The Zhu Xian sword slipped from his grasp, clattering to the ground, as Yi Xian could not expel the blood surging in his throat before succumbing to unconsciousness. In that instant, the butterfly wept, gently wiping the tears from her beautiful eyes, whispering intermittently, "Do not be sorrowful. No one can kill me in this world. Except for you, to die at the hands of the one I cherish most is a twist of fate." "No, don't. Xian, don't die." With tear-filled eyes, the butterfly gazed at him. Xian, do not speak. Conserve your strength. I will take you to find my master. My master is the head of the Shushan sect. He will surely save you. Yi Xian chuckled softly, then coughed up blood, shaking his head in disbelief. "Foolish girl, it is too late. Far too late. That foreign scoundrel's blow still left me with a sliver of life. But, foolish girl, your sword has pierced my heart, and my vitality is escaping. I cannot turn back." Yi Xian smiled sadly, tenderly brushing away her tears, gazing into her water-like eyes. Her eyes were so beautiful, reminiscent of stars in the night sky, akin to a lotus blooming amidst azure skies. With a sigh, he turned his gaze towards the starry heavens, exhaling softly. "That strange master's greatest concern before departing was me. Though I have inherited my master's true teachings, wielding the Zhu Xian sword that traverses the world, and possessing unparalleled sword techniques, I remain the most inept among my peers. Xian, please, do not say such things. Everything will pass," she cried, tears streaming down her cheeks. For the first time, Yi Xian witnessed the girl weeping for him. Her eyes, resembling the starry sky, filled with sorrow, pierced Yi Xian's heart. "Foolish girl, I wish to embrace you, to hold you forever. If only I could kiss you just once, I would." Yi Xian's eyes grew weary, as if he might fall at any moment, yet he understood that closing them would mean never opening them again. A thought left unspoken, his breath faded away, the light in his eyes waned, dimming until it extinguished completely. That moment, the sword mark on his forehead slowly closed as well. Simultaneously, the mournful wails of the Zhu Xian sword echoed around him, as the butterfly's cries roused Lin Er from her stupor. At this moment, the starry god of war arrived on the scene, witnessing the devastation strewn about, the tear-streaked butterfly, and the man cradled in her arms. There too lay the lamenting, blood-colored Zhu Xian sword, retreating in its glow. Fortunately, Han Tianyu survived, albeit with blood streaming from his 7 orifices. His survival was a surprising twist indeed. Lin Er gently placed a hand on the butterfly's shoulder, her voice tinged with melancholy. "Butterfly, he is gone. Mourn for him." Yet, the words lodged in her throat, heavy as lead, refusing to emerge. The fierce winds that had swept him away returned, and all she could do was sigh at the sight of the butterfly. "Did I err?" The butterfly questioned Lin Er, her voice clear yet laden with the weight of mountains. "He came for me, seeking vengeance on my behalf, yet I hindered his quest for revenge. In the end, he willingly sacrificed himself to save my life. Why? Why did this happen? Because he loves you more than he loves himself." The starry god of war, resembling a wise elder, affirmed, having witnessed countless farewells. Yet this poignant scene was a first for him. "You are not at fault. You prioritized the interests of your nation. Thus you are blameless at Li Feng. Take Han Tianyu away." Li Feng nodded slightly, casting a glance at Lin Er before enveloping Han Tianyu in a whirlwind and departing. As the words left his lips, the starry god of war sighed. "He is not at fault either, for he loves you, and even in death, he harbors no resentment towards you. His love for you surpasses even his own." Just as his words faded, his brow furrowed suddenly. Perhaps he had noticed Yi Xian's lifeless form. At that moment, his 3 souls and 7 spirits had disbanded, leaving behind a powerless corpse. Soon after, 9 ominous shadows flickered, exuding a palpable aura of malevolence. There could be no doubt, The soul-harvesting specters had arrived. Every person possesses 3 souls and 7 spirits, yet their individual circumstances dictate the state of their essence. Some can condense their souls into a corporeal, ghostly form, while others, upon death, disperse into the ether. However, those who have cultivated in their past lives, harnessing specific supernatural abilities, may solidify their souls in the instant of death. The first 7 days of soul consolidation represent the weakest state. Even those with formidable powers in life become akin to mere mortals at this juncture, under the watchful gaze of the starry god of war. The chilling presence of the specters surged forth, transforming into a flash of dark chains that ensnared Yi Xian, swiftly dragging his soul from his body, before the starry god of war could utter a word. Lin Er had already activated her ghostly vision and lunged forward. Yet the butterfly was even more decisive. She thrust her sword horizontally, the bloodthirsty hue fading as the Zhu Xian sword shimmered with a spectrum of colors, effortlessly severing the chains. Yi Xian stood in a daze, staring blankly at the butterfly, longing to express something. A condensed soul typically lacks the capacity for thought. Yet, Yi Xian's ability to contemplate was already remarkable. The starry god of war furrowed his brow, obstructing the ghostly officials from executing their duties, disrupting the balance between realms. However, at that moment he could do nothing but leap in front of Lin Er. The butterfly, resolute, gripped the multicolored Zhu Xian sword, coldly gazing at the 9 shadowy figures, the underworld officials. You dare to claim his soul? Step closer, and you shall face my wrath. The 9 specters were taken aback, astonished by the sight of a fully formed soul, realizing the rarity of such an occurrence. The lead specter rasped, incredulous. State your name. How dare you obstruct the duties of the underworld officials? Do you seek death? To obliterate all, yet to create anew. Do not underestimate a woman in love. Her resolve is formidable. Who I am is of no concern to you. The butterfly retorted fiercely. This soul I shall protect, should you refuse to leave. It is you who will meet your demise. What of the specters? Yi Xian lay in this state. Should a fight ensue, who would fear whom? Hiss, hiss, hiss. The 9 specters let out eerie wails, and the lead specter bellowed. The yin and yang must remain distinct. Since ancient times, the well water has never offended the river water, that if you wish to keep him, you must abide by the rules of the underworld. The king of hell decrees death at the 3rd watch. Who dares allow him to live until the 5th? Ghost officials, bind him. Then I shall break your rules. The butterfly had gone berserk. Never underestimate a woman, especially a woman in love. She is the most terrifying of all. The most dreadful thing in the world is not a fearsome deity, but the human heart, yet a heart of a woman in love, once unleashed, is truly the most terrifying of all. To obstruct the underworld officials, then perish. The 9 specters cackled, and in an instant, a wave of murderous intent descended, enveloping the butterfly in a shroud of dark, frigid energy, locking onto her with relentless malice. The starry god of war swiftly interposed himself before the butterfly, but she forcefully pushed him aside, presenting Yi Xian's lifeless body to him instead. Then, the butterfly slowly opened her phoenix-like eyes, and as they narrowed slightly, she sighed softly. Captain, the underworld officials are merely doing their duty. This is unavoidable. Your position should not interfere. Prioritize the greater good. With that, she held the Zhu Xian sword, softly asserting, "This is my battle alone. You need not interfere." What can the ghost officials do to me? The starry god of war wished to speak, but was halted by Lin Er, who urged, "Trust the butterfly. She can handle this." With that, Lin Er pulled the starry god of war aside, coldly scrutinizing the 9 ghostly figures. The 9 specters exchanged glances, then simultaneously extended their ink-black arms, unleashing 9 chains that ensnared the butterfly, trapping her as if in a steel barrel. It was clearly a cage, formed of dark mist and chains, a manifestation of the underworld's unique methods to ghostly chains, bind and ensnare. In that instant, the butterfly felt a wave of dizziness, as if her very essence trembled, on the verge of being forcibly extracted from her body. Various sensations engulfed her, and gradually her spirit began to emerge. Yet at that moment, the butterfly's trembling hands activated the sword technique. Those who fight, array yourselves before me. The 9th truth of the incantation, the dragon's sovereign descends. vanquish the evil. The golden blue divine dragon, imbued with an aura of sanctity that is both sacred and inviolable, transformed into the pure world dragon pearl, banishing all malevolent spirits that I in the next moment. 9 pitch-black chains, entwined together, shattered with a resounding crash. Even the soul-collecting chains, in their acceptance, could hardly withstand the purifying and divine essence of the dragon. That as the consciousness of the pink butterfly was restored, she deftly executed a swirling sword technique, only to witness a sky-blue sword aura hovering behind her, spiraling upward before slicing through the air in 9 rapid bursts. Accompanied by the dragon's roar, it resonated like the true death knell. Even the ghostly emissaries felt a chill of trepidation in their hearts. Those who had once perished, transformed into spirits by rare fortune, faced utter annihilation should they succumb again. Regardless, cherishing life is paramount. Even the lowliest of creatures strive to survive, let alone the ghostly emissaries who have transcended the cycle of life and death. Amidst the astonishment, the pink butterfly retracted her lethal, 9-shadowed sword. This was a warning. Should there be a next time, there would be no mercy. Depart. The pink butterfly understood that disturbing the order of the underworld was a grave offense, that if she were to truly slay the ghostly emissaries of the netherworld, it would be an unassailable act. At this moment, under pressure, the pink butterfly undeniably held the upper hand. The 9 ghostly emissaries, filled with dread, had lost their capacity to retaliate, exchanging glances of utter dejection. In the realm of soul reaping, failure to complete tasks as mandated would lead them straight to Yama, where they would face the grim fate of being skinned and fried. Such torment is not easily borne. Traversing through mountains of blades and seas of flames is no trivial endeavor. They exchanged glances, and the leader let out a soft grunt, sighing. In the game of kings and pawns, since we cannot best you, naturally you will claim his soul, that we shall face punishment in the underworld. But the rules of the netherworld are not to be sullied. Tomorrow, ghostly generals will descend to collect your souls. The eyes of the 9 were filled with venomous resentment, suffused with an air of malevolence and unwillingness. Yet the pink butterfly remained undeterred. After all, this girl before them had seized the advantage, especially with the divine dragon, whose power, under the command of the sword technique, was unparalleled. A fleeting glimmer danced in the pink butterfly's deep-set eyes, as if contemplating something, still not leaving. Do you truly think I cannot deal with you? No one can leave with their soul intact from my grasp. Farewell, depart. The leader of the ghostly emissaries bellowed in fury, his dark green chains flickering ominously, before he turned and roared once more, leading the other 8 spectral soldiers away in haste. That Linner gazed at the pink butterfly, whose face was etched with bitterness, and turned to the starlight god of war, a worried expression crossing her features as she sighed. What shall we do now? It seems tomorrow, even stronger forces will come. Indeed, the underworld was home to countless formidable beings. After all, it governed the realm of death and rebirth. This time, they had truly stirred up trouble. The starlight god of war was also drenched in cold sweat. Offending the underworld was no trivial matter. What now? Linner asked, her face awash with confusion, while the pink butterfly similarly looked at the starlight god of war, acknowledging their shared fault. How should I know? The starlight god of war replied, his expression a mix of bitter amusement. Ladies, this is the might of the netherworld. Although I manage supernatural occurrences for the state, this is my first encounter with the underworld. Moreover, we have just antagonized their ghostly emissaries. Enough of that. Linner, support the pink butterfly. Pink butterfly, secure Night Xian's soul, and let's return to the dragon group's base to devise a plan. The starlight god of war's expression was heavy with concern as he extended his right arm, grasping Night Xian's lifeless form before departing. Moments later, he instructed, the pink butterfly's identity is special. We must keep it concealed for now. Linner, tomorrow you shall attend school on my behalf and request a leave for Night Xian. Consider it a temporary withdrawal. Understood. Linner replied, supporting the pink butterfly, and in a flash of light, the 3 figures vanished into the silver night sky. As night fell, beneath the silvery expanse, a layer of dark crimson mist gradually enveloped the land. At dawn, amidst the impending morning fog, a luxurious Mercedes-Benz emerged from the distance, heading towards the nearest nightclub on the highway, occupied by a man clad in a black trench coat. As the night turned to day, the streets remained ablaze with vibrant neon lights. hinting at the sultry atmosphere surrounding the nightclub that I in the moments leading up to dawn. The cacophony of noise spilled from a nearby building. The man in the black trench coat parked his vehicle and strolled down a less bustling street, scanning the surroundings until his gaze fell upon a young woman clad in strikingly revealing attire that I in that fleeting moment. An eerie chill flickered in his eyes, revealing a playful set of sharp, pointed teeth. With a cold smirk, he approached her, his voice soft and melodious. He walked directly beside her as she opened the door to her designated room, that I in a swift motion, he pressed the doorbell. The young woman, caught off guard, instinctively swung the door open. Before her stood a figure, ominously captivating, draped in a sheer purple robe that accentuated her fair skin, a tantalizing figure with long legs exposed to the air. Her skin as pale as snow, exuding a vibrant, youthful essence. Yet, at this moment, the young woman regarded him with caution, her icy gaze fixed upon the man with a hint of crimson in his complexion. Strangers, especially handsome ones, often bore danger. "Excuse me, sir, do you need something?" "Yes, I am hungry," he replied, a strange glimmer in his eye, a sinister smile creeping across his lips. "Hungry? What do you mean?" She hesitated, her cheeks revealing a hint of a dimple. "Hungry?" At that moment, his expression turned steely, and like a flash of lightning, he surged into the room, forcefully pushing her aside, his face twisted with an ominous demeanor as he whispered, "I have matters to discuss with you, because I am hungry. The moment I saw you again, I knew it was you." The young woman froze as a wave of fear washed over her, trembling as if on the verge of tears. "What do you want from me?" With a swift motion, the man flung aside his trench coat, revealing a face marred by an unsettling grimace, his muscles twitching as he coldly declared, "I told you, I am hungry. You shall be my meal." In that instant, the young woman was engulfed in confusion, yet fear suffused her being. Anyone would feel terror upon hearing such words, especially a girl like her. He grinned ominously, his eyes gleaming with a malevolence akin to a messenger from the depths of hell. Fixating upon her with an intensity that seemed to pierce her soul, the world around them fell into a hush. In the next moment, he pressed his lips to hers, abruptly silencing her cries. "You are my meal, and from now on, you are my woman, my slave." As he spoke, an eerie scene unfolded. The young woman struggled momentarily before her body slackened, a faint cry for help escaping her lips. Muffled as if something unseen was binding her will that moment. The man revealed a pair of bat-like wings sprouting from his back, shimmering in a dark golden hue. The girl, devoid of any strength, found herself at his mercy as he toyed with her like a mere plaything, gradually peeling away her revealing garments. Simultaneously, just before the sun's ascent, time flowed inexorably forward, that I in the city of BJ. Feifei awoke abruptly upon discovering an enigmatic letter beside her bed, a letter that was both strange and inexplicable. Her heart raced with alarm. If someone had invaded her home, she would have sensed it immediately that Dio not underestimate her. She was a master of Taekwondo, that a group of men, thugs and bodyguards, attempted to abduct her, only to be effortlessly subdued by her swift retaliation. She emerged unscathed, while the aggressors lay incapacitated, several with broken ribs, some even left unable to stand again. This demonstrated her prowess. Rarely could anyone approach her while she slept, especially on the 39th floor of her building. Yet the sudden arrival of this ominous letter, without a signature or address, filled her with an inexplicable unease, as though something dreadful was imminent. Women possess a strong intuition, and hers was eerily precise. "Lina, yes, I must find her." Without hesitation, Feifei called her company, knowing she shared a close bond with Liner. "Are you awake? I have something to discuss." "Is it convenient? So early?" "I haven't even gotten out of bed. I've been busy all night." Liner's languid voice came through the receiver, but sensing something was amiss, she inquired, "Did something happen to Feifei?" "Yes, a bit of trouble, and it seems significant." Feifei spoke with a grave tone, startling Liner, who was accustomed to Feifei's typically fearless demeanor. "Feifei, you know you have the ghost eye. I possess an innate sensitivity to danger, and my instincts are usually spot on." After a pause, Feifei's gaze shifted to the letter, fixating on the black book emblazoned with the words "Death Note." "Death Note? A letter? Black, no signature, no address." Liner rubbed her forehead, wearing a perplexed expression, and asked, "Could you clarify?" "Feifei, I didn't understand a single word you said." "Forget it." Feifei, feeling a bit anxious, pressed, Do you have time to talk? I can't shake the feeling that this matter is quite bizarre. What do you think? Please, old friend, let me treat you to French cuisine. Come on. All right, fine. Linner, unable to withstand Sir Fei-Fei's persistent persuasion, eventually acquiesced that I in half an hour. I love French cuisine. Remember to come. Bye, see you soon. Without waiting for Linner to finish her sentence, Sir Fei-Fei had already hung up. That was just how she was, impetuous and decisive in all her actions. Linner appeared utterly dispirited, feeling both exhausted and hungry. She ordered a plethora of dishes, including an exceptionally expensive breakfast milk. Her dear friend Sir Fei-Fei was extravagantly wealthy, so there was no need to spare any expense. Let me see the envelope. What on earth could have you so stirred up? I don't know that I woke up to find this black letter. And it instills a sense of dread just looking at ITS an instinctive fear, a profound unease. Sir Fei-Fei's face reflected confusion and a hint of trepidation. This was no mere act. Linner took the envelope, pressing her right hand against her brow to conceal her furrowed expression, her demeanor clouded with discontent. Fei-Fei, you must tell me what this is all about, but I want to know if you've done anything unusual lately. Gradually, Linner's expression shifted between light and shadow, and after a moment of silence, her eyes closed briefly. Then, she gazed intently at Sir Fei-Fei, her face etched with concern. This letter shouldn't have resurfaced. Sir Fei-Fei appeared lost, as if she understood Linner's identity and the implications of her demeanor. Clearly, this letter was at the very least linked to a supernatural event, and not just any ordinary one. Linner, deep in thought, set her glass down, her eyes shimmering with a ghostly blue hue, then fixed her glistening gaze on Sir Fei-Fei. With a resigned sigh, she remarked, "Indeed, to speak candidly, this letter is no ordinary correspondence. Supernatural events vary in severity. And yours is particularly troublesome." "What do you mean troublesome? It's just a letter," Sir Fei-Fei retorted, baffled, yet she sensed that a mere letter couldn't warrant Linner's troubled expression. "What is going on? Just tell me." Soul-snatching mail, death notes, midnight chimes, black-winged angels. Linner suddenly recalled something, gasping sharply. It seems the situation has escalated into something serious. What exactly is happening? Sir Fei-Fei grasped Linner's arm, but felt it damp with cold sweat. "Linner, don't scare me." "Fei-Fei, it's not that I'm trying to frighten you. Rather, I've been frightened." Linner's charming face turned bitter. Previously, she had dismissed this letter, but in a moment of clarity, she recalled a phrase the starry war god had once mentioned, an incomplete thought that jolted her awake. As if pulling the world from slumber, that if that were the case, if what he said were true, then everything was in peril. Why does everything feel interconnected? Could it be that someone has long been plotting? Linner picked up her phone, dialing an unusual number, murmuring a few words, then casting a strange glance at Sir Fei-Fei. "midnight today. Everything will be revealed." "Linner, I believe I have the right to know the origin of this letter." Sir Fei-Fei stated with a puzzled look. "The bishop mentioned in this letter is me, so I should have the right to know." "Yes, you do have that right, but I would rather you remain unaware." Linner forced a bitter smile, and then said, "Come with me. We must meet the black-winged angel. The situation has worsened to its utmost peril. This letter of yours is merely the beginning." "Beginning? What do you mean?" Linner led her sister Sir Fei-Fei back to the Dragon Group headquarters, where they ultimately met within Group.at that moment. In Group, the starry war god, Gale, Soul Diviner, Butterfly, and Iron Man sat quietly in the conference room, awaiting Linner and Sir Fei-Fei's arrival. When in Group heard the term death mail, their expressions darkened instantly. Rarely did anything astonish the seasoned leader of the Dragon Group so profoundly, but the mere mention of death letter wielded such power. Meanwhile, the starry war god clenched his fists tightly, a surge of fury igniting within him, causing Gale and Butterfly beside him to jump in surprise. The normally composed and amiable starry war god now displayed a fierce aura. Indeed, the faith has resurfaced, and the Blood Clan seems to have begun its movements. And Group glanced at Gale, and the starry war god understood the implication. Responding swiftly, "Gale, immediately investigate and provide me with reports from each province." He then called Gale closer, whispering fervently in his ear. This action left the Soul Diviner, Butterfly, and Iron Man momentarily stunned, and in Group sighed heavily. Subsequently, Gale's face transformed from shock to fury as he nodded vehemently. "Understood. Don't worry, I will handle it." Just as Gale departed, Linner and Sir Fei-Fei happened to cross paths with him. Before Linner could speak, Gale nodded slightly and hurriedly turned away. Linner was taken aback, puzzled by his demeanor. Usually, Gale would greet her with the eagerness of a bee to a flower. What was the matter with him today? Sir Feifei regarded Gale quizzically, surprised to discover he was also a member of the dragon group. Linner, Sir Feifei, you're both here. Linner turned to see in group, New Light, and others present, her expression one of astonishment. She was bewildered, although she anticipated that the death mail would stir a hidden undercurrent. She never imagined it would escalate to this extent. Observing in group's solemn countenance, Sir Feifei felt an inexplicable fear. Was this envelope truly that perilous? Linner handed the envelope to the starry war god, who examined it closely, particularly noting the character Jiao inscribed on the black envelope. His brow furrowed as he passed the envelope to Ingroup, his voice low and laced with hatred. This envelope bears the character Jiao, indicating that there are 8 others before it, and they have already transformed into fully armed black-winged angels. The starry war god's fist crackled ominously, prompting Linner, Butterfly, and Iron Man to exchange puzzled looks. What enmity did the captain harbor towards these so-called black-winged angels? And Group patted the starry war god on the shoulder, offering a bittersweet smile as he sighed. This matter is particularly sensitive and extremely perilous. I will make a call to summon Shui Xian, Hua Ling, and Xian Wu back from their missions for support. As for the rest of the assignments, I leave the coordination to you, Starry. Understood. The starry war god pondered for a moment before asking Sir Feifei. The sender of this letter was directed to you, so you also have the right to know. Beware, when the midnight bell tolls, a black-winged angel will come to find you. Sir Feifei was taken aback, her voice tinged with trepidation. A black-winged angel? Who are they? Black-winged angels are not human. The starry war god's fists were clenched, his gaze fierce. That black-winged angels are said to be a race, a breed that can only exist in the shadows. Recall 10 years ago when the black-winged angels attacked. Nearly all members of the Ma family perished. Upon hearing this, the starry war god glanced at the sorrowful Butterfly, who suddenly widened her eyes in shock. What? What does this have to do with the Ma family? Calm down. Let me explain. The starry war goddess expression was grave, his eyes reflecting a hint of indifference as he sighed. The black-winged angels are believed to be a mutated branch of fallen angels from the West, and specifics are scarce. However, one thing is certain. The black-winged angel lineage is singular, and every 10 years, they can produce 10 death letters, just like the one I hold. This letter can transform human blood, pushing human potential to its utmost limits. Yet this transformation comes with conditions. First, the girl must be a virgin. Second, she must possess a certain degree of spiritual power. Third, her birth date must fall within a pure Yin or pure Yang month. Wait, Sir Feifei exclaimed in surprise. I was born on October 10th at 10:00. Linner mentioned that I possess considerable spiritual power, and it's quite strong. What will happen at midnight tonight? The starry war god muttered to himself, seemingly lost in contemplation. 1. Death. 2. Transformation into a puppet. 3. Safety. Sir Feifei looked bewildered, casting a pleading glance at Linner. Captain, please clarify what you mean. Butterfly, who had remained silent, appeared to have her own memories stirred by the starry war goddess words, recollections from her childhood swirling in her mind. Eventually, she spoke in a low tone. Those chosen by the black-winged angels generally find it hard to escape. To survive in their grasp, one must shatter this death letter, which is evidently no easy feat. To ensure one's safety, it is imperative to eliminate the black-winged angel. Once, a grave robber stumbled upon a tome within an ancient cemetery in Europe, known as the Death Note. Based on the entries of this Death Note, he ultimately discovered the sealed altar of the black-winged angel lineage, and in his ignorance, shattered the seal. Thus, the black-winged angel returned to the mortal realm. Though he appears solitary, he possesses the ability to fabricate 10 death letters every decade, leading unsuspecting young women to ultimately join his ranks. The black-winged angel awakens every 10 years, blending seamlessly with ordinary humanity during his dormant periods. A decade ago, during a cataclysmic battle, he commanded 10 puppets to conquer and wreak havoc, mercilessly slaughtering innocents under the cover of night. This atrocity provoked the intervention of members from China's dragon team, including those skilled in magical arts who all engaged in the fray. The conflict was exceedingly brutal. As dawn broke, the dragon team suffered grievous losses, with only the Starlight War God remaining of the 6 formidable warriors who participated in that battle. Among the 4 champions from the Ma family who joined the fight, 3 perished, and the one who nearly succumbed to his injuries was none other than my father. Ultimately, the Blackwing Angel fled, severely wounded, only to commit further atrocities against the Ma clan. Were it not for my father's valiant assistance, I would have surely perished. It was only later that I encountered my master, the sword hero of Shushan. Meanwhile, a vampire lurking in the shadows appeared to be at odds with the Blackwing Angel. Yet for China, this presents a constant threat to our interests. Young women are being slaughtered, categorized as descendants, while others face brutal extermination. Butterfly, Linner gazed at the bewildered figure of Butterfly, calling out, "Captain, what has happened to Butterfly?" I do not know." In a daze, Butterfly snapped back to reality, her expression one of confusion. "Just now, I did not know." She became lost in memories, her mind flooded with deep-seated recollections. The Starlight War God scrutinized Butterfly, and after a moment, sighed, "Shui Xian, Hualing, Xian Wu, they should return to the team tonight. This night brings tumultuous affairs. It is far from tranquil. We shall divide into 4 factions. The first, Butterfly, Yu, Linner, and Hualing, should be sufficient to contend with the ghost generals of the underworld. The second faction, Shui Xian and Xian Wu, will search for the vampire's whereabouts and eliminate him. I, along with Lai Feng, shall guard Fei Fei, or rather this letter, should the Blackwing Angel dare to come. We shall slay him. As for the in-group, Jingang and Buhan will remain stationed at the Dragon Team headquarters." At the moment his orders were issued, Lai Feng hastily returned, looking deeply concerned. Clutching a report in hand, "Captain, the in-group has encountered a serious incident. The report is extremely detailed, and I have reviewed it. Those rascals, this is unacceptable." The Starlight War God glanced at the report, his expression turning contemplative. The in-group directly instructed, "Lai Feng, you've seen the report, speak." Yes." Lai Feng glanced at Linner, suppressing his fury, and said, "In recent days, 12 provinces across the nation have experienced incidents of young girls being brutally murdered. Within half a month, there have been 6 consecutive killings, and to this day, not a single clue has been found. The victims were 6 young, beautiful girls in the prime of their youth. The circumstances of their deaths are harrowing. They were dismembered, their bodies mutilated. Even more cruelly, 2 blood holes were found in the necks of the victims, indicating they bled to death. After death, their bodies were dismembered. The report included 6 photographs, 6 enchanting young women, met with a gruesome fate, their deaths horrifyingly vivid. The Starlight War God furrowed his brows upon viewing the images. This night, a tempest brews, and the calm before the storm is palpable. Butterfly suddenly sighed. "No matter what, Xian, you must be safe. You will be safe." The Starlight War God called out to Butterfly and Linner, saying, "Xian's situation is rather complex." Buhan sighed, then added with a serene tone, "At this moment, Xian's soul has transformed into a spirit. The first 7 days are when he is most vulnerable." Butterfly paused, then spoke, "Buhan, I understand your meaning. At this moment, Xian has become a living soul. To bring him back to life seems nearly impossible. However, even if it is unlikely, we must at least try." The universe formed, the heavens and earth opened. All things consist of yin and yang, life and death separate, denoting parting. The duality of yin and yang exists. Buhan nodded, affirming, "Indeed, after 7 days, Xian will become a ghost. At that point, reviving him will be a challenge. Within 7 days, we must safeguard his soul. To resurrect him, we must preserve his physical body from decay." "Butterfly, do you comprehend my meaning?" Butterfly appeared contemplative. At this moment, Xian's soul was nestled within her, nourished by the pure and sacred dragon spring. For now, he remained unharmed. Within the dragon pearl, his essence could endure undiminished. "What are you discussing?" The Starlight War God, though gifted and extraordinary, had not encountered matters of this nature before. Living souls, the first 7 days when the soul is vulnerable, and the dragon pearl can offer protection. However, how can we ensure Xian's corporeal form remains intact? Buhan glanced at the Starlight War God, taken aback, while Butterfly explained, "Living spaces are termed yang residences, while places of burial for the deceased are known as yin residences. Generally, the vital energy of the living resides in the bones. When one dies, While the essence of the bones persists, the spirit remains. Thus, even the dead possess an essence to preserve Xian's body. We must locate a place of eternal cold, where he may be preserved in ice. The Starlight War God looked troubled, his concern for Xian rooted in a divination by Buhan. Xian was crucial. In 3 months, during a massacre, he, Butterfly, would serve as the savior. Cremation, aquamation, sky burial, earth burial. These were known, yet ice burial was unheard of. Ice burial, where vital energy enters the ice and merges with the atmospheric essence through an exceedingly complex exchange between yin and yang. In such a place, the yin domain would complement Xian's yang body, allowing for a second fusion of yin and yang. It would be challenging to find such a place for ice burial. I wonder if Bulao has any insight. Buhan smiled faintly and looked at Butterfly, saying, such a geomantic treasure requires the expertise of those well-versed in feng shui. However, within the feng shui realm, there exists a vital subfield known as yin residence feng shui masters. These individuals determine burial sites based on the patterns of mountains and rivers, as well as the deceased's birth and death dates. There are few adept feng shui masters left today, but do not fret. In my youth, I was a true feng shui master of yin and yang. Butterfly, your entry into the dragon team is fate. Xian's impending demise is also fate. Your salvation of him is destiny. To exhaust all means to restore him is also fate. Your life, in this existence, is destined to intertwine with his. 1,000 miles away lies a place of yin, where a secluded ice spring resides. Chapter 17. Who are you really? Ah, yes, the ice spring. Butterfly nodded, saying, I understand now. With sword in hand, Butterfly ventured forth, finally locating the secluded ice spring late into the night. Once she had arranged everything meticulously, the sun had already set to at that moment. A helicopter flew overhead, and 2 stunning women descended from it. Liner and Hualing were both exceptional beauties. In comparison, Liner's attire exuded a tranquil elegance, while Hualing belonged to the more daring and fiery category. After Liner introduced them, Hualing and Butterfly began to familiarize themselves, for 3 women together create a captivating story. Moreover, Hualing's fiery nickname showcased her vibrant personality. As she gazed at the setting sun, Butterfly resolutely declared, Here's the plan. I will take the lead. If I find myself outmatched, Liner and Hualing, I will call upon your assistance. This is my concern, and I wish to avoid escalating matters or dragging you into this. Butterfly, what are you being so polite for? Before Liner could respond, Hualing pouted and interjected, What are you saying? I, Hualing, am not one to be underestimated. You joined the dragon team to serve, so we are all family now. Liner nodded in agreement. Exactly. What of the underworld? Perhaps in a past life I also bore a grudge against them. She gazed at Butterfly for a while before weakly conceding. All right, if you cannot withstand the underworld's onslaught, Hualing and I will intervene. If anything happens to you, Hualing, will come to your aid immediately. Hualing stepped back a bit, somewhat indignantly stating. Butterfly was taken aback and replied, Thank you. At that moment, a long, furious voice echoed, heavy with malevolent energy, proclaiming, The dignity of the underworld cannot be tarnished. The order of yin and yang must not be disrupted. Surrender the lost souls, and you too shall accompany me. Liner, Butterfly, and Hualing trembled slightly, a chilling aura washing over them in an instant. Butterfly stepped forward, smirking, Not a chance. I will never surrender Xian's soul to you. You are destined to leave empty-handed today. The ghostly energy gradually coalesced into a blood-colored figure, its sinister aura morphing into a flickering light, with a visage of a ghastly countenance. The transform into a living soul is to defy the heavenly order. Within 7 days, if you can withstand 7 waves of assaults from the underworld, you may remain unharmed. Otherwise, you shall descend into the depths of the 18 hells. There is no point in further discussion. Let us see the true skills beneath our hands. Butterfly, enraged, summoned her essence, her hands forming the sword seal, unleashing a radiant beam of sword light. The ghost general coldly retorted, The order of yin and yang must not be tampered with. Since you have already perished, do not blame me for my lack of mercy. Now, since you dare to provoke the forces of the underworld, prepare to meet your demise alongside that soul, as you have audaciously challenged the dominion of the nether realm. I shall grant you the privilege of becoming true specters of the underworld, to be subjected to the torment of the 18 layers of hell, never to rise again. Soul-reaping hand, shatter the 3 souls and 7 spirits. Sever them from their vessel. In the wake of these words, the ghost general instantaneously flickered with 99 radiant dark lights, which then coalesced into a colossal hand, soaring towards the butterfly. Observe the speed with which that arm, adorned with flickering shadows, spun and twisted, appearing silently before the butterfly. The incantation, "Those who approach shall form ranks before me," was uttered with fervor as the second form of the 9-character mantra, soaring dragon illusionary weapons. The butterfly, undeterred, summoned a celestial azure starlight that enveloped her, spinning her arm in a sword gesture, manifesting 36 brilliant rays of light. With a mere flick of her hand, the rays swirled into a soaring sword mark. The celestial sword energy crashing down upon the descending dark, blood-like arm. Linner and Fire Spirit exchanged glances, ready to support the butterfly. As the sword radiance enveloped her, the butterfly contemplated her defense while simultaneously launching an offensive. The azure golden rays glimmered once more, transforming into 36 sword marks that cleaved through the heavens. At this moment, the ghost general's flickering ghostly energy emitted a series of dreadful wails, inflicting harm upon the butterfly. More grievously, that ghostly energy seemed to be intermingled with a corrosive force, growing heavier as it began to erode the protective sword light surrounding the butterfly. The incantation, "Those who approach shall form ranks before me," was uttered again as the third form of the 9-character mantra, Dragon Slayer. The butterfly activated her sword technique, unleashing 2 flickering sword lights in succession, uttering the fourth form of the 9-character mantra, Dragon Sovereign Descending, Exterminate Evil. The azure light swords erupted forth, accompanied by the spiraling forms of 2 divine dragons, coalescing into a dazzling brilliance under the butterfly's command, bursting forth with a wild and overwhelming momentum. In that moment, the butterfly's eyes widened, the brilliance of her phoenix eye shimmering upon her forehead, and a torrent of majestic energy surged forth like a monstrous wave, sweeping across the heavens and scattering in all directions. Its power akin to that of an atomic bomb's explosion. The sword technique clutched in her hands flickered in and out of visibility, revealing a blinding azure golden light, with an ethereal force of heaven-splitting hovering above her head. Poised to strike with thunderous might, "I shall spare your life. Depart. If you do not flee, you shall become a soul of the sword flower." The ghost general's eyes gleamed with an eerie green light, reflecting immense shock as he slightly withdrew his claw-like arm, where a black chain flickered ominously, having been scorched by the breath of the divine dragon. It bore signs of impending fracture, as if the dragon's breath had sealed it. Regardless of how formidable his ghostly energy might be, even as it surged within, the thunderous explosion echoed, yet the chain remained steadfast. With a proud snort from the butterfly, a myriad of extraordinary lights enveloped the ghost general, whose dark, blood-filled specter was being purified by the dragon's might. In an instant, the surrounding ghostly energy diminished significantly, revealing the ghost general's form within a yard, now tinged with faint red light. The butterfly fixed her gaze upon the ghost general, who, in return, cautiously distanced himself, warily observing her. At this moment, the ghost general's blood-black glow was gradually waning, his entire ghostly form weakened considerably by the butterfly's sword technique. Hesitating for a moment, he contemplated launching another attack. A tempest of blood light erupted from within him, surging directly at the butterfly's sword energy. Simultaneously, the butterfly propelled her azure golden sword energy, intertwining with it, as howls of ghostly winds and dragon roars echoed. The sword energy soared, and the specter swarmed. Where the sword shadows danced, the dark red blood flickered with hints of green, ghostly light, gradually being purified, fading away into nothingness. The butterfly revealed a hint of anger, exclaiming, "Ghost General, do you dare to overreach? Do you wish for death?" The ghost general's crimson eyes, shrouded in ghostly energy, flashed with a look of panic as he gazed at the butterfly's sword and the divine dragon hovering above her. A sense of impending doom gripped his heart. He understood that even if he exerted all his strength to resist and retaliate, he could achieve no effective result. In a fit of rage, he roared, "The foremost spirit, divine dragon, You are of the Moth family. Such audacity. Wait and see. The dignity of the nether realm shall not be tarnished. Tomorrow, I shall return with even mightier beings, and you shall await your reckoning. I await your arrival. Humph. The butterfly sighed, her gaze cold as she fixated on the ghost general. With a firm grip on her sword technique, she conveyed, if you do not depart in the next moment, you shall become a soul of the sword flower. The ghost general bellowed in fury, his heart filled with resentment, transforming into a wisp of ghostly fire, merging with the earth in the blink of an eye. The wailing cries of the ghost ceased, and the butterfly, Linner, and fire spirit all breathed a sigh of relief. At that moment, the butterfly caressed the purifying dragon pearl that hung against her chest, her phoenix eye upon her forehead gradually closing. Casting a glance at the distant battle, she murmured, "The midnight chime is drawing near. Fire spirit Linner, you too go assist your Fei. I shall investigate that vampire. My divine sense has detected that there seems to be more than one vampire there. I fear for Shui, Xian, and Xuan. Be careful." Linner understood the butterfly's strength, and Fire Spirit had witnessed the butterfly's sword prowess. Feeling herself inferior, should they confront her with full power, they might not stand a chance. Be cautious. The three stunning beauties exchanged glances. First, the butterfly transformed into a streak of light, her feet treading upon azure golden sword energy as she soared forth. Linner activated her ghostly eyes, her form shimmering with verdant ghostly light, transforming into a streak of light that shot skyward. Fire Spirit, even more enchanting, snapped her fingers, igniting a flicker of flame, which then erupted into a pillar of light that illuminated half the sky. Her speed akin to a shooting star. Ding, ding, ding. The midnight chimes rang out 12 times, heralding the approach of midnight. In that instant, the death mail that had once rested in the hands of the starry war god had vanished, only to reappear in Sure Fei's grasp that a tremor coursed through her as she instinctively felt an indescribable chill. This was an empty room, the one chosen by the starry war god, signifying a death duel with the black-winged angel. Trembling, Sure Fei clutched the black envelope, which at that moment bore an inexplicable black wing and a smiling face that seemed to grin at her. The master of the death letter is you. The death note has recorded your soul. Sure Fei, all that you are shall be utterly forgotten. Surrender your soul, offer your flesh, and you shall attain eternal life with the black-winged form. What are you? Sure Fei clung to a shred of courage, attempting to grasp the death mail. But upon hearing those words, her heart sank into despair. A frigid terror enveloped her, along with an indescribable aura of death. Transcend the bounds of feeble humanity, and you shall possess an immortal life and eternal beauty. But before that, you must offer something. Only through sacrifice shall you receive this moment. You must pay with your blood. Your maiden's blood. Who are you? Sure Fei's previous panic began to ebb, replaced by an inexplicable thrill of delight. Immortality, eternal life, eternal youth, is it truly possible? Certainly, a voice of immense temptation, laced with a bewitching male timbre, coaxed her repeatedly, "Come forth, come." As he spoke, within the room where Sure Fei stood, the once ordinary black mirror began to shimmer with a peculiar black light that in the next moment, the mirror transformed, revealing, "I am your god. Your master from now on. Your everything. Human girl, eternal life, eternal youth, come." Caught in a moment of disbelief, Sure Fei witnessed an extraordinary sight. The unremarkable mirror suddenly revealed a swirling vortex, and a black silhouette emerged. Possessing an extraordinarily handsome visage, the aura he exuded was so noble, akin to that of an unparalleled emperor. Strangely, he bore a pair of dark wings on his back, perfectly matching the black wings that had appeared on the death mail in Sure Fei's hand. In the following moment, the shadow slowly unfurled its wings, and the death mail transformed into a pitch-black cage, enveloping Sure Fei entirely. More terrifyingly, despite her panic, Sure Fei found herself unable to utter a cry for help. Rendered voiceless, Lai Feng and the starry war god, seated in the adjacent room, had fitted both rooms with pinhole cameras. Thus, they could clearly observe everything transpiring with Sure Fei. Shall we act? Wait, I shall first attempt to contain him. The starry war god's eyes glimmered with fury as he was bathed in silvery moonlight, his entire being radiating an icy brilliance. The next moment, An icy aura enveloped him, resembling crystal, starry bind. Confine! As the word confine escaped his lips, the starry war goddess form flickered, and he crashed through the wall, breaking into Shurfeifei's room in an instant. Witnessing this scene, Life Foam wasted no time. Transforming into a tempest, urgently following the starry war god. As he rushed forward, he lamented internally, realizing that despite exerting all his might, he could barely match a fraction of the starry war god's speed. Starry war god, my leader, truly worthy of the title. The starlight war god shimmered with a silvery radiance, his right arm delivering a powerful punch that shattered the cage confining Shurfeifei. The cage splintered like fragile glass, with a series of resounding cracks echoing through the air, and in an instant, Shurfeifei was swept away by a milky white hand. The fierce wind transformed into a protective whirlwind around him. Who dares to challenge me? You are the starlight, the shadowy figure adorned with black wings, immediately sensed its own entrapment and shrieked, "There is a path to heaven that you refuse to take. Yet you trespass into hell." Hiss, 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 stand back, fierce wind. The starlight war god cast a glance at the fierce wind and replied softly, "Fierce wind, beware of lightning. Invisible foes may lurk nearby. Protect Shurfeifei, dark-winged angel guardian. Arise!" The dark-winged angel grinned ominously, revealing pearly white teeth, while his skin bore a pallid yellow hue. "Did I, the divine, possess 9 guardians? Can you withstand my power? This time, I shall not merely block you, but eliminate you." The starlight war god roared, a strange black aura enveloping him, transforming him into a streak of light that shattered the milky white bindings and launched an assault against the starlight war god. The fierce wind morphed into a tempest, encircling Shurfeifei within its storm while simultaneously shifting to guard against unseen enemies. How can such foes exist? At that moment, Fire Spirit and Linner had entered the storm as well, having been deliberately brought in by the fierce wind. "Are you both all right? Where is Butterfly?" Fire Spirit flickered with flames, through which she could faintly discern shadowy figures darting about. "What is happening? What are those things? Why are they moving so swiftly?" Linner frowned slightly, as if the ghost I sensed the rapid shadows outside, and whispered, "Butterfly is fine. The ghost general of the underworld has been repelled. Currently, Butterfly has gone to assist Shui Xian and Xuanwu. Fire Spirit and I have come to aid you." Meanwhile, Butterfly had arrived at the scene of the incident, unleashing a sword strike akin to a dragon's roar that erupted with astonishing, destructive power. Simultaneously, she alleviated Shui Xian's peril, a matter of life and death. Shui Xian, also a stunning beauty, stood beside a bronze-skinned giant, covered in bloodstains. He appeared as though he had been torn apart by bats. This giant was known as Xuanwu, the ultimate defender. Yet at this moment, he looked utterly defeated. The vampire's assault was indeed formidable. The ability to command bats was astonishing. Butterfly pondered for a moment when Shui Xian's terrified voice broke through. "Vampires are said to be formidable. They're the monarchs of bats. Butterfly, be cautious." Butterfly focused her gaze on the vampire, who, beneath his dark coat, displayed a pair of eerie bat-like wings. In that instant, she recalled the earlier information about vampires. Vampires, members of the Blood Clan, typically refer to themselves as kindred, meaning bloodkin. Simultaneously, Butterfly's gaze fell upon 6 enchanting beauties nearby, their faces flushed, revealing a pair of sharp fangs. Butterfly understood that this vampire had transformed them into a new generation of vampires. For a mortal to become a vampire, they must undergo the embrace, meaning they must first be drained of their blood by a member of the Blood Clan, then immediately receive a transfusion of that vampire's blood to be reborn as a new bloodkin. The initial embrace often brings about intense sensations, a blend of fear and ecstasy, an experience that the newly turned vampire would never forget. That moment, the 6 alluring beauties ensnared Shui Xian, while Butterfly pressed forward but was ensnared by the male vampire. "My beauties shall become my descendants. How about it?" Butterfly twirled her curvaceous figure, her delicate hands executing a sword technique that unleashed a roar reminiscent of a dragon's cry, launching a sword strike that locked onto the vampire. "Those who engage in battle shall form their ranks." The first of the 9-word incantation. The dragon ascends from the abyss. Suddenly, Butterfly's eyes flashed with an indescribable indifference. her elegance surpassing mere description. The sword shadows danced as she gripped her sword technique, and in an instant, a brilliant blue-gold light surged upwards, ultimately transforming into a golden divine dragon that merged with the sword's radiance. A soaring blue-gold sword pillar erupted like a swimming dragon. The dragon's roar echoed as, under Butterfly's command, the fierce strike cleaved downwards from a distance. It resembled a divine dragon leaping into the air, swiftly slashing towards the vampire. This blue-gold sword, infused with the dragon's roar, struck precisely at the vampire's head. Yet, the desired effect did not materialize. The vampire's head merely glistened with a faint trace of blood, which trickled down to his lips. Butterfly took a deep breath, slowly retracting her delicate hand that held the sword technique. Her flowing black hair transformed into a golden blue hue, fluttering in the gentle breeze, cascading down to her slender shoulders to a T that moment. Her long hair obscured her delicate features, seemingly concealing her astonishment. With a slight murmur, she suddenly inquired, "Vampire, bloodkin, duke, marquis, earl, count, or nobleman? To which tier do you belong? Speak." "Hee. It seems you possess considerable knowledge of the bloodkin. Let me inform you, lovely Eastern beauty, I do not belong to any of these 6 tiers. In other words, once one becomes a member of the bloodkin, they gain immortality. The fangs of a bloodkin can extend at will, although most of the time, they conceal their identities. After feeding, the bloodkin will heal their wounds in their own manner to mask the evidence. Surely you, beautiful lady, are aware of this." The vampire spoke with elegant gestures, smiling as he added, "However, I am an exceptional anomaly. You may refer to me as the true ancestor, or simply the initiator." Butterfly scoffed, retorting, "The bloodkin. Vampires claim to be immortal, yet they are merely living corpses that are being distinct from humanity. Their bodily composition undergoes a complete transformation." She gripped her sword technique, conjuring a sky-blue sword shadow, and in the next moment, she opened her phoenix eyes, her heart jolting with surprise as she peered through them. The heart of a bloodkin may cease to beat, yet they can control their heartbeat. Their blood flows in a diffused manner, and as their capillaries no longer brim with blood, the skin of a bloodkin appears notably pale. However, as she scrutinized this vampire, she realized he did not exhibit the characteristics of a bloodkin. Though 2 fangs peeked from his lips, his bodily structure was indistinguishable from an ordinary human. If there was any difference, it was that this vampire possessed a flexibility of body that ordinary humans lacked, and his internal organs were remarkably robust. While speaking, Butterfly wielded her sword, leaping into action, a divine dragon figure merging with her sword strike as it soared skyward. Just as the vampire let out a chilling laugh, Butterfly unleashed her most potent sword technique. "Those who engage in battle shall form their ranks." The first of the 9-word incantation. The dragon ascends from the abyss. The same sword move, the same technique. This time Butterfly channeled her inner magic, simultaneously activating her phoenix eyes. 9 azure characters shimmered, forming a circle of sword light that spun around Butterfly. The dragon's roar ceased, and the 9 azure characters fused into 9 rays of sword light, which then converged into a single, soaring sword blade that locked onto the nearby vampire. The mysterious sword light, imbued with unparalleled destructive force, manifested in an instant, closing in on the vampire within a mere yard. A flicker of dark, blood-colored light surged forth, and at the moment of brilliance, it charged toward the approaching sword blade. The vampire bore a mysterious smile, the ominous dark light dissipating the force of the attack in an instant, rendering him intangible. Vanishing in a thin it appeared he had sustained an injury, yet it was so minor it could be disregarded. Butterfly murmured, her gaze fixated on the reappearing vampire with a hint of confusion. Legends speak of bloodkin healing themselves using their own blood. When wounded, their blood concentrates at the injury, causing a purplish-red hue to appear, and healing swiftly thereafter. He is a vampire, yet an exceptional existence. "What exactly are you?" Butterfly pondered, gesturing to unleash the azure sword light as she recited, "Those who engage in battle shall form their ranks." The second of the 9-word incantation. The ascending dragon's illusionary soldiers. Suddenly, she chuckled coldly. "Regardless of your rank as a vampire, although you do not consume food like humans, you still require a constant supply of blood. Right now, you must be feeling hunger." As Butterfly spoke, she executed her sword technique. The azure light mingling with golden radiance, ultimately transforming into a streak of sword light. When vampires experience hunger, they develop an intense craving for blood, a desire as profound as human hunger. Did I end this moment? You are feeling just that, aren't you? The vampire smiled elegantly. Beautiful lady, please call me Leslie. Your abilities are formidable, sufficient to wound me, yet such combat prowess poses no real threat. Leslie, Butterfly murmured, her hands clasping the sword technique as she floated in midair. Feeling inexplicably curious, are you male or female? What do you think? This time, the vampire Leslie spoke in a masculine tone. Beautiful Eastern maiden, you shall become my slave, become my descendant, the queen of the bloodline supreme. What are you? Nothing but a mere trifle. The delicate butterfly revealed a glimmering blue light, and in an instant, the lightning transformed into a sword, spiraling into a flowing dragon shadow that surged toward the heavens. At this moment, 6 enchanting vampire women completely surrounded Shui Xian, while Xuanwu drew near. The guardian of Shui Xian, Xuanwu, could only adopt a passive stance in defense. Xuanwu, speak up. Are you all right? The delicate butterfly held a sword command, wishing to withdraw and assist Shui Xian. Yet that androgynous vampire proved exceedingly troublesome. Although her sword command possessed a certain restraining effect against him, it seemed rather insignificant, inflicting injury twice, yet he always restored himself to full strength in the blink of an eye. When the delicate butterfly once again unleashed her sword command, a sudden wave of exhaustion washed over her. The sky-blue sword energy, intertwined with a faint golden dragon shadow, materialized from thin air, and she casually cast it forth. The target was locked onto that vampire, but in the next moment, the delicate butterfly experienced an unusual sensation, as if she had fallen onto a soft, fluffy bed. Indeed, that was the feeling. Why did it arise? She found herself utterly perplexed, yet knew not how to respond, as the air around her seemed to be abruptly drained, that a viscous, blood-hued liquid enveloped her, gradually shrouding her entire being. This substance was sticky, yet soft and cool, faintly tinged with the scent of blood. Yes, indeed, this was blood, the fresh blood of the living. This moment, she felt as if bound by blood threads. A more accurate term would be ensnared. That instant. It seemed as though the moonlight was obscured. Yet the delicate butterfly stood motionless, perhaps accustomed to the night, curling her knees and quietly remaining there. Just when everyone assumed she had surrendered to despair, the delicate butterfly flickered with golden dragon light, causing the night sky to tremble. In an instant, radiant lights flickered, golden brilliance mingled with sky-blue sword light, and she merged directly with the sword light. Sharp as a blade, standing against the wind, her phantom appeared both real and illusory. Indeed, at that moment, she was a sword, the sword of the soaring dragon. However, from her forehead, an eye flickered open slowly. This was the delicate butterfly's unique phoenix eye. The vampire, momentarily stunned, blinked back to reality, and in the next instant, the delicate butterfly transformed into a streak of light, severing the blood threads that bound her. In a flash, the delicate butterfly embodied the sacred weapon, the sword of the soaring dragon, arraying before her the incantation of 9 words. Those who come to battle, form ranks before me. Dragon slash, the previously elegant vampire gasped, furrowing her brow, as flickering light swirled. No, it couldn't be. The blood demon wings, the dance of the flying bat. In the pitch-black night sky, the dark bats, accompanied by their deathly wails, locked onto the delicate butterfly and lunged forward to bite. Her petite form shimmered with a pale blue light, transforming into human shape, and in the next moment, her sword pointed, condensing into a feeble dragon sword shadow that a flash of sword light caused dozens of bats to plummet. And in the next heartbeat, the delicate butterfly propelled the sword light, shattering yet another dozen black bats. Her entire being flickered with flowing light, and the swirling phantoms transformed into 9 sword energies that swept outward. Witnessing the seemingly endless black bats, the delicate butterfly huffed in annoyance, her hands raised toward the sky, the phoenix eyes radiating a sky-blue light directed at the moon, bathed in the moon's brilliance. Her figure appeared enchanting, as if cloaked in a wondrous dragon shadow battle armor. Those who come to battle, form ranks before me. Dragon sovereign, descend and vanquish evil. Behind her, amidst the realm of illusion and reality, flickered the light of dragon patterns as a colossal dragon shadow gradually took form. Yet behind the dragon shadow, two words, vanquish evil, appeared hazily as the dragon's roar resounded. Under the moonlight, all the black bats transformed into nothingness. The dragon's roar shook the heavens, and the radiant sword light dispersed the dark clouds obscuring the moon. The pure moonlight, a pearlescent glow, bathed the earth, casting everything into harmony. In that tranquil moment, the haunting cry of the androgynous vampire echoed. Almost simultaneously, the shrill scream of a woman and the furious roar of a man resounded. Cursed be you! I shall slay you! One entity, two faces, could it be? The delicate butterfly pointed her sword, a sky-blue protective energy enveloping her. Gazing perplexedly at the vampire before her, or perhaps the blood devourer. It was a variant of the yin-yang blood devourer, impossible. Upon considering the two conjectures, the delicate butterfly leaned toward the latter, firmly believing that the androgynous vampire was indeed the blood devourer. She scrutinized him with an odd gaze, and he, seemingly aware of her scrutiny, transformed from elegance to menace. In an instant, his visage twisted into a grotesque mask, beneath which a bizarre blood hue flickered. Have you seen enough, you despicable female slave? To punish you for the harm you've inflicted on my greatness, I shall transform you into a blood slave to serve my bidding. The previously masculine voice morphed into a feminine tone, declaring, I shall convert you into a blood slave to do my bidding. The delicate butterfly retorted in indignation, How dare you speak so arrogantly? The blood devourer, your true form should be a hermaphroditic being. Yet you possess the abilities of a vampire. As she spoke, she scrutinized him, ultimately confirming her thoughts, and with a cold smile, she said, Blood devourer, you have acquired the powers of a vampire. The blood devourer is said to be sealed within the depths of the 18 layers of hell. How did you escape alone? Did something happen in the underworld 10 years ago, or did the ghostly emissaries of the underworld remain unaware of your existence? The more she spoke, the more absurd it seemed. And with a bitter smile, she set aside her musings, transforming her demeanor into one of icy resolve. Regardless, to emerge and harm others is unacceptable. Today, with me, the demon-slaying Dragon Maw family here, you shall not cause mischief. At this moment, the delicate butterfly resolved to exert herself fully. Once she confirmed the identity of her opponent, she would show no mercy. She joined her hands together, summoning the sky-blue sword light to whirl before her. In the same instant, the incantation those who come to battle, form ranks before me transformed into a flowing light that enveloped her within a golden circle, a serpentine dragon shimmering 9 meters long. The delicate butterfly closed her eyes, and in an instant, her peculiar phoenix eye upon her forehead opened, emanating light akin to the full moon. Those who come to battle, form ranks before me, the 5 dragons annihilation slash. Fall with all her might, she swung her sword in midair, causing the blood devourer to change countenance, swiftly adopting a defensive stance. The delicate butterfly's sword soared, the spiraling sword strike shot forth, its power enough to surpass the previous strikes combined. The golden-blue flowing light shimmered. The might of the soaring sword filled the heavens, locking onto the blood devourer with no possibility of escape. Thus, he could only defend with everything he had. This strike from the delicate butterfly, infused with the sacred purifying power of the divine dragon, was potent enough to vanquish all malevolent spirits, especially the wicked blood devourer. The power of this strike resembled the rising sun, its brilliance able to illuminate the entire night. Even the 6 vampire beauties trembling violently beneath it. Shui Xian, seizing the opportunity, transformed the power of soft water into ice spikes, casting them like a shower of blossoms, her gaze fixed on the 6 vampire beauties. Her hands and eyes coordinating seamlessly, Shui Xian unleashed a lethal attack, annihilating 4 beautiful vampire women in mere moments. The delicate butterfly coldly retracted her sword finger, confident that even the mightiest blood devourer would meet his end beneath this strike. When her gaze shifted to Shui Xian, who had just slain the 4th female vampire, a smile graced her lips. Yet in that fleeting moment, she suddenly felt something rush past her with alarming speed. The velocity was so swift, it was as if a fleeting shadow had passed. The blood devourer, hermaphroditic, could not possibly have survived. With no time for contemplation, as she contemplated directing her sword light, she witnessed a blood-like shadow swiftly entering the body of a female vampire, who had engaged Shui Xian. Stunned, the delicate butterfly quickly comprehended. The blood devourer had perished, yet the potency of that strike had failed to obliterate its primordial spirit, and this shadow, as swift as lightning, was the blood devourer's soul. The soul had seized the flesh. Shui Xian, be cautious. Shui Xian sensed the aura of danger, almost simultaneously with the delicate butterfly's warning. Her body transformed into waves of water, merging seamlessly into the ground. This clever maneuver averted disaster. Yet at that very moment, the blood devourer completed its possession, baring its fangs at the last female vampire, draining her blood entirely in the next instant. The delicate butterfly's sword streak cut through the air like lightning, striking the blood devourer squarely in the face. Fortunately, the blood devourer had the foresight to place the drained companion before it as a shield. As Shui Xian emerged from the ground in liquid form, it coincided with the blood devourer's escape. The delicate butterfly's sword command was swift, but the blood devourer's speed was even greater. Shui Xian. Xuan Wu, are you all right? Shui Xian rose from beneath, her feet firmly planted on the ground. She had seen the delicate butterfly's information, thus they recognized each other, albeit without having truly met. I am well. Xuan Wu, he requires urgent assistance. He is on the brink. Upon hearing this, the powdered butterfly's expression shifted dramatically as she swiftly descended, her hands waving to conjure the pale, golden radiance of her phoenix eyes, reflecting the moon's glow. In the next moment, her palms pressed firmly atop the head of the Xuanwu. Pure world dragon pearl, manifest, she declared. Rest assured, Shui Xian, Xuanwu is not in peril. With that, the powdered butterfly summoned the floating dragon pearl in her grasp to provide aid. At this moment, Xuanwu's pulse was exceedingly faint, nearly at a standstill. Without a moment to ponder, the powdered butterfly frowned and whispered, Shui Xian, cover me. I must exert my utmost effort. Without reservation, the new light war god unleashed his full power against the opposing black-winged angel, seemingly possessing greater strength. The two engaged in a fierce tug-of-war, unleashing potent energy waves in a frenzied struggle. New light war god versus black-winged angel. On another front, Liner called out, Lai Feng. Remain calm. Protect Fei Fei. These 7 adversaries are ours to handle alongside Hualing. Be cautious. Though they are beauties, much like yourself, they are far from ordinary. Lai Feng paused for a moment before cautioning. However, their terrifying destructive potential is truly alarming. Spare me your warnings. Liner retorted playfully, then suddenly exclaimed, Lai Feng, be careful. Those 7 foes are advancing once more. By the way, why do you appear so weakened? Hualing interjected. These foes are peculiar. They can directly harm your spirit through the wind and sand. These maidens possess considerable spiritual power even before being reincarnated as black-winged angels, but their forced infusion of dark power during the transformation has amplified their might. Look closely. It is their bizarre black wings that can directly injure the human spirit. Indeed, it is their black wings, Lai Feng affirmed, growing increasingly feeble. After a moment of reflection, he remarked, if my deductions are correct, those black wings serve as their very essence. Just as our souls are vital to our existence, their loss would lead to their demise as well. That I believe we must find a way to sever or shatter their wings. That might spell their end. I shall venture forth. Liner nodded slightly, while Hualing suddenly chimed in. What about you? With that, Hualing transformed into a vibrant flame, breaking free from the storm's grasp and darting toward a female black-winged angel, leaving a shimmering trail in her wake. Hualing's nature was swift and decisive, her fiery temperament reflected in her abilities to control flames, even transforming her body into fire. Her molten-like flames were capable of incinerating any foe, reducing even the highest melting point metals to mere pools of liquid. Flames ignite, she cried, surging like a comet toward a female black-winged angel, who bore a pulsating black symbol upon her forehead. Simultaneously, the other 6 female black-winged angels unfurled their dark wings, soaring into the air and swiftly rescuing their comrade adorned with the flickering symbol. Hualing was taken aback, astonished that those wings could indeed grant flight. And their speed was breathtaking. Without hesitation, Hualing transformed into a radiant crimson inferno, ascending like a rocket. The black wings encircled her, trapping her within their midst. Hualing's vibrant red flames illuminated the surrounding area for miles, exuding an overwhelming aura of lethal intent, momentarily transforming into a flowing crimson tide, thereby diminishing the collective strength of their assault. Understanding this, Hualing focused intently on one target, locking onto her black wings. 7 streams of black light danced in the sky, interwoven with a singular crimson figure, creating a web of dazzling energy. The air crackled with the sounds of battle, accompanied by the piercing cries of ethereal beings and the explosive bursts of fire. Hualing conjured a fiery lotus, aiming for a decisive strike against the third target. Then, with an aerial twist, she unleashed flames upon the flailing black wings. The moment they shattered, the third target's form disintegrated in tandem. With a faint smile, she spiraled downwards like a bolt of lightning, while the 6 female black-winged angels swiftly retracted their wings, preparing for a lethal assault that sought to pierce Hualing's defenses. In an instant, a more potent storm brewed around Lai Feng, enveloping Hualing, Liner, and Shi Fei in its protective embrace. The speed of their movement began to wane, as if he had sustained grave injuries. "I can still hold on. I'll manage for at least 10 more minutes," Lai Feng asserted, albeit with difficulty. "At most 10 minutes. Beyond that, my energy will dissipate." At present, they found themselves in a completely passive position, their offensive efforts proving futile, while their defenses could not withstand further onslaughts. With a bitter smile, Lai Feng lamented, "We are at a dead end." The starry light war god radiated a soft, milk-white luminescence. Resembling a figure basking in sunlight, his brilliance seemingly the bane of the entire black-winged angel faction. The genuine black-winged angels were undoubtedly far superior to those who had been reincarnated. Hualing was engulfed in a sea of crimson flames, soaring skyward and breaking free from Lai Feng's protective barrier. This moment, the storm that Lai Feng had conjured was gradually condensing, indicating he had reached his limit. Is this truly the end? No. Lai Feng silently screamed within. Liner, be cautious. In that instant, Liner activated her ghostly eyes and swiftly evaded, a greenish-black aura enveloping her. She spun into a radiant beam of light that shot skyward. "Ghostly eye fire, ignite," she commanded. The dance of black blood, those pulsating threads resembling a haunting ballet, transformed in a scattered, blood-black luminescence that suffused the room. An eerie presence spread, forming a force potent enough to counter the starry light war god's radiant energy. In both momentum and physical resilience, they seemed evenly matched, leaving the black-winged angel astounded. "I never anticipated that you could measure up to me now. You are indeed exceptional." The black-winged angel slowly unfurled her wings, darkened by black light, mingled with streaks of blood-red. In that moment, she appeared to reminisce or perhaps contemplate a decade ago. "You were but a fledgling. Who could have foreseen that you would develop the power to rival me?" The starry light war god had long been known by that moniker. His true name had faded into obscurity, known only to the elder members of the Dragon Group, and in Buhan. Yet all of this stemmed from a peak battle a decade prior. The cataclysmic clash over the ore. The Ma family had met their demise, and half of the Dragon Group's elite perished, leaving the remaining members in a precarious stalemate. This turmoil arose from a mission, a sudden arrival of black-winged angels and vampires. Though this was stated, these formidable foes had simultaneously descended upon China. Their mutual animosity barely culminating in true confrontations. Was as if an unspoken agreement existed between them, a shared purpose to sow chaos within China to propagate your lineage in the East. "There is no place for you here." The starry light war goddess' bronze visage radiated an unprecedented aura of vengeance, as he recalled the life-or-death struggle from 10 years ago, during which his name was preserved through the desperate efforts of his comrades. This grudge had festered within him for a decade. While a gentleman may take his time for revenge, bearing hatred in his heart for 10 long years was no trivial matter. Chapter 18. The charming beauty. One can easily imagine the torment within him. China, the East, no matter your origins or nature, today marks your annihilation. The starry light war god furiously clenched his fists, his gentle visage transforming into one of steely resolve, the shimmering light around him radiating with a pearlescent glow reminiscent of moonlight. Indeed, The starry light body allowed him to absorb the energies of the moon, sun, and stars for his own use. Thus, his abilities were in a constant state of enhancement. The starry light body could counteract the heavenly eye, implying that at his peak, his power was unimaginable. Black-winged angel, prepare to meet your demise today. He vowed, even if it costs me my life, I shall ensure your destruction. Hundreds of beams of starlight converged into a dazzling torrent, locking onto the essence of the black-winged angel. With a cold sneer, the dark wings unfurled, deflecting the brilliant beams of light as she scoffed. What are you? Do you think you could defeat me? How unpleasantly jarring your call sounds. Please address me as Edward. The black-winged angel chuckled softly, swirling gracefully in midair with his ebony wings, casting a condescending gaze upon the starry war god. Come, let us merge into one. And in doing so, you shall attain immortality, while I shall reap certain benefits. Ultimately, you stand to gain the most. Do you not agree? Darkness condenses the soul, the angelic mystique. The black-winged angel radiated a dark luminescence, exerting all his power to deploy the black mystique, successfully countering the onslaught of the starry war god. His black wings flapped rapidly against the air, creating a brilliant arc in the sky. A contest between black and white. The two exchanged a glance, and in that instant, the starry war god erupted with a pearlescent glow. Edward, is that your name? Who are you? How do you know of my starry form? Indeed, Edward is my name, and as the starry form, which appears only once in a millennium, I am naturally most intrigued by you. The black-winged angel Edward had originally only one pair of wings. Yet at this moment, they transformed into two pairs, resembling the wings of a bird. I am the deity of the night, omnipotent and divine. Come, let us unite, and you shall become an immortal being to claim my body. Do you think you possess the capability? Even in death, my body shall turn to ashes. The starry war god bore an expression of indifference, unleashing an unprecedented force, fighting with all his might for the first time in a decade. Had it been any other adversary, the starry war god could have easily vanquished them, yet this opponent was the black-winged angel Edward. You cannot surpass me. Even with the starry form, you are no match for me. Do you wish to know why I spared you 10 years ago? At that time, I could have effortlessly defeated you, yet I chose to let you live. Today is the time to collect interest. The starry form, your physicality is sufficient to rival any corporeal being. Even a mortal capable of awakening the heavenly, I could not possess a body of your caliber. Do you understand? A tumult surged within the starry war god, and he murmured, "Spare my life. 10 years ago, it was intentional. You sought a stronger version of me to seek revenge, and then to claim my body as one understood." The starry war god coldly nodded, then sighed with indifference. 10 years ago, you could have easily slain me, but 10 years hence, you may not be so fortunate. It is no wonder that the Ma family fell so easily. It all makes sense. Edward scoffed coldly, his wings stirring, transforming into two whirlwinds that surged skyward, momentarily revealing 4 pairs of wings behind him. 8-winged flight, the ultimate strike of the fallen angel, the melody of the wind. The starry war goddess' indifferent visage radiated a sense of fearless resolve, ultimately erupting in a brilliant flash, the pearlescent glow manifesting into 36 protective auras. The fierce cry, starry shield, 8 black wings, akin to swirling blades, directly targeted the starry war god, then fiercely collided against his protective aura. The flickering pearlescent aura, accompanied by the dark, blade-like wings, clashed, resulting in an explosive force 8 times greater than it broke through my 30 auras. What a pity! The regenerative power of the starry form is equally astonishing. With that, the starry war god abruptly ignited the small universe within him, his dantian, and in an instant his combat power surged to 16 times its previous strength. Starry annihilation. Simultaneously, a delicate silhouette hovered in midair. Beneath her feet, a golden divine dragon materialized at that moment. The figure unfurled her arms, pointing her sword as she spun. The golden dragon roared skyward, with a flick of her sword. The dragon's claws transformed into weapons, directly locking onto Edward, the black-winged angel. Then, with a powerful thrust, the dragon's image soared skyward, moving at an unfathomable speed, swift as lightning and thunder. The night sky illuminated in that moment. Under the strange brilliance, Everything appeared so surreal. As the butterfly's sword flickered, the divine dragon howled, moving at full speed, the dragon's claws radiating a golden hue intermingled with azure light. The dragon's roar ceased. The figure revealed her true form. It was the butterfly. At this moment, she was enveloped in gold, surrounded by an aura, and as she spun rapidly, she traced a marvelous trajectory, forming a miniature whirlwind. The dragon and the butterfly became one, the whirlwind encompassing all in its path, the symbol of the swastika, merging the explosive power into a singularity, culminating in a lightning-fast eruption. Lin, soldier, combatants, all arrayed before the 9-word incantation. Fifth form, the 5 dragons' annihilation strike fall. It must be noted that the butterfly's previous attack, shattering the body of the black-winged angel Kalesli, was a fortuitous occurrence, for the latter had underestimated her, but he never anticipated that the butterfly could unleash such a formidable assault. One that rivaled the forces of nature. "Captain, are you all right?" The butterfly suddenly sighed, then turned to the starry war god, blinking her eyes, saying, "Are you well? Your attack was so powerful, yet igniting your dantian means you are finished. While you can still contain your attack, you must quickly adjust your internal energy." Upon finishing her words, the butterfly conjured a golden, transparent orb in her left hand, the cleansing dragon orb, a dragon silhouette ascending into the heavens, connecting directly to the moonlight. Through the orb, the butterfly's injuries were suppressed. Although she had no time to rest, she was now prepared to confront the enemy before her. The starry war god glanced at the butterfly. Upon seeing her gain the upper hand, he did not hesitate to begin adjusting his internal energy, striving for equilibrium in the starry power. Thankfully, his body was robust, and as a starry form, he could continuously absorb the energies of the sun, moon, and stars for his own use. Were it anyone else, they would not dare to act so recklessly, for life is singular. The stars shone brilliantly, and in an instant, as the starry war god could summon energy within, the stars, shrouded by light clouds, began to twinkle one by one that the moonlight accompanied the resplendent starlight, creating a breathtaking scene, enchanting the night at a full moon, accompanied by such dazzling starlight, 2 streams of luminescence interweaving. The final stream flickered, interspersed with a pale, golden dragon silhouette, piercing through the body of the other. Edward, the black-winged angel, gazed incredulously at the delicate beauty, yet could not utter a single word, for at that moment, his chest began to shatter, gradually crumbling into fragments. Drawing upon her previous experience against the bloodthirsty beast Kalesli, the butterfly employed a peculiar soul-binding incantation, attaching it to the divine dragon. The black light gradually faded, and the wings on his back dissolved into smoke. It was then that the butterfly suddenly recalled the words of Yi Xian. The Ma family can be said to be him. Han Tian's destruction. At that time, the butterfly believed Yi Xian was speaking out of impulse, but in this moment, she believed it, truly believed it. In her black eyes, the butterfly retracted her phoenix gaze, gazing upon the black-winged angel Edward, realizing that his host was indeed Han Tianyu. The starry war god, upon awakening, sighed. No wonder. The Han family flourishes so, for the black-winged angel awakens and can immediately locate the girl with spiritual power. With the demise of Edward, the black-winged angel, in an instant, the girl reincarnated as the black-winged angel, her wings shattered, and she rapidly aged into decay. The dragon group sent reinforcements to rescue, bringing everyone back to the base. At that moment, Shui Xian accompanied Xuanwu, who was in the emergency room for rescue. Despite his formidable defenses, his injuries were indeed severe. Had it not been for the butterfly's dragon orb, he would have surely perished. Even with the dragon orb supplying pure energy to his meridians, it merely saved his life. However, it would take at least 2 months for him to recover fully. After all, healing broken bones required 100 days. And although the dragon orb possessed strong healing capabilities, Xuanwu's physique would require considerable time to return to normalcy. The butterfly understood that Shui Xian and Xuanwu seemed to share a couple-esque bond. So she suggested that she would support the starry war god, urging Shui Xian to protect Xuanwu while waiting for the rescue team's arrival. At that moment, Lai Feng was also in the infirmary. His 3 souls and 7 spirits were injured, a condition that would not heal swiftly, that required rest, absolute recuperation. However, with the starry form present, Lai Feng estimated he would not suffer greatly. Shi Feifei was astonished. This moment marked the most unforgettable night of her life. She felt an inexplicable warmth towards the once indifferent friend, Lai Feng. Perhaps it could be termed as affection. This was not a fleeting infatuation, but rather a unique sentiment, filled with fondness, attachment, and a gentle gratitude. Should this feeling continue to develop, it is possible that Shi Feifei could genuinely fall in love with Lai Feng. Beautiful women love heroes. And such is the case. Although Shi Feifei's personality was somewhat flamboyant, she was undeniably a stunning beauty. Yet today, Lai Feng's actions were undeniably heroic. The butterfly glanced at Shi Feifei, patting her shoulder, gently nodding, saying, "He will be all right." Turning, the butterfly cast a glance at Lin Er. Although Lin Er was grateful for Lai Feng's life-saving grace, she seemed to have someone in her heart. The butterfly smiled wryly, realizing that through these recent events, she had matured significantly. The butterfly also discerned that Lai Feng harbored feelings for Lin Er, while Lin Er secretly cherished the starry war god. However, after the appearance of Yi Xian, Lin Er unwittingly began to develop an infatuation for him. This thought, a sense of delight suddenly flickered within Fendai, for after all, such a remarkable beauty had fallen for her beloved. "Yi Xian, I shall revive you, and undoubtedly, I will assist you in returning to life." The starry war god, upon noticing the arrival of the towering figure, smiled faintly and said, "I am fine, it's merely a trifle." "Oh, splendid," Fendai nodded slightly, then suddenly remarked, "The blood-devouring beast, a demonic creature sealed in hell, belongs to an ancient lineage. Last night, I destroyed its corporeal form. Tonight, it must emerge to hunt, akin to the blood clan that thirsts for human blood. Therefore, it will undoubtedly reappear tonight, yet its powers have been greatly diminished. Its combat strength is but a fraction of what it once was indeed. Thank you for today." The starry war god sighed, then continued, "This evening, I shall consult the oracle. The blood-devouring beast will surely perish tonight. By the way, a formidable expert from the underworld will come seeking you tonight. Should you require anything, do not hesitate to command. I shall face any peril without hesitation." The operation to slay the blood-devouring beast would be led by Lin Er and Huo Ling, two young maidens. The blood-devouring beast, which seizes souls to inhabit corporeal forms, requires a copious amount of blood, particularly the fresh blood of spirited maidens, to sustain its life. It must venture out at night to feed. Naturally, it dares not emerge during the day, for it fears the sun's rays, which are its nemesis. Given that the blood-devouring beast's body was shattered by Fendai's blade, it is currently in a state of extreme weakness. Its former might has faded, and it now exists in its most vulnerable phase. Tonight's mission is codenamed Hunt. In preparation for this endeavor, Lin Er adorns herself with exquisite beauty, radiating elegance. Her skin, pure as snow, glows with a natural blush, and her gentle smile, tinged with the warmth of spring, subtly conveys her charm. The delicate grace that inadvertently emanates from her, combined with her sweet smile, creates a captivating scene. Today, having intentionally dressed up, she presents an adorable bashfulness, scrutinizing herself as her delicate brows furrow slightly, seemingly dissatisfied with her appearance. Her lively and animated eyes blink like stars in the vast sky, shimmering with brilliance. Ultimately, she pouts, her petite lips moving, revealing a fleeting moment of tenderness. This outfit feels rather odd. Don't you think, Huo Ling? At this moment, Lin Er appears before Huo Ling like an elegant classical maiden, yet brimming with youthful vitality. In this instant, she embodies beauty in a single word and gentleness in a single phrase. Huo Ling, do speak. "Ah, you look stunning." Lin Er's words slipped out, and she gazed intently at Huo Ling, who had chosen a different attire today. Huo Ling had specially selected a sheer, crimson dress, complemented by makeup that accentuated her features. The vivid hues of her makeup concealed her originally radiant cheeks, the red blending with an essence reminiscent of fresh blood, enhancing the allure of her figure, while she exuded a hint of wildness. She also radiated a captivating charm. Compared to Lin Er, Fendai's attire appeared more natural, clad in a form-fitting sky-blue leather outfit, seemingly tailored for combat, though the ultra-short skirt was a striking highlight. Her long, graceful legs could astonish many. For the first time, Fendai had donned such an outfit, all thanks to Lin Er's suggestion. One must admit, her naturally tall stature was accentuated by the short skirt, showcasing her impressive physique. The fierce wind playfully remarked, "Fundai, your outfit reminds me of a classic from the past, a Hong Kong drama titled I Have a Date with a Zombie, the third installment." I vaguely recall the female lead, Ma Xiaoling, dressed similarly, especially that ultra-short skirt, which sparked a youthful fashion craze back then. Fundai laughed in response, "Your injury, is it serious? As for I Have a Date with a Zombie, the third installment, I shall make time to watch it. By the way, Linner, what was the song you sang earlier?" "The song? Oh, you mean that one?" Linner giggled, then said, "It has been popular for some time and quite well received." "Why do you wear such an expression?" "Oh, do not tell me you haven't heard this song." Fundai's face displayed surprise, and she nodded slightly, revealing a hint of indifference that I have heard it, and not just once. It was sung to me by a man. In a dream during the season of blooming peach blossoms that I vaguely recall, we went to watch the sunrise together, and he sang this very song for me. You know the classic lines, the iconic phrases and the storyline, do you not? Linner teased, "If the story is so clear, how come you do not know the name of the song? Was it sung to you by Yi Xian?" "He unknown, perhaps he—" "What is the name of this song?" Fundai was somewhat bewildered, for she had dreamt that very night, a dream so vivid it felt undeniably real that as she spoke, a tinge of melancholy surfaced in Linner's eyes. She had fallen deeply in love, yet it was unrequited. Fundai's suspicions were correct. Linner had once adored the starry war god, but Yi Xian's arrival had transformed her affections. Once, she cherished the starry war god immensely. Yet why did that love seem so fragile? Her yearning for the starry war god had shifted with Yi Xian's emergence, and in this moment, Linner realized how naive her previous feelings had been. Indeed, Linner had fallen for Yi Xian, yet he was her friend's boyfriend. This unrequited love was destined for a lonely conclusion. With a gentle sigh, Linner hummed the song from earlier, "If I Could See." "I would easily distinguish between day and night. I would accurately grasp your hand amidst the crowd. If I could see, I would drive you to explore. I would surprise you with a hug from behind." Fundai listened quietly, recalling how she had heard it countless times in her dreams, that it was such a beautiful dream. Who was he in that dream? Why did he always hum this song to her? Could he be Yi Xian? Why did she consistently dream of such melodies, filled with sweetness? As Linner hummed, a flicker of melancholy danced in her eyes, the song intertwining the hearts of two souls. Would Yi Xian truly be revived? To Linner, he seemed so distant, wielding unmatched power capable of challenging the heavens. With his abilities, guarded by the might of Ziwei, he unlocked the sword within the heavenly eye. Perhaps only Fundai could match him. If I could see, life might be entirely different. What I desire, what I cherish, and whom I love would not be the same. The darkness before me is not truly dark. What you call white, what is that white? What people refer to as sky blue is merely the blue sky behind that cluster of white clouds in my memory. Linner, do not be disheartened. Yi Xian will be revived, he will. Fundai gently wiped away the tears from Linner's eyes, softly calling out, "Believe in him. Though the path may be fraught with challenges, he will surely be fine." "Yes, I know, with you by my side. Yi Xian will certainly be all right." Linner nodded gently, a hint of a smile gracing her cheeks as she sighed. "The name of this song is You Are My Eyes." Fundai appeared contemplative, gazing distantly as she sighed. "You are my eyes, guiding me through the changes of the seasons. You are my eyes, leading me through the bustling crowds. You are my eyes, helping me navigate the vast sea of books. For you are my eyes, allowing me to see this world before me." "Linner, I know," Fundai suddenly exclaimed, "these lines of lyrics. He sang them to me countless times in my dreams, repeating them over and over again. Heartfelt thoughts are but a manifestation of persistence." The arrival of Buhan broke the silence with a sigh. He gazed at Fundai for a long moment before merely exhaling, "A song, a dream, a promise, a thought can lead to enlightenment or to darkness. He changes because of you. The ultimate outcome remains unclear to me. Can he truly change? It lies within you, not in him. You need not take any action. Simply do what you believe is right, and he will undoubtedly transform. A lingering grudge, a destined bond, depends on your ability to seize it. After all, hope must be ignited by you, and only then can it be elevated in his hands." "Hun Lao, what do your words mean?" Linner gazed, increasingly perplexed, while Fundai fell into deep thought. Hope, lingering grievances him. Believe in yourself. You can do it. Have faith in miracles, and they shall undoubtedly manifest. Bu Hun smiled, revealing an enigmatic demeanor. Inside, believe, for anything is possible. Even if you have tried 100 or 1,000 times without losing hope. Disappointment leads to despair, my sisters. If you never despair, you will never lose hope. Fundai appeared deep in thought, a long-lost smile resurfacing on her cheeks, as if she had suddenly regained her youthful exuberance, reverting to the cheerful Fundai of before. Thank you, Hun Lao. I shall remember your words. Fundai seemed to grasp a fragment of understanding, while Linner remained increasingly bewildered. Hun Lao, Fundai, what are you talking about? You do not understand, but Fundai is gradually comprehending. Bu Hun sighed. This is precisely the difference between you and Fundai. Matters of the heart cannot be forced. It is best to let go and see things with a clearer perspective. Now, it is time for dinner. Suddenly, Bu Hun spoke. Tortoiseshell, copper coins, the I Ching's 8 trigrams. The aged hands pressed upon the tortoiseshell, slowly inserting the copper coins within, then silently shaking the shell 10 times in succession. Eventually, 3 coins fell out. After gazing intently for a while, Bugua declared, Linner, Hualing, wait for each other tonight at Donghong 12 Ring. Lie in wait for the unexpected. Beware, do not underestimate, for a single strike must be lethal. Linner, Hualing, go forth. Once the 3 departed, he retrieved the 3 copper coins, placing them back into the tortoise shell. Moments later, a drop of Bu Hun's blood mingled with the shell's contents. Sighing softly, Bu Hun cast a peculiar glance at Fundai, saying, It seems I too am caught in calamity, unable to escape my fate. Fundai, heed my warning. Tonight, your greatest adversary is not the specters of the underworld, but a mysterious and formidable being from elsewhere. Fundai was momentarily taken aback, regarding Bu Hun with confusion, and softly inquired, What do you mean? A journey to the underworld reveals that your fate is ultimately unchangeable. To alter your destiny, I must divulge secrets of heaven, incurring the deserved retribution. Within this calamity, I can divine, but not save myself. Alas, I am fated to endure. Bu Lao, what troubles you? What has happened? A tinge of unease blossomed within Fundai as she gazed at Bu Hun, who appeared suddenly aged. It is nothing, Bu Hun replied with a gentle shake of his head. Sometimes, a person may foresee impending events, yet remain powerless to alter them. Point 1 can only await the unfolding of fate. A feeling most distressing. This is my current plight. That it is nothing. I simply wish for solitude. You may leave, Fundai. Bu Lao, take care. Fundai nodded slightly, her heart heavy with an unsettling feeling. Yet Bu Hun remained tight-lipped. Casting a strange glance at him, she slowly withdrew to Donghong 12 Ring. The area bustling with the most vibrant entertainment in BJ City. By day, the doors remain firmly shut. Yet at night, it transforms into a dazzling metropolis that never sleeps. Day and night here are worlds apart. Hualing and Linner did not walk together, yet the distance between them was not too great. Amidst the throngs of people, numerous ruffians lingered on the streets, while the occasional young girl emerged to solicit customers. This is the essence of the nighttime city, the unending nightlife. Beautiful lady, would you care to accompany this handsome fellow home? A young man with tousled blonde hair, around 20, epitomizing a typical street rogue, eyed Linner with an inappropriate gaze, his demeanor flashy and brazen. Did I in this attire and at this hour? It was clear she had come out for a purpose. Almost instinctively, anyone's first thought would lead to such a conclusion that Linner slightly raised her head, hesitating as she regarded the lecherous man before her, her tone frigid. Step aside, or I shall not be gentle. My dear, it is rather unsafe here at this hour. Why not spend some time with your older brother? He replied, swinging his flowing blonde hair, a sinister grin spreading across his face. Do not make me repeat myself. Leave at once. Linner's cold expression, combined with her attire, exuded an enchanting allure, undoubtedly a striking highlight of the street. Little sister, I simply refuse to budge. Tonight, I intend to enjoy myself. The man, grinning foolishly, boldly placed his hands upon Linner's shoulders. As Linner felt her anger rising, an inexplicable sensation washed over her, that a strange aura, laced with an unfamiliar scent of blood. Yes, the scent of the blood devourer, Suddenly, a peculiar smile graced Linner's lips. "Come, let us move over there." The man paused, taken aback by Linner's unexpected calmness, and without hesitation, he followed her. "Little sister, I'll take good care of you soon." Before he could finish, Linner led him to a secluded alley in an instant. The man collapsed to the ground. Following this, a crimson shadow flickered, exuding a chilling, murderous intent. Mingled with a faint trace of blood, with a ghastly visage and a pallid complexion, a raspy voice uttered, "I shall accompany you." "What say you?" Linner gasped, initially startled, uncertain if the fright was deliberate or genuine. She reached for her collar, trembling, her voice wavering as she stammered, "What are you?" The blood devourer chuckled coldly. "Little sister, I am not human. But soon, you shall no longer be human either. You shall gain immortality, but at the cost of your blood." Sinister, bloodthirsty, and eerie, Linner sensed the essence of eternal life emanating from this creature, if I am not mistaken. "You are the blood devourer, a beast that escaped from the underworld. Am I correct?" "Hiss," the creature scoffed, then, in an instant, surrounded by a crimson aura, it was about to vanish when a fiery net enveloped it. In that moment, the scent of roasting flesh filled the air, accompanied by furious howls. Just in time, Hua Ling anxiously called out, "Linner, give it your all. The fire net will not contain it for long." Without hesitation, Linner activated her ghostly eyes, a bizarre ghostly flame engulfing the periphery of the fire net. The blood devourer shrieked as it transformed into a mist of blood, breaking free from the fire net's confines. In an instant, it found itself ensnared within the ghostly flames. With her ghostly eyes activated, Linner unleashed a flurry of crimson light, calling forth the power to exorcise evil. A stream of dark green light, infused with a sinister essence, surged into the blood mist of the blood devourer. Amidst its wails, Hua Ling conjured a fiery lotus with both hands, sending it into the dark green light, akin to flames meeting gasoline, resulting in a tremendous explosion that incinerated everything. Meanwhile, Fendai found herself in an empty room on the outskirts, equipped with numerous surveillance cameras, ready to monitor everything occurring in the vicinity. This place had been meticulously arranged by the Starry Sky War God for Fendai to confront the ghostly soul-reaping generals of the underworld. With her hands forming a sword seal, a peculiar glimmer flickered in her eyes. Today, it seemed Buhan had left some matters unsaid. Caught in calamity, unable to escape. What does it mean to change the trajectory of fate? As she pondered, a dark aura surged forth, accompanied by the wails of tormented spirits that in the next moment, a crimson apparition abruptly materialized before Fendai. She collected her thoughts and inquired softly, "Who approaches?" "I am the first ghost general of the underworld, the ghostly soul reaper, and you, Ma's daughter, Fendai, wield the divine dragon, yet disrupt the balance of yin and yang. Surrender and return with me, or face annihilation. Defeat me, and I shall accompany you." Fendai retorted with a playful huff, transforming into a shimmering azure streak, surrounding her with 9 sword trails of blue light. "Words are futile. Receive my blade this evening." She did not regard the ghostly soul reaper as a formidable opponent. Her intention was to swiftly vanquish the latter and prepare to confront the true adversary. Buhan's divinations had always been accurate. Since he foretold of a fierce rival tonight, it must be an extraordinary FOETO challenge. The entire underworld single-handedly is foolishness. The ghostly general, witnessing the disdain in Fendai's eyes, felt an overwhelming rage swell within him. The underworld is enigmatic. Mortals tremble at the sight of its ghostly soldiers, let alone a dignified ghost general. Years of cultivated nobility were now stripped bare by such blatant scorn, igniting the ghostly soul reaper's fury. With blood-red hands glowing ominously, a blood-colored long knife emerged, exclaiming, "Soul-reaping knife, slay 1,000 ghosts." The crimson blade, imbued with terrifying, devouring energy, collided with Fendai's azure sword. Fendai staggered back, gaining insight into the so-called first ghost general of the underworld. In a graceful motion, she unleashed the azure sword light, once more to that moment. Fendai activated her phoenix eyes, a regal aura reminiscent of the celestial phoenix emanating from her forehead. Simultaneously, she formed a sword seal, unleashing a resonant dragon's roar. "Those who stand in opposition, form ranks before me." The 9th mantra, Dragon Sovereign, descends, exorcise evil. A divine dragon materialized, 10 meters in length, spiraling forth, radiating golden light. The power of the phoenix eyes amplified her sword technique, unleashing a divine force that absolutely countered the ghostly energy. You have lost. Depart now, or perish. Impossible. The first ghost general of the underworld shall never be defeated, never. With a ghostly wail, a surge of dark energy erupted, accompanied by howls reminiscent of wolves. Ghostly wolves howl at the moon, a soul-reaping slash. This strike, infused with the anguish cries of countless spirits, bore an insatiable power of erosion that I in an instant. It charged towards Fendai's protective aura. The chilling energy and ghostly presence overwhelming. Those who stand in opposition form ranks before me. The ninth mantra, the 5 dragons annihilation/fall. Fendai roared, golden blue dragon shadows swirling around her, 5 dragons merging into 5 swords, ultimately coalescing into a singular sword radiance. The soul-reaping general, depart at once, or I shall take your life. The air around Fendai erupted with an overwhelming aura of death, a pressure so intense that even he, the foremost general of the underworld, could not help but feel alarmed. With no other option, he was forced to retreat. Within a clandestine chamber at the Dragon Group headquarters, Bu Hun sat composedly on a sofa, seemingly awaiting something. Beside him lay a neatly arranged turtle shell, 12 copper coins, and an ancient paper-bound book of the I Ching. At that moment, Bu Hun's hair inexplicably turned white, and after Fendai's departure, he meticulously cast another divination. It cost him nearly half his vitality, resulting in an inextricable dilemma. With nothing but a wry smile, he found himself powerless, for any action would be futile. Once a knowledgeable sage, he now found himself ensnared in such a tragic predicament. Suddenly, the surrounding light intensified, a bizarre crimson glow, so brilliant it was blinding. With a soft sigh, Bu Hun murmured, "You have arrived. Reveal yourself." Bu Hun felt an unease. Anyone aware that their demise was imminent would find it hard to remain calm, and he was no exception. Taking a deep breath, he felt a slight clarity settle within him, though he still bore an unnatural tension. He squinted his eyes, filled with the weight of experience, and stood slightly sideways, gazing intently at the blood-red silhouette before him. His eyes discerned a sanguine figure, yet the features conveyed an eerie lifelessness. To his astonishment, despite not knowing what awaited him, he felt no fear. When one has lost everything, even the prospect of death becomes trivial. With a sense of resignation, as if a decision had crystallized within him, he felt an immediate relaxation of both body and mind. He bent slightly and picked up the 10 copper coins as if from the turtle shell. After a moment's hesitation regarding the I Ching, he chose to forego it. Rising, he stepped into the crimson light, and in an instant, the surroundings opened up to reveal a world shrouded in blood, adorned with countless crimson patterns, bizarrely resembling stars scattered across the night sky. Yet, these stars were all tinged with red. "What is this place?" Bu Hun inquired, sniffing the metallic scent of blood that permeated the air, his brow furrowed as he raised his voice in inquiry. Suddenly, a magnetic male voice resonated, the half-immortal Bu Hun, asking questions. "Have you not foreseen your own demise tonight? Half-immortal, after all, is not immortal. Moreover, my understanding of the I Ching is but a mere fraction." Bu Hun sighed, gazing into the blood-tinted world, and spoke with a faint smile. "This blood-red barrier, have I guessed incorrectly?" "Oh, quite interesting. Do continue," the magnetic voice responded, laced with amusement. "Your research into the I Ching has reached a level unmatched." "I dare not claim such," Bu Hun self-deprecatingly replied, adopting a demeanor of composure. "The pursuit of knowledge is endless. The I Ching is profound, yet my talents are woefully inadequate, though I have achieved some results. The deeper meanings elude me. Zhou Gong composed the I Ching, founding the art of divination, yet his disciples have ultimately failed to surpass their master." "Ha! Have you then calculated today's outcome?" Bu Hun nodded faintly, a look of understanding crossing his features. 8 or 9, perhaps. The blood wheel eye, possessed by Shui Mo, endowed with extraordinary talent. The left eye is ordinary, while the right is the blood wheel. In the realm of the supernatural, your reputation is akin to that of a celestial being. The ordinary eye half closed, the blood wheel awakened, chaos reigns. Both righteous and wicked, unmatched in combat. Shui Mo, your life's motto. Better to betray the world than to be betrayed by it. The dragon appears, elusive and silent. Who would have thought you would seek me out today? Quite the surprise. To discern such is no small feat. Indeed, I am Yi Xian's elder brother, Shui Mo, the magnetic voice echoed once more. Knowing your fate is sealed, why do you not flee? Bu-hun chuckled bitterly. A certain death awaits. Where could I escape? This inescapable predicament is undeniably fatal. Shui Mo, I can deduce your mastery of the reincarnation blood technique. Yet I cannot fathom your true intentions for being here. Oh, you cannot discern. Shui Mo felt a sudden weight in his heart, as if a shadow loomed over him. The human heart. One may know a face, but not the heart. Indeed, the heart is the most opaque. I wish to know the outcome 3 months hence. Precisely what will occur in 2 months and 25 days. Bu-hun, slightly bewildered, asked, why such inquiries? Are you not confident? Nothing much, merely a casual inquiry. Shui Mo shrugged, attempting to mask his inner feelings that, of course, you may choose not to answer. The asking is mine, the answering yours. As for the final conclusion, I cannot foresee. Bu-hun's aged visage revealed a hint of confusion. Once, I attempted to alter Fendai's fate, yet it backfired. What was meant to happen occurred, and what should not have happened did. The only certainty is that you will not interfere with Yi Xian's resurrection. I wish to know why. On what grounds should I divulge this to you? Shui Mo sighed and replied, I can choose to remain silent. You may. Bu-hun retrieved 10 copper coins from the turtle shell, suddenly smiling, for he had deduced that the cause of his death lay with Shui Mo. Life and death stand opposed. If you have interfered with his demise, you cannot alter his resurrection. Finally, Bu-hun added. So, have I struck a nerve? And are you angered? You seek death. Shui Mo's eyes widened, one suddenly closing, mirroring the state of an ordinary eye half closed, and the blood wheel awakened. Worry not, I have spent half my life divining. It has been worth it. Bu-hun coughed violently as his hair began to fall out at an alarming rate. In that fleeting moment of enlightenment before death, he felt his life had been worthwhile. Cultivation, heart refinement. Shui Mo, your journey is far from over. Abruptly, Shui Mo closed both eyes, momentarily stunned. At the brink of death, an epiphany struck, and his soul transcended, breaking free from the shackles of earth. The 3 souls and 7 spirits coalesced into a fleeting light, vanishing in the blink of an eye. Simultaneously, Bu-hun's sigh echoed. To cultivate the heart is to tread the line between Buddha and demon, transcending life and death, free from the cycle of reincarnation. Life and death entwined. This is my destiny. Bound by calamity, I cannot escape. Rebirth follows death, and glory endures. You speak true, Bu-hun. Yi Xian's death is indeed my doing. However, the attempt at resurrection seems beyond her capabilities. Since I cannot intervene in her life, let her death be all the more thorough. With that, Shui Mo sighed, his blood-red light flickering as his speed became unparalleled. That it was as if he had teleported. One moment he was in BJ City, and the next he stood before the gates of the underworld. With a swift step, he advanced, seizing a ghostly figure with a crimson hand. Then, with a twist of his form, he returned to BJ waving his hand. Shui Mo coldly remarked, the first ghost general, Go-hun. You truly disgrace the title of the foremost ghost general. Such pity. The specter transformed into a terrifying demon, towering at 8 zhang, wielding a blood-red blade. Though fearsome in appearance, his aura was pitifully weak, for the purification power of the divine dragon was effective against ghostly beings. That it was evident that at this moment, the ghost general's spirit could not be strong. May I inquire as to your esteemed identity? Go-hun felt a chill run through him. Once a human, now a ghost. Should a ghost perish, they would truly be lost. He had no desire for death. Yet today he found himself in the hands of this immensely powerful being, and it felt perilous. Enough of your wild imaginings. Recently, there have been disturbances in the balance of yin and yang. And I have witnessed this. The majesty of the underworld must not be sullied. Thus, today I shall lend you a hand, but the events of this day must remain unknown to any other ghost. Shui Mo's expression turned enticing, as he spoke lightly. Do you understand? Understood. Thank you for your kindness. Go-hun had risen to the rank of the first ghost general not solely through strength, but also through an astute intellect. Whether in the human realm, the underworld, or elsewhere, wise individuals held positions of great power. Some things require little elaboration. A single hint suffices. Go-Hun understood well that there were questions he should not pose. Meanwhile, Shuemo approached Fendai's side and whispered, "Little girl, or rather, sister-in-law, do you remember me?" "Who? Who are you?" Fendai's eyes sprang open, her gaze sharp and penetrating that in an instant, the phoenix eye on her forehead activated. And she exclaimed, "Shuemo, it's you. What brings you here? Once a human, now a ghost. Naturally, you should go where you belong." Shuemo did not respond directly, instead urging, "Hand over Yi Xian's soul, and do not force me to take action." "Sister-in-law, you know well that you are not my match. I will never surrender Yi Xian's soul to you. You shall not have it." Fendai's phoenix eye flared with light, her hands weaving a celestial azure glow that summoned a dragon's silhouette into the sky. The roar of the dragon, infused with immense fury, echoed as Fendai declared, "How can you call yourself Yi Xian's elder brother when you behave in such a manner? I merely seek to confirm whether those who possess determination can indeed create miracles." Shuemo coldly chuckled, stating, "This match has only just begun, that if Yi Xian were to perish so easily, it would simply indicate that his luck is fleeting and his fate is short-lived. His soul I shall claim." The delicate and charming Fendai, with a hint of dragon's roar in her voice, softly uttered, "Lin, Bing Do, Jin Lian Zai Qian," the first of the 9-word incantation. Lin Long, Tung Yuan. A golden-blue dragon shadow, intertwined with a bolt of lightning, transformed into a radiant dragon light that surged towards Shuemo. The ghostly general, Gue Jiang, seemed momentarily intimidated, involuntarily stepping back, yet Shuemo effortlessly blocked the lightning dragon shadow with a mere wave of his hand. "Sister, it is futile. Surrender Yi Xian's soul. I shall repeat myself. Impossible." Fendai clasped her hands around her sword technique, invoking the second incantation, Tung Long Huan Bing. Chapter 19. A woman cannot stay. Subsequently, a streak of flowing light connected directly to the moon. Invoking the third incantation, Do Long Zhan. The fourth incantation followed, Long Zunjia, Jiang Shi, Zhu Xie. Shuemo sneered, effortlessly deflecting the incoming sword light, murmuring, "It is useless. Give up. Your sword light and combat prowess are no match for me." Separated by miles of difference. Is that so? The phoenix eyes on Fendai's forehead flickered with dragon shadows, as her entire being transformed into a golden dragon of 10 zhong, 5 golden dragons cleaving through the sky in a dazzling display. Lin, Bing Do, Zhijie, Zhen Lian Zai Qian, the fifth incantation, Wu Long Jim Ye Zhan. Yin Luo. The 5 dragons possess some power, yet alas, still feeble. Shuemo sighed, as blood-red waves morphed into 5 blood dragons that swiftly consumed the dancing golden dragon, subsequently immobilizing Fendai in an instant. "You force my hand. I have warned you. Resistance is futile." With a casual gesture, Shuemo forcibly extracted Yi Xian's soul from the pure world dragon pearl resting upon Fendai's chest. "I shall take Yi Xian's soul with me," he murmured, sighing again. "If you possess any skill, venture to the underworld." The ghostly general, Gue Jiang, transformed into a wisp of ghostly fire, whisking Yi Xian's soul away while respectfully nodding. "Yes, senior." Shuemo observed the departure of the ghostly general with indifference, then coldly remarked, "Half an hour later, your body's seal will automatically lift that if you wish to find Yi Xian's soul, go to the underworld." "Ha! Ha! Ha! Ha!" In that moment, Fendai, caught between sleep and wakefulness, was acutely aware that Yi Xian's soul had departed from her. The call from her heart was inescapable. "Yi Xian, oh Yi Xian," overwhelmed by a sense of bewilderment. Fendai felt an urge to weep, yet tears eluded her, forcing herself to suppress the grief within. A sense of detachment suddenly enveloped her, and she recalled Bu Hun's words. The next moment, she clasped her hands around the sword technique. A sky-blue sword radiance suspended beneath her feet. Observing her speed, although swift, it fell short of Shuemo's by a considerable margin. The disparity weighed heavily on Fendai's heart, yet her resolve to resurrect Yi Xian remained unshaken. "To the underworld, then. In search of Yi Xian, I shall revive you, no matter what." The black-winged angel, the soul-reaping messenger, had already met with retribution. The starry war god sighed, feeling a sense of inexplicable unease within him. Troubled by the dragon group's Bu Hun, Yet he failed to detect Bu-hun's presence at a final farewell letter, along with 10 copper coins, a tortoise shell, and a book of I Ching, trapped in a calamity. Destined for death, in the mortal realm, the returner shall be saved. The demon fairy, in a fleeting thought, Fendai's heart surged with the power of love, a sentiment not to be trifled with. Bu-hun. Soul Elder, in a state of confusion, Fendai returned to the Dragon Group base, only to unexpectedly receive news of Bu-hun's demise. Bewildered, helpless, and at a loss, flowers bloom and fall with the spring breeze. Yet I find myself unable to wave goodbye. How can this world be so cruel? With a visage of cold indifference, Fendai concealed the profound sense of helplessness within her, feigning a fa ade of strength. Captain, I must take my leave. May fate allow us to meet again. Have you encountered trouble? The starry war god trembled slightly, discerning the implications in her words that you require assistance when help is needed. The stars shall always be there. This is a debt I owe you. Such is the promise between friends. Though she feigned strength, her heart was in turmoil. Fendai managed a faint smile, a glimmer of brilliance hidden beneath her strong exterior. Thank you, until we meet again. Bu-hun has departed. Do not act foolishly. Where will you go? At their parting, the starry war god felt a sudden twist in his heart, realizing in that instant that a piece of his heart had been captured. That graceful figure, fierce yet wild. Fendai displayed a semblance of tranquility. Her response was somewhat enigmatic. Some things, no matter what, must be done, for there is no choice. In a moment of disorientation, the two words, wildness, resounded in the starry war god's mind. Indeed, it was wildness. Fendai at this moment resembled a phoenix brimming with untamed spirit. After Yi Xian's misfortune, Fendai underwent a profound transformation, both in body and attire, diverging greatly from her former self. The depth of love can alter everything. The starry war god laid bare his heart, confessing, the two most fortunate events in my life. 1. Time has finally drained my love for you. The other. On a day long past, I encountered you. As the words fell, the wind swirled, and the starry war god's longing transformed into a blessing. In the Sword Hall, the sacred ground of the Shu Mountain sect. Only core disciples are qualified to enter. Within the hall, 2 swords are enshrined. Zixia and Qing sheathed in her sword. Fendai once again heard the ethereal song. The black before me is not black. What you call white is not white. The sky that people speak of as blue is the azure behind that white cloud in my memory that I gaze upon your face, yet can only see a void. Has God drawn a veil before my eyes, forgetting to lift it? Upon returning to Shu Mountain, Fendai hesitated for a moment, yet ultimately resumed her former elegance that I in the Sword Hall. She donned a sky-blue dress adorned with intricate designs. A phoenix hairpin securing her long hair, cascading down her back. Her youthful countenance, once shy, had shed that naivete. A smile graced her lips, concealing the sorrow within, her eyes sparkling like stars in the azure sky. So ethereal, so exquisite, daughter, in this time apart, you remain graceful and enchanting, shedding your childishness while gaining a touch of melancholy. Deep within, the tenacity of youth has returned. Some things do not change simply with the passage of time. Much like leaves falling in the wind, it is not the wind's fault. Your words resonate with me, master. Fendai gazed at her mentor. In this once familiar sword hall, she spoke earnestly, master. What should I do? Is this fate truly predetermined? A woman cannot linger. It is fate's decree. Your destiny has only just begun. The elder stroked Fendai's hair, his eyes brimming with a hint of peculiarity, desire for companionship. Love unparalleled. Pursue your heart's wishes. But master, how should I act? What should I do? Fendai was indeed lost. Though she presented a facade of strength, her heart remained that of a young girl, her resilience merely a superficial guise. Bewildered, helpless, and at a loss, what must go, must go. Pursue whatever you wish. The swordsmen of Shu Mountain, the sword cultivators, wielding their swords across the world. The true essence lies in following one's heart, mastering the flying sword. Soaring through the heavens, sword cultivators often dwell in solitude. The sword in hand is life itself, soaring upwards to the heavens, or plunging downwards to the abyss, the phoenix soaring across the vast cosmos. Battling dangers and demons alike, shattering the void, with a sword in hand, conquering earth and sky. Pursue your desires, without heed to others. Earth conquers heaven, soaring to the heavens, plunging to the abyss. Thank you, Master. I understand. Fendai's unwavering resolve persisted in her heart. Yet now, she was no longer lost in confusion, for even if the road ahead is fraught with challenges, it shall not deter her. She remains unyielding. As you descend the mountain, you ought to be equipped with some treasures for protection. It is not too late to gift them to you now, daughter. Follow me. The elder strode forth, a stream of purple radiance cleaving through the sky, sunlight casting lingering shades of crimson. They traversed into a tranquil, deep valley, enveloped in a vast sword aura spanning 80 li. Yet Fendai and her mentor seamlessly passed through the defensive barrier. In the serene mountains, fragrant aromas wafted, mingled with the calls of beasts and cicadas. In a fleeting moment, a streak of azure light flashed by, revealing a serpent-like creature, 100 zhang long, blocking their path, the mist coalescing in the valley, guarding the demon beast, the azure flood dragon. Fendai stood in astonishment. Though she had heard of this legendary beast, nothing compared to witnessing it firsthand. Its 100 zhang body loomed like an imposing iceberg, indicative of its colossal size, while its dragon eyes glimmered with an eerie cold light. Amidst white clouds and tranquil waters, the azure flood dragon seemed to lead a life of leisure. The emerald hills undulated for miles, endlessly stretching, with dense forests and creeping vines in between. Over the mountain stream, waterfalls cascaded like torrents, while the valley-esque brook added a poetic charm to the scenery. Yet the aloof azure flood dragon merely cast a fleeting glance at Fendai's mentor, its attention primarily fixated on Fendai. As if captivated by something. Hissing, it seemed to extend a peculiar welcome, or perhaps something else. Reluctantly, after a long moment, its massive form vanished from sight. Could it be that it senses my dragon aura from the pure world dragon pearl? Fendai murmured softly, following her mentor as they disappeared into the gathering purple mist. Daughter, this time is unlike any before. Consider this your protective talisman. The elder furrowed his sword-like brows, and under the guidance of a fleeting sword light, it appeared as though he had plucked 3 treasures from thin air. The disciples of the Shushan sect, primarily trained in sword techniques, would all come here during their journeys to receive a treasured sword. As for the treasures, those fated to discover them would do so, while those without such fortune need not force it. The elder smiled faintly and remarked, "It seems fortune smiles upon you. These 3 treasures are now yours." The Rui water smoke net. A magical net that, when not in use, is as thin as a gossamer veil, barely the size of one's palm, yet when needed, expands to hundreds of thousands of zhang at will. Capable of defending against water, fire, wind, and thunder, that I believe you will find it invaluable. The Snow Soul Pearl. Hidden within the depths of the Jade Capital Pond on the summit of the Lesser Changbai Mountain. 7,300 zhang beneath the surface. It is the essence of 10,000 years of ice and snow. The Qian Tian Fire Spirit Pearl. A pearl formed by the wicked creature. The Wind Spider, over a millennium, as large as an egg, crimson as fire. A pure young treasure. As he spoke, he murmured to himself, pondering what sort of sword should be bestowed upon a young lady. Fendai held the 3 treasures reverently. The Rui water smoke net felt akin to a silken garment, gliding onto her skin, easily summoned forth at will, resembling a suit of armor. The Snow Soul Pearl was absorbed into her body, bringing a refreshing chill that seemed immensely beneficial to her. The Qian Tian Fire Spirit Pearl stirred an excitement in her phoenix-like eyes, as if the fiery spirit within offered considerable aid. Just as the elder hesitated to present the sword to Fendai, a voice reminiscent of a dragon's roar echoed, and a streak of azure light shot skyward. Dai appeared as a 3 zhang long azure serpent, darting towards Fendai with the speed of lightning, causing both her and her master to shudder in surprise. The elder, taken aback, instantly recognized this creature as the azure dragon that had previously guarded this place. Fendai, too, was momentarily stunned, her beautiful eyes fixed upon the azure serpent, which bore the body of a snake but possessed the head of a dragon, lacking only its 4 claws. Azure dragon. Her eyes widened in realization. And in an instant, the azure dragon raised its head to the sky and released a vibrant burst of light, transforming into a sword shadow. The sword shadow spiraled and flew directly to Fendai's side. Feng Dai tentatively inquired, "Is this sword meant for me?" The dragon head nodded, displaying a joyful demeanor, and even nudged her arm in a gesture of friendship. The elder, Feng Dai's master, gasped in astonishment, exclaiming, This is the legendary Seven Sword. You, Azure Dragon, are truly magnificent." The Seven Sword. Feng Dai's eyes sparkled, releasing a glimmer of sky-blue light as she scrutinized the sword before her. Legend has it that the Seven Sword was crafted by the long-browed ancestor of Shushan, the founder of the Shushan sword heroes, who utilized the quintessence of the 5 elements and the profound arts of the 99 mysteries to forge 7 flying swords over the course of 81 days. Capable of merging into one. Nestled within the deep recesses of the Ningbi cliff beside the heavenly wave wall, in the center of the Yuan cave, there lies 7 jade sword sheaths, collectively known as the Seven, each embodying a dragon, snake, eaves, turtle, golden rooster, jade hare, and centipede, each a peerless treasure in its own right. When combined, the power they wield is amplified, as the 7 jade sheaths align seamlessly with the wall, their surfaces as smooth as mutton fat, revealing only the faintest seams. The shape of the sheaths echoes that of the swords themselves. Thus, after 81 days of sword practice, the long-browed ancestor successfully transformed these 7 swords into one, harmonizing their essence. The interior houses the great array of the Big Dipper, enabling the simultaneous activation of all 7 swords, transforming them into the Big Dipper sword array. Feng Dai sighed softly, recalling the names of the 7. The dragon's name is Jin Tua. The toad's name is Shui Mu. The rooster's name is Tian Shao. The hare's name is Yang Pu. The centipede's name is Chi Su. The turtle's name is Xian Gui. And the snake's name is Qing Ling. All contained within the sheaths. The Shushan Sword Hero Token. Feng Dai grasped the token her master handed her, her heart racing with excitement. The rarity of this item is undoubtedly top tier, while not an extraordinary treasure. It surpasses any peculiar artifacts with its extraordinary nature. Each is a rare magical item, requiring only a drop of blood to recognize its master, allowing it to be housed within her body. Easily transportable and practical, especially the combined 7 sword. Feng Dai could hardly part with it. As she pointed the sword, the 7 sword transformed into 7. 7 torrents of overwhelming spiritual energy morphed into ethereal apparitions surrounding her. The boiling dragon, the icy snake, the enigmatic eaves, the steadfast turtle, the proud golden rooster, the galloping jade hare, and the ominous centipede. She stored away the other 6 swords, leaving only the sky-blue dragon sword in her possession. With a swift sword technique, she stepped upon the 7 stars, transforming into a blue light that surged skyward. Fengdu Ghost City, a familiar yet enigmatic locale, is said to be the gateway to the underworld. Each deceased soul possesses its own path to the nether realm, seamlessly merging underground to access the 9 U's of the underworld. Mortals, those with physical forms, cannot achieve this. Yet, living beings also possess a route into the 9 U's, with Fengdu being the designated location, thus earning its title as Fengdu Ghost City. Fengdu Ghost City, formerly known as Fengdu Ghost City, is situated on the northern bank of the Yangtze River downstream from Chongqing. Also referred to as Yu, the Ghost City serves as the gate to the underworld, adorned with various architectural forms and designs reminiscent of the nether realm that I in this moment. Feng Dai's upper body was adorned in a low-cut, backless halter top, complemented by a sky-blue cloak woven from the Rui water smoke net. Her lower half featured a form-fitting, ultra-short skirt, her perfectly proportioned legs accentuated by dark thigh-high boots. Feng Dai's speed was astonishing, soaring 1,000 miles with a mere flick of her sword, seemingly amidst the clouds above, yet gazing down upon the earth, drawing closer to Fengdu Ghost City, feeling the oppressive aura of spirits heavily permeating the air. Particularly that of the Yi family. As she paused midair, she heard voices and turned her gaze downward, in the blink of an eye, her phoenix eyes opened, shimmering with brilliance as a gentle breeze caressed her, occasionally carrying the sound of a dragon's roar. Her raven hair danced in the wind, framing her exquisite visage. The wind stirred the floating clouds, and a soft sigh escaped her lips, for even in broad daylight, the presence of demons wreaking havoc was undeniable, a manifestation of malevolent spirits. Such audacity was unprecedented. The sound was neither overly loud nor too soft, a melodious chime laced with a hint of dragon's resonance, followed by a subtle, fragrant aroma. Every young girl possesses her own unique essence, and Feng Dai's fragrance was particularly enchanting, imbued with an ethereal quality. With a graceful leap, her petite form soared into the air. And as she approached the demon within 3 zhang, she executed a dual sword technique, unleashing a sword aura that pierced the heavens. From her ultra-short skirt's golden ratio point, her delicate leg propelled her high, the elasticity of her boots allowing her to land silently upon the ground. "Beware, little girl. You'd best not provoke me." The beast, resembling a human, growled menacingly at Feng Dai, transforming into a half-beast form, its human-like arms morphing into claws reminiscent of a tiger's. "Leave or perish. This king cares not to take you back with me." Rabbit spirit, wolf demon. Feng Dai scrutinized the demon's transformation, then glanced at the young girl, now under the wolf demoness foot, realizing she too was a demon, seemingly possessing centuries of cultivation. The path of spirit cultivation is exceedingly intricate, not easily comparable to that of mortals. Humans, beings of longevity, find it somewhat simpler to transcend the realms beyond the 5 elements. Of course, this is a relative notion. Mountain spirits are subjected to far more stringent trials, akin to a tenfold calamity faced by humans. After a moment's hesitation, she ultimately decided to save the girl's life. As the rabbit spirit bore no trace of malevolence, this meant she had not harmed anyone nor taken a life to hasten her own cultivation. The purifying dragon pearl held no aversion to the rabbit spirit, and Feng Dai found a suitable opportunity, deeming it a justified action. Before the wolf demon could utter another word, Feng Dai executed a sword technique, her movements swift as lightning. The Shushan remnant sword style unleashed a lethal strike. Ah! The wolf demon flinched, startled. Despite Fengdu Ghost City being an unrecognized realm, teeming with unusual beings, there were few humans willing to intervene, as this place fell outside the jurisdiction of human powerhouses. Yet the rarity of intervention did not imply a lack of action, which explained the wolf demon's brazen behavior in broad daylight. Having cultivated for 5 centuries, the wolf demon possessed considerable intelligence, casting a wary glance at Feng Dai, who was now articulating the Shushan characters, her hands forming a sword aura that a flicker of fear crossed its eyes as it exclaimed, "The Shushan sword technique, the Shushan sword immortal." In a panic, the wolf's claws clumsily attempted to fend off the incoming sword aura, surrounding itself with a dark energy that formed a protective barrier, barely managing to stave off Feng Dai's initial assault. Without grievance or animosity, why must you pursue annihilation? Feng Dai glanced sideways at the rabbit demon, her voice sharp. "What harm has the rabbit demon ever done to you? How could you be so cruel?" With that, she twirled gracefully, resembling a celestial maiden descending from the heavens, embodying the elegance of a fairy. "There are rules for humans and demons alike. Why meddle in affairs that do not concern you?" The wolf demon growled, its claws transforming into a streak of light as it attempted to close in on Feng Dai. "She is the prey of my lord. My duty is merely to capture her, nothing more. With me here, can you truly escape?" Feng Dai scoffed coldly, her expression devoid of warmth. "I know not who your lord is. Nor do I care. Today, I shall save her, and you shall meet your end." Feng Dai's mood was already irritable, and with the acquisition of numerous treasures, her combat prowess had significantly increased. Encountering such a situation naturally infuriated her. And the unfortunate wolf demon became a mere outlet for her frustration. "I am Feng Dai. As long as I am here, you shall not lay a finger on her. Rise, young lady," as she spoke. She gently assisted the pitiable rabbit spirit, who appeared to be a girl of about 15 or 16, with a prominent nose and a small, rosy mouth that exuded a naive yet lively beauty. Trembling behind the pink butterfly. "Thank you, sister, for saving my life. Bai Ling, today you are destined to become the Lord's dinner. Even a swordsman from Shushan cannot spare your life." The wolf monster then transformed its visage into one of ominous cruelty, casting a cold, mocking gaze upon the rabbit spirit Bai Ling. That look held a hint of greed and a touch of arrogance. "The swordsman from Shushan does not govern here, our great lord. You are but a mere pawn. Leave now, or when the Lord arrives, you shall find it impossible to flee, and you may well meet your end or become the Lord's concubine. You court death." The pink butterfly was already seething with anger. As she surveyed the wolf monster's aggressive eyes, a surge of murderous intent swelled within her. I will slay you first, and when your wolf lord arrives, he shall perish too. Just you. Oomph. The wolf monster's cold demeanor radiated dark energy as it instantaneously morphed into a deep black wolf, its indifferent gaze measuring the pink butterfly, who stood 3 zhang tall. Demonic wolf, tear apart, fatal slash. The pink butterfly extended her right arm, akin to a dancing butterfly in midair, and in an instant, thousands of dazzling azure butterflies materialized around her, forming a barrier against the wolf's clawed assault. The wolf demon scoffed. While he recognized this girl hail from Shushan, he deemed her youthful age meant her cultivation could not be formidable. His earlier surprise was merely a reaction to the name Shushan. After all, Shushan, the abode of sword immortals, was known for its pride and strength. Has this girl died? He remarked. Your bravado is commendable, yet your abilities are woefully lacking. As the dust settled, the pink butterfly smirked, brushing the remnants of dust from her fingers, and summoned a golden sword light. The sword tip emerged, soaring like a dragon through the heavens, to strike. The sword light surged upwards, transforming into a dragon's silhouette. As the sword, guided by the pink butterfly's fingertip, traced a graceful arc in the air, piercing through the wolf monster's vital points. Ignorant fool! With a single strike, the pink butterfly dispatched the wolf monster, allowing her to exhale in relief as her earlier fury began to subside. She then turned to the rescued rabbit spirit and, with a hint of gentleness, whispered, Your name is Bai Ling. Why did the wolf monster pursue you? And who is the Lord? Before her words could finish, a chilling howl erupted, followed by a cacophony of howls that echoed through the air. The pink butterfly calmly regarded Bai Ling's trembling eyes before slowly shifting her gaze elsewhere. The wolf pack was approaching. Benefactor, you must depart quickly. When the Lord arrives, you will not be able to leave. The realm of Yuming Fengdu, where the Lord belonged to one of the 8 great powers, possessed immense capabilities. Ordinary individuals could hardly contend with them. Please, hurry and leave, benefactor. Upon hearing this, the pink butterfly paused, shaking her head slightly, her expression showing indifference. One of the 8 great powers in Fengdu. The forces here seem rather intricate. She recalled her master's peculiar gaze at their parting. To leave now would be too late. Who in Fengdu would not give me a modicum of respect? The so-called Lord, broad-shouldered and coarse, emanated an aura that was as imposing as a tiger's roar through the mountains. A tiger demon, you say? The pink butterfly hesitated, retrieving the golden sword floating in the air, gripping the hilt with a cold demeanor. Her icy gaze radiated a palpable sense of lethal intent. The so-called Lord, at this moment, appeared to be lost in thought, captivated by the pink butterfly's beauty. Yet he understood that this girl before him was no celestial being to slay my subordinate. The sword chi of Shushan cannot be so audacious. Have I ever killed? Merely a wolf spirit, nothing more. The pink butterfly dismissed his threats, aware that while she appeared to be at a disadvantage compared to the Lord, she felt no fear. You are weaker than I. Why should I fear you? Even with the Shushan name, this is Fengdu. Should I kill you, the old fellows of Shushan would be of no help. Moreover, even if your sect leader were to appear, they would be of little consequence. The pink butterfly boldly retorted, speaking with unrepentant arrogance. The leader of the Shushan swordsmen was none other than her own revered mentor, an absolute pinnacle figure, of course. The pink butterfly had already surpassed her teacher. Once a disciple, forever a child, this principle was one she understood well. When she heard the Lord's brazen remarks, she could not agree unless he concealed some other secret. What a jest! To be among the 8 great powers, one must possess sufficient cards to be proud. A Shushan swordsman. Now that's a rare guest, especially such a beautiful maiden, the Lord Demon Tiger sneered, as if to say her speed of action was rather swift, but a spirit rabbit, not so easily obtained. As he spoke, another figure flashed into existence, a blood-red aura coalescing into a 6-armed vengeful spirit. The Lord Demon Tiger chuckled darkly, a strange energy gradually clashing with the vengeful spirit, the two nearly evenly matched. The vengeful spirit of Li Hen. It is my turn to strike first this time. Indeed, in the demon city, a mutated tiger demon had emerged alongside a formidable vengeful spirit. The pink butterfly's eyes gleamed with a cerulean light, sharp and piercing, brighter than any other in existence, that it felt as though the Lord Demon Tiger and the vengeful spirit of Li Hin were laid bare under her gaze. Once, she had heard rumors of the intricate nature of Fengdu. The 8 great powers were indeed formidable figures that, to her surprise, she had entered the demon city today and found herself in an adversarial position. Contemplating this, the pink butterfly suddenly glanced at the rabbit spirit Bai Ling, her heart involuntarily racing. The legend of the spirit rabbit, could it be true? It dawned on her, recalling her master's mention of the tale. It was said that a gentle and innocent white rabbit inadvertently saved a high monk of extraordinary power, accompanying him for decades. The monk's fate was to attain nirvana and become a living Buddha. Yet upon his cremation, he transformed into a precious relic, known as the Buddha's Saraira, which was gifted to the rabbit. For a century, all was tranquil until an unforeseen incident occurred, revealing Bai Ling. This attracted the attention of all supernatural beings who sought to extract the Saraira. At that moment, Bai Ling transformed into a streak of lightning, merging into the pink butterfly's hand and further into the pure world dragon pearl. The pink butterfly was momentarily taken aback, as the Lord Tiger and the vengeful spirit of Li Hin both fixed their gazes upon her. It seemed that as Bai Ling became a streak of light, merging into the pure world dragon pearl, a profound connection was forged between them. Perhaps the pink butterfly had retained a trace of the Buddha's essence, leading to an inexplicable sense of trust. This aura of Buddhist energy was of the purest kind, the mantra of the great sun Tathagata. The faint trace of Buddhist energy that had lingered on the pink butterfly came from contact with that essence. Thus, when they met, a mysterious bond of trust was established. Bai Ling communicated telepathically. The Lord Demon Tiger nearly commands all the demons and spirits of Fengdu. His words are akin to the decree of the demon realm. He is intent on capturing me. Benefactor, be cautious. Such a person would never act without purpose, nor would he strike without cause, especially now in direct confrontation with the vengeful spirit of Li Hin. In any case, Benefactor, please be careful. The pink butterfly found herself largely convinced by Bai Ling's words, recalling her master's teachings about the complexities of human nature and the lore of the realm of cultivation, which included mention of the vengeful spirit Li Hin. Once a renowned figure in the realm of cultivation, Li Hin's life was marked by tragedy, having sacrificed everything for a woman who did not love him. Ultimately, he lost his life, creating a tale both legendary and sorrowful. The greatest tragedy was that he fell for a woman unworthy of his love, to rage for the sake of a beloved. This sentiment transcends time and speaks to Li Hin's existence, which culminated in the overnight obliteration of the formidable Chongxian sect he had painstakingly built over 3 centuries. His fate was even more dismal, transforming him into a half-human, half-ghost entity, consumed by vengeance. For centuries, he remained hidden within Fengdu, honing his ghostly skills to avenge his grievances, yearning to reclaim the love he had lost, even though that woman did not return his affections. A man who sacrificed everything for love ultimately lost all. Li Hin's life was steeped in sorrow, yet he bore the consequences of his choices. Who instructed him to love someone beyond his reach? The pink butterfly shook her head in contemplation, casting a curious glance at the vengeful spirit Li Hin. Her heart filled with a sigh. In truth, Li Hin bore a striking resemblance to Yi Xian, both having sacrificed their lives for their beloved women. Yet their endings diverged at why Yi Xian loved the pink butterfly, giving everything, even his life, for her. In turn, the pink butterfly cherished Yi Xian deeply, for her love for him was unwavering. Regardless of circumstance, the bond shared by 2 genuinely loving souls transcends life and death, existing as a spiritual anchor. Even beyond the realms of existence, their emotions surpass the confines of the 5 elements and 6 paths. An ethereal connection that transcends the heavens. Li Hin, however, met a dismal fate, wandering through Fengdu, gaining the moniker of a vengeful spirit. Her master had once told her that Li Hin's name signified a personality that was soft within yet strong without, harboring a heart that could not be described as entirely kind, yet filled with righteousness. With the annihilation of his sect and his inexplicable death, he bizarrely transformed into a half-human, half-ghost entity, undergoing a profound metamorphosis in character. The notion that one must be ruthless to stand firm became his eloquent maxim. From this, One can discern a semblance of resentment born from disdain for the grotesqueness of the mundane world. Ensnared by this disdain for the ordinary, Fendai could not help but sigh. Her beloved Yixin found himself in this predicament precisely because of those 4 words that he was wrong. No, he was not wrong. Was it a personal error? Fendai gently shook her head. It was not a mistake either. Did I end this matter from both perspectives? Neither he nor she was at fault. The true error lay within space and time. Reflecting upon this, the current situation brims with inexplicable mysteries. The relic, a sacred object left behind by a high monk after his nirvana, generally possesses purifying properties. For those within the Buddhist realm, it is an absolute treasure. Yet for certain demons and spirits, it is a formidable nemesis. Logically speaking, the fact that this Buddhist relic resides within the body of the demon Bai Ling is already peculiar enough that at this moment. It has attracted malevolent spirits and ghostly tigers, such otherworldly entities vying for immortality. What secrets does this relic conceal? Why does Fendai feel an inexplicable sense of familiarity with it? All her uncertainties coalesce into a series of scattered enigmas, with no thread connecting them into a cohesive narrative. In other words, this affair has become exceedingly perplexing. As she pondered, the doubts nestled deep within her heart. Fendai's eyes shimmered like morning stars in a tranquil night sky. The overwhelming presence of Yixin, akin to Mount Tai collapsing at one's feet, was vividly manifested within her. Through experience, one can grow. Although her encounters in the martial world were limited, Fendai had matured considerably. Particularly, the burden of having personally slain Yixin instilled within her a newfound resilience to Lihen and Gei, who each harbored their own agendas, as one might expect from beings of their nature. The 2 of them displayed expressions that betrayed their conniving intentions. Lihen's eyes flickered with a dark green glow, his hands crossed in a gesture of perplexity. More attention was now drawn to the face of the malevolent spirit. Lihen, Gei, who too, wore a look of bewilderment, as Ling Tu unexpectedly transformed into a stream of light and darted into the embrace of the Shushan swordsman, only to vanish moments later. This was indeed a tale for the ages. The Shushan swordsman, known for slaying malevolent spirits and demons, could be said to strike down any creature he encountered. This spectacle left Lihen and Gui, who utterly astounded. The young girl before them exuded an aura that matched their own, her presence rising and falling in an instant. At merely over 20 years of age, such an individual must surely hail from the very core of Shushan's elite. Reluctantly, both demons withdrew, unwilling to part with the allure of the relic possessed by Ling Tuesday. The relic left behind by the reborn Buddha purifies the demonic and ghostly energies within, undoubtedly possessing immeasurable power that was akin to a bear encountering honey, rendered utterly incapacitated by desire. Fendai found herself unable to extricate herself from this situation. Even if she wished to withdraw, it was beyond possibility. Unable to escape, one must take command of the situation, a sentiment that echoed the final words Yi Xian imparted to her with a flourish. She flicked her nails, her right hand pointing a sword that shimmered with golden light, emitting a sound akin to a dragon's roar. In that instant, her aura surged, transforming into a protective sword barrier around her. Standing proudly, this presence was reminiscent of Yi Xian's, exuding a steadiness akin to Mount Tai, perhaps even surpassing him. Her movements were exquisite, graceful as a dancing butterfly, akin to a celestial maiden gliding through the air. However, for Lihen and Gui, the gravity of the situation was not lost on them. They recognized it as a warning to be wary. That elegant arc of her arm became a lethal weapon, a tool for slaying spirits, the illusionary sort of foe that no ordinary ghost could withstand. The lordly Gei, who prepared to strike, Fendai coldly declared, "The early bird catches the worm. Let us see if your subordinates are worthy enough. You are no match for me, yet you would use your underlings' lives as fodder. It is better to rely on oneself than on others. If you possess the capability, come at me yourself. The title of Lord is not to be taken lightly." Gui, who let out a roar, the monsters of the ghost city surged forth in abundance. As the Lord, he certainly possessed his own lineage of ghosts. Humans have their connections. Demons, in turn, possess their own ghostly ties. Fendai chuckled coldly, "Gentlemen, if you have the courage, come and test this sword." The malevolent spirit Lihen scoffed. While the Lord Gei, who twitched, fully aware that he had no certainty against such a formidable foe as Fendai. The disparity in strength was palpable. The sword in her hand was no ordinary demon-slaying peachwood blade. The shimmering dragon light was not merely an illusion. It was a genuine artifact of divine weaponry. Li Hin grunted, his perspective more discerning. Having once been the leader of a sect, he had encountered numerous treasures and weapons. The sword's aura swirled around the young girl, infused with an intensity that approached its zenith. Moreover, with the formidable backing of Shushan, this girl resembled a hedgehog, one best not to offend under normal circumstances. It would be wise to retreat without a second thought. Yet today, despite his reluctance to engage, Li Hin was equally unwilling to relinquish his pursuits. The triangle formed by Li Hin, Ge Hu, and Fun Dai stood firm, three forces in a standoff. After a quarter of an hour, Ge Hu could no longer endure. Time waits for no one, and delay invites disaster. Thus, he feigned a cough, slowly articulating, "How about this? The name Shushan carries weight, though I am not overly intimidated by it. For the sake of the young lady, I will grant you ample consideration. The white rabbit demon, you may take away. I care not as for what lies within her. Just leave that behind." De Li Hin remained silent. Compared to his old rival Ge Hu, he preferred to provoke the latter rather than tangle with this enigmatic young girl, especially not with Shushan, that ancient sect renowned for slaying demons and spirits. Though discreet, was not something a mere wandering ghost like him could afford to provoke. Even if he were to fortuitously acquire the Buddhist relic, escaping the Shushan swordsman's pursuit would be improbable. It is known that the Sword Immortal's abilities are nearly limitless. Utilizing Qi to counter Qi, traversing heaven and earth, the sword in their hand embodies the heavens in their heart, roaming between the realms. Every Sword Immortal harbors immense pride, and Shushan is undoubtedly a name of significance. Hence, to be called an immortal is a distinction not easily attained. The term immortal is not one to be taken lightly. The entire Shushan sect, while its strength remains unspoken, boasts a rich history of powerful individuals. The Western Shushan, steeped in legend, excels at sword cultivation. Its strikes are swift as lightning, unmatched in speed, that I in the realm of mystical cultivation. The legendary Heavenly Eye can only be awakened by the Sword Immortal, a peerless force contending for supremacy. It is easy to imagine the extraordinary status of Shushan, that of course, this remains confidential information. And the ghostly lord residing long within Fengdu Go City could not possibly be aware of it. The malevolent spirit Li Hin gazed on with interest as Fun Dai engaged in negotiations with Ge Hu. The three stood in a tense stalemate. Fun Dai smiled faintly, confident that her collection of artifacts and the most formidable sword of the extermination of evils would suffice to fend off anyone. This confidence stemmed from Yi Xian and, more importantly, from a deep-seated self-assurance. Ge Hu's words were light, yet such soft sentiments had never been heard in the depths of Fengdu Go City, though he was a tyrant in his domain. He was no fool. Moreover, Ge Hu gleaned some insight from Li Hin's demeanor, realizing that this young girl was not to be trifled with. While his words were gentle, the atmosphere was thick with tension, making even the faintest sounds crystal clear. Fun Dai chuckled to herself. An astute mind could grasp the underlying implications, especially one as perceptive as hers. With a graceful flick of her sword, she blinked her starry eyes, a gesture both captivating and alluring. Coupled with her enchanting attire, she was a vision of exquisite beauty. Bai Ling, your cultivation is hard won. Naturally, I will take her as for that relic. It cannot simply be reduced to mere thing. Besides, it rightfully belongs to Bai Ling. Not you if you wish to seize it. You must contend with my sword as she spoke. The sword emitted a low, resonating dragon's roar, infused with an unmatched aura of supremacy. This presence far surpassed the might of Ge Hu, the king of beasts, 100-fold. It embodied the overwhelming force of a dragon soaring in the heavens. The sword, flashing with brilliance, struck terror into Ge Hu's heart. As a beast, he was acutely aware of the pressure emanating from a superior being, which contributed to his esteemed position as a leader among beasts. He was the king of all beasts, the apex predator in the food chain. Particularly, the imposing aura he exuded, along with the regal insignia upon his brow, defined his extraordinary nature. Yet the dragon soaring in the skies, a mythical creature, outshines even the tiger. Though the tiger ranks among the 4 divine beasts alongside the azure dragon, the latter takes precedence. It is akin to the heavens above and the earth below. Naturally, There exists a distinction in their statuses. Furthermore, the dragon, gazing down upon the myriad of beings below, commands a superior presence over the tiger. What of your sword? Are you afraid? Fendai pressed on, her heart a tumult of questions, as if she could extract valuable insights from Gui, whose lips. You no longer desire it, a single phrase. A gentle inquiry from the butterfly fairy, accompanied by a hint of disdain in her gaze. The ghost let out a howl, resonating with the thunderous roar of the Lord of Ghosts, the tiger ghost, truly embodying the essence of the phrase howling mountains and rivers. That overwhelming aura surged forth in an instant, seemingly overshadowing the might emanating from the sword, that my fate is dictated by myself, not by heaven. The tiger ghost's sinister chuckle echoed, declaring that once he acquires the relic, what is a mere small Shushan worth? The Buddha's relic transcends bondage, surpassing the cycle of reincarnation. Do you refuse? The tiger ghost sneered. If so, then your presence is but an inconvenience. Let us dispose of you. Evil arises from the depths of the heart. How true that is! The nature of greed is inherent in humanity. Just as it is in the animal kingdom, the allure of profit can drive one to madness. Everyone is susceptible to temptation, and those who appear unaffected simply have yet to encounter temptation strong enough to sway them. The butterfly fairy remarked coolly, clearly, the relic is sufficient to stir your ambition, one that could contend for supremacy for centuries. Indeed, you speak wisely. Acquiring the relic renders Shushan inconsequential. At this juncture, further negotiation would be futile. The butterfly fairy pointed her sword, which shimmered with golden light, and the sound of a dragon's roar accompanied the brilliance, transforming into resplendent rays of light that formed waves of sword energy above Fengdu Ghost City. In that fleeting moment, the sword energy within Fengdu Ghost City diminished slightly, affirming the power of the sword in her grasp, that on the other side, the tiger ghost's howls echoed thunderously, clashing with the dragon's roars. The two seemed to generate a low-frequency resonance. One must not underestimate the tiger ghost. The ability to establish dominance in a realm speaks volumes of his prowess, not to mention that his true form is far from ordinary. The fallen sword entwining tiger ghost, that is his full name, is an ancient and fierce beast. He appears to be on the brink of extinction, perhaps the last of his kind. Imagine a race left behind from ancient times is not to be taken lightly. The butterfly fairy maintained her customary caution, yet her aura remained as steadfast as a mountain, a quintessential evaluation, resplendent and alluring, beauty beyond compare. At this very moment, tensions escalated, yet the vengeful ghostly hen seemed detached, observing the enmity between the two with a cold gaze that him. Regardless of who prevails, one of them must inevitably suffer. Should the tiger ghost perish, he could seize the opportunity to forcibly claim the relic and eliminate everyone else. With no witnesses, even if Shushan's people arrive, he could still spin a favorable narrative. Conversely, if that girl were to die in a desperate struggle, the tiger ghost would find himself in a similarly dire predicament. How delightful that would be. Severely wounded, the tiger ghost would naturally fall victim to Li Hen's lethal strike, a scenario of exquisite beauty. Chapter 20. The Legend of the Most Fearsome Woman When the Clam and the Heron Contend. The fisherman benefits. The tiger ghost subordinates were now coldly fixated on Li Hen, ready to swarm should he make any move. Previously, the tiger ghost had issued a lethal command to his subordinates, even at the cost of their lives. They must restrain the vengeful ghost Li Hen. The butterfly fairy's icy gaze emitted a hint of blue light, resembling the dazzling shimmer of cerulean waters. The chilling atmosphere around her seamlessly blended with the ominous ghostly energy. Such an aura was unparalleled in strength. The third shockwave reverberated through the air. The tiger ghost finally grasped just how formidable the young girl before him truly was. Only through comparison did he comprehend her true might. Tenacity, presence, and power. Despite being an ancient beast, he found himself at a disadvantage. Completely at a disadvantage. His prestige suffered an immense blow. Once, the tiger ghost clan had looked down upon the world, but now he stood alone, the last of his kin. Yet, remnants of former glory still lingered, and he regarded his dignity as paramount, akin to life itself. In this moment, he was trampled upon by a fledgling girl. His pride lay in ruins. The golden sword, heralding the voice of a swimming dragon, seemed to summon death itself. The innate sensation of a celestial being gazing down coldly from above, engulfed him. The dragon roared through the skies. Kill! The frigid, ghostly energy transformed into a colossal tiger shadow, mingling with blood-red light to form a tiger's roar directed skyward, resembling a streak of light piercing the heavens. The tiger's roar echoed through the mountains and forests. Slash! The clash of dragons' roars and tigers' howls instantaneously altered the winds and clouds. Within Fengdu Ghost City, the once icy ghostly energy seemed to weaken significantly. The ghostly energy in the sky coalesced into currents, transforming into chilling winds that in a swift movement. It appeared as though neither side held the upper hand. Yet in reality, the butterfly fairy had the advantage over the tiger ghost. The tiger ghost, taking the initiative, launched an attack while the butterfly fairy assumed a defensive stance. Thus, the tiger ghost found himself at a slight disadvantage. Outside the battle, the vengeful ghostly hen could not fathom the tiger ghost's current state of mind, feeling as though he could lose his life at any moment under an overwhelming threat. That aura was too terrifying, too absurd. She concealed her strength, yet the tiger ghost feigned weakness. An outsider, Li Hen found himself engulfed in confusion, scrutinizing the unfolding events without comprehension. Li Hen had previously crossed paths with the tiger ghost a few times. Their strengths were roughly equivalent, though overall, Li Hen held the upper hand. Yet he understood that without a life-or-death struggle, victory and defeat were 50-50. That it was precisely because he recognized the tiger ghost's combat prowess that he felt perplexed. Unable to discern what the tiger ghost was truly contemplating today. Was he pretending to be weak to lure the unsuspecting, or was the tiger ghost genuinely unable to withstand the girl before him? Li Hen fixed his gaze upon the girl, the wind swirling around her as she wielded her sword, the golden light soaring into the heavens, manifesting as a brilliant glow. Such offensive power could not be deemed weak. Yet it hardly reached an extraordinary level. Despite Shushan's illustrious reputation, this girl, at such a tender age, should not possess such formidable combat strength. That Li Hen shook his head slightly and turned to face the tiger ghost, contemplating the possibility of feigning weakness only to deliver a decisive blow at a critical moment. After much thought, he concluded that this was the only plausible explanation. Yet he could not shake the feeling that something was amiss. Li Hen, half human and half ghost, had honed his spirit to an indomitable state. His cold gaze, akin to a pair of sharp swords, scrutinized the butterfly fairy from head to toe, almost wishing to deconstruct her for analysis. In the end, he could not discern what made her so extraordinary. Li Hen ultimately enveloped himself within a shroud of dark, blood-like energy, his expression grave, as if caught in a significant miscalculation. The ominous premonition gnawed at him. It was not a good omen. Everything seemed under control, yet what exactly was amiss? As they paused, the butterfly fairy and Li Hen had already engaged in 16 clashes, her sword adorned with golden brilliance. Emitted the sound of dragon roars with each swing. In that moment, the butterfly fairy resembled a great dragon, coldly gazing at her opponent, her icy indifference seemingly more fearsome than the vengeful spirits. Her gaze alone felt lethal. The tiger ghost transformed into a black tiger, his icy claws radiating an ominous ghostly aura. That corrosive scent intertwined with the butterfly fairy, ensnaring her sword tightly, with a single thought. She soared skyward, wielding her sword with grace. Though her hands struggled to swing the sword, it did not signify that the butterfly fairy would resign herself to inaction. The highest realm of swordsmanship lies in the heart's surrender to the sword. A single spark of intent propelled the sword's radiance, traversing the heavens. The dragon's roar accompanied a dazzling light, as a single sword energy transformed into 9 swords, splitting into 81 streams of glowing sword energy. In an instant, encircling the butterfly fairy, they coalesced into 81 roaring dragon shadows. The dragon's might and sword energy shattered the icy, ghostly tiger shadow, binding the butterfly fairy, evaporating into nothingness. The spectacle of the dragon and tiger clashing instilled genuine terror in anyone present. The dragon's song and the tiger ghost's thunderous howls resonated, particularly within the shadowy confines of Fengdu Ghost City, amplifying the sense of dread. That as the wind surged, the chilling ghostly energy morphed into swirling blades, frigid and penetrating to the bone, evoking a sense of dread. The confrontation had escalated to a deadly level. Li Hen's words slipped forth, and the tiger ghost's lethal strike followed suit. his icy claws transformed into ghostly marks, sealing off the butterfly fairy's escape route, while his other claw lunged towards her chest, his tail striking like an iron whip that in an astonishing twist, the butterfly fairy became a soaring dragon, her roar reverberating throughout Fengdu Ghost City. In the face of battle, all who dare stand shall line up before me. The ninth word of the true mantra's fourth form, Dragon Sovereign, descend and vanquish evil. A divine dragon shield enveloped her, and she seemed to undergo a transformation into a dragon. Her body radiated golden blue dragon scales, and a dragon's might emerged, illuminating her with unparalleled brilliance, her arms morphing into dragon claws that in her eyes. A pressure emanated from a divine beast, an aura of absolute superiority. With the Ma family's divine enchantment, the evildoers and ghostly beings would retreat. Subsequently, a chorus of dragon roars illuminated the skies, as the sword in the butterfly fairy's hand seemed to come alive, splitting into four streams of sword energy, forming a deadly dragon-encircling formation. Locking in for the kill. As the dragon's might dissipated, the tiger ghost's fatal blow finally transformed him into a cold mist, his soul gradually vanishing. Naturally, the tiger ghost, along with all his subordinates, met the same fate. The Ma family's supreme technique, the nine-word mantra's sword relinquishment, is the bane of vengeful ghosts and demons. Even so, the vengeful ghostly hand retreated 100 meters. Coldly gazing at the butterfly fairy, the inexplicable sensation within him finally finding voice that a lingering doubt had always resided in his heart, yet he could never pinpoint its source. Li Hen's indifferent gaze bore a trace of memory. The Ma family's divine enchantment. He never anticipated her origin. Indeed, only those of the Ma family, particularly the women, could possess such remarkable abilities. The women of the Ma family command divine dragons, aiding in battle. Invincible in all endeavors, the phrase evildoers and ghostly beings retreat is not to be taken lightly. The saying is far more impactful than mere words. The Ma family's women. Impressive indeed. Li Hen hesitated for a moment before turning his back, gradually distancing himself for the Ma family. Given their ties to old acquaintances, he would let this matter go. You, be wary of lurking foes. Those sisters are not to be trifled with. The delicate butterfly furrowed her brow slightly, and before she could utter a word, the figure of Li Hen gracefully vanished. After the departure of an old acquaintance, did Li Hen truly have ties to my family, the Ma clan? Before I could ponder this deeply, a faint, ethereal fragrance, imbued with a chilling essence reminiscent of a venomous serpent, ensnared me, causing the butterfly to furrow her brow once more. What secrets lie hidden within this relic of Sherry? Previously, the ancient beast. The ghost tiger had attacked, followed closely by the formidable spirit, Li Hen. Just as the fierce adversary had retreated, two sorceresses appeared, alongside a mysterious entity lurking in the shadows. Sorceresses, if you are here, what use is it to hide? The surroundings were utterly silent, and though the butterfly spoke softly, her words reached the ears of the newcomers with clarity. With cheerful expressions, a gentle, silvery whistle resonated as two figures positioned themselves before and behind the butterfly. The current inheritor of the Ma clan, a young maiden of the family, astonishingly still exists. The butterfly raised her head, her indifferent gaze locking onto the newcomers, noticing their eyes and brows twitching in unison. She realized they were practitioners of magic, sorceresses. Their auras were strikingly similar, almost identical, revealing them to be twin sisters. The butterfly's eyes sparkled, and the natural allure she exuded became an exquisite sight to behold. A pair of shape-shifting sorceresses, twins no less. No wonder, without uttering another word, the butterfly steeled herself, an inexplicable chill enveloping her heart. Among the 8 great powers of the City of the Dead, the ghost tiger ranked mid-tier. Perhaps between 6 and 7, the legendary shape-shifting sorceresses, however, belonged to the top 3, said to have perfected their illusionary arts to an extraordinary degree. Why have you come to us so swiftly? The twin sisters, surprised by the revelation of their identities, concealed their astonishment behind serene faces. The maiden of the Ma clan had an exceptional eye. The taller one stood gracefully, while the shorter one was petite and exquisite, exuding a blend of gentleness and a hint of fierce magic, her cold demeanor tempered by a sense of propriety. Such striking beauty could make even Li Hen retreat. It seemed that in the supernatural realm, only the sorceresses could evoke such awe, yet it was unexpected that they would be a pair of twins. The butterfly, with poise, smiled gently. The inheritors of the Ma clan are truly remarkable. The two sisters paused, then broke into calm smiles, radiant as blooming flowers in June. I am the elder sister, Huan Mei, and she is my younger sister, Huan Ji. What brings you both here? The butterfly interrupted their exchange, aware that the name of the sorceress was not one to be taken lightly. Often associated with endless illusions, the butterfly had no desire to be ensnared unexpectedly within an illusion. That I have matters to attend to. I shall take my leave. The crimson bodysuit she wore naturally opened, revealing a spring-like display of red and white, while the lake blue fitted trousers accentuated her long legs, both delicate and aesthetically pleasing. The blend of classical and contemporary styles showcased her flawless legs, though they seemed to pale slightly in comparison to the butterflies. Your legs are truly beautiful, Huan Mei exclaimed, her face aglow with youthful romanticism. Meanwhile, to the butterfly's side, Huan Ji conjured a vast spider web, intricately woven, spanning 3 zhang. She sat gracefully upon a luxurious hammock crafted from the web, her long hair cascading elegantly in the center of the darkly interwoven web. She remained poised, a subtle smile revealing her delicate, slender legs, while in her hand rested a small brown spider. The butterfly felt a surge of alarm. She had unwittingly fallen into an illusion, and the sorceress's mastery of such illusions was astonishing in an instant. Her eyes flickered, and the sorceress sisters bizarrely transformed into a single entity. The girl that emerged from their fusion commanded the butterfly's utmost attention. She appeared to be a charming youth of about 15 or 16. Her long black hair danced upon the spider's web, and her large, innocent eyes radiated a captivating, blood-red allure. Sister, am I adorable? Within the realm of illusion, a profound descent ensued, as the butterfly pointed her sword, invoking a dragon's roar. The once invincible divine blade shimmered with a crystalline glow, unveiling scales that sparkled like gemstones, emanating a divine golden light. The girl smiled faintly, and an uncountable number of spider silk threads swiftly ensnared the butterfly. In the blink of an eye, she found herself enveloped in a dense web infused with dark magic. The threads, both substantial and illusory, coiled tighter around her, binding her so thoroughly that it felt as though she were about to be torn asunder. The golden sword, forged by the legendary elder with meticulous care, transformed into a dragon, its golden light intertwining with her inner divine dragon, establishing an inexplicable connection to that moment. An air of indifference intertwined with the dragon's might enveloped the butterfly. The inheritor of the Ma clan, undoubtedly achieving the pinnacle of the enchanting sword technique. Simultaneously, the spider silk morphed into black serpents, their lightning-fast strike constricting the butterfly's delicate neck and slender legs. Lifting her off the ground, she struggled momentarily, but it was futile. Her efforts dwindled until she was completely immobilized, ensnared by the threads of dark magic that a mournful dragon's lament echoed, followed by a resounding rooster's crow. At that moment, encased within the web, the butterfly uttered a faint, delicate protest. Heavenly roar, manifest form, line up before me. The 9-word incantation's second stance, soaring dragon illusionary army. A cerulean sword materialized, conjuring 9 characters into a single sequence, ultimately transforming into a radiant sword that shattered the web's bindings. Surrounding her were 99 sword shadows, swirling around the butterfly. As the rooster crowed, the spider vanished without a trace, the nemesis of all creatures. The butterfly transformed into a phoenix, taking flight, while the small spider in the girl's hand quaked with fear. The sword's aura radiated outward, and the butterfly's cerulean light surged forth, shattering the illusionary realm. In an instant, as she smiled, she was again enveloped in silence, confronted by yet another breathtaking beauty. This time, the girl donned a striking red dress, complemented by purple stockings and white high-heeled sandals, a harmonious blend of classical and contemporary elegance. Her exquisite form was revealed, her hands gliding slowly from her half-parted lips, forming a dazzling scene. Her crossed legs swayed gently, reminiscent of a swing. With her head tilted back, she emitted alluring sighs, casting a sidelong glance at the butterfly, her gaze brimming with the essence of spring. Such beauty left the butterfly in awe. How could such a stunning maiden exist in the world? Dazzling, dignified, graceful, and elegant. Was there truly a beauty like this on earth? To contemplate, the butterfly, who could rival even the most renowned beauties, was rendered speechless by the presence before her. Was this girl truly human? Emerging from an illusion, she yearned to believe in the reality of it all. Such was the terrifying power of the sorceress's illusions that in an instant, the thoughts she most desired to know, to possess, and to hope for vividly materialized before her. The illusion, or perhaps a beautiful dream, immersed her in an endless descent. Even as she deeply cherished it, she found herself unable to extricate from its grasp. The perfect maiden before her now wore a delighted smile, tinged with an unusual allure. The inheritor of the Ma clan, the most formidable woman of legend. What of it? As long as one is human, and especially a woman, one cannot escape the yearning for love. Women crave affection as fervently as men pursue power and dominion. Love is simple, yet it has the potential to devastate a woman, to obliterate her with ease. This moment, the butterfly was lost in the enchanting atmosphere, the dreamlike illusion once more revealing the figure of Yi Xian. With a gentle smile and flowing hair, he approached her, carrying an unusual grin. Slowly, he embraced her, enveloping her in profound happiness. Yet the butterfly understood that this was but an illusion, for she was acutely aware of one truth. Yi Xian's infatuation for her was as resilient as diamond. Yet maintaining this love required her utmost effort. Love is a two-way street, not one-sided devotion. Much like a diamond, the hardest substance on earth, requires another diamond to polish it. Xian, are you well? The butterfly whispered, fearful that this beautiful dream might shatter at any moment, leaving her beloved lost to the winds. Yes, silly girl, take good care of yourself. Yi Xian held her close, a tender expression gracing his face. For this dream, this illusion, was crafted based on the butterfly's memories. Her memories served as the blueprint of this illusion, the foundation upon which it was built. Thus, the Yi Xian of her dreams mirrored the visage of her cherished memories. Embodying the depth of her love, that I know, Xian, I love you. As she spoke, a smile broke across her face, for love requires the nurturing of both souls. That Yi Xian had fulfilled his part. The rest was for her to tend to. Xian, in this life and the next, my devotion will remain unwavering. Engulfed in the illusion, the butterfly remained blissfully unaware of the seemingly unparalleled beauty drawing closer to her. With a radiant smile, she effortlessly tossed her hair, revealing 9 blades concealed within her silken tresses, each laced with deadly poison. One brush against them would spell demise. No matter how formidable the maiden, she cannot obstruct a man's dreams, as long as love, hatred, and vengeance exist. The sorceress will strike you down. As she spoke, her silken strands danced without wind, a blade honing in on the butterfly's vulnerable forehead. With a decisive strike, albeit in jest, one must acknowledge the formidable adversary that is the contemporary heir of the Ma family. Even the boldest of witches would hesitate to overestimate their chances. That it is indeed peculiar that this young maiden of the Ma family, known as the powder butterfly, harbors both a facet of love and an undercurrent of guilt within her dreamlike illusions. Nevertheless, it seems that after such a prolonged period, she has yet to succumb to an eternal reverie. Thus, I shall take it upon myself to end her life. As I step forward, the powder butterfly continues to wear a bewildered expression. Yet a faint smile graces her lips, her countenance imbued with an inexplicable depth. With another step closer, her flawless visage reveals a glimmer of pride as the blade darts towards her, an instant that feels neither too long nor too brief. In that fleeting moment, the powder butterfly's eyes flutter open, effortlessly evading the attack. Her gaze radiates a light akin to flowing starlight, resembling an invisible sword capable of piercing through any illusion. The witch gasps in astonishment, breaking free from the confines of her own illusion for the first time since their emergence. Despite her lofty expectations for the powder butterfly's abilities, she had resorted to deploying an even more potent illusionary barrier, yet ultimately failed to ensnare her. The witch, having taken matters in her own hands, finds herself wounded in the futile attempt to subdue the enchanted maiden of the Ma family. Indeed, it is said that the women of the Ma family are the most formidable. And this assertion rings true. Your illusion ensnares the unwary, rendering them entrapped and unable to escape. The powder butterfly's eyes now glimmer with a chilling intent to kill, yet amidst that there lingers a hint of gratitude. I must thank you for your dream, for it was a beautiful one. Because of that dream, I cannot perish. What could have possibly compelled you to return to reality rather than remain ensnared in an abyss? At this moment, the two witches display their astonishment. Their illusionary arts are renowned as unparalleled, with their magical essence ensnaring the hearts of many, creating near-perfect illusions. The powder butterfly casts a glance at the two witches, a smile gracing her features as she softly murmurs, "You are correct. It is indeed close to perfection." Yet the most coveted and feared aspects of her heart reveal themselves as the grim reality unfolds before her eyes. Whether a moment of beauty or bitter sorrow, it is an unbearable sensation that I end the dream. Yi Xian returns, and they embrace, followed by a wedding ceremony. Yet, Yi Xian once again reenacts the tragic tale, met with the same fate of death. In that instant, the powder butterfly feels as though she might lose her sanity. Yet Yi Xian takes her hand, reliving that past moment. The witch sighs, gazing into the powder butterfly's azure eyes, an almost imperceptible sigh escaping her lips. Awakening from the dream, the light radiating from the powder butterfly's eyes is unwavering. For anyone, traversing an illusion and unraveling its mysteries makes the subsequent attempts by the same individual to conjure illusions devoid of significance. As the powder butterfly's gaze gradually sharpens, a brilliance inadvertently escapes her, illuminating the surroundings that in the next moment. She emanates 6 streams of radiant light that shatter the feeble magical essence, striking at the very heart of the illusion. "Form, battle, all shall array before me," she intones, invoking the second stance of the 9-character true word. The ascending dragon illusionary soldiers. In a blink, she directs her gaze, and the two formidable witches, renowned masters of illusion, succumb beneath the might of the powder butterfly's ethereal sword energy. With a sigh, the powder butterfly retains her vigilant demeanor, her piercing azure eyes still glimmering with sharpness. After vanquishing the witches, she remains alert, her gaze fixed upon a distant green cloud in the sky. Concealing her abilities to such an extent, she moves like a whisper on the wind. Above the cloud, a hint of verdant light flickers, and upon hearing the commotion, it pauses momentarily before leaping into the fray. She has actually discovered my presence. Wind Xiao, astonished, reflects on the prowess of the so-called flowing cloud water escape, a technique known for its exceptional stealth, rendering one's movements nearly undetectable. Yet, it is not the powder butterfly's strength that astonishes him. He remains confident in his own ability to retreat unscathed. However, being discovered is an entirely different matter, as few possess the skill to uncover his whereabouts in the world today. Moreover, the revelation of his identity is a rarity. After all, he has long since retired from the realm of the extraordinary. If not for the allure of the relic, how could he have ventured into this tumultuous fray? Upon entering this world of conflict, he is met with utmost astonishment. Indeed, the talents of today's youth surpass those of the past. The identity he has uncovered. Shu Mountain Sword Hero. How could this young maiden recognize him? Is she perhaps ageless, forever youthful? Such a notion is swiftly dismissed. If it were a matter of centuries past, perhaps it could hold some weight. Yet, since the dawn of the Tang dynasty, the world has experienced a transformation. The spiritual essence of the earth has gradually waned, dissipating bit by bit. Once prior to the Tang dynasty, there existed episodes of chaos and grandeur, where extraordinary phenomena flourished and conflicts between righteous and wicked forces were not uncommon. However, with the decline of the Tang and the rise of the Song dynasty, the spiritual essence began to diminish, never to be restored with the onset of the Song. The spiritual essence waned. Those who cultivated spiritual powers, beasts and spirits alike, faced unimaginable suffering. The absence of spiritual energy meant prolonged hardships in achieving one's aspirations. For instance, the likes of El Bu and the steed Red Hair from the Three Kingdoms, or the formidable figures from the Qin dynasty, such as Xiang Yu, who could lift thousands of pounds with ease, leaving behind legendary tales that in the Tang dynasty, the indomitable warrior Li Yuanba, famed for his prowess, could effortlessly lift immense weights. Yet, since the end of the Tang dynasty, such exceptional individuals have ceased to appear. The struggles of ordinary folk are magnified in such a scarcity of spiritual energy, highlighting the plight of those who seek to cultivate it. Little do they realize, the once common celestial beings, scattered immortals, and demons have become exceedingly rare. Not to mention, after the Tang dynasty, there have been no figures of such caliber. Only in the annals of the Song, Yuan, Ming, and Qing dynasties have we seen a figure like the legendary Master Sanfeng, who established Wudong and created Tai Chi in his later years. He secluded himself atop Wudong Mountain, ultimately grasping certain powers and achieving the legendary status of an immortal. It is said that he ascended to the heavens. Yet here, in this land of diminished spiritual energy, this maiden, merely 20, possesses such profound powers. Could she be a reincarnation? Such a notion is improbable. The Buddhist sect possesses a technique for reincarnation, yet it is a feat only achievable by accomplished monks at the brink of enlightenment. And even then, success is not guaranteed. Thus, it is perplexing that a young maiden possesses powers that even the most seasoned beings lack. Wen Xiaoxiao hesitates, unable to discern any useful clues. Unexpectedly, he is reminded that the legendary Ma family, renowned for their enchanted dragon-slaying abilities, has been eradicated, yet this maiden wields the sword techniques of the Ma family with utmost authenticity. The power she exhibits possesses the legendary qualities of myth. With mere thought, she commands her sword, soaring through the heavens. The technique of sword control enables her to fly without the need for physical gestures. A mere fragment of her will suffice to guide the sword effortlessly through the skies. Just moments ago, the powder butterfly executed the 9-character true word sword technique and employed the ascending dragon illusionary sword art. The skill of sword control pales in comparison to the sublime art of ascending dragon. To wield the ascending dragon, a feat she appears to master effortlessly, signifies her ability to unleash unparalleled combat prowess and achieve unparalleled speed. Such swiftness is beyond the reach of ordinary individuals. Wen Xiaoxiao shivers involuntarily. His own prowess, honed over centuries, is complemented by his exceptional speed in retreating from conflict, a principle that has allowed him to endure for so long. Yet countless stronger beings have succumbed before him, leaving him to navigate the world with grace. The ability to wield the ascending dragon is a rare skill, yet she possesses it. The notion of a reincarnated sword immortal is preposterous. At merely 20 years of age, she wields the skills of a sword immortal. How has she cultivated such power? This level of ability, in battle, allows for the maximization of attack power, combat strength, and speed, a dream unattainable for those who practice sword techniques. Little do they know that the ability to attain the ascending dragon is virtually extinct, a feat achieved by only a rare few. My own sword technique, compared to her ascending dragon, seems to be lacking in speed. Wen Xiaoxiao gazes coldly at the powder butterfly, a flicker of inexplicable jealousy and envy crossing his features that MY's sword technique can reach its peak, traversing the world in a short span, yet witnessing the true ascending dragon. The sword immortal reveals the heights of speed achievable. The term immortal signifies everything. Once, the age of celestial beings soaring through the heavens was a reality. Now, in this era of dwindling spiritual essence, the emergence of scattered immortals is a rare miracle. As for sword immortals, only the proud Shu Mountain remains, standing tall for a millennium. While few may exist, it is inconceivable that such a young girl possesses the cultivation of a sword immortal. The wind whispers its understanding of the terrifying perils that lie ahead, thereby deepening its comprehension of the extraordinary nature of the powder butterfly. The sword control technique is but a simplified version of the exalted art of sword immortal ascension. A counterfeit remains a counterfeit. No matter the comparison, it can never rival the original. In this present age, when surveying the heavens above and the earth below, the pinnacle of existence is represented by the 3 classes of immortals: the sword immortal, the ghost immortal, and the demon immortal. The ghost immortal, residing in the underworld, is also known as the Grim Reaper, a paragon among soul reapers. There exists even the formidable Yen Luo, surpassing the ghost immortal, claiming to have reached the true celestial realm, capable of shattering the void at will. The reason for remaining on Earth is to seek a worthy successor to inherit the position of Yen Luo in the underworld. The demon immortal, akin to a demon, can only be attained by the most powerful practitioners of demon cultivation. However, to transcend myriad tribulations and achieve true immortality is undoubtedly an arduous endeavor. It is commonly known that Mount Shu boasts not just one or two sword immortals. To one's astonishment, yet another sword immortal has emerged from Mount Shu, and she is a remarkably youthful maiden. Of course, there are also extraordinary beings with the ability to open the heavenly eye. Who can be compared to her? Are you also here for the relic? As the wind seemed to drift into deep thought, the melodious voice of the powder butterfly broke the silence, inquiring of him. What are you pondering? A blatant theft. After a moment of contemplation, the wind chuckled softly, seemingly echoing his prior thoughts. His eyes darted, as if compelled to make a pivotal decision. Facing a figure comparable to a sword immortal should not be taken lightly. Yet, despite his swiftness, he found himself outmatched by the powder butterfly, unable to contend with her. This place is steeped in malevolence. It would be wise to depart first and return another day to seek treasures. This encounter was merely fortuitous. I hope the lady does not take offense, for Wen Xiaoxiao shall take his leave now. Little did he know, the lady had her own matters to attend to in Fengdu Ghost City. For Wen Xiaoxiao, his life was far more precious than the relic. After all, being an ancient being of several centuries, he held his life in high regard. Although treasures are desirable, losing one's life renders them meaningless. Fengdu Ghost City harbors various spirits, vengeful ghosts, demonic entities, and monsters. It would be prudent for the lady to depart sooner rather than later. The powder butterfly remained vigilant, watching him closely, and with a slight bow. She whispered, a small reminder. Wen Xiaoxiao cast a lingering glance at the pearl beneath the graceful neck of the powder butterfly before turning away, transforming into a streak of light that vanished into the ether. As the light dimmed and his presence faded, the powder butterfly finally exhaled a sigh of relief, though cold sweat still trickled down her back. Even in the face of an adversary, her spirit remained taut. Should she engage Wen Xiaoxiao in battle, while she could potentially slay him, she would undoubtedly suffer grave injuries that in this jungle of survival. Being critically wounded without the protection of a powerful force would only lead to death. After Wen Xiaoxiao's figure disappeared, the powder butterfly also turned and sprinted in another direction. Her icy gaze radiated resilience as she prepared to unleash the newly comprehended ultimate technique, Sword Immortal Ascension. In other words, if today were not a matter of life and death, comprehending Sword Immortal Ascension would likely fail to deter the cunning old fox, Wen Xiaoxiao. She had a mere 7 days to resurrect Yixian. Within this time frame, she must rescue him from the underworld, or else he would reincarnate after those 7 days. Consuming Meng Po's soup and traversing the Naya Bridge would lead to the erasure of all past memories, ushering in a new existence. Should Yi Xian fail to reincarnate after 7 days, he would transform into a wandering soul. In other words, he would become a restless spirit, albeit a powerful one with formidable spiritual prowess. Once again, the same dream recurred, along with the same song. You are my eyes, guiding me through the changing seasons. You are my eyes, leading me through the bustling crowds. You are my eyes, allowing me to delve into the vast sea of books. For you are my eyes, enabling me to witness this world unfold before me. This dream jolted the powder butterfly awake once more, the peculiar scene lingering in her memory. The song was sung by him. A time when her heart had never felt so tranquil. This time, the unseen man gradually revealed his visage, albeit still somewhat indistinct, and the sword he held, shimmering with light, was indeed the legendary Excalibur. In other words, the man was undoubtedly Yi Xian. The wielder of Excalibur could only be Yi Xian. The sword, unique in its existence, was forged from the essence of Yi Xian's sword eye, and it bowed solely to him, for he was its only master. One song, one dream, and the figure within the dream. What message does this dream wish to convey? Once more, the powder butterfly awakened from her slumber. Exhaling deeply as she surveyed her surroundings, sighing, she recognized it as merely a dream. The man within was Yi Xian, and this realization afforded her a sense of tranquility. The once mighty Excalibur now transformed into a diminutive 7-colored sword, resting quietly within the pure world dragon pearl. As if in a deep slumber, as a new day dawned, the powder butterfly glanced at a clock. In just 1 hour, the ghost gate would open. At that moment, it would be the precise instant of yin and yang's reversal, the moment when the ghostly soldiers would change shifts at the ghost gate, marking her optimal opportunity to infiltrate. In the stillness of the night, the powder butterfly found an inn to stay at. Fundu ancient city was neither too large nor too small. However, the inn was the sole establishment available. This inn, half step more, would likely not be missed, yet could also be easily overlooked. Within the inn were men and women of all ages, a diverse array of patrons, demons, spirits, ghosts, mages, sorcerers, monks, and mere mortals. To operate an inn in Fundu Ghost City undoubtedly required considerable influence. And naturally, the prices were steep. 100 taels of silver or 10 taels of gold was the standard, though prior items could be pawned or exchanged. With no other choice and feeling both hungry and fatigued, the powder butterfly was compelled to stay at half step more for a night, but of course, the ghost gate would only open at the hour of the dragon, which was the only time she could blend in. Reluctantly, she used a cherished pearl hairpin as collateral to secure a night's rest. Though that pin was her most beloved possession, she had no choice but to relinquish it. One must give to gain, and sacrificing something for Yi Xian was indeed worthwhile. Upon rising, the powder butterfly slowly exited her room. Half step more was precisely the juncture where yin and yang converged. There was no management or governing force here, only half step more itself. Yet half step more, the inn, had stood proudly for countless years. It was merely that the layout of the rooms was nearly identical, with a large courtyard resembling a traditional suan. The powder butterfly observed that the Sihiyuan was divided into east, west, south, and north. Only the eastern side accommodated ordinary humans, while the other three sections were entirely occupied by otherworldly beings. Upon entering the inn, half step more, all past grievances were forgotten. However, this did not imply that one could truly forget everything. It meant that once inside the inn, even previous enmities could not lead to violence. To commit murder within half step more would only result in one outcome: death. This was the rule, though who established it remained unknown. There had been instances of violent encounters. However, those who initiated the conflict mysteriously vanished without a trace. Neither alive nor dead, it was said that the enforcer of the rules had executed them, scattering their souls. In simple terms, even if one were to bring back Yi Xian's soul upon entering half step more, they would avoid a deadly struggle. It was rumored that this transcended the realms of the three worlds, the four directions, the five elements, and the six paths. Xian, await me. I shall undoubtedly revive you. As the clock struck the hour of the dragon, the powder butterfly sighed lightly, her rui water smoke cloak wrapping around her delicate form like a silk garment, shielding her. Strolling towards the ghost gate, time flowed onward. And as the powder butterfly approached, the dark city walls resembled a formidable barrier, akin to Jiu Pass. Yet these walls glimmered with a bizarre blood-red light, and the two iron gates, seemingly touching the heavens, stood resolutely closed, resembling the eyes of a demon. The powder butterfly gazed intently from a distance, fearful of missing that fleeting moment of opportunity. Such chances occurred but once every day and night. Missing it would render everything else futile. With only 3 days remaining in the deadline, the path to the underworld was fraught with challenges. The powder butterfly's gaze lingered. She noticed a mysterious flicker of light just as the ghost gate was about to open. The chilling wails of ghosts seemed to herald a chase, with two blood-colored ghostly figures intermingling with a frigid aura, one pursuing the other. The ghost gate swung open. The two ghostly sentinels stationed there opened the gates, only for the blood-red light to swiftly slay them. With astonishing speed that resembled a fleeting swallow, the light surged forth from the underworld. Hot on its heels, a dark blood shadow pursued, a blood tyrant, a remnant soul demon, who had cultivated a merciless and vile technique to transform into a demon. Now, with its lifespan at an end, it dared not linger in the 18th level of hell, recklessly slaughtering countless ghostly soldiers and committing unforgivable crimes. You wretched creature, prepare to die. As he spoke, the blood-red light coalesced into a human form, revealing a face of a green-skinned, fanged figure. His entire being radiated ghostly energy, interlaced with traces of demonic energy, indicating that his demonic cultivation had penetrated to the very marrow of his bones. The rui water smoke cloak enveloped the powder butterfly, completely concealing her presence, rendering her invisible in a manner far superior to ordinary stealth techniques. Once concealed, the powder butterfly dared not delay for a moment. As the two figures gradually distanced themselves, she immediately invoked Sword Immortal Ascension. propelling herself into the ghost gate at breakneck speed, maintaining her breath and stealth, utilizing the Ru-E water smoke cloak to obfuscate her presence. Her unique and extraordinary stealth technique, combined with the suppression of all her aura, rendered her more spectral than the ghosts themselves, resembling an unseen yet palpably existent specter. That I in this place, where living beings were strictly forbidden, only ghosts were permitted entry. Naturally, legendary figures of immense prowess could bypass such restrictions. Throughout the annals of supernatural lore, only a handful of brave souls have dared to venture into the underworld, and they were all formidable beings. The first to be mentioned is none other than the Spirit Stone Sun Wukong, who, under the tutelage of Patriarch Bodhi, mastered the 72 transformations and the somersault cloud. After apprenticing and honing her skills, she returned to Huagua Mountain, only to be unexpectedly captured by the ghostly emissaries of the underworld, finding herself bewilderingly ensnared within the realm of the dead. Ultimately, she created chaos in the Book of Life and Death, erasing the names of her monkey kin with a single stroke and injuring countless ghostly messengers and generals in the process. Before attaining enlightenment, she heroically cleaved mountains to rescue her mother. Chen Xiang, believed to be the nephew of Erlang Shun, bravely ventured into the underworld, even daring to upheave the 18 layers of hell to seek his father. Furthermore, there was the tale of Bai Nyangzi, who, in her love for Su Xian, revealed her true form during the Dragon Boat Festival. Frightening him to death, in the end, she descended into the underworld to lock souls, injuring both the black and white impermanences, rescuing Su Xian's spirit to restore him to life. These individuals are indeed formidable figures. The clever stone monkey, Sun Wukong, born of the stone that Niuai used to mend the heavens, absorbed the radiance of the sun and moon, making him a being of both heaven and earth. Ultimately, he achieved his rightful place in the Buddhist realm of the West, becoming the great sage equal to heaven. The Fighting Buddha, ranking second in the heavenly hierarchy. Erlang Shun, once the nephew of the Jade Emperor, whose mother was said to be the ruler of the realm of desire, also attained the esteemed position of the judicial deity. Renowned across the land, Qing Xiang, nephew of Erlang Shun, was likewise a disciple of Sun Wukong. According to legend, he became the king of earth in the underworld, a remarkable feat in itself. Bai Nyangzi, Bai Sujin, though often regarded as a 1,000-year-old serpent demon, has an equally significant origin. The ancestral goddess Niuai crafted clay figures, accompanied by two pets, Bai Qi and Teng Shi. Some speculate that Bai Sujin is a descendant of Bai Qi and Teng Shi. Although we no longer reside in ancient times and the celestial beings have long since departed, the underworld still exists, now more prosperous and mysterious than ever before. Crossing the threshold of the Ghost Gate, the butterfly spirit dared not linger, hastily seeking refuge in a shadowy corner. Just after she had passed through, the ghostly general pursuing Blood Sovereign returned. Simultaneously, two other ghost soldiers flanked her, closely watching the myriad of spirits entering and exiting. Yet, the ghost general was familiar to the butterfly spirit. He was the foremost ghost general of the underworld, the Soul Snatcher. Something had just flown past her. What could it be? Never mind, perhaps it was merely a trick of the eyes. Who would dare enter the underworld these days? The esteemed first ghost general of the underworld. I find myself stationed here at the Ghost Gate. How did that previous incident come to light? It was all the fault of that unfortunate soul. His misfortune has tainted me. With the assistance of Blood Inc., the ghost general Soul Snatcher brought Yi Xian's soul into the underworld, presenting it to King Yin. Some unforeseen events transpired, leading to the situation being exposed. And in King Yan's fury, he dispatched the general here to guard the Ghost Gate. Beyond lies the Yellow Springs Road, resembling a labyrinth with numerous paths, each distinct yet oddly similar, bathed in a crimson light. The butterfly spirit chose a pitch-black path, gradually delving deeper into the alley. She felt an unease. The route seemed to stretch endlessly, with many similarities for a first-time visitor. One could easily lose their way. Of course, for ghosts, the return path possesses a mysterious allure, ensuring they do not stray. However, even for ghosts, navigating the Yellow Springs Road proves to be quite cumbersome. This place is indeed a vast maze. Suppressing her surprise, the butterfly spirit sighed and remarked, "In the world of formations, the 5 elements and 8 trigrams, yet I do not recognize this arrangement. Beneath the overwhelming ghostly energy, The atmosphere felt ominous, as spirits dashed toward various directions, only to vanish without a trace. With no other choice, the simplest yet most effective method was to follow a wandering spirit closely. After approximately 3 hours, the spirit finally halted. Stepping through the city walls ahead, in an instant, 2 ghost soldiers materialized beside the spirit, capturing it before disappearing. The butterfly spirit paused, slowly extending her right palm to touch the wall, which felt as if it were merely a decoration. Hesitating for a moment, she chose to enter, finding great convenience in her invisibility, and cautiously stepped into the city walls. In an instant, the surroundings transformed. The blood-red glow faded, replaced by a stark white light. With no other colors in sight, the city of the wrong dead, it is said, is where those unable to be reincarnated dwell, resembling a city of the living. Within the city, the ghosts lead lives akin to those in the mortal realm. Chapter 21. Do not act recklessly. The butterfly spirit spoke softly, yet the surroundings grew eerily silent. Just as she entered the wall, ghost soldiers arrived. Though they did not see her, they heard her voice. One of them immediately called out, "Come forth. Trespassing in the city of the wrong dead is punishable by death." A jolt of fear surged through the butterfly spirit. At that instant, her invisibility faded. Before her stood a girl, startling the 2 ghost soldiers, who immediately transformed their hands into claw-like appendages, brandishing black chains in preparation for an attack. At this moment, the butterfly spirit's premonition proved accurate. Sensing danger, she transformed into a streak of light and dashed forward. To intrude upon the underworld and assault ghost soldiers was already a grave offense. Should she slay a ghost soldier, her demise would be inevitable. The butterfly spirit dared not hesitate, her mind racing. And in the next moment, she executed a swift movement, vanishing like a flash of light. With her presence revealed, the butterfly spirit scoffed, her mind burdened with too many concerns. Retreating while battling the encroaching ghost soldiers, in her moment of despair, she randomly leaped toward an entrance, narrowly avoiding the ghost soldiers, only for them to surge towards her once more, in the blink of an eye. The butterfly spirit transformed into a beam of light, her feet flashing with 7 sword energies, as she leaped 1,000 meters away. A distance of 1,000 meters was traversed in merely 7 steps. Employing the Taoist technique of stepping on the 7 stars, no matter how far the road, 7 steps would suffice. Soaring on her sword, her form was incredibly agile, twisting in midair to evade the pursuit of the underworld's ghost soldiers. Even as her sword light faded, she landed deftly upon the incoming soul snatcher's chains, leaping off into the abyss. Just as she steadied herself, her finger glimmered with radiant light, and in the next moment, 81 beams of sword light shot into the sky, forming a suit of armor that enveloped her. Thus, she was fiercely protected, possessing not only strong defense, but also offensive capabilities. Yet, relentless ghost soldiers pursued her closely, and she dared not let her guard down, hastily retreating as dozens of black blood chains filled the space where she had just stood, launching reckless attacks, forcing her to evade as best as she could. At this moment, calamity struck. The butterfly spirit, glimmering with sword light, hastily fled, only to be pursued by a blood-red figure, the first ghost general, Soul Snatcher. He had arrived with the intent to capture the butterfly spirit and redeem himself. Truth be told, guarding the ghost gate was a most humiliating task. Fool, do not run. Within the city of the wrong dead, let us see how far you can escape. Once you enter here, you have sealed your fate. Death is certain. With 1,000,000 wrong souls, even a mere group of them would spell your doom. Yet here, I command them. Do you understand? In this dead end, what can you possibly do? What do you wish to accomplish? Your speed is slowed, has it not? The ghostly energy here inflicts great harm upon your physical body, gradually eroding it won't take long for your corporeal form to decay, unless you possess protective magic of a counteracting nature. The words of the ghost general, Soul Snatcher, struck her deeply, revealing the gravity of the situation. Although she possessed a protective treasure, the Snow Soul Pearl, which could mitigate some of the corruption and prolong the time before decay, it could not last indefinitely. Formations, soldiers, fighters, all arrayed before you. The 9th word true spell, Dragon Sovereign descends, protect me. Her entire being transformed, or rather, she became infused with the essence of a divine dragon. the sacred might of the dragon merging with her flesh. Yet, it could not completely isolate her from the ghostly energy. The vengeful spirit's deathly aura in the city of the wronged dead was indeed extraordinary, and the butterfly spirit silently lamented. The divine dragon. With its spirit and might, what of it? The ghost general, soul snatcher, cast a cold glance at the butterfly spirit, a hint of casual mockery in his eyes. The ghostly energy of the city of the wronged dead, mingled with the blood of vengeful souls, was of a particularly malevolent nature. Here dwelled the souls of those who had perished since time immemorial. Who could withstand such fierce ghostly energy with its overwhelming vengeful aura? Although the divine dragon was a spirit, and considered the foremost among all spirits, it ultimately could not withstand the boundless malice of countless vengeful souls. The truth of the matter left the butterfly spirit speechless, and she opted for silence. This silence only served to bolster the ghost general's momentum, as if he were releasing all his pent-up grievances. To flee or hide was impossible. The city of the wronged dead was sealed, and the ghost gate was shut to capture her. Do not entertain thoughts of escape. Having boldly intruded into the underworld, be prepared for death at any moment. The dignity of the underworld cannot be tarnished. After a lengthy monologue, the butterfly spirit grew increasingly incensed. Finally unable to contain her fury, stopping in her tracks, she aimed her sword directly at the ghost general, soul snatcher. You seek death. Do not blame me. The ghost general's face twisted into a sinister grin, his blue-faced, sharp-toothed visage becoming even more terrifying, especially as he smiled. Suddenly, his hand twitched, and a streak of light shot past the butterfly spirit's cheek. Had she not dodged quickly, the consequences would have been dire. The butterfly spirit was no longer courteous. She swung her arms, unleashing 5 beams of sword light, forming an illusory sword cage to ensnare the first ghost general. Instinctively, she summoned the power of the Snow Soul Pearl within her, releasing a surge of icy energy. The Snow Soul Pearl, her treasured possession, lay hidden 7,300 jong beneath the peak of the small Changbai Mountain, forged from the essence of millennium-old ice and snow. The chill in the air was so profound that even the ghost general could not withstand it. The icy tendrils coalesced within the illusory sword's prison, firmly ensnaring the latter until it transformed into a palm-sized entity, captured deftly by the delicate butterfly. Soaring through the skies on a sword, she cast a fleeting glance at the astonished ghost soldiers, letting out a petulant hum before vanishing into the crimson haze at unparalleled speed. The remaining ghost soldiers exchanged trepidatious glances, their hearts pounding with dread. They were not keen on meeting their demise. To possess the ability to effortlessly capture a ghost general meant that slaying ghost soldiers would be a mere trifle for this woman. Who exactly was she? When a person dies, the fortunate become ghosts. Yet a ghost's death is final. The ghost soldiers, having survived for so long, were not eager to perish. The longer one lives, the greater the fear of death becomes. That in a shadowy corner, the butterfly refrained from exiting the city of the dead. Occasionally interrupted by distant ghostly wails that this moment, she coldly regarded the ghost general, whose soul was ensnared by the illusory sword's cage, and stated, I have no desire for superfluous dialogue. Reveal to me the whereabouts of the Book of Life and Death in the underworld's Hall of Yomi. The Book of Life and Death, the Hall of Yomi. What business do you have there? The ghost general exclaimed in bewilderment, before gazing at the butterfly with a newfound intensity. Are you implying that you wish to emulate Lady Bai in rescuing her husband? Enough with the trivialities. How do we proceed? The aura of dragonic majesty surrounding the butterfly had considerably diminished. The moment the dragon's energy faded would mark her own demise. Time was of the essence, and she needed to act swiftly to not entertain any thoughts of deceit. Speak. This place is ill-suited for prolonged stays, and should you forcibly remain here, it will not take long for your physical form to be eroded by the vengeful ghostly aura. In that moment, we shall see who meets their end first. I am well acquainted with the Hall of Yomi and the Book of Life and Death. However, I refuse to divulge that information. Umph. The butterfly's sword pointed with a slight tremor at the icy confines of the illusory sword's prison, the blade grazing the ghost general's corporeal form. Within that fleeting instant, his entire ghostly body shuddered. Although much of the assault was mitigated, the intangible waves of sword energy still inflicted considerable harm upon him. Now it is my turn to utter this phrase, the butterfly declared coldly. You cannot escape. I return that statement to you. Her frigid gaze, suddenly imbued with a murderous intent, enveloped the ghost general. The palpable aura of death, akin to towering mountains, manifested in an instant. Startled, the so-called first ghost general of the underworld, Gaon, emitted a low grunt, his grotesque visage flushing crimson. He had always assumed the butterfly would not dare to unleash her killing intent. Yet he was caught off guard by the swiftness of her malice. There was no warning, no precursor, just a sudden onslaught. What are your intentions? The Hall of Yomi will not tolerate your recklessness, he demanded. With both hands forming a sword gesture, the butterfly summoned numerous beams of sword light that flickered around the ghost general, exploiting his momentary distraction. With an impassive motion, she wielded her sword technique, the blade dancing with the agility of a leaping hare, as multiple sword marks ensnared the furious ghost general's arms. Instantly, a cacophony of anguished screams erupted, yet the butterfly remained unperturbed, with a mere wave of her hand. She erected a barrier of sword energy, ensuring that no matter how much he cried out, his voice would not reach the outside world. After a brief moment, she gestured again, her other hand forming a fist. The sword marks hovering around the ghost general multiplied, launching dozens of blades directly toward his legs that a peculiar agony spiraled around his being, causing his entire body to convulse as countless ghostly energies were purified. The torment was such that, despite his status as a ghost general, he could not withstand the harrowing pain. This sensation, akin to the incineration of his very soul, prompted his desperate cries. Stop. I will tell you. Ah!